Introduction. Qin Feng initially contemplated a path of indulgence and decline, yet a system unexpectedly begins to shower him with monetary gifts, urging him to pursue his goddess. With an astonishing recharge ratio of 1 to 10,000, what others deem precious and out of reach can be his for merely a few hundred yuan. However, there is a catch. These funds can solely be spent on women, and they must possess a charm score of 90 or above. Thus, Qin Feng embarks on a new life dedicated to bestowing gifts upon beautiful women. Chapter 1. The School Flower Slap, a foot massage parlor, has recently opened at the foot of the happy community. Adorned with a yellow neon sign and bathed in pink light, the entrance is partially obscured by curtains, creating an alluring atmosphere within, where several beds await patrons. Each day, 2 or 3 enchanting young women lounge on these beds, waiting for their destined partners. Dressed mostly in revealing attire and clad in black stockings, they can be seen sitting, lying, or lounging on the massage tables, engrossed in their mobile phones while flaunting their alluring figures. Whenever a man steps inside, they rise gracefully, presenting warm smiles. Regardless of whether it's your first visit or not, they tenderly bring forth foot-soaking water, washing away the stains of existence from your weary feet. With shy charm and affectionate inquiries about your well-being, who could possibly refuse the allure of technician number 8, who requires no vehicle, no home, and no bride price? While the appointment lasts a mere 60 minutes, she offers warmth and affection at her tender age, providing shoulder rubs and back pats, a veritable treasure of companionship. Affection stirs with the chime of the clock, yet disappointment lingers when the hour is up. When Qin Feng emerged from the parlor, his expression was one of melancholy. He lit a cigarette and sank in a deep thought on the doorstep, silently exhaling clouds of smoke. His gaze appeared vacant, as if his very essence had been hollowed out. The romance of adulthood can arrive swiftly, yet depart with equal haste. Today, technician number 8 was absent. According to the other girls, she had returned to her hometown, planning to marry. Qin Feng's tears flowed silently as he lamented the fact that she left just as he mustered the courage to mend her wounded heart. There lies no greater agony in this world. Technician number 8 was strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of a girl he was enamored with. Just days ago, he inquired about her rates merely 298. This piqued his interest, igniting a longing for fleeting pleasures, earning by day and indulging by night, leaving not a penny to take home. After all, he had no intentions of marrying or buying a house. There was no need to push himself into hardship. His father had passed away early, and his mother remarried. Without restrictions, why not indulge in a little debauchery? Yet, he became aware of his reality only upon reaching the age of 26. Previously enraptured by a frivolous woman, he dedicated himself to making her happy, toiling endlessly. Doing 2 jobs a day, acting as a security guard by dawn and delivering meals under cover of night. He was at odds with his own self, until a night not long past. While delivering meals, he spotted the woman he adored cozied up in the car of a balding middle-aged man. His foundations crumbled. He messaged her on WeChat in a fit of jealousy, but received no reply. Only the following day did he learn of her response, claiming to have been too busy at work to notice his messages. With red-rimmed eyes, he endured a sleepless night, wishing to scold her, yet found himself unable to utter a harsh word. For that woman was not his girlfriend. Thus, her choice of companionship was entirely hers to make. Consequently, Qin Feng sought to give up entirely, wishing to wallow in a foot massage parlor and explore the thrill of being a rogue man. But the departure of technician number 8 plunged him into deeper despair. As he finished a cigarette, he gazed vacantly around, uncertain of what to do next. At that moment, the door opened behind him. A fairly attractive young woman stepped out beside him, crouching down and shaking her hand with a cigarette, addressing Qin Feng. "Hey handsome, can I borrow a light?" Her radiant smile and curvaceous form stirred desire within him. In an instant, his confusion dissipated, and his mind raced with inappropriate thoughts. He retrieved his lighter and leaned forward to ignite her cigarette. The flame illuminated her alluring curves. With her porcelain shoulders, she proved utterly captivating. As the girl lit her cigarette and noticed the lingering flare, she turned to Qin Feng, laughing softly at his dazed expression, teasing. "What's wrong? Didn't you just covet technician number 8? Qin Feng replied vaguely, "I merely wished to bring closure." Seeing the delivery boy's innocent demeanor, the girl took a drag from her cigarette, playfully exhaling smoke toward his face, and laughed. What's all this closure talk? You men are so dramatic. Now that you're here, why stall and find excuses? The women in this trade are often articulate and bold, easily engaging in conversation with anyone. Noticing Qin Feng's embarrassment, she continued to coax. When you come to deliver meals, we see you sneak glances, and we all bet on when you come to indulge. Who would have thought it'd be tonight? Why not step inside with me and treat you to a full-body massage? I can even offer you a discount. Forget about that number 8 I'm telling you. She has a multitude of issues. Customers have caused quite the commotion over her. Our manager sent her away on account of her ailments. We told everyone she married in truth. She's off to receive treatment. Listening to the woman's gossip, Qin Feng was astounded. He never imagined that the object of his affection, technician number 8, was marred by such flaws. Just then, another girl approached, pressing her chest against Qin Feng's hand. Handsome, I just started in this field, and I promise I'm clean. Want to give it a try? Heat suffused Qin Feng as he contemplated, hesitating briefly. He wanted to ascertain her cleanliness. But at that moment, he heard a ding in his mind, followed by a flurry of codes flashing before him. Within seconds, a line of text emerged. Assistant scanning function activated. A flicker of shock coursed through Qin Feng, swiftly replaced by exhilaration. Could this be the legendary system? Was he finally on the verge of leveling up? The mere thought of potentially becoming superpowered sent his heart racing. Wishing to kneel before the system in gratitude, he heard a voice in his head prompt. To access a partner with a charm value of 90 or above, please engage in consumption. Before Qin Feng could process this, a blue scanning window manifested, operable by his thoughts. With a wave of his mind, he directed it towards the girl beside him. Before his eyes, several lines of information about her materialized. Name, Wang Suifan, age, 31, charm, 72, number of relationships, 349. Note, the number of relationships can be viewed as though she has wrestled with. As he absorbed this information, Qin Feng was taken aback. This woman had been with 349 individuals, yet dared to claim she was new to the industry? At a rate of a different one each day, she'd be approaching a year at this rate. Had it not been for the system, he might have been blissfully unaware. Fear seized him, and he excused himself, hastily departing. With so many partners, she undoubtedly carried some risk. He wouldn't dare test the waters. Rising, he firmly declined her invitation. Casting a glance back into the establishment, none of the women there surpassed a charm score of 80. Without hesitation, he rode away. Ignoring Qin desperate pleas, he prioritized activating the system, deeming it the true pursuit of his life, and refused to waste time in such a seedy environment. As he sped away, he continuously scanned his surroundings, seeking beauties with charm scores of 90 or higher. However, nighttime brought sparse foot traffic, with only a few girls passing, none of high caliber. After some exploration, he realized this scanning feature allowed him to glean particulars with merely a glance at someone's appearance. Suddenly inspired, he fished out his phone and opened his photo album, selecting a picture of a stunning woman. Using the scanning function, he was delighted to discover the charm score displayed on the photograph as well. He rapidly flicked through his collection. Finally, he paused at a particularly exquisite image. The details read, name, Xia Ting, age, 25, charm, 93, number of relationships, 1. She was a respected classmate from university, a universally acknowledged school belle, whose beauty was breathtaking, enchanting all men's hearts. She was indeed stunning, so much so that he dared not entertain any improper thoughts. He had never imagined they'd ever have any connection. Yet now, activated by the system, he found himself emboldened, ready to confront his feelings for her. Resolute, he decided to seize this chance, determined to activate his precious system no matter the cost. He unearthed the number he had long kept on hand, searched for her in his contacts, and sent a friend request. A verification query popped up. What is my name? Xia Ting. After sending the request, Qin Feng anxiously sat on his bike, trembling with anticipation. He had never felt such intense anxiety in his life. He worried about Xia Ting refusing his friend request, about the system dissipating, and whether it would turn out to be a useless one. Having read countless novels, he had never encountered a system requiring manual activation by the host. It was always an instant ding, and the adventure would commence. No need for any transactional prompts to activate. Was this system perhaps one for a sycophant? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Xiaoting approved his request and sent a casual greeting. Who are you? Is it a bit pathetic to send $10? Chapter 2. Is it worth meeting? Qin Feng felt a flush of heat on his cheeks upon encountering Xiaoting's probing question, leaving him at a loss for words that he wanted to say something to salvage his dignity when suddenly a notification popped up on his phone, an alert for a red envelope. Upon opening it, he discovered it was a gift from Xiaoting, amounting to a mere 20 yuan, accompanied by a message. Here's your money back, goodbye. This felt like a slap in the face. Qin Feng could almost hear the sound of cash smacking against him. 20 yuan may not be a large sum, but it stung nonetheless. That it was understandable. After all, there were countless suitors vying for her attention. And a 10 yuan red envelope indeed seemed rather stingy. Fearing the possibility of being blocked, he hastily replied, "Wait." He then initiated a transfer, entering 1 followed by 5 zeros before hitting send. He wanted to test the reliability of the system. With a balance of a little over 10,000 yuan, he assumed he would be unable to exceed that limit. Yet to his astonishment, the transfer went through successfully. Staring at the WeChat message stating, 100,000. You initiated a transfer. Qin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Could the system's balance truly convert into cash? When he pressed those 5 zeros, he thought it was a mere jest. In his entire life, he had never accumulated a savings of 100,000, that to send such a large sum all at once felt like a knife twisting in his heart. How wonderful it would be if this money could be deposited back into his account. No, that was too small-minded. What was 100,000? He should aim to recharge 1 million, then negotiate with the campus bell to extract the funds, splitting it 80-20 and simply engulf the entire amount. Ding, requesting financial resources from the goddess constitutes cheating. Friendly reminder, please play rationally. All cheating behaviors are prohibited, and violators may face a ban of up to 200 years. What? A ban? My apologies, I was mistaken. The moment he heard the word ban, Qin Feng immediately conceded. The idea of stealing was out of the question. The essence of this game seemed to lie in spending money on women to enhance affection, allowing for eventual cash conversion. Remembering that a mere 80 points in affection would refund his investment in dog funds as cash, Qin Feng's eyes sparkled once more. He hurriedly charged 5,000 yuan into the system, gazing repeatedly at the 8-digit figure in his fund. He excitedly slapped his thigh. To be fair, if this money were to be used to woo someone, he could adopt any approach necessary. The only uncertainty lay in whether the campus belle would be swayed by such tactics. If she valued money as worthless, he would have to change his target promptly. In college, he had heard that this campus beauty often arrived in a BMW or a Benz, suggesting she belonged to a similar echelon as his own. However, the delay in the other party accepting the transfer left Qin Feng feeling anxious. Meanwhile, in a modest apartment, Xiaoting was left dumbfounded after counting the transferred amount. After receiving a 10 yuan red envelope, she had assumed the sender to be a loser. Typically, unfamiliar individuals sending her red envelopes would at least offer 200 or even as much as 520 or 1314, though who would be so stingy as to send a mere 10 yuan? After replying with 20 yuan, she was about to take a screenshot to mock the encounter on social media when the unexpected transfer of 100,000 yuan arrived, leaving her utterly bewildered. Was this a new scam tactic? Calmly, she inquired, "What do you mean by this?" Qin Feng replied, "Nothing much, just wish to get to know you again." Xiaoting clicked on his social media profile, curious to discover who he was. However, it displayed 3 days of visibility, showing no photos of people, only images of feeding stray cats. After pondering for a moment without any clues, she straightforwardly asked, "Who are you?" The response came swiftly with 2 words, Qin Feng. Qin Feng, Xiaoting recalled, finally dredging up the memory of her college classmate, an ordinary-looking, impoverished lad. Could it be that he had come into wealth? As she considered the enticing transfer information, she hesitated. She wanted to accept it outright, but feared it might portray her as materialistic. After deliberation, Xiaoting composed a voice message, maintaining her composure. "What do you want?" Upon hearing the goddess's melodious voice, Qin Feng's heart raced, and he boldly replied, "What do I want?" Xiaoting recognized the implication, her cheeks flushing a delicate shade of red. Faced with such brazen flirtation, she felt a surge of annoyance. Typically, she would block individuals who behaved so frivolously, yet considering the hefty sum he had initially sent, Xiaoting was willing to grant him another chance. She typed, "Why did you send me money? This is just a small token of my appreciation. Think of it as a meeting gift. No strings attached." Absolutely none. Doubt crept into Xia Ting's mind. Was there truly someone who would use 100,000 yuan as a mere meeting gift? What kind of person would dare to be so extravagant? She had encountered her fair share of wealthy second-generation heirs, yet none had ever tossed around 100,000 yuan so casually at the outset. Cautious due to previous experiences of taking money only to have it reclaimed, she solemnly asked, "Is this a voluntary gift?" Receiving a clear and straightforward affirmation. Yes. Xia Ting scrolled through the chat history, scrutinizing it to ensure there were no issues, before excitedly clicking to accept the transfer. Hearing the sound of coins falling into her pocket, she eagerly opened her WeChat balance to find the unexpected addition of 100,000 yuan, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Qin Feng. You are quite generous. Have you struck it rich lately? Qin Feng did not respond, as he was engrossed in examining the updated information in his mind. Updated goddess database name, Xia Ting age, 25 height, 165 centimeters weight, 53 kilograms charm, 93 occupation, beauty sales special trait, French kissing affection level, 15 acquainted. Number of relationships, 1 strategy reward, super strong physique amount spent, 100,000 yuan. After perusing the details, Qin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. The goddess truly lived up to her title, with characteristics that set her apart. The strategy reward was also admirable. A super strong physique sounded incredibly appealing. He wondered if his few thousand yuan would suffice. Regardless, he decided to plunge in with 10 million to test the waters, as 10 million essentially felt like 1,000 yuan. With newfound determination, Qin Feng replied, "I've made some investments recently." "Are you still in Jiangcheng?" "Yes, I'm working in Jiangcheng, earning a meager salary. Not like you free-spirited entrepreneurs that as long as you remained in Jiangcheng, things would be manageable." Qin Feng boldly initiated. "Are you free tomorrow?" "Let us meet up." Xia Ting hesitated. "Just the two of us?" Qin Feng joked. "If you're worried I might eat you up, feel free to invite more people." After a moment of contemplation, Xia Ting's gaze fell on the transfer record, and she seemed to make up her mind, replying, "All right, where shall we meet?" "You decide." "How about Wana Plaza?" "I work nearby at nice." To his surprise, it had been remarkably easy to arrange a meeting with the campus belle. Qin Feng rubbed his hands together in excitement, feeling that this game might not be so challenging after all. That he felt a surge of confidence, which was a stark contrast to his former self. Who would have hesitated to meet her? But now, looking at the numerous zeros in the system, he felt particularly self-assured that as the saying goes, money gives courage. While he may not be a hero, he certainly felt emboldened. Returning home, it was already past midnight. His rented dwelling was a shabby, under 40 square meter flat, devoid of any decor, merely bare concrete with visible red bricks on the walls. There was not a single piece of decent furniture. However, the rent was exceptionally affordable. After a tiring day, Qin Feng collapsed onto his hard bed, staring dreamily at the system in his mind, chuckling to himself. With this newfound asset, why bother being a security guard? Wouldn't it be more delightful to spend days indulging with the campus belle? He envisioned a life of bliss before drifting into a deep slumber. Upon waking the next day and confirming the system was still intact, he hurriedly quit his job, but he removed his security uniform, a symbol of his former servitude, and tossed it into the trash. Then, he hopped onto an electric scooter and headed to Wanda to meet Xia Ting. Though it was a weekday, the mall remained bustling with people. After parking, he approached the designated meeting spot, spotting the campus goddess he had long admired standing by the fountain. Xia Ting looked particularly alluring, donning a V-neck white long-sleeve shirt that appeared slightly translucent under the afternoon sun, revealing delicate lace trim that accentuated her figure. The snug fit of her attire showcased her slender waist, while a black mini-skirt and delicate black stockings highlighted her fair, smooth legs, elevated by high heels that elongated her silhouette. She wore a subtle yet exquisite makeup that lent her striking features an air of maturity. Once bright and lively, her large eyes now brimmed with a multitude of enchanting expressions. Only her lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders, gently swaying in the breeze, reminiscent of her former self. Qin Feng stood momentarily entranced. This captivating goddess stood out too much amidst the crowd. Men passing by couldn't help but steal glances, some even daring to admire her openly, just as Qin Feng did. "Qin Feng!" Xia Ting turned around, instantly recognizing the unchanged figure of Qin Feng, and called out to him. Awakened from his reverie, Qin Feng quickened his pace, approaching her with a beaming smile. "Xia Ting, it's wonderful to see you again. You are as enchanting as ever." For reasons unknown, despite feeling somewhat anxious, he managed to maintain an air of composure, speaking effortlessly. "Thank you for the compliment," Xia Ting replied, a slight smile gracing her lips as she quietly appraised the man before her. Standing at approximately 1.78 meters tall, with pronounced brows and bright eyes, he appeared somewhat handsome, and his smile radiated warmth akin to a spring breeze. The clothing appeared somewhat lacking in value. The more she looked, the more it resembled a pair of t-shirts from a discount store. Then, glancing down at his somewhat worn sneakers, she felt a twinge of discomfort. This individual's attire certainly did not suggest affluence. How could he possibly offer her 100,000 as a token of their first meeting? No matter how she contemplated it, it eluded her understanding. Even if wealthy individuals do not prioritize their appearance and adopt a more casual style, they would not present themselves in such a shabby manner. From head to toe, he seemed draped in inexpensive garments. Just as before, moreover, his bare wrist lacked even a watch. How could he afford such a lavish gift? In an instant, an absurd thought crossed her mind. Could it be that this 100,000 was all he possessed? Merely to entice her to meet? That it seemed rather foolish. Chapter 3. The enthusiasm of the campus belle is simply overwhelming. Qin Feng remained blissfully unaware that the campus beauty regarded him as an unsuspecting fool. Gazing at the stunningly beautiful girl before him, he smiled radiantly and remarked, "I feel you look even more beautiful now than you did at school." Though Qin Feng's skills in charming women were somewhat lacking, his words were imbued with genuine emotion. Back in school, the campus beauty often wore skirts that revealed her bare legs, exuding an air of innocence. Now, having entered society, she donned black stockings, which not only accentuated her maturity, but also evoked a blend of purity and desire. "Is that so?" Summer Ting responded, her heart fluttering at his earnest flattery, though her expression remained slightly awkward. She casually twirled a strand of hair around her finger, then feigned nonchalance, inquiring, "I didn't see you drive over." Qin Feng hesitated to speak the truth. He owned a second-hand yachty scooter with a replaced battery that could barely reach 80 kilometers. To admit this would surely invite disdain. Thus, he fumbled for an excuse. "I saw the distance was short, so I walked over to do." Summer Ting cast a skeptical glance at him, choosing not to press further. After all, it would be rather direct to inquire about someone's mode of transport upon first meeting, which might come across as impolite. Qin Feng, eager to shift the focus of the conversation, asked, "Do you work here?" "Yes," Summer Ting replied naturally. "I sell skincare products on the second floor of the mall." Fearing he might disturb her work, Qin Feng hesitantly added, "Is it all right for you to be out like this?" "It's fine. There are others in the store," Summer Ting replied dismissively, after exchanging a few questions and answers. The conversation lulled into silence. Qin Feng, nervous in the presence of such a beautiful goddess standing before him, found himself at a loss for words to alleviate the awkwardness. He proposed, "Shall we take a stroll through the mall?" Summer Ting hesitated for a moment. Having agreed to meet him, she had prepared herself for a shopping date, even changing into a new outfit and applying makeup. However, she hadn't anticipated that he would dress so casually. Seemingly indifferent to their meeting, lowering her gaze, her eyes wandered, her expression betraying a hint of reluctance. Strolling through the mall with such a man felt somewhat embarrassing, that if she were to be seen by acquaintances, what would they think of her associating with someone of such a lowly appearance? Yet, she struggled to find a polite way to decline. After all, that 100,000 was equivalent to a year's salary for her. Regardless of whether it constituted his entire fortune, that it would be unreasonable to dismiss him outright. After much contemplation, she sighed and resolved to treat it as accompanying a client, that it was all about making money. After all, even if she spent the day with him without any personal gain, the money was guaranteed to remain hers. Deciding on this course, she donned a formulaic smile and replied, "All right." Qin Feng also smiled in return. "If there's anything you'd like to buy, just let me know, and I'll get it for you." "Really?" Summer Ting lifted her eyes, her expression tinged with disbelief as she scrutinized the man before her once more. His gaze lacked any hint of insecurity. Instead, it exuded confidence and pride. "What? You don't believe me?" Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, a playful challenge in his tone. "No, it's just that we're not very familiar yet. Spending your money like this seems inappropriate." Summer Ting's eyes flickered. Having known each other for years, how could they still be considered strangers? Qin Feng teased, "This is rather amusing. You've known me for quite some time. Yet you still perceive me as an unfamiliar face." Though he appeared unremarkable, his confidence was disarming, causing Summer Ting to question her initial judgment. Could he be deliberately downplaying his wealth, perhaps a peculiar trait of the affluent? After a moment of inner conflict, she steeled herself and linked her arm with Qin Feng as that regardless of the circumstances, that 100,000 was worth taking a chance on. "Let me take you to see where I work," Summer Ting said with a radiant smile. Qin Feng felt his heart flutter at the unexpected warmth of her greeting. Goodness, she was so enthusiastic right from the start. He felt enveloped in a unique tenderness as he caught a glimpse of her delicate hand and flowing hair. The sight sent a blush to his cheeks and stirred an impulse within him. Passers-by couldn't help but stare at the striking pair. The girl, radiant and alluring, contrasted sharply with the boy, who seemed awkward and out of place. Observing their closeness, onlookers speculated on the depth of their relationship, lamenting the disparity. This was indeed a case of a flower being placed in a pile of dung. While both were equally unremarkable, the question lingered. Why couldn't they find someone like themselves? They pondered how this man had managed to win the affections of such a beauty, feeling a pang of jealousy. As they walked by, several men shot resentful glances, their eyes burning with envy. The sight of Qin Feng's foolish demeanor only deepened their despair. Summer Ting caught a glimpse of Qin Feng's foolish expression and felt a swell of pride in her own charm. Though she pretended not to notice that a girl's meticulous grooming was often aimed at capturing the attention of others, and the more direct the gazes, the more satisfaction it brought her as they ascended the escalator. Unable to withstand his unabashed scrutiny any longer, Summer Ting pinched him playfully, letting out a soft huff. "Have you seen enough?" Qin Feng chuckled. "I apologize. My eyes seem to have a mind of their own." Summer Ting shot him a gentle glare that appeared almost sulky, yet she showed no intention of releasing his arm. Qin Feng found himself utterly captivated by her enchanting demeanor. The subtle fragrance of her perfume intoxicated him, and he felt unsteady on his feet. He had never anticipated such warmth from her on their first meeting. Moreover, the cool air of the mall contrasted sharply with her slightly chilled skin, causing her to instinctively clutch her arms tighter, as a novice in matters of romance. Qin Feng found himself utterly defenseless against such allure. This woman seemed like a blazing fire, igniting a warmth within him that he could hardly contain. Feeling the heat emanating from Qin Feng's arm, Summer Ting curiously inquired, "Why are you so warm, Qin Feng?" Qin Feng could not confess the truth, his face flushing crimson. Fortunately, it wasn't long before they arrived at her workplace, marked by the letters HR. The Helena Rubinstein counter was modest in size, yet opulently decorated, with an array of lights making the cosmetics gleam. Inside, a beautiful woman dressed in a white uniform, reminiscent of a nurse, greeted them. Upon seeing Summer Ting intertwined with an unfamiliar man, she called out, "Ting Ting, brought a friend, have you?" "Yes, Yinjie, this is my old classmate, Qin Feng, that he has someone who has been very supportive of me." Summer Ting introduced them. Qin Feng nodded politely at the striking woman. She appeared to be in her 30s, quite attractive, though her makeup was somewhat heavy, reflecting a bright sheen under the lights. This gave her an odd appearance, causing Qin Feng to quickly avert his gaze. Chapter 4. What happened to the pretense of wealth? Yun Jie was the manager here and had known Summer Ting for quite some time. Noticing Qin Feng's unkempt appearance, her expression shifted slightly. She had seen several of Summer Ting's acquaintances, but never one so casually dressed, given her understanding of Summer Ting's high standards. She was puzzled as to why she was with someone like him today. Though she maintained a friendly demeanor, her gaze became somewhat scrutinizing. "There are sofas over there. Feel free to sit." Qin Feng thanked her, but did not take a seat. Instead, he began to admire the myriad of cosmetics on display. Creams labeled as white bandage and black bandage priced at 5,800 yuan, serums at 4,800 yuan, and skincare sets at 12,800 yuan, that he picked up a small bottle, finding it surprisingly light. Yet it was being sold for over 3,000, quite shocking. Yun Jie, observing Qin Feng handling the expensive items, felt a surge of irritation, but stifled it out of respect for Summer Ting. After all, Summer Ting's youthful and delicate skin was her most valuable asset, attracting many customers to the store. Thus, she was reluctant to offend her. However, her gaze toward Qin Feng grew, increasingly disdainful. Perceiving him as an unsophisticated country bumpkin, that if he were to break something, she doubted he could afford to pay for it. Seeing Qin Feng toying with the valuable merchandise, Summer Ting hastily warned, "Be careful, that's very expensive." Qin Feng chuckled lightly to him. The items were indeed pricey yesterday, but now, due to the system's adjustment, they were merely worth a fraction of their original price that he felt no apprehension. "Do you like it?" Qin Feng asked. Summer Ting, playing along, replied with a smile, "I do. Why don't you buy it for me?" Her expectations for Qin Feng had risen. Despite his shabby appearance, the promise of that 100,000 in his pocket was undeniable. Qin Feng remarked, "I am not particularly familiar with these cosmetics. Which pre-packaged items do you prefer? I shall take care of the bill." Summer Ting was taken aback by Qin Feng's audacity, her beautiful eyes sparkling with surprise as she gazed at him. "Really?" Qin Feng found himself flustered under the school beauty's admiring gaze, feeling somewhat elated, and could not help but start to show off. "Of course, feel free to empty this store that a rough estimate puts the total at just a few million. Well, within my means it may be a tad expensive, but if it enhances your fondness for me, it would be a worthwhile investment." Sister Yuan, observing from a distance, could not help but chuckle at Qin Feng's boastfulness. She found it amusing that someone dressed like him would dare to make such grand claims. Surely, he must be joking. However, instead of feeling angered by the laughter, Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement. Finally, he thought the tables had turned, and it was his time to shine. Having read numerous novels, he was well aware of how this scenario typically unfolded, that he anticipated that Sister Yuan would soon hurl a sarcastic comment, while Summer Ting would cast a skeptical glance in his direction, that he envisioned himself flaunting millions, dazzling them with his wealth, and then playfully embracing both of them. Yet, reality deviated entirely from his expectations. Upon noticing Qin Feng's gaze, Sister Yuan immediately donned an apologetic smile, even slightly bowing her head. Her demeanor was quite humble, as if her prior laughter had merely been an appreciation of a humorous jest. Being in the service industry, she dared not confront a customer. Any scandal would inevitably see the company siding with the client, even if that client were a mere pauper. Over the years, it had become rare to find stories online of employees from major brands looking down upon customers. Even if such instances occurred, they were few and far between, and those that made headlines were merely anomalies. Most employees would simply retreat and speak ill of customers in hushed tones that a slip of laughter could be overlooked. But one's attitude thereafter must be impeccable, leaving no room for criticism, and an apology, if necessary, would not be amiss. Meanwhile, Summer Ting pretended not to have heard Sister Yuan's laughter, exclaiming to Qin Feng, "Wow, I didn't realize you were so wealthy now." Upon hearing her words, 1,000 questions raced through Qin Feng's mind. Surely, they must have mixed up their scripts. This was not how the plot was supposed to unfold. With their current behavior, how could he possibly maintain his facade? Summer Ting skillfully approached the counter, bending down to retrieve a larger set, and asked Qin Feng, "Is it all right if I take this New Year's set?" It cost 38,000 as she intended to test Qin Feng's financial capabilities, deliberately selecting the most expensive set, that if he claimed he could empty the store, then he must possess some level of wealth, right? Summer Ting discreetly scrutinized Qin Feng's expression. If he showed even a hint of hesitation, she would promptly opt for a cheaper item, allowing him a graceful exit. However, Qin Feng was taken aback. 38,000. Was she joking? If a foreigner overheard, they might assume he couldn't afford such a sum. "I'll take 10 sets. One for each person," he declared. Fearing that Summer Ting might deny him the chance to show off, he urged, "Is one box enough? Should I grab a couple more?" Seeing his nonchalant attitude towards spending, Summer Ting joyfully bounced, her cuteness reminiscent of a jade rabbit. "That's plenty. One box will last for half a year." "Thank you, Qin Feng, dear brother." Qin Feng's eyes gleamed as they followed her form. Utterly captivated, she even called him brother. Her voice was soft and sweet, akin to a summer ice cream, refreshing and delightful. He longed to savor it. Gazing at the enchanting girl before him, a green gleam flickered in his eyes. Summer Ting, cradling the box in her arms, felt elated and flashed him a sweet smile. Summer Ting's affection 5, what a delightful boost to her fondness. At that moment, Qin Feng was grinning foolishly, his lips curving so widely they could hold a bottle of water. He genuinely wished to empty the store as a gift for Summer Ting. With enthusiasm, he said, "Are you sure you don't need anything else? Look around and see if there's anything you'd like. Don't be shy." Most items in the store were included in the set, and Helena Rubinstein's skincare products were indeed pricey, unaffordable for the average person. All right, let us explore other shops, he said, feeling a twinge of regret at her content demeanor, but he refrained from insisting on purchasing more. Winning a girl's heart is a psychological game. Spending unwisely could lead to poor impressions. He pulled out his gold card, waving it in front of the dazed Sister Yuan, reminding her, "Miss, it's time to swipe the card." Only then did Sister Yuan regain her composure, taking the card with both hands. Flustered as she replied, "Oh, done all right." She had been pondering just who Qin Feng was. That to casually spend over 30,000 on skincare products was akin to purchasing groceries. Could it be she had misjudged him? Was he truly a wealthy individual? As the transaction concluded and the machine spat out the receipt, she cast a deep glance at Qin Feng. That it made sense. With such high standards, how could Summer Ting be interested in a mere pauper? Chapter 5. Third tone. Blushing for what? Qin Feng had been intently observing Sister Yuan's expression, hoping to catch a glimmer of mockery on her face. Hadn't she just laughed heartily? If only she could utter a sarcastic remark now. He could confidently declare that he was paying for everything here. The missed opportunity to show off had been gnawing at him. Quietly, he continued to watch Sister Yuan, wishing for a chance to turn the tide. However, after a moment, he noticed her face suddenly flush with an inexplicable redness. This startled Qin Feng, causing him to shiver. What on earth? Why was she blushing? Sister Yuan, noticing Qin Feng leaning against the counter with a sly smile, mistakenly believed he had developed an interest in her. She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and glanced at Summer Ting, who was busy packing, revealing a knowing smile as she said, "Mr. Qin, you truly have a bold spirit. You and our Summer Ting are quite the match. Dear lady, could you refrain from being so frivolous while making such comments?" Qin Feng tugged at the corners of his mouth. Moments ago, she had looked at him as though he were a country bumpkin, and now she was smiling like a blooming flower. Who could fathom what was going through her mind? He offered a perfunctory smile, reaching for the gold card she handed him, only to suddenly feel her hand lightly graze his palm. Raising his head, he found her eyes filled with a flirtatious glint. What did this mean? Had he just been flirted with by an older woman? Qin Feng was utterly astonished. Looking at the coy woman before him, he struggled to find words to express his disbelief in a way that he thought. Glancing at her figure, he realized it could not compare to the striking Summer Ting. Moreover, her makeup was so thick it resembled plaster that he resolutely shook his head, not uttering a single word, fearful of her misinterpretation. He was well aware of the balance of priorities. He could not afford to lose sight of what truly mattered. Sister Yuan's smile faltered, feeling rejected despite it being he who had seemingly shown interest. Did he reject her out of spite for her earlier laughter? Her heart simmered with frustration as she shot him a glare. What an uncouth man. Qin Feng noticed her brows knitted together, fearing she might squeeze her makeup into unsightly wrinkles, leading him to hastily retreat. Summer Ting, oblivious to their exchange, turned to Sister Yuan, saying, "Sister Yuan, please keep the items here for now. We'll explore elsewhere." Sister Yuan forced a smile, replying, "Sure, enjoy yourselves." Summer Ting naturally intertwined her arm with Qin Feng's, asking, "Where shall we go next, Qin Feng? Dear brother?" Qin Feng pondered for a moment. "Wherever you wish to go." Summer Ting felt a bit shy. She wanted to browse Chanel and LV, but dragging an old classmate to such luxurious places might come across as materialistic. Yet such a generous benefactor might not present another opportunity. After a moment of contemplation, she timidly suggested, "I would like to take a look at Chanel bags." Qin Feng waved his hand. "Let us go." Seeing his enthusiastic agreement, Summer Ting's eyes sparkled with delight. Clearly, he was a genuine big shot. Such power should not be squandered on a single occasion. It was better to take it slow and steady. Observing his attire, she began to formulate a plan. However, she hesitated, but that it's always been me buying things. "Dante, you have anything you want?" Qin Feng, trying to appear unfazed, replied, "I don't mind. I'm too lazy to spend on myself." Summer Ting tugged at his shirt. "That won't do. Look at this t-shirt. It has practically yellowed. It's only proper to reciprocate. Let me buy you a few nice ones." Feeling a bit bashful, Qin Feng hesitated. "Well, that you've spent so much on me, I should at least give you something in return as a token of appreciation." Summer Ting, experienced in the art of fishing for compliments, understood the importance of showing concern while not appearing overly needy. Qin Feng had no reason to decline her gesture. They entered an Armani boutique together. Summer Ting was generous with her spending, and with Qin Feng's funds at her disposal, she felt fearless. She confidently outfitted him from head to toe. when the bill came to just over 4,000. It felt like a bargain at that moment. Qin Feng appeared quite dapper, dressed in a fitted black cotton short-sleeve shirt paired with casual denim pants and a pair of stylish platform sneakers. He looked revitalized and full of vigor. Standing at 178 cm, he seemed to reach 182 centimeters in his new shoes, and with each step, the air felt fresher. The saying, "Clothes make the man," rang true. The transformation was remarkable. Originally, Qin Feng's appearance might have earned him a passing score of 60, but with the right attire, he could easily be rated at 80 as she strolled down the street. The number of young women smiling at him had noticeably increased. Shouting felt quite content with the current situation regarding Qin Feng. Walking alongside him alleviated her worries of being looked down upon. Her fondness for him had risen by 2 points, arriving at 10 p.m., the time of their acquaintance. Shouting playfully adjusted Qin Feng's shoulder and casually inquired, "Qin Feng, dear brother, do you not have a girlfriend to dress you up?" Even a fool could discern that she was asking whether he had a girlfriend. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Indeed, I have been preoccupied with work before, but now that I've earned some money, I've started to think about it." Shouting believed him wholeheartedly, as her impression of successful men was that they were perpetually engrossed in their careers. The thought of him seeking her out upon acquiring wealth brought a confident smile to her face, as she playfully poked his chest and questioned, "So, what made you think of finding me?" Qin Feng replied sincerely, "Because I have always found you to be quite beautiful." Shouting was taken aback by his straightforwardness, her laughter blooming like a flower. "Were you secretly in love with me back then?" To which Qin Feng candidly admitted, "A little." Shouting lightly punched him, the force so gentle that it wouldn't even harm an ant, teasingly saying, "You're so naughty. I recall you had a girlfriend back in school." Qin Feng quickly clarified, "I did not have a girlfriend in college. However, I pursued a girl for 3 years but unfortunately never won her over." This was a past he preferred not to revisit. Just as every good woman has been hurt by a scoundrel, every good man harbors an unattainable love. When love fades, it feels as though it never existed. He believed that if he were to encounter that woman again, he would feel no emotional turbulence. Noticing his somber mood, Shouting comforted him. "She simply lacked vision. Do not take it to heart." Qin Feng responded with a neutral mm. Seeing his demeanor, Shouting decided to take his hand and said, "Let us go browse them all. To be honest, since I started working here, I haven't had much time for shopping." Qin Feng curiously asked, "I remember you were quite popular before. How come no one accompanies you to shop?" Shouting replied indignantly, "Don't mention it. They are all just showpieces. Not long ago, I encountered a pretentious guy who rented a sports car to show off. And when it came time to pay, he set his phone alarm, claiming someone was looking for him." Chapter 6. "Oh dear, I feel like an old ant now," Shouting lamented while leading Qin Feng to an LV boutique. A sales associate approached, taking a moment to appraise the pair. The young man exuded charisma, while the woman radiated charm, prompting the associate to greet them with increased warmth. "Welcome to Louis Vuitton. How may I assist you?" Shouting replied, "We'll just take a look ourselves." "Certainly, please feel free to call me if you need anything." The associate smiled and stepped aside. In luxury retail, sales associates are often referred to as SA or BA. Abbreviations for sales associate and brand associate. These salespeople must not only possess an appealing appearance and demeanor, but also hold a bachelor's degree, preferably with proficiency in English. They are emotionally intelligent, adept at navigating social nuances, and rarely provoke disdain. Shouting approached a display case for handbags, retrieving a black bag and draping it over her shoulder, turning to Qin Feng with a smile. "Brother, do I look good with this bag?" A straightforward man like Qin Feng could hardly discern the bag's appeal. Without missing a beat, he declared, "It looks great. Shall we buy it?" His words startled both Shouting and the sales associate. This man was buying without even glancing at the price tag. Some bags were luxury items, exceedingly expensive. As Shouting's gaze toward Qin Feng shifted as she leaned in closer, quietly informing him, "Brother, this one costs over 60,000. That I in the face of spending money." Qin Feng's expression suggested a sense of indifference. How could one even mention $6? He gently smiled at Shouting. "As long as you like it, I'll buy it for you." This line had been rehearsed in his mind for quite some time. And finally, he had the chance to utter it in front of everyone, reveling in their astonished expressions. Qin Feng felt an exhilarating thrill that was beyond description. It was no wonder that so many people splurge extravagantly to elicit a smile from a beloved. It was merely a desire to display their affluence that Shouting witnessed his lavish demeanor. Her gaze became somewhat dreamy, in that fleeting moment. She saw Qin Feng glowing with masculine allure, gazing at his increasingly handsome profile. Shouting, driven by an inexplicable impulse, stood on tiptoe and planted a kiss on his cheek, shyly exclaiming, "You're so wonderful, brother." Qin Feng was taken aback by her unexpected advance, feeling a gentle electric tingle on his face. Staring wide-eyed in disbelief, he could hardly fathom that this campus beauty would be so forward. Observing her flushed cheeks, he too yearned to taste the sweetness of the red apple. Having already spent 200,000. He wondered what further progress might be achieved with 1,000,000, but just the thought of it made him feel lightheaded. That moment, the system notified him. Shouting's fondness 5. This left Qin Feng momentarily dazed. The onslaught of happiness was overwhelming, cascading in waves that left him bewildered. That if this continued, he mused, who knew what the rest of the day might hold, contemplating the special talents of this black silk-clad beauty. A smile crept upon his face that he gazed at her, his eyes igniting with fervor. Shouting, initially focused on the bag, caught a glimpse of his increasingly intense smile from the corner of her eye. With a flirtatious glare, she silently signaled him to curb his wandering thoughts. Yet, Qin Feng found it impossible not to indulge in them. However, noticing Shouting's furrowed brow, he realized that haste would only spoil the moment. After a considerable time, he finally calmed down. After completing the payment, they exited the store, greeted by the enthusiastic farewell of the associate. They meandered through the mall for a while, purchasing some perfumes and trinkets before arriving at a boutique dedicated solely to exquisite women's fashion. It was September, the tail end of summer, and the racks were adorned with vibrant floral dresses and various lightweight garments. Shouting selected a floral sundress and stepped into the fitting room. When she emerged, Qin Feng's eyes widened. The dress accentuated her beauty, the fitted waistline highlighting her graceful curves, while the airy hemline transformed her into an embodiment of purity. The delicate straps rested on her alluring shoulders, and her sculpted collarbone was mesmerizing. Moreover, upon removing her stockings, her long, fair legs stood elegantly, making her a vision to behold. Unable to contain himself, Qin Feng remarked, Shouting, "You look just like you did back then." Shouting twirled, lifting the hem of her dress, glancing down. "Really? I feel it's a bit too youthful." Qin Feng earnestly replied, "You are, after all, a young lady." Shouting's fondness 5. Astonishingly, mere compliments could enhance her fondness. With a silver tongue, she retorted, "I'm already 26. Several of my close friends have children. That it would be quite embarrassing to dress like a little girl." Despite her words of embarrassment, her gaze remained fixated on the dress. If Qin Feng failed to understand her meaning now, all those years of reading novels would have been in vain. He promptly called over the sales associate. "Please wrap up her previous outfit. We'll be taking this one." Then he turned to Shouting and added, "Young ladies in their 20s should wear something bright." The associate smiled. "You certainly have an eye for fashion, sir. Your girlfriend looks stunning in that dress. It truly accentuates her figure. Just look at that slim waist. I'm utterly envious." Regardless of whether her words were sincere, Qin Feng responded, "Indeed, she is far more beautiful than those Korean stars." They asked. Shouting listened to their flattery. Her heart swelled with joy. Following his suggestion, she snipped the tag off the dress and strutted out wearing it. She linked her arm with his once more. Their skin brushed against each other, devoid of the layers of clothing that had previously separated them. Shouting felt a strange sensation, her gaze flitting nervously elsewhere. Qin Feng's desire intensified, his gaze fixated on her like a ravenous wolf eyeing a tender rabbit. He leaned in closer, gently inhaling the fragrance wafting from her neck. His expression tinged with infatuation, deliberately stating, "Shouting, why do you smell different after changing?" Shouting lifted her delicate fingers, pinching the fabric of her dress and sniffing it, perplexed. "I don't notice any difference." Her action inadvertently revealed a glimpse of allure to Qin Feng, showcasing her exquisite collarbone. His eyes widened, his tongue tying itself in knots as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Shouting, sensing Qin Feng's hungry gaze roaming over her, stomped her foot in mock indignation. Exclaiming, "Pervert!" she promptly released his arm, turning her head away, feigning anger as she strode ahead. Qin Feng quickly followed, recalling that in similar scenarios on television, the male lead would typically wrap his arms around the female lead and softly apologize. He raised his arm, encircling Shouting from behind, but halted just shy of her shoulder. Chapter 7. Where should I touch, you fool? This was Qin Feng's second time attempting to embrace a girl, and he felt exceedingly anxious. He wondered if this encounter would conclude as awkwardly as the first. The woman he had pursued for 3 years had left an indelible impression on him. He recalled a time when he had saved diligently to buy her an expensive necklace, which had brought her immense joy. It was a season of blooming flowers, and they walked through the campus, surrounded by vibrant scenery that exuded the fragrance of romance. This had given him the illusion that an opportunity had finally arrived. Summoning his courage, he had attempted to embrace the woman, only to be met with a look of utter disdain, a moment he could never forget. The woman spoke to him with an air of seriousness. "Your actions are quite disrespectful to me. We agreed that you could only touch me after we are married." That voice lingered in his mind, echoing through the depths of the night, replaying its admonition time and again that it had cast a shadow over his interactions with women, instilling a profound fear that Shouting would adopt a similar stance. His hand froze, hesitant to move, almost instinctively retracting. Shouting, meanwhile, felt a flicker of confusion. She had noticed Qin Feng's hand out of the corner of her eye. His lack of urgency in withdrawing suggested her acquiescence to his touch. The furtive glance he had stolen from her earlier was hardly a grave transgression, merely an inadvertent slip of privilege. She bore no anger, merely adopting a demeanor that hinted at a need for reassurance. The act of shaking off his hand was a result of his deliberate ploy to entice her by lifting her collar, a sign that he possessed a modicum of cunning, quite unlike the straightforward, unpretentious boy he had initially seemed. Shouting harbored concerns that this man was more adept than he appeared, that his previous navet was a mere facade. Yet, regardless of whether he was feigning innocence, she saw no reason for him to remain passive when her stance was so overtly clear. Contemplating this, she could not resist glancing back at him. Eager to discern his true intentions, to her surprise, she found his gaze vacant, as if lost in a recollection of some unpleasant episode, a hint of dread flickering across his features. What was there to fear in embracing a woman? A question mark slowly formed in her mind. In that moment, he appeared rather pitiable, akin to a dog that had been kicked, yearning for closeness yet too timid to approach. The longer she observed him, the more she suspected he was engaging in a game of seduction, deliberately adopting the guise of a man spurned by women, hoping to elicit sympathy and prompt her to draw closer. How absurd, she mused. Perhaps he had read too many novels. Shouting smirked slightly, bemused by the peculiar whims of the affluent. With a silent sigh, she resigned herself to playing along with his antics. After all, who was she to argue with a man of wealth? She composed her expression, adjusting the curve of her smile, and slowed her pace, leaning back against him, inviting his arm around her. The moment they made contact, she felt him tremble slightly. Shouting discreetly rolled her eyes. His performance was rather convincing. She nestled against him, speaking softly. "What are you thinking about, brother?" Qin Feng, feeling her smooth shoulder beneath his touch, suddenly lost his composure. He had been lost in thought, oblivious to how he had drawn her close. Stammering, he replied, "I wasn't thinking about anything." The Shouting smile remained. "You seem awfully nervous. Is this your first time holding a beauty like me?" Realizing he had been accurately assessed, Qin Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, unsure how to respond. Observing his discomfort, Shouting assumed he was merely feigning innocence, with a playful glint in her eye. She placed her hand atop his, which was wrapped around her waist. Startled, he misinterpreted her gesture as an attempt to remove his hand, prompting him to hastily prepare an apology, though he couldn't quite formulate the words. Instead, he felt her fingers gently glide down from his shoulder, across his ribcage, halting at his waist. This unexpected move left him utterly flustered. Gazing at Shouting's enchanting face, radiant and alluring, he listened as she teased. "Brother, isn't it a bit odd to have your arm around a girl?" Qin Feng was taken aback. Not only did she not reject him, but her approach was also remarkably forward. Stunned, he foolishly asked, "What's so strange about it?" Shouting shot him a sidelong glance. "Only boys do that. Do you want me to think of you as my brother?" As he listened to her playful tone and inhaled her faint fragrance, he was captivated by her charming eyes, which seemed to beckon him. In that instant, he realized Shouting was infinitely more appealing than the woman he had once foolishly pined for. He had been blind to her true nature, pouring out his heart for someone who ultimately regarded him as nothing more than a convenient resource, a mere tool for their advantage. And no longer would he be a love-struck fool. He aspired to be a formidable warrior. Xiaoting's audacious actions inspired newfound courage within him that he tightened his embrace around her, bringing her closer and boldly proclaimed, "Why not make you my woman?" Xiaoting was unperturbed by his sudden confession. She lowered her head shyly and replied slowly, "But we exchanged no more than 5 words during our time at university. Isn't this a bit too hasty?" Qin Feng responded earnestly, "I believe that a swift progression is rather favorable." Xiaoting hesitated, "But I hardly know you. I don't even know where you live." After speaking, she discreetly observed Qin Feng's expression, curious about his reaction, that in truth, she preferred the trope of a domineering so falling for her. And with Qin Feng's wealth and good looks surpassing those of balding older men, she had already placed him at the top of her list, and if his assets, including his house and car, totaled over 8 million, she might seriously consider a relationship with him. Upon hearing Xiaoting mention housing, Qin Feng's demeanor shifted to one of calm realization. He currently resided in a cramped rental apartment of less than 40 square meters. Should she discover the meagerness of his living situation, she would undoubtedly dismiss him without a second glance. He understood the underlying implication of her words. She was keen to assess his capabilities. Yet, he had little to offer beyond the 5 million in his system. Nothing tangible to impress her, and he contemplated risking it all, pouring his funds into a show of wealth. But he recognized the folly in that. It was a gamble that could lead to losing everything, with minimal gain in her favor, and the potential for ridicule lurking in the shadows. Relationships, he mused, were built over time, requiring patience and gradual affection. They had known each other for barely half a day, and thus it would be unwise to rush things. Changing the subject, Qin Feng inquired, "What shall we do next?" Xiaoting noticed his evasive demeanor and the flicker of something unspoken in his eyes, which piqued her curiosity that a man who was so generous should not have a subpar living situation, she thought. But since he chose not to disclose it, she buried her questions deep within, opting not to pry further. Glancing at her phone, she noted it was past 5. "Are you hungry, brother?" They meandered through the streets, having spent the entire afternoon together. The Xiaoting's beauty made him forget his fatigue. But now, reminded by her, Qin Feng realized his stomach was growling. Rubbing his belly, he exclaimed, "I could eat a whole cow right now." Upon hearing his candid admission, Xiaoting felt a twinge of guilt. She had been so preoccupied with shopping that she hadn't noticed his hunger. To express her remorse, she suggested treating him to dinner. Qin Feng promptly declined, joking, "Come on, I can cover the meal. It's much more cost-effective for me to pay for myself." That he led her to an upscale seafood restaurant. Ordering the most extravagant dishes, king crab, geoduck, enormous conch, Australian lobster, sea urchin, scrambled eggs, he had long yearned for this seafood feast, but had never dared to order such delicacies alone. At weddings, he had sampled Australian lobster, but never truly savored it, as it had vanished too quickly. This time, his desires were finally fulfilled, and he spent a total of 250,000, including WeChat transfers, and Xiaoting's fondness for him soared, now reaching 42 points, familiarity. Chapter 8. My mother calls me home. The seafood restaurant was indeed pricey, with a minimum consumption of 2,800 for a couple's private room, but the quality was exceptional. The main attraction was the visual experience. They showcased the kitchen surveillance footage within the dining area, allowing patrons to witness the preparation process. Each ingredient was presented before the camera, ensuring the seafood was fresh. A massive conch was cracked open with a hammer, its flesh still writhing, an astonishing sight. Slices were tossed into a pan, and even with just scallions, the aroma was explosive. The meat of the conch was firm, tender, and delicious, bursting with flavor and possessing a delightful chewiness. They dined with praises for each dish, reveling in the contrast between live and dead seafood. When the king crab arrived, its vibrant red hue dominated the table, and Qin Feng was left speechless. He had heard much about king crab, but witnessing its grandeur firsthand was an entirely different experience. Each leg was expertly cleaned, drizzled with crab roe, creating an appetizing color contrast that heightened their cravings. That a single bite revealed succulent, tender meat, imbued with a unique freshness, enhanced by a hint of salted egg yolk, leaving a slight grainy sensation on the tongue. Not only was the food abundant, but one person could hardly finish it all. Meanwhile, Xiaoting nibbled delicately, sampling each dish only to set her chopsticks down after a few bites, leaving Qin Feng to tackle the feast alone, which left him feeling disheartened. That he ordered a bottle of Penfold's red wine. Priced at 7,500 initially, he had considered a more extravagant 20,000 Lafite, but feared that such ostentation might irk shouting. The waiter presented the wine, displaying the label and bottle, then opened it in front of them, pouring a small glass for Qin Feng, suggesting he tasted that he found the flavor lacking compared to Yongchuan, yet he nodded appreciatively, feigning approval. The waiter then poured glasses for both of them. Shouting had not intended to drink, knowing that it might afford him opportunities, but upon seeing the expensive wine he had ordered, she could not resist clinking glasses with him. After dinner, a light haze clouded Shouting's eyes, her cheeks flushed, enhancing her beauty. Upon exiting the restaurant, Qin Feng noticed her unsteady gait, prompting him to reach for her. To his surprise, she wrapped her arms around his, resting her head on his shoulder. His heart raced, and he struggled to maintain composure. The city's nightlife shimmered with neon lights, reflecting off her pale skin, rendering her even more enchanting in that moment that a refreshing breeze danced through the girl's skirt, bestowing upon her a touch of enchanting springtime hue. Qin Feng lowered his head and softly called out, "Ting Ting, shall I book a room for you to rest?" This utterance seemed to awaken a slumbering beauty. Xia Ting regained a flicker of clarity, the daze in her eyes gradually dissipating, replaced by a glimmer of vigilance. Although her tolerance for alcohol was commendable, a mere half bottle of red wine merely warmed her cheeks without causing any concern. She was acutely aware that all necessary purchases for the afternoon had been completed, and it was now the time for the girls to render their rewards. However, without having ascertained Qin Feng's true intentions, she was reluctant to surrender herself so readily. Thus, she contemplated feigning inebriation to make her escape. Xia Ting lifted her head and feigned reluctance, saying, "I can't, my mother insists I return home tonight." Qin Feng, realizing he had pressed too eagerly, smiled and clarified, "What are you thinking? I merely meant to find a place to sit and let you sober up before proceeding." Xia Ting chuckled, pondering how her little ploys could be so easily seen through. "Are you certain it's just for a sit?" Qin Feng responded earnestly, "Absolutely. Trust you." That is a tall order. Xia Ting shot him a seductive glance. Qin Feng felt a surge of heat rush through him, his mind inundated by unwholesome thoughts, leaving him momentarily speechless. Seeing his silence, Xia Ting worried that her refusal had displeased him, that it was essential to nurture such a prize catch. She proposed, "Let us take a stroll in the park across the street to digest a bit." Qin Feng nodded absent-mindedly. The two meandered along a winding stone path into the refreshing park, flanked by lush trees swaying gently in the breeze. The air was perfumed with a delicate blend of floral and grassy scents, invigorating the spirit. Yet Qin Feng felt an increasing heat. The dimly lit surroundings were undeniably enticing, leading one astray that a mere few steps onto the grass beside the path would shield them from the feeble glow of the streetlights. Moreover, the campus belle beside him wore a playful smile that perpetually challenged his moral boundaries. At last, he could no longer restrain himself. Without a word, he stepped in front of Xia Ting, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Gazing deeply into her eyes, noticing the playful glimmer within her gaze, devoid of any resistance, Qin Feng summoned his courage, lowered his head, and leaned in for a kiss. Just as he was about to touch her ruby lips, a slender finger pressed against his pouting mouth. Such a critical moment. Who could endure such an obstruction? Qin Feng, in a fit of irritation, opened his mouth and bit down on the offending finger. Xia Ting gasped, taken aback by his audacity. She had not anticipated Qin Feng to be so brazen. In an instant, her previously composed demeanor crumbled into confusion. "Oh dear, don't be like that," she protested, attempting to withdraw her finger, but Qin Feng held her arm tightly, rendering her immobile. With no room to maneuver, she felt a rush of embarrassment and said shyly, "Stop it. Let go." Only a sycophant would relent. A true warrior would not. Xia Ting lowered her gaze, too shy to meet his eyes. "If you keep this up, I'll shout that you're being a rogue." At that moment, the park was bustling with pedestrians and several night runners. Those who passed by Qin Feng's side, witnessing their intimate entanglement, thought little of it. The park was, after all, a haven for lovers, and embraces were commonplace. However, when they beheld how stunning Xia Ting was, entangled with another, they felt an inner resentment and silently cursed the couple. Qin Feng, possessing a thick skin, was unperturbed. Being in the delivery business had toughened him. A resilient demeanor was essential. He bit down gently on Xia Ting's finger, speaking in a muffled tone. "So, will you keep blocking me?" Seeing that he was unyielding, Xia Ting first offered him a smile, almost pleadingly. Then, in a sudden move, she stepped on his foot. Yes, he cried out in pain. She seized the opportunity to withdraw her finger, pushing him away and darting off, leaving behind a trail of melodious laughter. Qin Feng, cradling his foot, hopped on one leg for a moment. Once the pain subsided, he lunged after her with long strides. You mischievous sprite, you've offended the master, and now you wish to flee. Though Xiaoting boasted long legs, she wore thick-soled sandals, making it impossible for her to outrun Qin Feng, who was clad in running shoes. Within moments, he caught up to her and ensnared her in his embrace. After enduring a rather compromising predicament, Xiaoting managed to extricate his hand from her clothing, turning to glare at him indignantly. That if you keep this up, I want to acknowledge you. In the past, such words from Xiaoting would have intimidated Qin Feng, causing him to retreat. However, he had since liberated himself from such fears. With wealth at his disposal, he felt no anxiety. There were countless beauties in the world. If one did not pan out, another would surely follow. With money, how could he fail to find a woman willing to tolerate his ways? With one hand raised behind Xiaoting, he playfully patted her thigh amidst her startled protests, admonishing, "Let us see if you dare to step on my foot again." Xiaoting huffed, "You were the one to initiate." Qin Feng inwardly marveled at the exquisite sensation of her touch. Such a remarkable girl. He yearned to possess. Yet, lacking experience in courting, he was uncertain how to secure her affection. Recalling that bars were said to be conducive to meeting women, he stepped closer, attempting to wrap his arm around her waist, softly suggesting, "All right, I concede. How about I treat you to a night out at the bar?" Xiaoting evaded his embrace, scoffing, "Humph. You vile man, are you trying to get me drunk?" Noticing her outright rejection, Qin Feng refrained from further advances, adopting a conciliatory tone. "It's just that I've never been. I'd like you to show me the ropes." Xiaoting scrutinized him with skepticism. "Such sweet talk. You certainly didn't seem like a good person just now." Qin Feng insisted earnestly, "I truly mean it. I've been too busy to go before." Regardless of the truth behind his words, based on his prior demeanor, she deemed there would be no opportunity tonight. There's no chance for that bar visit, she concluded, turning to leave. The delights of the evening had been sufficiently served. A fish must be fed gradually. If one dumped all the bait at once, it would merely fill up and swim away. Xiaoting was well versed in this art. She intended to feign displeasure, awaiting his arrival with gifts the following day, then reassess whether to continue their rendezvous. Qin Feng hurried after her, pleading, "Don't be upset. Let us discuss this calmly." Xiaoting continued her pace, deliberately turning her head away to ignore him. Qin Feng maintained a cheerful expression, trailing alongside her. According to what he had read, if a girl was genuinely angry, she would typically remain silent. Her huff indicated she was not truly upset, merely experiencing a moment of irritation. If words failed to appease her, gifts would likely do the trick. After pondering, Qin Feng proposed, "Ting, don't be angry. How about this? Within my means, I'll grant you a wish," intrigued by his proposition. Xiaoting slowed her pace, eyeing him with suspicion. "What do you mean by that?" With sincerity in his eyes, Qin Feng replied, "I shouldn't have treated you that way earlier. I hope you can forgive me." Seeing his earnest demeanor, which suggested he was not jesting, Xiaoting's curiosity deepened. "So, you're saying you'll fulfill a wish?" "Anything." Qin Feng assured her, "Yes, something reasonable," but he deliberately emphasized the word reasonable, fearful she might propose something outlandish. Xiaoting chuckled at his definition of reasonable. Her wish was to purchase a sports car. Did that qualify as reasonable? It was utterly amusing. Initially, she had entertained hope when he mentioned fulfilling her wish. But now with the added stipulation of reasonable, it seemed he was implying a wish that could be fulfilled with a few $1,000s. Could such a trivial amount even be deemed a wish? Any middle-aged man could fulfill that without needing him to intervene. With a dismissive scoff, Xiaoting quickened her pace, feeling as though the term wish had been tarnished, leaving her somewhat displeased. Perhaps her mood would improve by tomorrow. But at present, she had no desire to converse with Qin Feng. Qin Feng, puzzled by her sudden coldness, inquired, "What is wrong?" "I was merely concerned you might ask something bizarre." After recalling various absurd scenarios from Stephen Chow's films, he had added the word reasonable to avoid any peculiar requests. Why had she suddenly turned aloof? Confounded, he dashed after her. "Just tell me your wish. As long as it's not outrageous, I will certainly fulfill it." Xiaoting, now irritable, retorted in a petulant tone, I want a Porsche 911. Can you afford it? This was her most fervent desire. Although Qin Feng appeared wealthy, she doubted he could procure a car worth several million. Hearing her wish, Qin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had feared something truly bizarre. That? I could buy you two. If you think that's excessive, you can gift me one in return. Yet uncertain if such an act would be deemed cheating, he dismissed the thought. Calmly, he took Xia Ting's hand, flashing a confident smile as he agreed, all right. Xia Ting's eyes widened in disbelief as she re-evaluated this man. He smiled with such composure, as if she had merely asked for a modestly priced Mercedes that a Porsche 911, however, was a luxury worth millions. His casual agreement seemed like a prank, with a hand over her mouth. She marveled. Are you serious? Qin Feng confidently affirmed. Yes, not joking. She probed once more. That I wouldn't deceive you. He replied earnestly. Xia Ting scrutinized his eyes, searching for signs of deceit, evasion, or pretense. All she found was a genuine confidence shining back at her. She possessed a certain discernment regarding the truth of a man's words. Qin Feng exuded sincerity and calmness, reminiscent of how he had appeared when purchasing her bag earlier in the day. In that moment, Xia Ting felt an instinctive recognition. Missing this man means missing out on the 911. So does that mean I need to meet certain conditions before you purchase it for me? Shouting seemed to have thought of something. Casting a glance at Qin Feng's new trousers, her face slightly flushed that if this guy is going to negotiate terms with her, should she agree or not? If it's just that, it could be considered. What she feared was him saying he would buy it only after they had children. The conditions set by wealthy individuals are often exceedingly harsh. Something she had learned well. Qin Feng gently massaged her delicate hand, flashing a charming smile. I'll buy it for you tomorrow. It's merely a couple of $100. While I feel a twinge of reluctance. It's trivial compared to the effort of making a girl happy. Shouting immediately exclaimed, Tomorrow? I isn't that a bit too extravagant, just like that? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Isn't today the day the 4S shop closes early? Shouting, filled with excitement, could hardly believe is what my brother said true. Her trembling voice even changed in address to Do. I seem to be joking. No, not at all. Shouting stammered with excitement. But this is a Porsche 911. Qin Feng chuckled lightly. What's the issue? As long as you like it, I will buy it for you. Brother, I adore you so much. Shouting eagerly embraced Qin Feng, showering his face with kisses. Shouting's affection leveled to Chapter 10. There are indeed many dogs in the bar. Qin Feng, with a face adorned with lipstick marks, chuckled happily. Unwilling to wipe them away, he had anticipated that even before purchasing the car, his affection level would increase by 10. Truly, women are emotional creatures. It is no wonder that some individuals can ensnare women through deceit. There are even some girls who, after being swindled of their money and affection, still wholeheartedly lend money to men, which is utterly ludicrous. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Shouting was eagerly anticipating Qin Feng's performance. From today's display, it was evident that his financial resources were boundless. She wrapped her arms around his neck, hanging on to him, and tenderly said, Brother, weren't you wanting to drink? Let me accompany you for a little drink. Qin Feng playfully teased, Didn't you say there would be no opportunity? Shouting pouted. I suddenly want to drink now. Is that not permissible? Qin Feng chuckled and said no more. After a moment of intimacy, they took a taxi to a bar that exuded an air of sophistication. That was named Yulong Bay. The venue was expansive, featuring a standalone design, with blue marquee lights flashing on the outer walls, dazzling enough to make one squint. Upon entering the bar, a marketing attendant greeted them, taking a moment to admire the beautiful Shouting, his smile growing wider. Typically, men who bring beautiful women to such places tend to spend more. Good evening, sir and madam. Do you have a reservation? Would you like a table? Since Qin Feng had never been here before, he looked to Shouting for guidance. She decisively instructed, Let us have a booth with a nice ambience. Very well, we currently have an S-Class booth available. Would you like it? Hearing that the booth would be quite expensive, Qin Feng curiously asked, How much? The S-Class booth is our finest area, with a minimum spending requirement of 6,000 yuan. Only 6,000? Qin Feng responded nonchalantly, Sounds good. The marketing attendant, witnessing his casual demeanor in securing the booth, felt a rush of excitement, anticipating their spending capacity, that he promptly led them to the S3 booth. This location was elevated, akin to a second floor, allowing for a sweeping view of the entire bar. The booth was adorned with sheer curtains, and dry ice had been placed around, creating a mist that partially obscured the surroundings, giving it an ethereal quality. The bar's environment was dim, yet the lighting was striking. With various stage lights, spotlights, and neon lights illuminating the space, creating a dreamlike atmosphere that a band was performing popular songs on stage. And due to the early hour, the music was relatively soothing, not too loud. The marketing attendant seated them and presented the drink menu for their order. Shouting perused it for a moment, fearful of ordering something too expensive that might displease him, and suggested, "Let us go with the 6,800 yuan mixed package." This would just cover the booth cost. Upon hearing this, the attendant's expression subtly shifted. "Did I ask the most expensive booth? Protocol required him to stand by and serve them throughout the night, that if they only ordered the minimum, his commission would be meager." Qin Feng glanced at the menu, noting items like Little Dragon for 38,000 and Supreme Dragon for 88,000. Unfamiliar with these, he inquired, "What is this Supreme Dragon?" Shouting patiently explained, "That's the Ace of Spades, the top-tier champagne. The Little Dragon comes in 3 colors, while the larger one has 5 colors and includes a bottle of black gold, something most people can't afford." Qin Feng responded with an O, and asked, "Have you tried it? How does it taste?" Noticing Qin Feng's curiosity about the expensive drink, Shouting reflected that she had only tried the Little Dragon a few times, finding its flavor surprisingly pleasant. Its taste was delicate, rich in fruity notes, with hints of peach and vanilla, offering a refreshing aroma. Most importantly, each sip was imbued with the essence of wealth, making it unforgettable. However, Shouting didn't wish to order such an expensive drink now. Not out of concern that Qin Feng couldn't afford it, but rather fearing it might deplete the funds for the car tomorrow. She pretended to dismiss it, saying it's just okay, similar to regular champagne. The marketing attendant, observing the boy asking numerous questions and not even recognizing the bar's famed Little Dragon, felt somewhat disheartened, assuming he was likely a country bumpkin. As he contemplated being stuck serving them all night, he felt a pang of despair. He looked disdainfully at the impeccably dressed Qin Feng, feeling pity for Shouting. Typically, women frequenting such extravagant venues would pressure their boyfriends for lavish expenditures to maintain appearances. Yet here was a beautiful girl who was considerate enough to save money for her boyfriend. Such a gem was rare. Unable to restrain himself, he prompted, "Sir, is it the 6,800 mixed package you wish to order?" Qin Feng, who had never tried champagne, was now curious about the Ace of Spades, asking Shouting, "Is it very unpleasant?" Shouting felt conflicted. Seeing Qin Feng's interest, she feared that claiming it was bad would dampen his spirits. After contemplating, she replied, "It's all right, but please don't overspend. This choice is just fine." Qin Feng pondered for a moment. In his mind, he consulted the system, asking if he could cover the cost of a drink for a girl if she didn't want it. The system replied, "Expenses for the date can be settled using the fund." With this assurance, Qin Feng felt resolute and was about to order a dragon set to sample its flavor. However, the marketing attendant interrupted, "Let us go with the mixed package. It seems quite suitable for you." Seeing the girl continually giving the boy face by allowing him to order cheaper drinks, he felt a mix of annoyance and pity for the boy, who appeared hesitant, trying to act cool while worrying about money. This made the marketing attendant inexplicably irritable, prompting him to speak up. Shouting sensed the attendant's tone was off, as if he were mocking them. Concerned that Qin Feng might be offended, she stood up to confront him. "What do you mean by that?" The attendant smirked, thinking her inability to appreciate his good intentions was unfortunate, but he felt justified in revealing the truth about this man to her. Yet she was directing her anger at him. The marketing attendant, also irritated, offered a forced apology. "I'm sorry, miss. I could be a bit clumsy with my words. Please don't take offense." While his demeanor was technically polite, there was an undercurrent of insincerity that rubbed Shouting the wrong way. She disliked his tone, yet since he had apologized, she felt compelled to maintain her composure and sat down in a huff. Qin Feng, accustomed to such disdainful glances from working as a deliveryman and security guard, recognized the attendant's condescension, but he surmised that perhaps they were being judged for ordering less, which displeased the attendant. However, he was determined not to let this affect Shouting's mood. If she became upset and refused to drink, he would be left with nothing but a mundane evening. Feeling the need to assert himself, he decided to teach this young man a lesson about looking down on others. He turned to the marketing attendant and said coolly, "Go fetch your manager." The attendant scoffed, feeling no trepidation that he had not acted in any overtly disrespectful manner, believing that even if the manager came, he would share the same attitude as himself. After all, Qin Feng was occupying the most luxurious booth while only spending a meager amount that he muttered under his breath and turned to leave. His demeanor exuding a sense of superiority, seemingly irked for no reason. Qin Feng flashed a reassuring smile at Shouting, attempting to calm her. "Don't be upset. I'll deal with him." Shouting felt a pang of guilt. Her focus on the sports car had led her to order cheaper drinks, causing Qin Feng to be looked down upon. "It's all right, brother. Why don't we skip the drinks?" she suggested timidly. "No way. I'm determined to show him what's what. No one can stop me. It's settled," Qin Feng asserted with fervor. He had been holding back all day, finally finding a place where he could indulge. Indeed, venues like bars were perfect for showcasing wealth. That on the other side, the marketing attendant reached the bar's back office, finding the floor manager, Shifuya, a striking woman exuding an air of authority, rumored to have a formidable background. She was not one to be trifled with. Upon seeing her, the attendant immediately complained about a table of customers who seemed both poor and picky, dawdling and reluctant to order drinks that he suspected they were merely there to flaunt their status in the area and were now criticizing his demeanor. Shifuya cast a cool glance in his direction, harboring a degree of disdain for this lazy, scheming young man. This was not the first time customers had complained about him. If it weren't for his connections to a couple of wealthy young men who frequented the bar, spending lavishly, she would have dismissed him long ago. Shifuya let out a sigh, resigned to accompany him to Qin Feng's booth. Chapter 11. The way she dealt with the dog was truly impressive. Shifuya possessed a classic oval face, her features exquisitely refined and ethereal, with skin as smooth as jade and eyes that slightly upturned at the corners, resembling a fox, exuding a captivating and chilling allure. Her chestnut-colored, long, wavy hair cascaded sensually down her back. She donned a simple yet elegant white shirt, the collar slightly open, revealing an enchanting neckline. The fabric of the shirt was light and form-fitting, accentuating her figure. The sleeves were slightly rolled up, exposing her delicate wrists, giving off an air of casual sophistication. A fitted skirt perfectly outlined her curves. The smooth and lustrous fabric of the skirt, paired with black stockings, showcased her elongated legs, imparting a sense of competence and poise. Qin Feng found himself momentarily lost in thought, captivated by the woman who seemed to have stepped out of a comic book. Embodying the essence of a cool and elegant lady, she carried herself with confidence, her gaze aloof, yet when she smiled, it was as warm as a gentle spring breeze, akin to the melting of ice and the awakening of nature. Qin Feng utilized the scanning feature to take a glance. Name: Shifuya. Age: 27. Charm: 90. Number of relationships: 2. Only 2. Impossible. Is it conceivable that such an innocent girl exists in a bar or nightclub? How could she maintain her integrity in such an environment? Qin Feng was taken aback. Upon entering the bar, he had scanned the surroundings and noted that many of the women were strikingly beautiful, with several scoring above 90 in attractiveness. However, their relationship counts were often in the double digits, and some even reached into the hundreds. The most astonishing was a woman with a charm score of 86 who had reportedly seduced 1,000 men. The thought was terrifying. 1 a day would take 3 years. How could she have allowed her lips to be tasted by so many before turning 30? Qin Feng could hardly fathom it and dared not provoke these women, especially in front of Xia Ting, fearing the repercussions of testing the waters without a solid foundation. Noticing Qin Feng's intense gaze upon her, Shifuya felt a flicker of curiosity. She had encountered men with lecherous eyes and those who appreciated her beauty with a straightforward demeanor. But never had she encountered someone whose gaze seemed to pierce through to her very essence, filled with astonishment as if witnessing the extraordinary. She quickly glanced down at her attire, ensuring everything was in order, having checked her reflection and makeup before arriving. Unable to comprehend what Qin Feng found so intriguing, she approached him, suppressing her bewilderment, and smiled, saying, "I apologize, gentlemen. I am the manager here. Shad, I am truly sorry that our service did not meet your expectations. Please forgive us." With a slight bow, she demonstrated her experience in the service industry. Continuing, she said, as a gesture of goodwill, "We would like to offer you 2 complimentary cocktails. How does that sound?" Her demeanor was impeccable, yet the marketing staff behind her displayed impatience. Qin Feng, seated on the sofa, replied nonchalantly, "No need for that. I didn't come here for drinks." "Then what do you mean?" Shifuya inquired. "Earlier, I attempted to order the Supreme Dragon set, but your staff insisted that I could only order a mixed drink. That I believe there is an issue with your service, and I wanted to discuss this matter with you." Upon hearing Qin Feng mention the Supreme Dragon set, Shifuya was somewhat taken aback. Assessing his attire and the beautiful woman beside him, she felt an inkling of belief. However, upon learning that her marketing staff had denied him the drink, her temper flared. This fool always looked down on others. Just last time, he had mocked a table of customers, sending them to the scattered tables, claiming that the booth was reserved for his friends. In the end, the scattered table of customers spent 20,000, far exceeding what his friends would spend. Shifuya resolved that if this man truly ordered the Supreme Dragon set, she would dismiss the incompetent staff member on the spot. "I sincerely apologize. Shayad, we promise to improve our staff training and provide you with excellent service that I hope you can forgive us this time." She bowed once more, her posture deeper than before, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin from the collar. Qin Feng was momentarily captivated, but had no intentions of pursuing anything further. He merely wished to voice a complaint. After all, why should a worker make things difficult for another worker? Just then, the marketing staff scoffed, murmuring derisively, "What are you pretending for? With your kind of appearance, you think you can order the Supreme Dragon set? Are you here to make us laugh?" He didn't believe that these two could afford such luxury and did not wish to humble himself before them. Though his voice was low, everyone in the vicinity heard it. Shifuya's expression darkened. This fool had offended a customer right in front of her, showing utter disrespect. Her patience wearing thin, she turned to him and coldly stated, "You're fired. Pack your things and leave you long bay. On what grounds? I'm merely stating the truth. Someone like him wouldn't even know what the Supreme Dragon set is. How could he possibly order it?" Shifuya shot him a disdainful glance that it was no wonder people online often criticize their service. This fool was the source of the problem. She had no desire to waste time and pulled out her phone, preparing to summon someone to escort him out. The young man, sensing the urgency, arrogantly declared, "You better think twice. My friends will never come here to spend money again." Shifuya, still focused on her phone, coldly instructed S03, "Send a few men over quickly in this bar." She held considerable authority, and calling for a few muscular men was a matter of moments. The young man, witnessing her determination, erupted in anger, cursing, "You filthy bitch. Firing me over a miser." With a sharp slap, Shifuya struck him across the face. The young man was momentarily stunned, staring at her in disbelief. Qin Feng and Xiaoting were equally taken aback. Not expecting her to be so fierce. Earlier, Xiaoting had wondered if they were merely putting on a show to con her brother into spending money, but witnessing that slap dispelled all doubts. What bar would stage such a performance, especially since her brother had yet to spend anything? At that moment, several burly men in uniforms rushed in, standing before Shifuya, awaiting her orders. She coldly commanded, "Strip this fool of his clothes and throw him out." The men seized the young man's arms and began to escort him out, but he, slender and frail, dared not protest, only glaring at Shifuya with venomous eyes. Noticing his gaze, Shifuya frowned and added, "Leave nothing behind, and make sure to record it." Observing her decisive demeanor, Qin Feng swallowed hard, suppressing any thoughts of pursuing her. Chapter 12. Ting Ting, I wish to marry Remy. After dealing with this troublesome matter, Shifuya felt somewhat drained. These young kids had no understanding of how the world worked and needed a lesson. Regaining her composure, she offered Qin Feng a slight smile, politely saying, "I apologize for the inconvenience. Everyone has their own perspectives, and we cannot impose restrictions." Qin Feng quickly waved off her concerns. His curiosity piqued as he asked, "How much did his friend spend here?" Shifuya replied nonchalantly, "Approximately over 100,000. Qin Feng, understanding the implications, smiled and said, "Then I would like to order 2 servings of the Supreme Dragon set to somewhat compensate for your loss." Shifuya, surprised, looked up to assess Qin Feng. She observed his lean yet resolute face, with distinct features, thick eyebrows, and gentle eyes. He was somewhat handsome, albeit with thin lips. The nonchalance with which he spoke of spending over 100,000, without batting an eye, conveyed an aura of entitlement, as if it were only natural that he must be a scion of a wealthy family. Not wishing to appear dismissive of such a major client, Shifuya softened her tone and reminded him, "Brother, we require payment in advance for ordering such expensive drinks." Qin Feng nodded in understanding and promptly swiped his card for 180,000, sticking to his frugal nature. He added, "Use any extra for snacks or peanuts or something." Shifuya initially thought he was jesting, Upon seeing the receipt from the POS machine, she realized he was indeed a big spender. She swiftly produced her business card, handing it to him with a smile. "Brother, next time you come, just seek me out, and I will ensure everything is arranged perfectly." Qin Feng scanned the QR code on her card and added her as a contact. Xia Ting, observing Qin Feng adding another woman as a friend, instinctively tightened her grip on his arm, casting a possessive glance at Shifuya. Understanding the unspoken tension, Shifuya offered a modest smile, inquiring about Qin Feng's name before excusing herself to fetch their drinks. Leaning closer to Qin Feng, Xia Ting whispered, her warm breath grazing his ear, "Brother, why are you compensating her?" The warmth of her breath not only sent a tingling sensation through his ear, but also stirred something within his heart. At that moment, Xia Ting was practically draped over him, their proximity intoxicating, the softness of her shoulder against him almost overwhelming. The unique fragrance of the school bell enveloped him, momentarily leaving Qin Feng in a daze. As he was swept away by her charm, seeing Qin Feng lost in thought, Xia Ting playfully pressed, "Were you interested in that woman?" Snapped back to reality, Qin Feng hastily replied, "No, it's just that the situation arose from my actions. I felt it necessary to express my sentiments." Xia Ting huffed softly, "But there's no need to spend so extravagantly. Just ordering one would suffice." Qin Feng, generous in spirit, chuckled, "Oh, it's nothing. It's just a bit of money." Upon hearing this, Xia Ting's eyes sparkled with excitement. The fact that this man could so casually spend over 100,000 on drinks indicated his formidable financial prowess that if she could perform a bit better, tomorrow's sports car would undoubtedly be within her grasp. With this thought, Xia Ting felt a surge of excitement and hugged Qin Feng tightly. That it wasn't until she noticed that she had inadvertently awakened him that her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She contemplated making a move but hesitated, fearing that Qin Feng might think her too frivolous. Just as she was caught in this dilemma, the music in the bar suddenly shifted to an exhilarating DJ style. The bass thumped violently, each wave of sound crashing over them that a dozen alluring women adorned with rabbit ears made their entrance, proudly holding shimmering boxes of Ace of Spades champagne. They swayed their hips and began to circle the bar. As the DJ's voice pierced through the noise, leading to a crescendo of cheers, the patrons, sensing the arrival of the Ace of Spades, erupted into a frenzy, the atmosphere igniting with jubilant shouts. "Congratulations to Qin Xiao from S03 for acquiring 2 sets of Shenlong. May the boss's wishes come true and all endeavors be fruitful." As the DJ's exclamations filled the air, a group of bunny girls approached the S03 booth, placing the Ace of Spades on the table. They danced around the sofa where Qin Feng and Xia Ting sat, their delicate hands expertly pulling confetti poppers, showering the area with faux currency and gold foil. The spotlight fell on Qin Feng, and for a moment he was enveloped in a whirlwind of paper bills, experiencing the true essence of indulgence. Downstairs, the women noticed that the one opening the Shenlong was a handsome man, and they erupted into high-pitched screams, showering him with kisses. Witnessing the raucous celebration in his honor, Qin Feng felt a daze wash over him. Was this what it felt like to spend hundreds of thousands at once? Was this the life of those wealthy scions? To be honest, it was exhilarating, a sensation that made him feel almost euphoric. This was Xia Ting's first time being the center of attention in such a manner, and her emotions mirrored his excitement. Previously, she had only felt this atmosphere while huddling with a group of women, occasionally envying couples who shared intimate, romantic moments over drinks. Little did she expect to experience such a star-studded feeling beside Qin Feng today. She glanced at him, tears of emotion glimmering in her eyes. Xia Ting's affection level 5. Qin Feng received a system notification and glanced at Xia Ting's profile. Her current affection level stood at 57 familiar. Spending for 20,000. At this moment, Qin Feng's heart swelled with joy, though he maintained an outward appearance of nonchalance. "Ting Ting, I noticed on the list that there's a bottle of something called Remy Martin Louis XIII at the bottom. Would you care to try it?" Xia Ting gasped in shock. Such liquor was priced akin to gold, with a single bottle costing 20 to 30,000. She had seen the grand display that accompanied such drinks, like a wedding procession, with a group of women holding lighted signs and burly men carrying a palanquin bearing the exquisite Remy Martin Black Pearl. The prestige and aura it exuded were enough to electrify the crowd. Xia Ting genuinely felt that it wasn't worth it to show off in such a manner. Drinking it seemed less appealing than buying gold for herself. "Brother, Please don't order that we have more than enough drinks as it is. She implored, her heart aching at the thought of extravagance at this moment. All she wished was to save a little for Qin Feng, hoping he would spend the savings on her. Qin Feng felt a tinge of disappointment. He yearned to order more drinks to quickly raise his affection level, but since Xia Ting refused, he knew that forcing the issue could backfire. So he relented, after the crowd had reveled for a while. They slowly began to disperse, that a few girls timidly asked Qin Feng if he needed any company for the night, but he shook his head in refusal. Each of them fell short of an 80 in his eyes. Their feigned enthusiasm felt utterly insincere. Keeping them around was less appealing than seeking out that striking beauty who had boldly tossed kisses at him earlier. She was genuinely captivating. Qin Xiao, allow me to open a few bottles for you to enjoy. And I'll store the rest, said Shifuya, bringing over peanuts, sunflower seeds, and a fruit platter with a smile. Qin Feng gazed at Shifuya's stunning visage, his heart stirred, and he wished to peruse her detailed profile. However, the system notified him that he needed to spend on the target to update the goddess's detailed information. With a smile, Qin Feng thought to himself that parting with money was hardly a challenge. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "Don't store it. If we can't finish it, just give it away. You can take 2 bottles with you." This was the first time Shifuya had heard someone order drinks to be given away. Taken aback, she asked, "Is this a gift for me, Qin Xiao?" If Qin Feng had merely invited her to drink, she wouldn't have been surprised, but a direct gift piqued her interest at the bar manager. Receiving alcohol was tantamount to receiving cash. Although she earned a handsome salary, who would ever turn down extra money? The ace of spades, according to the bar's pricing, was valued at around 10 to 20,000 per bottle, with the black gold being even pricier. Qin Feng nodded. "When you leave, feel free to take 2 bottles with you. They're a gift." Xia Ting's jealousy nearly overflowed as she clung to Qin Feng, glaring silently at Shifuya. Shifuya, noticing Qin Feng's girlfriend beside him, couldn't he help but smile, speculating that he might be trying to charm her into drinking with him by spending lavishly. Shifuya found herself rather fond of Qin Feng's straightforward demeanor. She popped open 2 bottles, filling glasses for the 3 of them before raising her cup and saying, "Then let me thank you for your generosity. Qin Xiao, may your endeavors be fruitful." With that, she downed her drink in one go. That moment, Qin Feng received a system notification. Goddess profile updated name, Shifuya age, 27 height, 168 centimeters weight, 49 kilograms charm, 90 occupation, bar manager traits, judo affection level, 5 stranger, romantic encounters, 2 strategy reward, 10 bioengineered bodyguards, total spending, 30,000. Qin Feng glanced at the strategy reward and inquired about bioengineered individuals. The system explained. High-tech clones with excellent IQ, proficient in various skills, combat capabilities equivalent to elite special forces of Xia country. Devoid of emotions, pain, or gender, and possessing legal Xia country identification. Qin Feng's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. This was incredibly impressive. Sending them out to work, each could earn at least 10,000 a month. 10 individuals would amount to 100,000. Easy money. This was truly enticing, that if only emperors of the past could have accessed such technology, they would surely have found themselves in fits of laughter, rendering the existence of eunuchs obsolete. After finishing her drink, Shifuya noticed the fervor in Qin Feng's gaze, reminiscent of a wolf eyeing a rabbit. She suspected he might think of her as just another woman like those accompanying him, someone he could casually take along. Unable to suppress a smile, she refrained from clarifying that she was different from those women. After all, she hadn't been outright asked, and emphasizing her propriety would only make her seem naive. However, to ensure he returned frequently, a little playful banter was necessary. "Why aren't you drinking, Qin Xiao?" Qin Feng took a sip of his drink and replied, "Please don't call me Qin Xiao anymore. It sounds a bit predatory." Shifuya chuckled lightly. "Then may I call you Qin Zong?" Qin Feng felt this title a tad old-fashioned but found it acceptable and nodded in agreement. Xia Ting, observing Shifuya leaning in to pour drinks, intentionally revealed a glimpse of her cleavage, seething internally, labeling her a shameless hussy. Yet she feigned a smile and attempted to ingratiate herself. "Sister Xia, managing such a large bar must be quite taxing for you." Shifuya responded with a smile. "Not at all. It's all in a day's work, that if you all choose to come frequently, it would mean you're supporting my efforts." After pouring the drinks, she offered a slice of watermelon to Qin Feng, then instinctively adjusted her skirt, positioning herself naturally beside him. with Xia Ting on his left and herself on his right, both radiating smiles as they subtly probed his background. Qin Zong, you seem quite young, yet so generous. I imagine your family must be quite remarkable. Shifuya exuded a captivating aroma, sweet and rich, akin to fine wine. The scent intoxicated Qin Feng, prompting him to inadvertently reveal, "There is nothing much to say about my family. We're all about serving the people." This was a phrase he had often heard from fellow security guards, who would embellish their roles with lofty ideals. While it sounded noble, the underlying truth was akin to that of a watchdog. Upon hearing this, Shifuya's heart raced with surprise that this man wasn't merely a wealthy heir. He was from a prominent political family. Only those with influential backgrounds would humbly say they serve the people. Noticing that he didn't seem accustomed to such nightlife, she speculated that he likely had strict familial oversight and rarely ventured out. It made sense why the marketing team had mentioned he was unfamiliar with the Shenlong set. Her gaze toward Qin Feng shifted significantly. Shifuya's affection level 5, current affection level 10 acquainted, Qin Feng found himself perplexed. How had his affection level increased? Xia Ting, oblivious to the nuances, sensed Shifuya's gaze upon Qin Feng and felt an immediate sense of vigilance. She quickly sought to capture Qin Feng's attention, fearing he might become enamored with that vixen. "Brother, let me toast to you. Thank you for the many gifts that I am truly touched," as Qin Feng observed Xia Ting's sudden display of affection. He felt increasingly puzzled. The atmosphere had shifted rapidly. On his left, a radiant smile, and on his right, flirtatious glances that he hadn't done anything particularly noteworthy. Shifuya recognized that Qin Feng's girlfriend was showing off, and she couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She had no intention of developing special feelings for him. His background was far beyond her reach, that as long as this young aristocrat continued to bring friends to the bar, she would be more than satisfied. Raising her glass, Shifuya declared, "Qin Zong, I toast to you as well. Tonight's festivities owe much to your presence, and I am sincerely grateful." Qin Feng, unfamiliar with the art of refusal, downed his drink, alternating between the glasses on his left and right. Coupled with the wine he had consumed earlier, he began to feel a pleasant buzz. Listening to the pulsating music and vibrant atmosphere, a lively group of men and women below exuberantly expressed themselves under the dazzling lights that are in the center of the stage. A DJ girl leads the rhythm of the crowd, her hand gesturing towards the ceiling as she dances in sync with the beat while clutching her earpiece. Such an electrifying environment truly stirs one's heart. Noticing Qin Feng's inclination to join in, Xia Ting eagerly takes his hand and leads him to the dance floor adjacent to their booth. Boldly, she dances in front of him, raising her arms high and swaying her body from side to side with great enthusiasm. Although Qin Feng lacks dancing skills, he finds himself compelled to join in the chaotic revelry, especially with Xia Ting guiding him, placing his hands on her waist and swaying together. The carefree dance poses no significant challenge, and Qin Feng gradually becomes adept at this newfound art. Shifuya, however, chooses to remain seated in their booth, smiling mischievously as she observes Qin Feng's amusing antics that brings her a sense of guilt, as this wealthy young man is visiting her for the first time, making her feel as if she is leading him astray. After a while of dancing, Qin Feng, feeling a surge of frustration, releases Xia Ting and returns to the sofa to chat and drink with Shifuya. Seeking to regain his composure, seeing his discontent, Xia Ting worries she might have upset him and rushes over, clinging to his arm, asking, "Brother, what's wrong? Don't you like dancing?" Although Qin Feng enjoys the dance, he feels constrained and unable to fully immerse himself. So he evasively responds, "It's fine, just feels a bit meaningless." Shifuya, casting a sly glance at Xia Ting, teasingly suggests, "Is it because there aren't enough people to make it interesting?" Chapter 14. A kiss can actually be a chapter. Xia Ting suddenly realizes the truth in Shifuya's words. Which man wouldn't want to be surrounded by a group of charming ladies? She assumes that Qin Feng is held back by her presence, unable to invite other girls to join in the fun, which may be why he seems less than thrilled. Determined to be generous and ensure his enjoyment, she impulsively offers, "How about I call a few friends for you to drink and have fun with?" Upon saying this, she notices Shifuya's sly smile and instantly realizes her folly, mentally scolding herself for being so naive. What kind of woman would proactively invite other girls for her man? What if Qin Feng took a liking to someone else? At that moment, Xia Ting wishes she could slap herself. When Qin Feng hears Xia Ting's words, he feels elated imagining himself in a scenario of being surrounded by lovely ladies, being fed grapes. This is a fantasy every man has had, but he didn't expect Xia Ting to be so generous. However, upon noticing her forced smile, he quickly realizes she isn't entirely comfortable with the idea. Indeed, what girl could bear the thought of her man mingling with others? Moreover, his purpose for being here isn't merely for fun, but to pursue women for potential returns. After a moment of contemplation, he gently replies, "No need. I prefer being with you." With those words, he receives a notification from the system. Xia Ting's affection level 5. Such a feat is hardly challenging for him. Seeing the radiant smile on Xia Ting's face fills him with secret satisfaction. As he gradually becomes accustomed to interacting with women, he finds himself increasingly adept at it, effortlessly crafting flirtatious remarks. Xia Ting's affection level has now reached 62, intimate, within a single day. Qin Feng feels quite satisfied that at this rate, reaching 80 for a return is not too difficult. Perhaps he might even aspire to hit 100 affection points to gain that extraordinary physique. Speaking of the extraordinary physique, it seems that achieving a score of 90 in beauty comes with rewards. There are two 90-point beauties at the bar. Although he has had his share of romantic encounters, their essay saying, "Cherish the good girls, and don't waste time on the bad ones." Qin Feng is curious about the rewards associated with them. Thus, he turns to Shifuya and says, "Sisterya, since the drinks won't be finished, could you help me deliver them?" Shifuya, familiar with the scenario of sending drinks to charm girls, recalls a certain nouveau riche who ostentatiously bought drinks for everyone and teases, "Is President Qin planning to treat everyone to Black Spade A? Should I ask the DJ to announce that tonight's expenses are on President Qin?" Qin Feng quickly shakes his head, pleading, "No, please don't. That would be mortifying. Such actions are only for the foolish. Even if one has money to burn, there's no need to flaunt it so publicly." Shifuya stifles a laugh, recognizing the sheer awkwardness. Having worked in the bar for 2 years, she has witnessed such embarrassing moments before. When the atmosphere is right and the nouveau riche gets tipsy, they often declare they'll foot the bill, leading to a frenzy of expensive drink orders to be by the end. The host is left in tears, having to bargain for a discount to settle the tab. Qin Feng concurs. Everyone wants to maintain face while having fun. If I show off like that, they wouldn't necessarily be pleased at us. "Oh, how will you send these drinks?" Shifuya inquires. Qin Feng stands up and scans the room, casually pointing to 2 tables, saying, "Just that A06 table and those 3 girls at the scattered table. You could deliver 1 bottle to each." Shifuya glances at Xia Ting and playfully asks Qin Feng, "Should we invite them to join us? A bottle costing over 10,000 can indeed entice the ladies." Xia Ting, pouting and clinging to Qin Feng's arm, shows her displeasure. Qin Feng promptly replies, "No need to invite them, that he is prudent. Until Xia Ting's affection level is full, he cannot afford to be reckless. It's best to assess the situation first." Shifuya, perceptive as she is, notices the 2 beautiful girls at the tables Qin Feng indicated and immediately understands his intentions. Observing Qin Feng's subconscious gesture of turning his phone, hinting at wanting the contact information of those 2 girls, she gives him a knowing look and says, "I understand." With 4 bottles of Black Spade, A packed in a cooler, she heads down to fulfill the task, keeping 2 bottles for herself. After she leaves, Qin Feng notices Xia Ting still swaying restlessly and pulls her onto the sofa, soothingly asking, Ting, what's wrong?" Xia Ting rolls her eyes at him. "You seem to be enjoying sending drinks. Why not go drink with those girls?" Seeing her adorable jealous pout brings Qin Feng immense joy. He has never had a girl feel possessive over him before. He chuckles. "Don't be upset. It's just a bit of drink. We can't finish it all anyway if you don't like it. I won't send any more in the future." "Humph, sweet talking, and you were pretending to be honest with me at first." "I didn't deceive you. I really haven't come out to play much before, that I promise that whenever I come to places like this, I'll listen to you. Is that okay?" Qin Feng assures earnestly. Xia Ting feels a warm glow in her heart at his sincere words. Regardless of their truth, the fact that he is caring towards her means a lot. Leaning against Qin Feng's chest, she playfully draws circles with her finger and says with a hint of pride, "Then you can't sneak off to the bar without me." "Okay, I'll take you wherever I go. Trust me." Qin Feng wishes he could keep her strapped to his belt. Until her affection level is maxed out, he can only rely on Xia Ting for his finances. Naturally, he hopes to be with her at all times. Xia Ting is unsure whether his words are genuine, but the sweet talk undeniably stirs her heart. She rests on Qin Feng, gazing at his handsome profile, momentarily lost in thought, with the loud music drowning out their voices. They need to speak directly into each other's ears. After straining to listen, Qin Feng turns to see what is amiss as he turns. Their noses bump, followed by their lips. Their mouths, like magnets, draw together in a gentle embrace. In that fleeting moment, their heartbeats quicken, and they instinctively draw closer, their breaths mingling. This marks Qin Feng's first kiss, taken unawares by Xia Ting. Filled with longing, he fervently seeks to savor her sweet essence, his instincts guiding him without need for instruction. Xia Ting, breathless from the kiss, gazes at him with dreamy eyes, her body softening, overwhelmed by the electric sensation that compels her to respond to Qin Feng's advances. After a while, their lips part, leaving a delicate thread of moisture connecting them to this moment. Qin Feng realizes that if he could utter something sweet, the night could lead to more intimate encounters. He rummages through his mind, trying to recall what the male protagonists in novels would say, but at the critical moment, words fail him. Captivated by Xia Ting's rosy complexion, her sparkling eyes, and alluring lips, he can even feel the warmth of her breath. They lock eyes for what feels like an eternity, and Qin Feng finds himself speechless, just as he contemplates bluntly asking if she would like to continue their passionate encounter. Xia Ting breaks the silence. "Brother, I feel a bit dizzy from drinking too much." Chapter 15. The convenience of a spaghetti-strap dress. After Xia Ting speaks, she slightly turns her head away, her bashful demeanor unmistakably conveying her intent. "I'll take you to rest." Qin Feng stammers nervously. Xia Ting bites her lip, appearing shy as she softly suggests, "Should we go to your place? How about a hotel?" Qin Feng replies, not waiting for her consent as he takes her hand, ready to lead her to a room. He is not a saint of abstinence. With Xia Ting being so forward, if he were to take a step back now, he would be of no use to himself. The system has already provided him with opportunities. After all, having it with him is pointless. Upon hearing that he doesn't intend to go to his house, Xia Ting shoots him a slight glare, feeling quite upset. Does she appear so unpresentable? Even if his parents are home, her looks wouldn't disgrace him. Why hide their relationship? That thought makes her feel indignant. Though she was not particularly happy, she knew that something significant was bound to transpire that evening. Qin Feng had already spent around 300,000 to 400,000 throughout the day. Even the less expensive homes would suffice for a down payment. Such a quality man surely needed to seize the opportunity. Xia Ting stood up and followed Qin Feng for a few steps, habitually glancing back at the table. After confirming that she had taken her phone and other belongings, she noticed the 6 unopened bottles of wine on the table and quickly grasped Qin Feng's arm, expressing her concern. "What about these bottles of wine?" Amused by her reluctance to part with them, Qin Feng chuckled and suggested, "How about I get you a membership card to keep them there?" This made Xia Ting beam with joy, wrapping her arms around Qin Feng's neck and gazing at him with affectionate eyes. Qin Feng understood the longing reflected in her gaze and took a moment to refresh her on her kissing techniques, leaving her cheeks flushed and breathless before finally letting her go. Just then, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he saw a message from Shifei that it began with a candid photo showcasing 3 girls at a table, with one exceptionally beautiful girl circled in red, along with a string of phone numbers. Following, there was a text message indicating that the 2 men and 2 women at booth A06 had declined Qin Feng's offer of drinks. Hence, he had not acquired the girl's number. Qin Feng smiled, not particularly bothered by their refusal of his generosity. With men present, offering drinks could be perceived as a slight against them, that he appreciated Shifei's meticulous approach, as everything was presented clearly. The 3 girls had accepted his drinks, and he received a system notification. Goddess database updated name. Tang Yao age, 29 height, 158 centimeters weight, 41 kilograms charm, 90 occupation, voice actor traits, varied vocal tones affection level, 0 stranger, number of relationships, 49 strategy reward, top tier combat skills. Amount spent, 20,000 yuan. This girl's talent seemed quite impressive. She could likely mimic various voices, such as a lowly voice, a mature woman's voice, or a bubbly tone that would surely be entertaining. However, her number of relationships was somewhat disheartening, and the strategy reward was less than ideal in modern society. What good are top-tier combat skills? Would one use them in a ring? Being skilled has its merits, but connections and influence are paramount. While knowing how to fight is undoubtedly advantageous, It is not a necessity. One can always hire bodyguards. Point 10 Bioengineered beings would be far more desirable than any top-tier combat skills. Even Xia Ting's superb physique seemed preferable to mere fighting ability, but as for the other girl from A06, Qin Feng stood up and scanned her briefly. Charm, 93. Number of relationships, 96. The number surpasses her charm value. Never mind, it's best not to dwell on this, that he didn't possess a cleanliness obsession. Rather, he simply felt it odd to pursue someone who was likely to be unfaithful, even for the sake of rewards. It wouldn't feel right to deceive someone genuine, that if one is to be a scoundrel, they should at least do so with some semblance of decency. Xia Ting and Shifuya seemed far superior to those flashy, superficial women that he sent a text to Shifuya, requesting her to come over to handle the membership card. Obediently, Shifuya arrived. After Qin Feng stored the wine, he boldly deposited an additional 200,000 yuan in front of Xia Ting. This show of extravagance made Xia Ting cling to him even tighter, and it also increased Shifuya's affection towards him by 2 points. The respect in her demeanor grew. It is hard for women not to be attracted to a man who is wealthy, powerful, and handsome. Holding Xia Ting's hand, Qin Feng departed the bar under Shifuya's admiring gaze. Upon exiting, he sought out a 4-star international hotel, heading straight to the destination, that a 5-star hotel was too far. Immediate needs required closer solutions. Upon entering the hotel, he selected a presidential suite, originally priced at 38,000, now available for 9,800. That it came with a dedicated butler, ensuring attentive service. Qin Feng's butler was a woman in her 30s, elegantly dressed in a qipao, exuding grace. With a charm level exceeding 70, she engaged them in light conversation in the elevator, inquiring whether they desired a late-night snack or needed a massage to unwind, while also introducing the amenities on various floors, such as a basketball court, gym, swimming pool, and game rooms. Qin Feng hardly paid attention to these details. His primary concern was the size of the bed. Upon reaching the top floor and pushing open the door, he was immediately struck by the stunning panorama offered by the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Through the glass, the few buildings outside provided an unobstructed view, allowing the mesmerizing nightscape of Jiangxing to unfold before him. The brilliant lights intertwined with the stars, painting a dreamlike tableau. The suite was exceptionally spacious, approximately 200 square meters, featuring a layout of 2 bedrooms and a living room, with the living area lavishly decorated, showcasing opulent sofas that exuded luxury. Outside was an expansive terrace, complete with a small swimming pool that in September, the weather was perfect for a swim. Not too hot, not too cold, offering an opportunity to enjoy the view while swimming, all without interruption from others. However, Qin Feng had no time to appreciate the scenery. After firmly shutting the butler out, he eagerly embraced Xia Ting, showering her with kisses and caresses. Xia Ting's strap dress was easily removed. With a swift flick, her clothing slipped off her shoulders and fell to the ground. Qin Feng's movements were somewhat inexperienced and clumsy, yet with Xia Ting's gentle guidance, he overcame all obstacles. Half an hour later, he lit a cigarette, somewhat dissatisfied with his performance during their initial encounter. His nerves had made it difficult to maintain control. Meanwhile, Xia Ting was in the bathroom, and through the glass window, he could see her blurred silhouette. The sound of the shower head echoed, urging him forward. After a moment of contemplation on the bed, he extinguished his cigarette and joined her. "Hey, what are you doing in here?" Xia Ting exclaimed in surprise, a hint of shyness coloring her demeanor. Subsequently, they shared a bath in the lavish tub, which took another hour. Chapter 16. "So you are a married woman, at Long Bay Bar." Tang Yao stared blankly at the now empty S03 booth. She had been watching the man upstairs since he ordered 12 bottles of Ace of Spades, that he appeared slightly younger than her, yet his eyes held an unexpected depth beyond his years. And he was quite handsome. When surrounded by the women, he seemed a tad awkward, which she found utterly charming. For a woman nearing 30, such a youthful and attractive man was irresistibly alluring. Most importantly, his ordering of 2 sets of divine dragon spirits indicated he was no ordinary man. Tang Yao felt a rush of excitement, yearning to approach him with a confident introduction that's self-assured in her looks. She rarely faced rejection from men. However, upon noticing that the charming young man was accompanied by 2 equally stunning women, she hesitated. It was evident that good men were often surrounded by a throng of admirers. Having experienced enough heartbreak, she was reluctant to compete with those younger and bolder girls. just as she was about to resign herself to the thought that she would never have a chance with the handsome man. He sent a bottle of Ace of Spades to her table and requested her number. Elated, she believed he had been captivated by her beauty and had fallen for her at first sight. Amidst the envious glances of her two companions, Tang Yao eagerly provided her number, daydreaming about how he would initiate conversation. She pondered whether to play the role of the sweet girl or the understanding older sister who knew how to charm. Sitting at her table lost in thought, she kept her phone close, anxiously awaiting a call, occasionally checking WeChat for new friend requests. Her two friends went off to dance and flirt with men, while she remained, foolishly waiting. During this time, several suitors approached her, but she ignored them all, wishing to present a composed facade for the handsome man at S03. After what felt like an eternity, she looked up only to realize he had left. Staring at the now empty booth, she was taken aback. Who takes a girl's number and departs without so much as a word? Disappointed, she felt as though she had been toyed with. Just then, the woman who had been seated with the man at S03 returned, sitting alone at the table, sipping her drink as if waiting for someone. Tang Yao assumed the man would return and continued to wait. After a prolonged period, her friends urged her to join them for barbecue, yet the charming young man still hadn't returned. Despair began to creep in. After sending Qin Feng off, Shifuya returned to the booth to help maintain the atmosphere. Noticing the girl downstairs continually glancing her way, she found it odd. What could she be watching? Meanwhile, in the presidential suite, Qin Feng lay in bed with the naked Xia Ting, blissfully unaware that someone was still thinking of him. Breathing in the fragrance of the girl beside him, he gently caressed her silky skin. Their bodies lay closely intertwined, sharing a gaze filled with longing. Unable to contain his excitement, they engaged in further playful antics. After a moment of calm, they reminisced about their university days, with Xia Ting sharing tales of her life post-graduation. She recounted how her mother pressured her into blind dates, describing the men as oddballs who insisted on splitting the bill. Fearful of spending money on her, unlike her brother, who was generous and treated her well, her words, infused with warmth, captivated Qin Feng completely. Men often cherish such stories. Yet as she spoke, fatigue overtook her, likely from the day's exertions. Qin Feng, left wanting to hear more, closed his eyes but found no sleep would come. Gently, he withdrew his arm from beneath Xia Ting's neck and made his way to the balcony, settling into a rocking chair. The side table was laden with fruits, snacks, and drinks that in the stillness of the night, with a gentle breeze brushing against him. He pulled out his phone and scrolled through his gallery, reflecting on the glorious moments from the bar that evening. In the photos, he was surrounded by a group of glamorous women, all smiling radiantly beside him, while he stood there with a serene smile, reminiscent of someone of immense status and poise. Qin Feng selected 2 photos, including one of the nightscape taken in the hotel room, and posted them on his social media, that he accompanied the images with a caption. The transition from boyhood to manhood is fraught with immense pressure. I wonder if I can withstand it. His WeChat contacts were devoid of relatives or elders, consisting solely of classmates and friends, thus he felt unrestrained in sharing. This post bore no particular significance. It merely served as a commemoration of his lost virginity. After posting, Qin Feng shook his head, quietly chuckling at his own childishness. From this point forth, he was no longer a boy. He needed to adopt a more composed demeanor and refrain from overreacting to situations. Qin Feng scorned himself momentarily, opened WeChat, and sought to converse with Shifuya about matters of the heart. The allure of a bioengineered bodyguard was simply irresistible, and despite Shifuya's seemingly complex nature, he was determined to make an attempt. He sent her a message inquiring, "Are you still busy?" The response was prompt. "Almost done, not too busy." Qin Feng replied, "That sounds exhausting, working so late every day." Shifuya responded, "Well, someone has to eat, getting used to it is key." She then added, "ISNT President Qin accompanying his girlfriend. How come you have time to message me?" Qin Feng glanced back at Xia Ting, who was soundly asleep on the bed, initially intending to reply that she was asleep. He suddenly realized that if he were in the position of the girl across from him, such a callous comment would likely result in an immediate block, but he opted for vagueness, saying, "I'm just outside enjoying the breeze." Shifuya smiled slightly, misinterpreting Qin Feng's words as an invitation to meet. Being experienced with such elusive clients, she texted, "Where are you? I could bring a few of my beautiful friends to keep you company." Today, Qin Feng was utterly spent. The thought of inviting more women was daunting, fearing he might be overwhelmed. Moreover, he could not simply leave Xia Ting alone in the hotel while he indulged in leisure. She was deeply asleep after drinking, and the last thing he wanted was for her to wake up and find her number of romantic encounters had inexplicably increased to 6, leaving her bewildered by the inquiry. He declined, saying, "No need, I just wanted to chat with you." Shifuya teased in a voice message, "Are you secretly messaging me, big brother? Your girlfriend won't get mad, will she?" Another girl with a flirtatious demeanor. Qin Feng chuckled lightly. It seemed that beautiful women were naturally skilled in the art of flirtation. He recalled a novel he had read and responded in a rather callous manner. "Not at all. She is quite well behaved. Only a scoundrel would be deserving of a green tea." Shifuya hinted with a playful tone, "But I'm not well behaved. Oh, if my husband dares to cheat, I would send him to the palace." Qin Feng was taken aback and asked, "You have a husband?" Seeing him persistently texting, Shifuya complied and replied, "Yes, I'm turning 28 during the new year." "Isn't it normal to have a husband?" Qin Feng felt a chill in his heart that he merely wished to be a scoundrel, not a homewrecker. The fact that she had a husband made it impossible for him to pursue her. Only someone like Chao Aman would feel exhilarated upon encountering a married woman, but he thought of the rewards from pursuing Shifuya, a host of 10 loyal and formidable men, slipping away from him, leaving him breathless with anguish that he had no desire to engage further. Shifuya smiled faintly, perceiving his retreat with amusement. Although losing such a high-profile client could impact her bar's business, she was reluctant to attract the attention of such wealthy and unscrupulous individuals, who were known to exploit others without remorse. She genuinely had a husband, but he had passed away nearly 4 years ago. Chapter 17. Do you remember the dreams of your youth? Qin Feng gazed at the vast expanse of stars. Lost in thought, he did not contemplate much. He was a man of principles. One should not provoke a married woman, that he reassured himself that the bioengineered beings were not as significant as they seemed. With enough financial resources, bodyguards were abundant. Moreover, Shifuya's rewards were not the most exceptional. Perhaps the next girl's rewards could be even better. Immortality, power over nature, the ability to move mountains and fill seas. If such things truly existed, how delightful it would be. A mere few bioengineered beings were inconsequential. After working through his thoughts, Qin Feng classified Shifuya as merely an ordinary friend and messaged her casually. "Does your husband mind you working at the bar?" Shifuya frowned, assuming he was still unwilling to let go, and added a bit of spicy information. "Our daughter is already 5.5. What is there to mind?" Well, she even had a daughter. Hope was utterly extinguished as Shifuya's profile indicated she had been intimate with only 2 individuals, demonstrating her loyalty to her husband. Given her charm, it was likely they shared a loving relationship, working together to raise their child and build a warm home. Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim, how truly fortunate. This had once been Qin Feng's dream, but he was no longer so naive. Even for the sake of the system's rewards, he would have to act as a scoundrel, that he would not sacrifice an entire forest for a single tree. "Ha, not bad," Shifuya replied nonchalantly, her smile tinged with bitterness. The life of a widow was rife with complications, especially with an additional burden. It was evident how arduous her years had been. Thankfully, her husband had been well connected during his lifetime, and many influential figures had ties to him. The bar was owned by her husband's brother, who appreciated her skills and appointed her as the manager. However, as time passed, her husband's death began to fade from public memory. The bar's owner, her husband's brother, gradually developed inappropriate feelings for Shifuya, persistently hinting at wanting to keep her as a mistress. What began as playful banter had escalated into unwelcome advances, with various attempts to take advantage. Shifuya, possessing a strong sense of pride, did not wish to play the role of a mistress to a married man. Yet for her child's sake, she had to endure the harassment without retaliating. To outsiders, her demeanor suggested an affair with her boss. Shifuya refrained from explaining, staring blankly at the word happy that Qin Feng had used. Happy. In her blossoming years, she bore such burdens. She had long since become estranged from happiness. Cold, emotionless text failed to convey any sentiment. Noticing her disinterest in conversation, Qin Feng made some small talk, suggesting they could go to her bar for drinks sometime. Shifuya replied, "I await President Qin's esteemed presence." Qin Feng closed the chat with her, simultaneously receiving a message from another girl that he glanced at the red circle indicating a new notification from Jiang Manxue. Typically, it was Qin Feng who reached out to her, so it was rare for her to contact him first that he opened the chat window. Their last conversation had been 6 days prior, where she had explained, I was too busy with overtime yesterday and didn't see your message. The current message read, Qin Feng, did you go to the bar? Qin Feng pulled up her photo, scanning it. Charisma level 82. Romantic encounters. 21. Seeing the number 21 stirred a mix of emotions within him. He had spent his entire salary over the years on this woman, yet she had never offered him a hug or a kiss, insisting on saving everything for their wedding day that he had assumed she shared his innocence, only to discover she had undressed for so many others. After 3 years of devotion, he found himself left with nothing. Qin Feng felt foolishly tearful that in the end, the devoted suitor received nothing. How can you go to the bar? Didn't we agree to save money together to buy a house? Do you even care about me? Upon reading Jiang Manchu's accusatory message, Qin Feng's blood pressure surged, 1,000 curses racing through his mind. He had not anticipated her would dare to chastise him. He had almost entertained another man in his car, and she had the audacity to claim he wronged her. Did she still perceive him as that previous, foolish version of himself? Qin Feng took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. It was not worth his anger over such a woman, that he replied coolly, I'm not your boyfriend, so how have I wronged you? Jiang Manchu retorted, we both know what our relationship is. Must we spell it out? She continued, are you trying to pressure me into being your girlfriend by going to the bar? Jiang Manchu added, how immature can you be? She concluded, you even posted about becoming a man on social media. It's truly disgusting that you've disappointed me greatly. So this is how it is? Qin Feng, enraged, transformed into a furious poet, retaliating fiercely. Miss, wake up. Have a look in the mirror and see how disgusting is spelled. I wouldn't even sully my words by insulting you that a person of your caliber wouldn't even be worthy of a garbage collector's attention. I was blind before, but now my eyes are open. Please refrain from bothering me in the future. Thank you. Tio further infuriate her. Qin Feng added, oh, by the way, I forgot to mention I won 90 million yesterday. But unfortunately, you're not eligible to spend it. Jiang Manchu was dumbfounded by his insults, staring at her phone, unsure how to respond. She could not possibly believe that a loser like Qin Feng would win a lottery. In this day and age, lottery companies were solely interested in profiting. It was implausible for an outsider to win. Furious at his insults, Jiang Manchu contemplated blocking him. With so many fish in her pond, losing one mattered little. Yet upon reconsideration, she found it a shame to let him go. Among all her suitors, Qin Feng was the simplest. He consistently gifted her thousands each month, and seeing him dressed nicely at the bar, she thought perhaps if he truly did come into money, it would be worth keeping him around. Jiang Manchu suppressed her anger and typed, what is wrong with you? Did something happen to you? Qin Feng replied sarcastically, nothing, just suddenly came into some money. Can't share it with you, feeling a bit down. Jiang Manchu retorted, could you speak properly? We were fine before. Qin Feng replied, as you said, that was before. Now you are you. And I am I. We have no connection. Jiang Manchu was taken aback by his resolute words and quickly inquired, have you developed feelings for another woman? Qin Feng replied, it has nothing to do with you. I'm going to sleep now. Goodbye. Jiang Manchu insisted, come back and clarify your words. Who is that woman? Aside from the possibility of a third party's intrusion, she could not fathom why Qin Feng had suddenly changed his demeanor. Over the years, she had been quite satisfied with Qin Feng's behavior, obediently following her every whim like a loyal dog. Even during the frigid winter nights, if she craved spicy skewers, Qin Feng would rise from the warmth of the bed to fetch them for her. Whenever she lost her temper, he would be the first to soften, wearing a meek smile to placate her. If it weren't for his relatively low income, Jiang Manchu would have considered securing him a title as her boyfriend. But now, with his sudden declaration of no relationship between them, she felt an unbearable ache in her heart, akin to having nurtured a fish for 2 or 3 years only to find it inexplicably slipping into another woman's pond. She yearned to reel Qin Feng back in, bombarding him with messages. Do you have any conscience? After so many years of being together, you want to break up with me for another woman? I wear the necklace you gave me every day, despite others mocking it as an eyesore worth 8,000, but yet I still wear it because it reminds me of you and makes me feel your presence. But look at you now. Have you forgotten your previous vows? Chapter 18. Thank you for helping me grow. Qin Feng simply replied, I'm sorry. Upon hearing his apology, Jiang Manchu's anger dissipated slightly. She speculated that he might have spent a lot of money at a bar the night before and was in a foul mood. She decided to forgive his earlier offense, only to receive another message from him. After letting you go, I discovered the beauty of the world. Thank you for helping me grow. Jiang Manxue was perplexed and sent a message of inquiry, only to find an infuriating exclamation mark preceding her text. That hopeless romantic had deleted her. Infuriated, Jiang Manxue added Qin Feng to her blacklist, vowing that even if he begged on his knees, she would never release him. She firmly believed that a man like Qin Feng, lacking both car and house, would soon be discarded by another woman, and when that time came, he would inevitably return to plead for her forgiveness. At that moment, if he did not buy her an iPhone, she, Jiang Manxue, would never forgive that hopeless romantic. Qin Feng rose from his lounge chair on the balcony and glanced at the time. Realizing it was nearly 2 o'clock, remembering he needed to buy a car for Xiaoting the next day, he hurried inside to sleep, but he carefully silenced his phone and laid down beside the sleeping beauty, fearful of disturbing her. However, Xiaoting awoke, groggy and barely conscious, sensing someone beside her. Once she confirmed it was Qin Feng, who had promised to buy her a sports car, she clung to him like an octopus. Her delicate nose brushed against his face, catching a hint of tobacco. She mumbled, "Smoke less. It's bad for your health." That it was undeniable that her unconscious concern was more impactful than any words could convey. Qin Feng quietly responded, observing her obedient demeanor, lost in a myriad of thoughts. That moment, the moonlight streamed through the glass, gently illuminating the side of her face, adding a hazy beauty to her already stunning features. Resembling a celestial fairy, unable to resist, Qin Feng pressed a kiss to her cheek, eliciting a soft, dreamy sigh from her that he settled back down, succumbing to a deep slumber. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Xiaoting awoke early. Glancing at the time, she noted it was still early and attempted to close her eyes to drift back to sleep, but she found it impossible. Thoughts of the Porsche 911 occupied her mind. After enduring until 8 o'clock, she playfully teased Qin Feng with her hair, trying to rouse him, but her efforts proved futile. Even a gentle push elicited no response. This man slept like a log, utterly unresponsive. Xiaoting hesitated to wake him loudly, fearing he might wake up grumpy and spoil their plans for the day. She desired to wake him gently. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and a shy glimmer shone in her eyes. Qin Feng felt someone calling him, groggily awakening from his dreams. Exhausted from the previous night's activities, he was reluctant to rise so early. However, Xiaoting seemed anxious, insisting he get up after a few minutes. She went to wash her face and brush her teeth. Qin Feng remained motionless in bed, like a monk in deep meditation. After freshening up, both donned their outfits. Xiaoting wore a long black strapless dress. The dark hue accentuated her fair skin, and the generously cut neckline revealed her alluring collarbone, adorned with delicate lace trim that highlighted her figure exquisitely. The high slit on the side teased glimpses of her graceful legs as she walked, complemented by chic high heels, exuding an air of sophistication. This ensemble was purchased just yesterday. The more Qin Feng looked, the more he found her beautiful. She resembled those affluent young ladies from television. "Today we're going to the dealership, so of course we should dress appropriately," Xiaoting said, twirling in front of the mirror. "But there's no need to be so formal. It's just a car purchase," Qin Feng replied. He wrapped his arms around her waist, and their reflections in the mirror displayed a perfect match. Xiaoting, perceiving his casual tone about spending millions on a car, did not sense any exaggeration from him. Last night's expenditure of 400 to 500,000 was quite convincing. She naturally adjusted his collar, saying, "I'll put on some makeup and I'll be ready in a jiffy," noticing Xiaoting still needed to apply makeup. Qin Feng pulled out his phone and opened a game. When a girl says she'll be done soon, it usually means at least a half-hour wait. Sure enough, he completed 2 matches before Xiaoting finished. However, she emerged looking radiant after her makeup was done. Her light bangs curled slightly, revealing her charming features, exuding a fresh and sweet vibe reminiscent of a neighborly girl, yet possessing an alluring, seductive charm. Her rosy lips were gently pressed together, capturing the attention of those around her. Gazing at the stunning Xiaoting, Qin Feng had no complaints. With everything in place, they headed out and took the elevator down. Upon reaching the first floor, the female housekeeper approached them. After completing the checkout process, she kindly inquired if they needed a ride. Qin Feng nodded, and she promptly called for a Mercedes-Benz van. Upon hearing that their destination was the Porsche dealership, the housekeeper's eyes lit up. She had been curious why they hadn't driven there. It turned out their car was at the dealership for maintenance, that IT was essential to maintain good relations with wealthy clients. The housekeeper hurried to the counter, retrieved her business card, and handed it to Qin Feng, assuring him that she would be at his service for any future needs. Satisfied with her service, Qin Feng added her on WeChat. They arrived at the Porsche dealership. As soon as they got out of the car, a beautiful saleswoman approached them with a warm welcome. "Sir, madam, are you here to look at cars or for a test drive?" Qin Feng assessed her. A stunning woman with a great figure, expertly applied makeup, and tall stature, nearly matching his own, he confidently replied, "We're here to look at cars." The saleswoman smiled and asked, "Do you have an appointment?" Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. "Is it that if I don't have an appointment, I can't look?" No, what I meant was if you don't have an appointment with a specific salesperson. May I assist you?" Ah, so that was it. Qin Feng had initially thought that luxury car dealerships were pretentious, not allowing customers to browse without an appointment, that he scanned the salesperson's information with his system. Name, Peng Jinyan. Age, 26, charisma, 81, number of relationships, 7. Quite decent and rather standard, that a saleswoman selling Porsches with such awareness clearly wasn't the type to be frivolous. "All right, let us have you show us the 911. Qin Feng said nonchalantly. "Certainly, please follow me." Peng Jinyan replied with a smile, leading the way. Point 1 could gauge a person's confidence from their demeanor. The composed and assured way this handsome man spoke, paired with his beautiful companion, suggested a high likelihood of making a purchase. Peng Jinyan couldn't help but become even more enthusiastic. As a luxury car salesperson, she appeared glamorous, but the reality was quite the opposite. Their manager imposed a daily deposit of 100 yuan from each salesperson, and only those who closed the deal could keep the earnings. This week, she hadn't made a single sale, so she was particularly dedicated to Qin Feng. Chapter 19. This car must be a joy to drive. Qin Feng and Xiaoting followed the salesperson into the Porsche dealership. Upon entering, they were greeted by 3 striking female salespeople who bowed and smiled at them. Qin Feng politely nodded in return. It was said that for every Porsche sold, a female salesperson would vanish. Whether this was true or not remained uncertain. Xiaoting noticed Qin Feng admiring the saleswomen and huffed lightly. Signaling her presence, Qin Feng quickly reassured her, explaining his curiosity about the all-female staff. Xiaoting shot him a look, but chose not to comment further. It was a crucial moment, and she didn't want to spoil it over trivial matters. Besides, they were merely browsing. It was nothing serious. She couldn't afford to be petty. The trio arrived at the showroom, where 3 vehicles were displayed: the renowned Cayenne, the Panamera, and finally, the Porsche 911 Carrera. Upon seeing her beloved sports car so close, Xiaoting's eyes widened in fascination, her gaze fixated on the car. This is the car she has dreamed of purchasing. Overwhelmed with excitement, she tightly grasped Qin Feng's arm, her fingers squeezing so hard that they began to turn white, her manicured nails digging into his flesh. Hiss. Qin Feng inhaled sharply, feeling the pain and suspecting that she was doing it on purpose. He had merely glanced at another woman, and she had reacted so fiercely. This girl truly harbored a narrow-mindedness. Realizing her lack of composure, Xiaoting hurriedly rubbed Qin Feng's arm, her voice laced with a pitiful tone. "I'm sorry, brother. Does it hurt?" Though he felt the pain, Qin Feng maintained a composed smile, feigning indifference as he replied, "It's nothing, really." Inside, however, he was wincing in agony, secretly contemplating a chance to suggest that Xiaoting trim her nails. Their length was a source of torment for him. "Why don't you hop in and take a look?" Qin Feng said, enduring the discomfort as he opened the car door. As soon as the door swung open, Xiaoting was captivated by the interior decor, instantly forgetting about Qin Feng's pain. She plopped down into the seat, exploring every inch, reveling in the scent of wealth. Noticing her excitement, Qin Feng inquired with a smile. "Do you like it?" Xiaoting closed her drooling mouth, nodding enthusiastically like a chick pecking at grains. Qin Feng moved to the other side, leaning against the car window, raising an eyebrow as he asked, "So, is this the one?" Not considering any other cars, with delight, Xiaoting declared, "It's this one." As a professional saleswoman, Peng Jinyan, seeing their strong desire to purchase, promptly stepped forward to provide a thorough introduction. This 911 is one of the most iconic sports cars in the world. Featuring a sleek and elegant exterior, a minimalist yet grand interior, IT is equipped with a 3.0T engine, delivering a maximum horsepower of 385 and boasts luxurious leather seating. while the saleswoman continued her explanation. Qin Feng settled into the passenger seat. His eyes were met with a rich mahogany interior that exuded a touch of flamboyance, embodying the essence of $1 million luxury vehicle. The fresh air carried a subtle fragrance, lending an air of sophistication. The steering wheel prominently displayed a large Porsche emblem, ensuring that whether for a photo op or personal admiration, it would perpetually uplift one's spirits. The surrounding leather upholstery was soft to the touch, exuding impeccable quality. The front space was incredibly spacious. At 1.78 meters tall, he could stretch his legs completely, though the rear seemed quite cramped, as a two-door car likely hadn't considered accommodating for passengers. Notably, the gear shift was compact and positioned conveniently forward, facilitating movement for the two inside. Seated in the passenger seat, Qin Feng effortlessly leaned his head into Xia Ting's lap, winking meaningfully at her and subtly gesturing towards her thigh. Xia Ting understood the signal, pushing his head away playfully. "You're so annoying." Qin Feng laughed heartily, teasing, "I didn't say anything. What are you finding annoying?" Xia Ting's cheeks flushed slightly, and she glared at him, too embarrassed to retort. Qin Feng feigned seriousness, admonishing, "Young lady, you shouldn't be thinking of anything inappropriate all day." Unable to contain herself, she lightly hit him, then wrapped her arms around his, cooing, "Stop it. Darling, are you really going to buy me this car?" The term darling was even more alluring than the previous night's flirtation. Hearing it made Qin Feng feel weak in the knees. He smiled indulgently, saying, "If you like it, I will buy it for you." Xia Ting squealed with excitement. "Darling, I love you." Xia Ting's affection level 5. Qin Feng smiled softly. Modern women, when they hear bye, truly have no resistance whatsoever, and the campus beauty was no exception. After last night's efforts, he had garnered 5 points, bringing Xia Ting's affection level to 72 intimacy. Only 8 points shy of reaching 80 infatuation. Reflecting on his diligent endeavors, Qin Feng couldn't help but rub his waist. Sighing internally, he had exerted himself considerably. While others might boast of 7 encounters in a single night, he was already feeling spent after just 5. Clearly, he needed to bolster his physical stamina post-haste. Standing nearby, Peng Jinyan felt a pang of irritation as she overheard their flirtatious banter. She knew this car cost at least over $1 million, and here was a man professing he would buy it for this woman, who seemed merely pretty but otherwise quite ordinary, appearing like a Navi flower vase. She felt as if she had been force-fed 10 pounds of lemons, sourness threatening to make her weep. A silent rage bubbled within her. Why does this trope of a domineering falling for someone always seem to happen to others? "Excuse me, does this car have stock available?" she inquired, regaining her composure. "Yes, we do, sir," Peng Jinyan replied, snapping back to attention. "What is the total price for this vehicle?" Qin Feng asked nonchalantly, sensing his intention to purchase. Peng Jinyan quickly dismissed her chaotic thoughts and focused intently on explaining. "The base price for this Carrera is $1.37 million, including purchase tax, insurance, registration fees, and such. The total comes to around $1.6 million. Pausing momentarily, she continued, "May I ask your surname, sir? If you're satisfied, we can discuss the price further in our consultation room." "My name is Qin Feng," he replied, turning to Xia Ting and symbolically asking, "Is it settled then? Shall I proceed with the payment?" Without hesitation, Xia Ting nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling at the thought of the 911 that would soon belong to her. At that moment, she would have complied with any peculiar request Qin Feng might have made. However, Qin Feng had no ulterior motives. He handed over his card to the saleswoman, stating casually, "Let us proceed with the payment. I want to haggle on the price, but please arrange for any gifts such as fuel cards or maintenance within your discretion." Peng Jinyan took the card with both hands, her expression one of astonishment. She had never seen someone enter, not even pausing for tea, and immediately offer payment. Observing Qin Feng's calm demeanor, a glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes. "Certainly, Mr. Qin. Would you like to add any additional features, such as a sunroof or surround sound system?" Chapter 20. "Darling, I want it." Qin Feng pondered for a moment that he realized he hadn't spent much on Xia Ting yet. He had only spent 430,000. That the system rules indicated that upon reaching an affection level of 80, the expenses would be refunded. Given the current pace of progress, it wouldn't be long before he achieved his goal. He confirmed with the system whether the refund could only be claimed once. The system responded, "When the goddess develops feelings for the host, the entire expenditure on her can be refunded once." After exceeding 80, investments cannot be refunded. In simpler terms, once he surpassed 80, there would be no money coming back. Previously, he hadn't fully grasped the system's mechanics, and coupled with his limited funds, he had been somewhat cautious with his spending. Now, with victory within reach, this was the moment to go all in. Qin Feng waved his hand grandly, declaring, "Add all the features. I want the top configuration." Luxury vehicle customization could indeed be significant, but if he were to fully upgrade, it could easily add several hundred thousand more. Peng Jinyan found herself utterly defenseless against a man who spent without a second thought and doted on his girlfriend. Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed with excitement. Had Xiaoting not been present, she might have made an advance that a man like this, if he were her boyfriend, would surely fill her dreams with joy. "No need, I think this is fine as it is," Xiaoting interjected, hesitating as she continued, "Adding features won't even be visible. As long as it has the Porsche emblem, it's sufficient that I don't want to waste money." In truth, she didn't mind the upgrades but was concerned about the wait time for customized options. Xiaoting preferred to have a car to drive rather than prolonging the wait. Qin Feng, thinking she was being considerate, generously remarked, "Any money spent on you is not wasted." Xiaoting wrapped her arms around Qin Feng's neck, playfully saying, "It's all right, let us save some money. Besides, customizing is such a hassle. I have a hard time making choices." Seeing Xiaoting's sympathetic expression toward Qin Feng, Peng Jinyan felt a flicker of disdain. Internally cursing her as a green tea bitch, she nonetheless smiled as she advised, "Miss, many of our customers who buy the 911 opt for customization. From body color to wheel selection and interior components to comfort features, everything can be tailored to your preferences, allowing you to have a truly unique sports car." Qin Feng chimed in, "Exactly. Adding some features will make it stand out. For a girl like you, driving a black car seems rather dull. A brighter one would be more attractive." Xiaoting fidgeted with her hands. Her expression conflicted. Qin Feng had a point. Black was indeed a bit somber. Moreover, given the opportunity to customize, it felt foolish to decline, as it gave off an impression of being petty. Yet, she truly didn't want to wait that long. Thus, she looked up at the saleswoman and asked, "Do you have any top configurations available on site?" Peng Jinyan thought for a moment and replied, "I recall a female client who had customized a convertible Turbo S with luxurious features. However, due to unforeseen circumstances with her company, she breached the contract and the car remained unsold. The vehicle had been sitting in their dealership for several months without a buyer. It was a striking red. Designed for women and had numerous upgrades, making it slightly pricier." Qin Feng, not having a firm grasp on vehicles, figured looking wouldn't hurt. Thus he said, "Let us go take a look." Peng Jinyan excitedly led the way ahead, swaying her alluring hips as she held the car's specifications, introducing it to Qin Feng. This vehicle features tires paired with gray carbon fiber rims, adaptive sporty leather seats equipped with ventilation and heating, and the doors are adorned with welcome ambient lighting. The front boasts matrix headlights, while the Racetec's fabric GT steering wheel includes a heating function. The chassis is outfitted with the Sport Chrono package and comes with a full side parking assistance system, along with a high-end Berlin surround sound system. Qin Feng couldn't comprehend all the technicalities, yet he found it impressive. The group arrived at the indoor parking lot where a car was quietly parked beneath a cover, resembling a rose yet to bloom. Unremarkable at first glance, as the staff approached wearing gloves to unveil the cover, a dazzling red sports car appeared before them in an instant. Its sleek lines and dynamic form showcased exquisite craftsmanship and exceptional quality. The striking red exterior, contrasted with a black interior, exuded a glamorous and passionate aura, while possessing an understated elegance. Particularly captivating was the radiant red sheen on the car's body, akin to a princess donning a black hat. At first sight, Xiaoting was utterly enchanted by this vehicle, instantly finding the previous one far less appealing. She cautiously reached out, eager to touch the car, but Peng Jinyan swiftly interjected, "I'm sorry, Miss, but this car cannot be touched casually as per regulations." Though she expressed an apology, her demeanor betrayed little remorse, and a hint of disdain lingered in her smile. She understood that Qin Feng was the one footing the bill. This woman's opinion held little weight. Had Qin Feng reached out to touch it, she would certainly have refrained from reminding him and might even have requested the keys for him to experience the car firsthand. The seats were covered with protective film, so sitting in it would not be an issue. Yet it was clear that Xiaoting did not possess such privilege that in Peng Jinyan's eyes. Xiaoting was merely a pretty face who had fortuitously snagged a wealthy companion. unworthy of her admiration. I only want to touch it. It won't hurt anything, Xiaoting retorted, slightly annoyed. That I truly apologize, but this is a new car. It can only be admired from a distance. Surely you wouldn't want your own car marred by someone else's fingerprints, Peng Jinyan replied with a smile. The words were technically correct, yet they left a sour taste. Xiaoting furrowed her brow, remaining silent as she reluctantly withdrew her hand, gazing longingly at Qin Feng. The convertible S design alone suggested it was far more expensive than the previous car priced at 1.3 million. She hesitated to voice her desire to purchase it, hoping instead that Qin Feng would intuit her feelings through her gaze. How much is this one? Qin Feng inquired, perceptively. The previously agreed price with the customer for this model is 3.2 million. Peng Jinyan responded with a smile while glancing at the list. Upon hearing the sales quote of 3.2 million, Xiaoting's heart sank. Stealing a glance at Qin Feng's expression, she noticed his hesitance, as if he were in a dilemma. Xiaoting surmised that this car likely exceeded his budget. Indeed, compared to the previous vehicle, this one was a full double in price. It was only natural for anyone to feel conflicted about such a sum. However, she was truly enamored with the car. The moment it was unveiled, she felt an inexplicable connection, as if she were one with the vehicle. Similarly obscured by the world's grime, yet unable to find someone who appreciated her for who she was, forced to linger in solitude. Her heart raced at the thought of driving it away. Yet, Qin Feng's silence left her anxious, uncertain of his intentions. Qin Feng rubbed his chin, making a clicking sound that he, too, found the car's design stunning, but he was displeased with the price. Over 3 million. Who did he think he was looking down upon? In the realm of extravagant wealth, everyone had a Lamborghini. That a car costing 3 million would barely register among them, given Xiaoting's current financial prospects. Not investing in a luxury vehicle seemed a waste. Brother, can we buy this one? Xiaoting bit her lip, pleading, I still have over 300,000 saved up. You can see how much more we need. I can always take out a loan. Chapter 21. There are no shortcuts in life. Upon hearing Xiaoting mention a loan, Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. That it revealed her lack of faith in him. He was merely concerned about ensuring the money was well spent and that the cashback wouldn't be diminished. Not that he couldn't afford it. He smiled and gently tapped Xiaoting's nose, preparing to agree to her request for the car. However, upon witnessing the fervor in her eyes, he felt a stirring in his heart. Her willingness to exhaust her savings to purchase this convertible demonstrated her strong desire for it, even to the extent of contemplating a loan. That if that were the case, he could act as her bank and lend her the money. Additionally, he could hire her to manage his daily affairs, amounting to merely 20,000 a month, totaling a mere 240,000 a year. This way, he could enjoy her company without any cost for a decade or so. As he envisioned their future cohabitation, a broader smile graced his face. However, two minor concerns lingered. First, whether lending money counted as a transaction. Second, if she ever decided to sell the car and repay him, would the system deem it cheating? Qin Feng, being somewhat timid, pondered this dilemma, but ultimately decided against taking that risk. After all, he had plenty of money and saw no need to exploit a classmate, especially since they were peers. He settled on a compromise, saying, I want 5 obedience cards from you. Xiaoting was momentarily taken aback, asking blankly, what obedience cards? I agree to buy you this car, but in exchange, you must personally write me 5 cards promising to obey my wishes. Qin Feng replied, playfully lifting Xiaoting's chin as he grinned mischievously. Each time I use an obedience card, you must fully comply with my instructions. Do you understand what I mean? Xiaoting was momentarily stunned, her mind racing with inappropriate thoughts. She suspected this man was perhaps influenced by too many adult films and was seeking to engage in something peculiar. Her cheeks flushed, and with a shy glare at Qin Feng, she huffed, that is too much. I don't like that kind of thing. Feigning innocence, Qin Feng responded, darling, what are you thinking? I mean tasks related to daily living like laundry and cooking for a week. After saying this, he exaggeratedly widened his eyes. You wouldn't have thought of that, would you? Xiaoting, now embarrassed and furious, raised her small fist to strike Qin Feng's shoulder, but realizing it was futile, she instead attempted to bite his arm. Qin Feng quickly laughed and begged for mercy. Their playful banter created a warm atmosphere. However, Peng Jinyan observed with a twinge of discomfort. She reflected on how some women were fortunate enough to merely perform household chores for a month to earn a Turbo S, while she herself had to endure daily work, appeasing her supervisor and maintaining a smile for clients. Witnessing someone else's Prince Charming made her feel like she was forcibly fed a spoonful of dog food. Her mindset began to unravel, leading her down a path of misguided thoughts. She began to contemplate shortcuts in life, especially after seeing the tenderness in Qin Feng's eyes as he held Xiaoting. She quietly resolved to pursue this man. After all, vying for a boyfriend wasn't illegal. The two hardly seemed like a married couple. Couples wouldn't engage in such playful exchanges as obedience cards. With her determination solidified, Peng Jinyan smiled and addressed them. "Excuse me, Mr. Qin, are you certain you want to purchase this vehicle?" Qin Feng, preoccupied with his playful advantage over Xiaoting, waved a hand at her, saying, "The card is with you, just swipe it. Then please come with me to sign the contract. I can offer you some special discounts," Peng Jinyan hinted. She intended to take Qin Feng to her office for a more private conversation. Curious to gauge his interest in her. Confident in her appearance, slender waist, long legs, and a commendable figure, she recalled having practiced splits during her modeling days. Given the opportunity, she could easily write Qin Feng an obedience card and fulfill any of his desires. Qin Feng, however, remained oblivious to her ulterior motives, as he held no interest in women who fell below a score of 90, that he was there for business, firmly stopping Xiaoting's antics as he took her hand. Signaling to Peng Jinyan, "Then let us go." Peng Jinyan smiled. "As long as the purchaser is here to sign, I'll assist this lady in applying for a car key, allowing her to experience the details and craftsmanship of the vehicle." Xiaoting felt a flicker of interest, but since they were already purchasing the car, there was no rush. Moreover, she sensed the salesperson's smile held a hint of flirtation, making her uneasy about Qin Feng going off alone with her. "No need, I'll go with you too," she declared, pointing at Xiaoting. Qin Feng curiously asked Peng Jinyan, "Isn't Tishi the car owner? Doesn't Tishi need to sign?" Peng Jinyan was slightly taken aback. "Are you suggesting that the car be registered in her name?" She had presumed the vehicle was merely for the lady to drive, that it was important to note that once the vehicle was registered, the ownership would legally belong to the woman, who would buy a car worth over 3 million for a mere fling. Observing Qin Feng's nonchalant attitude toward such a sum, as if it were trivial, Peng Jinyan's gaze toward him grew increasingly infatuated. Indeed, he initially intended to transfer money to her, so she could make the purchase herself. But large transactions were cumbersome, and he feared she might not be able to wait. "You rewrite. She is not in a hurry," Qin Feng said, smiling indulgently at Xiaoting. Xiaoting suppressed her elation, casting Qin Feng a flirtatious glance. "When was I ever in a hurry?" Qin Feng grinned mischievously. "Then why were you so eager to rush me this morning?" "You're so annoying," Xiaoting exclaimed, reaching to pinch him. Peng Jinyan, uninterested in their morning antics, felt a twinge of disappointment as she realized he didn't wish to be alone with her. "Very well. Please follow me that I shall assist you with the necessary procedures." The three individuals returned to the reception room of the establishment. Peng Jinyan instructed someone to bring tea and then retrieve the vehicle purchase contract and the POS machine. After introducing the perks of lifetime free maintenance, exquisite gifts, a 20,000 yuan fuel card, and other benefits, Qin Feng promptly settled the payment. Once the transfer was successful and all procedures completed, Xiaoting felt somewhat disoriented, tightly gripping the pen in her hand, unwilling to relinquish it. She feared that if she let go, the car would vanish. She never imagined that her very first car would be a 911. And moreover, the fully equipped version that belonged entirely to her. Yes, she dreamily stepped out of the reception room. The sales staff had already positioned themselves on either side, bending slightly and smiling as they said, "Congratulations on becoming a distinguished Porsche owner. May the Black Horse Golden Shield guard your noble life." The sales manager led the applause, and the group celebrated fervently. Xiaoting was completely dazed, unsure of how to react. That it was only when the salesman, who had been eyeing her with infatuation, bowed his head before her and presented the keys with both hands that she snapped back to reality. Trembling, she accepted the keys, feeling the envious gazes of those around her, elated to the point of euphoria. Yet, she did not forget that all of this was thanks to Qin Feng. Unable to contain her excitement, she turned and embraced Qin Feng, pressing her face against his chest, and with hopeful eyes, asked, "Brother, is this real? Am I not dreaming?" "Indeed, it is real that if it were a dream, you would have woken up the moment you asked that question," Qin Feng replied with a smile. At that moment, Xiaoting truly felt at ease. Gazing at the handsome man before her, she could not help but ask a classic question. "Darling, why are you so good to me?" Chapter 22. She really resembles my mother. This was an easy question. Akin to the one a mother poses when asking whether you prefer her or your father, that a clever child knows to say they favor their mother in her presence. An honest child will choose to speak the truth. A rebellious child might retort with a dismissive "get lost." Qin Feng, a slightly introverted yet honest boy, was well-versed in the classics and knew the right answer. You are so beautiful. You deserve my kindness. Xiating's affection level 5. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Feng received a system notification. The corners of his mouth curved into a smile. His mood considerably brightened. This was tantamount to a correct answer. However, he was merely 3 points away from reaching an 80-point affection level. Observing Xiating's blissful expression, he estimated that it would not be long before he received a reward, but he needed to devise a plan to spend a little more money. But where should he take her to spend it? Qin Feng pondered while holding Xiating closely. Meanwhile, Xiating felt a rush of sweetness upon hearing Qin Feng's compliment, her spirits soaring. She affectionately nuzzled her nose against his neck, inhaling the scent of the man, akin to a cat confirming its owner's presence. Lifting her gaze to his handsome and confident face, a wave of concern washed over her, fearing he might be swayed by other women. "Darling, you want to leave me, will you?" Unbeknownst to her, in just 2 short days, she had deeply etched this man into her heart. Although she knew Qin Feng would likely not refuse her, she yearned to hear his assurance. "Rest assured, I would never abandon you, even if the sky were to fall." Qin Feng reassured her with a smile. Xiating felt satisfied and, in front of a crowd, boldly rose on her toes to plant a sweet kiss on Qin Feng's lips. The onlookers turned their heads, unwilling to witness the display of affection. The manager, seeing that it was no longer their concern, instructed everyone to return to their duties. That a few female sales staff huddled together, whispering among themselves. Yanzi remarked, "Did that man buy the car for that woman? And did he pay in full? Wow, this man must be incredibly wealthy. Is he perhaps a scion of a noble family? Indeed, it's frustrating to see someone so fortunate, while that woman doesn't appear to have any advantage over us. How did she manage to land such a high-flying, handsome man? If you're envious, why not take action? They don't seem married yet. You might still have a chance. Take action. I'll ask Yanzi for his phone number right away. I envy you single ladies. You can pursue whoever you fancy. I, on the other hand, am married and have no freedom whatsoever. Even a minute's delay in returning home leads to arguments. Your husband is too petty. If I were you, I would have left by now. Zhao Jie as husband is quite decent. He cares for her and is always available, clearly sincere in his affections. Sincerity means little. If he could buy me a Turbo S, I wouldn't care if he played around outside." Peng Jinyan did not partake in their conversation. She was standing nearby with various documents, silently enduring the display of affection. After what felt like an eternity, once they had parted, she seized the opportunity to interject. "Excuse me. May I interrupt? The vehicle registration will take a little time. The earliest it can be ready is the day after tomorrow. Would you like to arrange for a temporary license plate?" Qin Feng released a fervent Xiating, bowed slightly to conceal his excitement, and replied, "No need for the trouble. Please complete the registration and inform me when it's ready. We will come to collect the car then." "All right, I will contact you this afternoon when we select the license plate. Also, I informed the original buyer of this vehicle. She requested your number. Would you mind sharing it?" Peng Jinyan inquired. "That's fine." Qin Feng replied indifferently. Xiating opened her mouth to say something, but ultimately remained silent, casting a resentful glance at Qin Feng. Unbeknownst to him, he was oblivious to her expression as he engaged in confirming details about the new car with Peng Jinyan. Once they concluded, she took the stack of documents to submit. Only then did he turn back to see Xiating pouting, her face clearly displaying her dissatisfaction. "What's wrong?" he asked, puzzled. "Oh, I didn't do anything wrong, did I?" Qin Feng scratched his head, perplexed. Xiating, feeling dejected, said, "You mustn't give your number to other women so casually, understand? Are you really jealous?" Qin Feng chuckled. "Yes, I am. You must not give any other woman a chance," Xiating insisted earnestly. All right, I hear you. I want tea," Qin Feng assured her, calming her down. Xiating, sensing his earnestness, decided to relent, aware that provoking a man like him, who radiated golden charm, would be foolish. After finalizing their vehicle purchase, the couple exited the 4S store. Discussing where to have lunch, Peng Jinyan followed them outside. As Qin Feng prepared to hail a taxi, she immediately offered, "Sir, did you not drive here? Perhaps I could drive you." Xiaoting hastily declined. No, thank you. We prefer to take a taxi. She was uncomfortable with the way this woman looked at her man, sensing an overtly flirtatious intent. Being a woman herself, Xiaoting easily discerned the yearning within her gaze. It's perfectly fine. I can use the company car, Peng Jinyan smiled. Under the midday sun, Qin Feng was reluctant to wait by the roadside, just as he was about to agree when he noticed Xiaoting's unwilling expression. He quickly changed his mind, saying, no need for the trouble. You carry on with your work. Peng Jinyan, undeterred by the refusal, smiled and said, very well, I shan't linger here as a third wheel. That I wish you both a delightful time. With that, she bowed slightly, her demeanor exceedingly gracious. Xiaoting regarded her with a knowing glance, while Peng Jinyan met her gaze boldly, a hint of appraisal in her eyes that in terms of looks, Xiaoting might have the upper hand. But Peng Jinyan believed she possessed advantages of her own, such as charm and playful sophistication, which could certainly appeal to men more than mere beauty. She harbored no illusions about the existence of faithful men. Given the right opportunity, she felt confident she could win over Qin Feng. As she turned to return, she silently bolstered her resolve. Qin Feng watched the alluring saleswoman sway as she departed, thinking it a pity. This girl possessed an enviable figure, perfectly proportioned and strikingly beautiful. However, without a charm rating of at least 90, he would not receive system rewards. Pursuing her would require an investment of genuine money, which seemed unwise. Yet, she appeared genuinely interested in him. He wondered if he could perhaps gain her favor without cost. Perhaps he should wait until after he received his reward. After all, one shouldn't expect others to cover the bill. Are you still looking at her? Xiaoting snapped, shaking Qin Feng's hand off angrily. Qin Feng suddenly remembered that he had someone beside him, that he hastily apologized. I'm sorry. I was just looking at her back. That is, suddenly struck by inspiration, he exclaimed, she reminds me a bit of my mother. Yes, just like my mother. Xiaoting was taken aback by his clumsy excuse, momentarily forgetting her anger. She had never encountered a man so shameless as to use his own mother as a shield. Unable to resist, she asked, did your mother walk in such a seductive manner? Chapter 23. How about I gift you a phone? Seeing Xiaoting's astonished expression, Qin Feng, fearing she might not believe him, forcefully clarified, the last time I saw my mother, she walked just like that and dressed similarly. Though Xiaoting remained skeptical, she keenly picked up on the underlying concern in his words. What happened to your mother? I don't know. It's something from my childhood, and I can't recall clearly. Xiaoting scrutinized Qin Feng, noting that he didn't seem to be lying, and hesitantly inquired, so, you come from a single-parent family? Not at all. Qin Feng chuckled. Xiaoting breathed a sigh of relief, speculating that perhaps his father had remarried, leading to a blended family. She refrained from pressing further, fearing she might come across as intrusive, that if their relationship continued to blossom, she would naturally learn more in due time. Qin Feng, too, preferred not to broadcast his status as an orphan, and, noticing Xiaoting's lack of further questions, chose to remain silent. The atmosphere grew somewhat subdued. Qin Feng took out his phone to check the status of their ride, only to find it had frozen. Unresponsive to his touch, he murmured, damn, what a piece of junk phone. Xiaotian curiously inquired, how can you use such a phone? This was a question she had long wanted to ask. From their very first encounter, she noticed that Qin Feng was using the cheapest 1,000 yuan phone, which appeared somewhat old, as if it had been used for quite some time. At that moment, she almost believed that Qin Feng was a penniless fellow. However, after he treated her to lavish purchases, she gradually came to the conclusion that he was indeed wealthy. Enraptured by Qin Feng's financial prowess, she forgot to ask about it. Now, hearing him complain, Xiaoting finally voiced her question. Qin Feng awkwardly replied, it's a cheap phone. I won't feel bad if I lose it. Xiaoting fixed him with a skeptical gaze, doubting that it might be a gift from an ex he was reluctant to replace. A man like him, who could casually pull out 3 million to buy a car, surely wouldn't he be attached to a phone worth 1 or 2,000 if he weren't concerned? Why not just toss it away? Xiaoting probed. Well, that if it works, why throw it away? Qin Feng was reluctant to part with it. That a card is a card. As long as it functions, that's all that matters. Replacing it would cost over 1,000. And his current balance could multiply 1,000-fold. Until the cashback arrived, he needed to be cautious. Once the system's cashback was credited, he could always buy a new one then. Seeing his reluctance, Xiaoting felt more assured in her suspicions. This man dared to linger on thoughts of his ex. She felt a twinge of anger. Yet, she didn't dare to snatch Qin Feng's phone away, so she could only sulk, crossing her arms and turning her face away from him. Qin Feng, perplexed by her sudden change in demeanor, thought back to how he had previously appeased her after admiring beautiful women, and wondered why she was upset again that he placed a hand on Xia Ting's shoulder. Turning her to face him and asked, Ting, what's wrong? I don't want to talk to you, Xia Ting pouted, still avoiding him. Why don't you want to talk to me? Give me a hint, Qin Feng inquired with a smile. The sight of a beautiful girl pouting only made her seem more charming, leaving him without any frustration. The phone, Xia Ting shot back, casting a glance at his device, her voice laced with annoyance. What about the phone? Qin Feng assumed her impatience stemmed from waiting, pulling out his phone to check the screen. It says the driver is just 1 kilometer away. We'll be there shortly. Xia Ting shook off his hand, coldly retorting, You know what I mean? Don't change the subject. Qin Feng's eyes widened in confusion, completely baffled. Still pretending. Xia Ting frowned, her voice firm. Can you give me another hint? Qin Feng asked cautiously. Xia Ting fell silent, feeling that Qin Feng was merely jesting, trying to gloss over the matter. Watching how much he cared about his ex's phone made her heart ache slightly. She thought that if she were to clarify things, it might only lead to his displeasure, that if he insisted on keeping it, she would be powerless. Xia Ting sighed and decided not to confront him. Allowing the matter to pass, she reassured herself that a man's loyalty and love was a good thing. At least he wouldn't stray in the future. Just then, the car arrived. Qin Feng took Xia Ting's hand. Noticing her symbolic struggle for a moment before he held it firmly, he presumed she wasn't truly angry and smiled apologetically. Let us get inside the car. It's hot out here. Xia Ting's expression remained cold as she silently climbed into the vehicle. The driver, ever diligent, donned white gloves to close the door for them, reminding them to fasten their seatbelts and informing them that bottled water was available. The air conditioning inside the car was refreshing, providing a pleasant relief. Qin Feng politely thanked the driver and fastened Xia Ting's seatbelt, neglecting his own as he leaned closer to her, coaxing, Sweetheart, don't be upset. Feel free to ask for anything that if I can do it. I will. Such sweet talk, Xia Ting murmured resentfully. You clearly won't, yet you pretend to be magnanimous. You insufferable man. Why don't you give it a try then? How would I know unless you say something? In the cool air of the car, the warmth of their earlier interactions dissipated, that I in this relatively private space. Qin Feng couldn't help but let his hands wander. One arm wrapped around Xia Ting while the other began to explore her body. The driver, understanding the situation, discreetly adjusted the rearview mirror to avoid capturing the scene. Maintaining his silence, the car moved smoothly. Xia Ting, blushing and flustered, gently resisted his advances, gripping his hand. You were the one who wanted me to say something, she reminded him. You say it. Xia Ting glanced at Qin Feng's phone, pondering for a moment before speaking. I'll buy you the latest cutting-edge phone, and you promise to only use the phone I give you. Deal? Both Qin Feng and the driver were taken aback. What was this? Was she a sugar mama? How impressive. When they entered the car, the stunning woman had appeared aloof, while the handsome young man had seemed eager to please. They had assumed their relationship was one of infatuation and worship, but it turned out to be a case of devotion and admiration. The driver couldn't help but glance in the rearview mirror, eager to observe this remarkable individual, only to find that the angle had been adjusted, leaving him with a view of the car's ceiling. He shook his head in disappointment, lamenting that such a wonderful woman was destined for someone else. He wished he could step on the gas and leave this man behind. Qin Feng was overjoyed to hear Xia Ting offer to buy him a new phone, having coveted that model for quite some time. He had once considered purchasing it to flaunt his patriotism, but the price had deterred him. Previously, he had been entangled with a woman who constantly demanded gifts and attention, draining his finances over the years. He had spent tens of thousands on her whims and desires, but he held no regrets. Life was often about learning lessons, and he viewed those expenses as tuition fees for his experiences. Compared to marrying her and enduring a lifetime of torment, he felt fortunate to have paid to sever their emotional ties. That in contrast, Xia Ting was not only beautiful, but also obedient, understanding, and perceptive. When she heard him complain about his phone's sluggishness, she even offered to buy him a new one. Qin Feng gazed at Xia Ting, increasingly captivated. Darling, you're so beautiful, he exclaimed, leaning in closer, hoping for an intimate kiss. Xia Ting gently pushed him away, resisting. You haven't fulfilled my request yet that I promise to only use the phone you buy me, Qin Feng replied earnestly. Now that sounds better, Xiaoting said, triumphantly wrapping her arms around his neck. Her eyes sparkling with affection. She leaned in, offering her soft lips to him. Chapter 24. Please, let me drive for a bit. In the cramped space, primal desires were easily ignited. The two sat in the crowded back seat, their kisses gradually growing more passionate. After a long while, they broke apart, Xiaoting's chest rising and falling rapidly, her face flushed like a ripe peach, eliciting drools from onlookers. Her long, fluttering eyelashes framed those captivating eyes that brimmed with longing, practically oozing seduction. Qin Feng, unable to resist, attempted to touch her again, but she fiercely resisted. Be good. Relax, he whispered seductively in her ear. Hearing her soft protest, no, only intensified his desire. Finding it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure, he reluctantly abandoned his attempts at her lower half and focused his attention on her upper body instead. Soon, her clothing was disheveled. It wasn't until Xiaoting looked at him with pleading eyes, signaling him to stop, that Qin Feng ceased his more aggressive advances. However, his hands continued their exploration, eliciting soft gasps from her. The sultry sounds ignited the driver's imagination, making him regret taking this job. As a driver, he often encountered wealthy patrons, and wealthy patrons were seldom without female company. Though he had seen many indecent acts in the back seat, the sight of such a beautiful and shy woman was rare, and her moans sparked a sense of wrongdoing within him. Wang Gang felt a rush of envy, wanting to shout at them, but for the sake of cash, he held his tongue. Typically, those who dared to indulge in such behavior in his vehicle left generous tips to cover cleanup costs. He had encountered clients who tipped as much as 10 times the fare. Meanwhile, Xiaoting was blushing and flustered, leaning against Qin Feng, her body feeling as if it had melted. Qin Feng gazed at her, breathless, whispering in her ear, "You're so irresistible. I can hardly control myself." Xiaoting maintained a shred of rationality, desperately suppressing her desire as she protested. No, not here. After all, most modern vehicles were equipped with cameras. And if they were caught on tape, her reputation would be ruined. Did I feel so uncomfortable like this? Qin Feng lamented, his tone filled with longing. Xiaoting stole a glance at him, noticing his genuine discomfort. You brought this upon yourself, she retorted. Qin Feng accidentally made a mess in the back seat. Being a straightforward person, he figured the fare could cover it, so he generously transferred 800 yuan to the driver for cleaning. TikTok had claimed that deep cleaning a car only cost 500, so offering 800 was more about not wanting to haggle. To his surprise, the driver was amiable, showing no concern for the mess. He expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, boss," and even handed Qin Feng a business card, stating he was at their service whenever needed. Observing the robust physique and formidable presence of the driver, Qin Feng was pleasantly surprised to discover his amiable temperament. Glancing at the business card, he noted that the driver was named Wang Gang. With well-defined features and an earnest appearance, Wang had silently adjusted the rearview mirror, revealing a thoughtful disposition. This prompted Qin Feng to consider the prospect of hiring him. He deemed it prudent to secure a bodyguard before claiming any system rewards, as it would be wise to be prepared. With a stunning companion like Xiaoting, it was inevitable that some ill-mannered individuals might cause trouble. Having a bodyguard position behind them would exude an intimidating aura that could easily deter unwelcome attention. Wang Gang's rugged yet gentle demeanor perfectly matched Qin Feng's requirements, and his driving skills would facilitate any discreet escapades with Xiaoting in the future. The only concern was whether Wang's character would prove trustworthy. Once his desire subsided, Qin Feng reflected calmly, ultimately deciding to extend an invitation. After all, in a world filled with opportunism, a fair remuneration should not pose a significant obstacle. However, he would need Xiaoting's consent, as the system would not reimburse without it. Taking Xiaoting's delicate hand in his, he gently proposed, "What do you think about hiring Brother Wang as our dedicated driver?" Xiaoting, puzzled, responded, "Did you not just purchase a Porsche for me? If you don't wish to drive, I can be your chauffeur. Why hire someone else?" Qin Feng explained, "Occasionally, we may require it. Driving can be exhausting, and having an additional layer of protection would enhance our safety." Noticing Xiaoting's lingering hesitation, he playfully interjected, "You are so beautiful. What if some fool attempts to harass you? Should I confront him?" Recalling her past experiences of being harassed, Xiaoting dismissed the concern, noting that those individuals had always been timid, merely daring to whistle or utter a few crude remarks. ignoring them sufficed, as they were unlikely to escalate matters. Given the high costs associated with brawling and the severe consequences of violating a woman's wishes, her primary worry was Qin Feng's wealth. What if a nefarious character targeted him for his money? Extra protection could only be advantageous. Thus, she nodded in agreement. With Xiaoting's approval, Qin Feng smiled and addressed the driver, "Brother Wang, how much can you earn as a dedicated driver for a month?" Their conversation had not been conducted in hushed tones, so Wang Gang overheard their exchange and felt a surge of excitement. Did that woman imply that this man had gifted her a Porsche? Regardless of its veracity, the prospect of being offered a chance was a testament to his worth. Wang quickly replied with humility, "You can just call me Xiao Wang. I can't accept the title of Brother Wang." After his courteous response, he continued, "My earnings vary based on luck. Sometimes the platform assigns me airport trips, and I can make over 10,000 a month that if I work overtime in the evenings and remain diligent. I might even reach around 20,000." Da Wang Gang did not disclose the full truth. The dedicated car service business required significant investment, including maintenance, insurance, fuel, and platform commissions. After deducting these expenses, retaining even 10,000 in a month would be considered fortunate. Moreover, operating a dedicated vehicle typically necessitated an investment of no less than 200,000, that coupled with the challenges posed by the platform's stringent rules and difficult clients, such as the last woman who only offered 500 yuan after a mishap in his new vehicle. The reality was that many would struggle to make ends meet. "Have you considered changing your profession?" Qin Feng casually inquired. "That I would like to, but driving every day has taken a toll on my lumbar spine. Additionally, I find myself somewhat lacking in social skills," Wang Gang admitted with a sheepish grin. The fact that Qin Feng seemed interested in hiring him filled him with enthusiasm. Someone like Qin Feng, who casually spent 800 yuan on a car wash, surely would offer a generous salary. "You heard Xiaoting. We find you quite impressive and would like to employ you as both a driver and a bodyguard. The working hours may extend late, requiring your constant presence. What salary do you think would be appropriate?" Qin Feng inquired. Wang Gang, taken aback by the opportunity to propose his own salary, felt momentarily flustered. He calmly maneuvered the vehicle to their destination while contemplating his response. Qin Feng refrained from interrupting, understanding the gravity of the decision, that he engaged Xiaoting in quiet conversation. Yet Wang Gang remained conflicted. Uncertain of an appropriate figure, that he feared being perceived as greedy if he asked for too much, yet he was reluctant to accept too little. Despite having known Qin Feng for less than half an hour, he felt reassured that this was not a scam, that he was resolute in his principle. He would work for those who paid him and dismiss anyone who requested upfront fees. After considerable thought, he hesitantly asked, "Boss, do you require me to use my vehicle for your transportation?" Qin Feng promptly declined, stating, "No need. I will arrange for a more prestigious vehicle for you to drive." Qin Feng was considering acquiring a vehicle adorned with prominent wings, as he had heard that wealthy individuals favored such cars for their status. Wang Gang felt a sense of relief, reassured that in modern society, he would not be subjected to being sold off for profit. After contemplating, he mustered the courage to propose a salary he deemed ideal. "How does 20,000 sound, boss?" He paused, quickly adding, "I have military experience and maintain my fitness through daily exercise that I can easily handle 2 or 3 ordinary individuals. And I have culinary skills from my past work as a chef." While Qin Feng was satisfied with Wang's character, he found the proposed salary insufficient. 2,000 a month was too little for a role that required unwavering loyalty, especially for a bodyguard driver. There was always the risk of betrayal, and the consequences of misplaced trust could be dire. "Agreed. We shall proceed with your figure of 20,000 for a trial month." Qin Feng replied, much to Wang Gang's delight. "Thank you, boss. I will strive to meet your expectations." Wang Gang exclaimed, thrilled by the prospect of doubling his monthly income. Qin Feng introduced himself and Xiaoting, saying, "I am Qin Feng, and this is Xiaoting. From now on, we entrust our safety to you, Brother Wang." Wang Gang quickly replied with a smile, "Just call me Xiao Wang, Boss Qin." Qin Feng chuckled, finding Wang's earnestness refreshing. However, he maintained, "You appear older. Let's stick with Brother Wang. Titles are trivial. What matters is performance." Continuing, he stated, "We won't require a contract. Here is your salary for the first month, 20,000. As he transferred the funds, he observed Wang's astonishment and added, "Once you are confirmed, your salary will double. That if you perform satisfactorily, I will increase your pay by 1,000 each month for the next 5 years, and should you demonstrate true dedication, a significant bonus awaits you at year-end. Wang Gang was left in stunned silence. Double the salary, an additional 1,000 each month? Was this truly happening? Turning to Qin Feng, he saw no hint of jest in his demeanor. His heart raced as he received the notification of 20,000 yuan in his account. Still struggling to comprehend the windfall. "Boss, are you serious?" he asked incredulously. "Absolutely. The better you perform, the higher your salary," Qin Feng replied with a grin. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Wang Gang felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Contemplating how he wished to express his appreciation, the thought of kneeling in reverence to a benefactor crossed his mind. With such an offer, he would be earning an annual salary approaching 600,000. That his mind raced as he calculated the potential earnings over 2 years, and despite the overwhelming figures, he struggled to grasp the enormity of the opportunity. This was a chance to transform his life. He could finally provide a more spacious home for his growing family, moving from their cramped quarters to a 4-bedroom apartment. This serendipitous encounter with Qin Feng, a man of such means, had ignited a glimmer of hope for a brighter future. "Mr. Qin, from now on, whatever you instruct me to do, I shall comply wholeheartedly, even at the expense of my own life, to ensure your safety," Wang Gang proclaimed, thumping his chest with fervor, his excitement punctuated by a thick accent from his hometown. Xia Ting leaned against Qin Feng's chest, gazing up at the man opposite them, whose exuberance over a mere few thousand yuan seemed almost childlike, that he appeared somewhat naive, as if he had never encountered the world beyond his small circle. Little did he know that his boss had purchased a car worth over 3 million this morning. One could only wonder if such a revelation would render him speechless. Yet his simplicity was somewhat comforting. At least it gave off an air of reliability. Xia Ting nudged Qin Feng with her chin, addressing Wang Gang. "Rest assured, we are quite safe. Let us refrain from violence unless absolutely necessary." Qin Feng smiled and added, "Indeed, there's no need for you to risk your life. All we require is your genuine commitment to our cause. Others will handle any confrontations." Wang Gang nodded, not at all surprised by the notion of a high-profile individual employing a cadre of enforcers. "I understand, boss. From now on, I shall stick by your side," he asserted. "Very well. Let us proceed to purchase a mobile phone." Wang Gang promptly exited the vehicle, opened the door for Qin Feng, and extended his arm above the car to prevent him from bumping his head. Qin Feng, unaccustomed to such service, felt a tinge of awkwardness. He wondered if this was standard protocol for a chauffeur, or if it was a special courtesy reserved for him as the employer. Having worked in the service industry himself, he found the display somewhat pretentious and requested Wang Gang, "No need for such formalities in the future, unless we are in a formal setting that demands it. On ordinary occasions, there's no necessity for such ostentation." "Understood, boss," Wang Gang replied promptly. Chapter 26. The honest man only seeks a stronger ally. Xia Ting stepped out of the car and squinted at the midday sun, slightly furrowing her brow. Yet she remained silent. Wang Gang, keenly perceptive, immediately opened the trunk to retrieve an umbrella, shielding the two from the sun, that he then followed closely behind them, grinning like a devoted servant. Xia Ting was quite pleased with Wang Gang's attentiveness. In September, the sun was not overly harsh, yet the distance from the parking lot to the mall warranted some form of protection. Having someone hold an umbrella not only shielded her skin from the sun, but also inflated her sense of vanity, making her feel like a princess making her grand entrance. "Thank you, Brother Wang," Xia Ting said with a playful smile. Wang Gang bowed his head and chuckled in response. Clad in a shirt, slacks, and white gloves, he adopted a very humble demeanor, resembling more of a servant than a bodyguard. The trio walked confidently toward the mall, drawing the gaze of passers-by. Observers noted the couple being attended to by a dedicated individual holding an umbrella, eliciting a flurry of whispers. Some expressed envy, others disdain, while a few harbored a mix of both sentiments that in contrast to the natural Xia Ting. Qin Feng felt his cheeks flush under the scrutiny of onlookers. As an ordinary citizen, he found it difficult to adapt to being served in such a manner, feeling a sense of discomfort at the superficiality of it all. After a moment's reflection, he extended his hand to take the umbrella from Wang Gang, deciding to hold it for Xia Ting himself. The gesture of a boyfriend shielding his girlfriend from the sun felt far less awkward than that of a bodyguard doing so. "Thank you, big brother," Xia Ting exclaimed sweetly as Qin Feng took the umbrella, her voice laced with a hint of mischief. "It's my pleasure." Qin Feng replied, smiling. Are you upset, brother? Xia Ting peered at Qin Feng's expression. Aware that some wealthy individuals could be rather possessive, often interpreting innocent interactions as something more. She assumed that Qin Feng's decision to take the umbrella was out of jealousy over her cheerful demeanor with Wang Gang. Upset? Why would I be? Qin Feng was taken aback. Xia Ting, sensing his confusion, clarified, I was merely being polite by thanking Brother Wang. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, and then, realizing that Qin Feng was not feigning ignorance, Xia Ting relaxed and explained, people might think you were jealous since you silently took the umbrella from Brother Wang. Qin Feng sighed. I just found his gesture a bit ostentatious and felt uncomfortable. Xia Ting teased, as long as you're not feeling jealous over Brother Wang. That's all that matters, haha. Qin Feng offered a faint smile, saying nothing further. Xia Ting, observing his understated demeanor, recalled their first encounter when he wore nothing but worn-out clothing. Blending in with the crowd, that no one would ever suspect that such an unassuming young man could possess immense wealth, that it seemed that wealthy individuals were often adept at concealing their true status. Xia Ting felt fortunate that she had not blocked him on social media the previous night. Missing out on a man like him would have been unforgivable. The thought of the 20 yuan red envelope she had sent him the night before made her feel awkward. Avoiding his gaze. Meanwhile, Wang Gang, recognizing that his boss preferred sincerity over superficial displays, felt a sense of relief. Having served in the military, he was a man of unwavering integrity, having never mastered the art of flattery. Therefore, he found himself feeling quite out of sorts with the earlier display, akin to being trampled underfoot. Yet for the sake of financial gain, he had to humble himself, a notion he accepted as a part of maturity. Initially, he believed he would have to continue in this subservient role indefinitely, but to his surprise, his boss was considerate of his dignity. This gesture deeply moved him. How many employers are both considerate of their subordinates and willing to offer raises? Wang Gang resolved to cling to Qin Feng's coattails no matter what. The repeated emphasis on loyalty indicated that Qin Feng valued fidelity over mere appearances. Nonetheless, Wang Gang believed that loyalty alone was insufficient. One must also work diligently and sincerely to earn a place at his boss's side. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, he was unwittingly being manipulated by these two, feeling merely awkward about his newfound wealth. He was certain that once he became accustomed to his fortune, he would inevitably become somewhat corrupt. Upon arriving at the Yintai Plaza, Qin Feng returned the umbrella to Wang Gang for safekeeping. Checking the time, he remarked to Xia Ting, let's have a meal first. All right, Xia Ting nodded. Most restaurants in the mall were reasonably priced, averaging around 1 to 200 yuan per person, with establishments like Hei Leo being slightly more expensive. Qin Feng had had the fortune of dining there a few times. However, the exorbitant prices and the overly eager, almost subservient service left him feeling uncomfortable. The forced smiles of the waitstaff were so exaggerated that it felt as though they had forgotten to cut their hair. Such an experience was not to his taste. After a brief survey, they settled on a nicely decorated restaurant named Fangmenting. Qin Feng and Xia Ting found a table for 4 in the main dining area, only to realize that Wang Gang remained standing beside them, that it was peak dining time, and with Wang Gang's towering stature, at nearly 2 meters tall, he stood out like a beacon. Brother Wang, please join us at the table. Don't be shy. There will be plenty of food. Qin Feng encouraged that I'm fine. Boss, that I already had lunch before coming out. Wang Gang declined politely. With your build, you could easily have another meal. Please have a seat. Standing there is quite inappropriate, Qin Feng insisted, rising to invite him to sit down, that it would be rather unbecoming for a bodyguard to stand while a couple dined. Wang Gang realized his presence was somewhat intrusive and quickly said, I'll just sit outside. With that, he turned and walked away, settling onto a small bench in the waiting area, observing Qin Feng and Xia Ting through the glass. Qin Feng shook his head in exasperation, ordering a beef fried rice for Wang Gang to be sent over, regardless of whether he would actually eat it. Xia Ting, unfazed by the minor details, busied herself with the menu. She scanned the QR code to order on her phone. Stir-fried chives with eggs, yam with black fungus, stir-fried kidney, garlic vermicelli seafood pot, including oysters, spicy eel, chestnut chicken soup, and scallion lamb. Each dish arrived. Qin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. What was the meaning of this? Was his performance last night inadequate? Woman, are you playing with fire? Qin Feng glared at Xia Ting, whose expression was sly and mischievous, reminiscent of a cunning fox. Brother, you should eat more to replenish your strength, Xia Ting said, placing an oyster in Qin Feng's bowl. Her smile radiant. Qin Feng snorted lightly, asserting, "You better not regret this tonight." That moment. The only part of him that felt strong was his pride. After such fervor yesterday, and the events of the morning, he was beginning to feel drained. Rubbing his waist, he thought, "Once I regain my stamina, you'll see that he was genuinely concerned about her well-being," suggesting, "I think we should keep it simple tonight to allow you to recover." Xiaoting, unperturbed, found Qin Feng's feigned bravado amusing, giggling uncontrollably, and no need to hold back. Qin Feng declared, swallowing the oyster with a hearty laugh. Chapter 27. My ultimate move. Unmatched by anyone after their meal, the pair leisurely wandered through the mall. Whether it was the oyster's effects or sheer luck, within half an hour, Qin Feng felt rejuvenated. His gaze toward Xiaoting brimmed with challenge. Xiaoting, grinning cheekily, met his gaze without flinching. Qin Feng nearly succumbed to the impulse of pulling her into the car for a contest of sorts. But remembering her promise to buy him something, he suppressed the urge. There were more pressing matters at hand. His phone was abysmally slow, barely able to scroll through 5 videos on Douyin before freezing for nearly 10 seconds. Live streams were even worse, lagging like a PowerPoint presentation that he was now capable of giving gifts, and the thought of the numerous streamers waiting for him to discover them filled him with urgency. How many stunning streamers were out there, each deserving of his attention? Would investing 10 million yield any noteworthy results? Would the streamers acknowledge his generosity in any special way? Qin Feng was filled with anticipation. However, he also understood that there was no need to rush. Xiaoting was about to return, and securing her favor was the best course of action, that he patiently accompanied Xiaoting on a shopping excursion. Their first stop being Starbucks, he inquired of Wang Gang, who had been trailing them, whether he desired a milk tea, but received a cold shake of the head in refusal. Subsequently, he ordered a strawberry white chocolate frappuccino for Xiaoting. Refraining from ordering anything for himself, that he felt somewhat embarrassed at the thought of a young man indulging in such a feminine drink. A man should rather flaunt a classic cola. Yet, the enticing whipped cream atop the frappuccino tempted him, igniting a desire to taste it. Fortunately, while accompanying Xiaoting, there would be ample opportunities to savor milk tea in a quaint jewelry store. While Xiaoting adorned herself with hairpins and clips, Qin Feng seized the moment to hold her milk tea, pretending to casually bring it to his lips and taking a hearty sip. Instantly, his eyes narrowed in delight that it tea was sweet and intoxicating. No wonder milk tea was a staple for shopping excursions. A sip lifted his spirits, making everything feel joyous. Regrettably, the medium-sized cup was insufficient, emptied after just 2 sips. Next time, he resolved he would opt for a larger sized tea. That moment, Xiaoting reached out to reclaim her milk tea, only to find it emptied. In a playful huff, she smacked his arm and exclaimed, "You're infuriating. Stealing my milk tea." Qin Feng, unperturbed, grinned and replied, "It was just too delicious. I couldn't resist." Xiaoting scrunched her delicate nose and shot him a feigned fierce glare, an expression that was utterly adorable. As compensation, Qin Feng purchased for her a pair of sunglasses and a beige sun hat. The hat exuded an air of elegance, its design featuring charming pleats and a bow that enhanced Xiaoting's youthful charm, making her face appear petite. The brim, reinforced with metallic wire, could be shaped to suit her preference. Xiaoting arranged the hat into several shell-like folds atop her head, pairing it with a striking black dress that accentuated her fair complexion, transforming her into a vision of purity reminiscent of a seaside vacation. Qin Feng was utterly captivated. "Do you think it looks good?" Xiaoting inquired. The hat was not exorbitantly priced, yet Qin Feng's unwavering gaze filled her with joy. "Absolutely." He firmly nodded. "Since you're so honest, I'll forgive you," she laughed. "Let us go buy a phone now." She neatly packaged her purchases and handed them to Wang Gang, while she and Qin Feng strolled leisurely towards the Huawei Experience store. At that moment, the importance of having a bodyguard became evident. Having someone to carry the items made the outing significantly more convenient. Had they had a bodyguard yesterday, the items Qin Feng had bought for her Wun tea have required the hassle of delivery. Upon entering the Experience store, Xiaoting asked the staff if they had the most expensive Huawei Porsche model. After receiving an affirmative response, she wasted no time and promptly requested a black one, scanning her payment code with decisive efficiency, which Qin Feng greatly admired. This model, known to be endorsed by a celebrity, was touted as a financial asset in the realm of smartphones, boasting excellent resale value. As Qin Feng unwrapped the Mate 60 RS, he admired the octagonal star diamond camera and the high-end materials of metal and ceramic that defined its back cover. Upon powering it on, he was instantly enamored. Its smooth performance and vibrant colors far surpassed his previous subpar phone. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. This was exceptional. Do you like it, brother? Xiaoting asked, noticing his engrossed expression, her face alight with a desire for praise. This phone cost over 10,000, and normally she might have felt a twinge of regret. However, today she felt none. After all, she had not spent a single penny, having received a substantial gift from Qin Feng just the day before. If he remembered that she was the one who had bought this phone every time he used it, it would be a win-win. That I really like it. Thank you for the wonderful gift, Qin Feng said, gently squeezing Xiaoting's cheek, filled with delight. That if you like it, then you can't keep using your old phone, Xiaoting replied, lightly grasping his hand, preventing him from jesting further. With this phone, how could I possibly use that old, broken one? Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Who knows what you men are really thinking? Xiaoting teased, a hint of mockery in her tone. Once I transfer my data, I'll sell the old phone, Qin Feng assured her. Xiaoting opened her mouth, contemplating whether to insist he throw away his old phone right in front of her, but fearing it might come off too forceful. She opted for a light-hearted jab. That phone of yours is only worth 200 at most. Why not sell it to me? Qin Feng replied, puzzled. What would you want my old phone for? Xiaoting gazed quietly into his eyes, her silence speaking volumes. Qin Feng felt slightly embarrassed under her gaze, grinning sheepishly that he had briefly entertained a rather unseemly thought, contemplating selling the new phone and purchasing a cheaper model, thus pocketing a tidy sum. After all, a $3,000 phone would suffice, that he could then funnel the extra funds into the system, activating a lavish, gifting mode for female streamers. However, he quickly dismissed that idea, realizing that Xiaoting's affection was far more valuable. What if she became upset upon seeing him switch phones? It was better to hold on to what he had than to risk losing it. Given that the Mate 60 RS was now in his possession, he could employ a grand gesture to elevate Xiaoting's affection further. This was a spending strategy he had contemplated earlier when purchasing a car. He was confident that such a display would undoubtedly elevate his standing in her eyes. Ting Ting, do you still live with your parents? He tenderly inquired. Chapter 28. Having wealth doesn't mean acting recklessly. Xiaoting, not grasping his intent, noticed him deftly sidestepping the topic of the old phone and shifting the conversation, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes as she answered nonchalantly, yes, my mother disapproves of me renting a place outside. Insisting that a girl should be cautious, with a glance at Qin Feng, she continued with a hint of frustration, I'm not living with any other man. I merely wish to cohabitate with my girlfriend. They refuse, and I must report in if I'm late, which is utterly annoying. Your mother has a point. Many girls living alone lead chaotic lives, disregarding their well-being and turning into shadows of themselves. Qin Feng consoled, recalling the unnerving encounters he had with women living alone while delivering takeout at night. Their pallid faces and disheveled homes resembled crime scenes, messy and chaotic, often worse than his own bachelor pad. He preferred the idea of a well-behaved girl like Xiaoting, who at least had someone to care for her and keep her in check. That I could never be that kind of girl. Xiaoting retorted, annoyed that if you think my mother is right, would you agree to her demand that I must be home by 10 tonight? Qin Feng faltered. Caught off guard, he realized it was easy to speak when one wasn't subject to someone else's rules. He had hoped to indulge in the experience of a 5-star presidential suite that evening, not allowing Xiaoting to return home. Sensing the conversation veering off course, he hastily corrected himself. That's not what I meant. I was asking if you would like to own a place entirely yours. Upon hearing the word house, Xiaoting's demeanor shifted instantly, that he wants to buy her a house. This is too sudden. She felt unprepared, as they had only been together for 2 days and barely knew each other. Was it too soon to discuss a future home? Xiaoting was taken aback by her own thoughts, feeling flustered and her heart racing. Are you serious? Yes, did you have a particular house in mind? Qin Feng casually asked. Xiaoting's mouth fell open, her eyes wide as she stared at him. His question seemed so natural that she imagined he was asking if she had any favorite clothes he could buy her. In that moment, an unexpected affection blossomed within her for him, a sensation akin to nearing the discovery of love. Just a final barrier needed to be breached, and she felt herself ready to fall deeply for him. Xiaoting's affection to Qin Feng clenched his fist, internally rejoicing. This was excellent, but he had worried that mentioning the house would skyrocket Xiaoting's affection to 80. leaving him with little room to maneuver. Now, with just the right amount left, he could increase her affection further after purchasing the house, leading to a significant financial return. "Let us seize the afternoon to go look at properties," he declared, noticing Xiaoting's stunned expression and eager to act. With her affection at 79, he felt it was precarious. One wrong word could tip the scales and cost him a house. Xiaoting, bewildered by his sudden proposal, stammered, "You mean, today?" She had no doubts about Qin Feng's capabilities. Rather, it was the pace of their progression that left her reeling. What girl could handle buying a car in the morning and a house in the afternoon? Life's major milestones crammed into a single day felt overwhelming. The future promised to be exceedingly pleasant, especially if the car was a Porsche. The house would likely be a villa, right? Xiaoting's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Yes, tell me if you have a house in mind." Qin Feng replied with a smile, "That I do. I found a stunning villa earlier," Xiaoting said, quickly retrieving her phone to locate the beautiful standalone villa she had seen on a social media platform. It was a garden villa in the same city, priced at $8 million and marked for urgent sale. It is said that the homeowner initially invested $10 million, with an additional $2 million spent on renovations. Spanning 3 levels, the villa boasts an area of 420 square meters, featuring a traditional Chinese architectural style and accompanied by a 180 square meter garden. What lingers in her memory is the expansive 60 square meter master bedroom on the 3rd floor, adorned with a colossal floor-to-ceiling window measuring 8 by 2.4 meters, offering a breathtaking view of the flowers, trees, and greenery upon waking. The terrace is equally impressive, filled with an array of lush plants and flowers. Furnished with 2 lounge chairs that evoke a sense of leisurely tranquility. "What do you think of this property?" Xiaoting exclaimed, displaying a video of the villa on her phone to Qin Feng with a sense of pride. "It's decent," Qin Feng replied, noting that the surrounding area was predominantly villa complexes, giving it a somewhat desolate feel, which might lack the warmth of everyday life. Unlike his modest dwelling where he had to face a barrage of questions from elderly neighbors when buying groceries, Qin Feng had grown particularly averse to inquiries during his less affluent days. Now that he had wealth. "Excuse me, I would like to announce to the world that today I not only purchased broccoli and potatoes, but also acquired a Porsche," Xiaoting playfully declared. Upon first seeing the villa, she envisioned living there with someone she adored, willing to sacrifice 5 years of her life for the dream. If only she could avoid work, free from worries. Spending her days practicing yoga, tending to flowers, and caring for dogs, all while maintaining a cheerful disposition as she awaited her partner's return home, that if boredom struck, she could chat with her girlfriends about trivial gossip in the villa. With a nanny to attend to the children, her life would be carefree and unencumbered, and she would be fulfilled if she merely reached the age of 70. But now, a man was actually proposing to gift her this villa. My heavens, that fate conspiring to prevent her from reaching 70. Xiaoting fell into a daze once more. Observing her fascination with the villa, Qin Feng, captivated by her gleaming eyes, resolved to secure the property promptly. With $8 million plus the previous $3 million, should he successfully receive a cash rebate, it would suffice for a period of indulgence. Using Xiaoting's phone, he contacted the real estate agent, inquiring about the property and expressing his desire for an immediate viewing. Coincidentally, the agent was available and had the keys on hand, so they could proceed directly. After confirming the address, Qin Feng cheerfully told Xiaoting, "Let us set off to see your future home." Xiaoting leaped with excitement, momentarily clinging to Qin Feng, initially intending to wrap her legs around his waist. However, in public, that felt somewhat inappropriate, so she settled for standing on the ground, expressing her exhilaration by peppering his face with kisses. "Brother, I adore you. Hold your horses. Wait until I have purchased the house before you declare your love," Qin Feng replied, hastily deflecting. "How much money do you actually have? What company are you investing in?" Xiaoting inquired with curiosity. Although she knew she shouldn't be so eager to ask, the sight of Qin Feng's composed demeanor set her heart racing, akin to 50 cats scratching at her insides, yearning to uncover the extent of his wealth. "No need to ask, as long as it's something you desire. I can procure it for you, as long as it's not too extravagant," Qin Feng asserted confidently. $10 million times 10,000 equals how many billions? It doesn't quite equate to wealth that could rival a nation, but I can manage to buy things that a woman likes, albeit barely. Those sparkling little diamonds and pearls, no matter how expensive, could only reach a certain limit. With a wave of his hand, he beckoned Wang Gang, who stood at a distance, to return to the parking lot in that moment, The confidence exuding from him made Xiaoting's heart flutter once more. She admitted to herself that she was captivated by Qin Feng's lavish demeanor. Xiaoting gazed at this man with infatuation, lightly biting her crimson lower lip, her eyes brimming with unabashed affection, suppressing her excitement. She climbed into the car, obediently taking her seat in the back, that moment. Even if Qin Feng were to act inappropriately, she would not be angered. Rather, she felt inclined to take the initiative. She declined the seat belt he offered. Leaning against him and wrapping her arms around his neck, her sparkling eyes fixed on him, radiating warmth and affection, it was as if, with the slightest suggestion from Qin Feng, she would lower her proud head to engage in actions previously unconsidered. Chapter 29. The Love of the Honest Man. Beyond reach, yet Xiaoting felt disappointment. Qin Feng did not reciprocate her feelings. Instead, he rolled down the car window and called out to Wang Gang, who was avoiding them outside. "Brother Wang, what are you doing? Get in and drive." Wang Gang hesitated for a moment. Having witnessed Miss Xia's enthusiastic demeanor, he had assumed they were about to engage in something more intimate in the car. Concerned about interrupting their mood and not wishing to sully his ears, he refrained from entering. Only upon hearing Qin Feng's call did he muster the courage to take a seat in the front. He continually reassured himself. Such situations would likely recur. He needed to remain calm and adapt. "For the next few days, I'll borrow your car. We can sort out a new one for you later," Qin Feng said, ignoring Xiaoting's lingering gaze, that he feigned casual conversation with Wang Gang, asking, "Do you prefer driving a Bentley or a Mercedes?" Now composed, Qin Feng felt the need to ease back, and no matter how youthful one may be, one should not indulge excessively. Previously, he had felt as if he were in a state of decline, akin to being struck by a debilitating attack, fearing he might be in dire straits. Yet he dared not flaunt his strength in front of Xiaoting. Summoning Wang Gang was also a ruse to divert Xiaoting's attention. Wang Gang, somewhat bewildered, replied earnestly, "During my time in the army, I felt that driving a Hongqi was the most prestigious. Afterward, I developed a preference for spacious vehicles. They are convenient for travel." Qin Feng's eyes lit up that he found the idea of an RV appealing. After all, who among the youth does not dream of travel? An RV allows one to rest anywhere and even gaze at the stars with a companion. What is the price for a decent RV? A good one typically costs around 7 to 800,000, but the better ones can range from several hundred thousand to tens of millions, primarily due to the expensive modifications inside. Xiaoting, already possessing a car, was disinterested in Qin Feng's automotive discussion. Noting Qin Feng's lack of attention towards her, she began to wriggle in his embrace like a siren, aiming to capture his interest. She then interjected, shifting the conversation back to the house. "Brother, will the property be registered in both our names?" After a moment of silence, Qin Feng, having received a response from the system, sighed in resignation. "It will only be in your name." Xiaoting noticed a peculiar expression on Qin Feng's face, but dismissed it. Upon hearing that the house would be solely hers, her heart raced with exhilaration. At that moment, Qin Feng appeared to her as a dazzling treasure, radiating brilliant golden light, drawing her gaze irresistibly. Xiaoting was entirely unconcerned about Qin Feng's ability to afford the 8 million villa, based on his previous remarks in the shopping mall. She surmised his savings might well exceed 9 figures, that it would be better to register both our names. "After all, this house is our shared home," Xiaoting diplomatically suggested. The significance of the house differed from that of a car. It represented their shared life. Having it solely in her name would imply a certain opportunism on her part. "Just put it in your name. I want to provide you with sufficient security, allowing you to feel at home while taking care of me." Qin Feng fabricated a disingenuous rationale, weaving a web of falsehoods to appease Xiaoting. Though he yearned to have his name on the 8 million property, the system forbade it, leaving him with no alternatives. The goddess must possess absolute autonomy. He grumbled inwardly. The system truly knows how to flatter. Xiaoting chose not to press further. Given his stance, any insistence on her part would seem ungrateful. However, the thought of cohabiting with this man left her anxious about not measuring up, prompting her to timidly suggest, that I can be quite lazy. I really don't want to handle the cleaning for such a large house alone. Could we perhaps hire a nanny to assist us?" Given that this man paid his bodyguard 5 or 6,000 a month, hiring a nanny for a mere 1,000 should pose no issue. However, expressing such a request felt somewhat embarrassing for her. It made her seem as if she were merely a hedonist, luxuriating in the comforts provided by others, akin to a dreamless sloth. lying about while being pampered. She feared being looked down upon by Qin Feng, and thus, when she made the request, her cheeks flushed and her ears turned a rosy hue that, of course, we shall hire help. Cooks, gardeners, personal doctors, personal trainers, you name it. Everything will be arranged for you. As long as you are happy. Qin Feng painted a beautiful picture of the future for her, and he too yearned for such comforts, but it hinged upon the success of the cash return. Shouting felt dazed by Qin Feng's grand promises. After years of graduation, she had encountered numerous individuals. The harshness of reality had gradually led her to relinquish the dream of marrying a super-rich man to become a wealthy wife, that as she aged. Her standards for a partner had diminished to a mere 7-figure savings, with the added requirement of not exceeding a 3-year age gap, along with sufficient care for her. Shouting believed her qualifications were not lacking, and her demands were reasonable, making it unlikely she would fail to find a husband. Yet reality had dealt her a harsh blow. The few young rich heirs she had dated were gamblers, thrill-seekers, and drug enthusiasts. The older suitors were notoriously stingy, claiming that money was for appearance rather than for spending on women. Such outrageous statements deserved to be locked away. Moreover, there was a potential candidate. Young, reasonably attractive, with stable yet modest finances as a civil servant. After dating him for 6 months, he worried that her beauty might lead her to betray him, and thus he cast her aside. For heaven's sake, I only fish for one at a time. Her friends, less attractive and less capable than her, were suspicious and paranoid, yet somehow managed to snag husbands worth 9 figures, despite being 2 decades older than her. Meanwhile, she had yet to encounter a decent man. Recently, following her mother's advice, she had begun to attend blind dates. Almost every man who gazed upon her would ask, given your qualities, why are you here seeking a partner? Is it that kind of hesitant, suspicious gaze made her feel an overwhelming urge to explode? The key was that each of these blind date candidates was an exceptional specimen. There were mama's boys, underachievers, reclusive types, and lascivious men. Her bizarre experiences with blind dates could easily fill a 1,000,000-word novel. Initially, she thought that after a year or two, her standards would inevitably lower again. To her surprise, a glimmer of hope emerged when a former classmate, who once harbored feelings for her, turned out to be quite wealthy and treated her so well. Xiaoting felt a wave of emotion wash over her, nearly bringing her to tears, with a quivering nose and misty eyes. She gazed at Qin Feng and asked, "Darling, will you love me for a lifetime?" Women are incredibly sensitive beings, unable to control their emotions when they arise. She yearned to hear a heartfelt declaration from Qin Feng. But to her dismay, he responded with a rather perfunctory demeanor. Instantly, Xiaoting's tears were reined in as she lamented, "You aren't being sincere at all." Qin Feng knew the right answer, but feared that saying it might backfire. After all, they hadn't even purchased a house yet. Fortunately, this emotional state was fleeting. Without receiving any system prompts, Qin Feng relaxed and reassured her with a smile, I love you. Look, I'm even planning to buy you a house. Doesn't that demonstrate my love?" It seemed that at some point, modern notions of love had become somewhat distorted, that a mere house could validate love, that in the past, he would never have dared to express his affection for a girl so nonchalantly. But times had changed. With this devoted dog system, he could endlessly prove his love. Chapter 30. Even if I die, even if I jump off this, I will never be your mistress, seeing that he was buying her a house. Xiaoting found it difficult to maintain her petty grievances. Although she didn't receive the answer she desired, she could discern his affection for her through his eyes. The prospect of soon having a home of her own, coupled with the fact that her partner was both handsome and gentle and financially indulgent, left her exhilarated. She even felt a bit impatient with the slow pace of their relationship, eager to hasten their progress. Her entire focus rested on Qin Feng, her fingers playfully poking at his chest as she coyly remarked, "So, does buying me a house carry any special significance?" Qin Feng, wanting to boost his affection points, had no real thoughts on the matter. Unprepared for the question, his gaze faltered momentarily as he replied casually, "I just want you to be free from your family's constraints, so we can live more freely." Upon realizing this was not the answer she sought, Xiaoting felt a pang of disappointment. You simply want to buy a house to cohabitate? Primarily, we need a place to live before discussing anything else. Qin Feng chuckled sheepishly. But of course, I must inform my parents about us moving in together. Xiaoting stared intently at Qin Feng, asking earnestly, "What if they want to meet you? Will you go?" Qin Feng felt a headache coming on that he understood Xia Ting's implication all too well. Meeting the parents would inevitably lead to discussions of marriage. After finally accumulating some wealth, just as he was about to enjoy life, he was being thrust into the grave of romance. How could that be? He delicately sidestepped, saying, "Of course, I will, but let us wait until we've adjusted to each other for a while. After all, we've only been together for 2 days, and there are many habits we don't know about." After he spoke, he noticed Xia Ting pause, as if she had encountered a glitch, remaining silent and still. Confused, he asked, "What's wrong?" Xia Ting appeared to suddenly recall something, lifting her head to cast him a complex glance, yet she said nothing. She released her grip on his neck, shifted her seat, and deliberately created a distance between them, reminiscent of their university days, presenting him with a cold demeanor. Xia Ting's affection -1, Xia Ting's affection -1, Xia Ting's affection -1. Qin Feng was taken aback. He never expected her affection points could actually drop. The system indicated that her affection plummeted from 79 to 69, that observing Xia Ting's frosty expression, akin to a snow-capped mountain. He broke out in a cold sweat, feeling a surge of panic as he hurriedly moved closer, attempting to salvage the situation. "Baby, don't be like this. I was just a bit nervous earlier when I suggested waiting to meet your parents. Please don't be upset." When Qin Feng saw her remain unmoved, he gritted his teeth and conceded, "You can arrange it. I promise to meet your uncle and aunt tomorrow." Xia Ting still remained silent, her cold gaze fixed on him as if assessing a scoundrel. Qin Feng felt the sweat trickling down his back. He had no idea why she was angry that he had bought her a car and a house, yet his affection points were diminishing. Frustrated, he raised his voice slightly. "What more do you want from me? Just say it. And if I can do it, I will." Unexpectedly, Xia Ting scoffed and in a fit of defiance declared, "I demand the house be under both our names." "Can you manage that?" Qin Feng was taken aback by her seemingly impossible request. How could they proceed under such circumstances? He wanted his name on the deed too, but the devoted dog system wouldn't allow it. Besides, wasn't it better to put only her name on it? Growing anxious, he frowned in silence. The atmosphere in the car turned heavy. System prompt. Xia Ting's affection -1. What on earth is happening? If this continues, his affection points would be entirely depleted. Qin Feng scratched his head, feeling utterly vexed that he had never been this anxious before, even when he had trouble finding the right place last night. Controlling his emotions, he asked earnestly, "Is adding a name that important?" Xia Ting, fueled by her emotions, pressed on, "Are you willing to add your name?" Qin Feng was left speechless that in the past, if someone had offered him a villa, he would have revered them like a deity. Yet with Xia Ting, not only did his affection points drop, but she also proposed an impossible condition. With the rewards so close at hand, Qin Feng was desperate not to let it slip away. Despite his frustration, he chose to be patient and attempted to salvage the situation. "That I truly cannot add my name to this house, but I can for the next one. Surely that's acceptable." Xia Ting's heart ached. She longed to shout, "Are you waiting until you're divorced to add your name?" But she didn't dare to say it. This man had never made a single promise, and she had no right to accuse him. Feeling utterly wronged, tears began to well in her eyes, trailing down her delicate cheeks and leaving 2 damp streaks before finally dripping onto her chest. How foolish she was, believing there could be a man in this world who loved her like an angel. In the end, they were all devils from hell. It was high time she woke up from this dream. "Wang Ge, stop the car," she choked out. Her sobs startled Qin Feng, who was deep in thought about how to handle the situation. Upon seeing her tear-streaked face, his heart softened. He embraced Xia Ting tightly, soothing her, "Baby, please don't cry. I promised to add my name. Didn't I?" Xia Ting struggled to push him away, her trembling voice filled with profound grievance. "Get away from me, you scoundrel." She longed to tell Qin Feng that even if no one wanted her, she would never be his mistress. Wang Gang, hearing the commotion from the back, gradually pulled the car to the far right. However, he did not stop. He merely wanted to prevent Xia Ting from opening the door in a fit of rage and causing an accident. Qin Feng, now irritated, thought, "This woman really cannot be reasoned with." After spending so much money, she had the audacity to call him a scoundrel. He snapped, "Can you please be reasonable? What have I done to deserve being called that?" As the words left his mouth, Xia Ting fell silent, her head bowed, her expression pained, with large tears cascading down her cheeks and soaking her clothes. The car was engulfed in silence, the atmosphere heavy. It felt as though the air had thickened, creating an invisible pressure that made it hard to breathe. After a long pause, Xiaoting gradually calmed down, fixing a cold, emotionless gaze on Qin Feng. At that moment, she felt as though her dreams had shattered. She should have anticipated this. When she previously suggested visiting his home, he had hesitated. When she inquired about his investments, he had been evasive. His reluctance to meet her parents was evident, and even in bed, he had never uttered a single promise. Now, he couldn't even bring himself to add a name to a property, fearing exposure. What did that signify? If he had nothing to hide, why was he reluctant to add a name? And why did he speak of adding it to a second property? How many houses did he intend to acquire? Xiaoting was utterly convinced that Qin Feng was a married man, looking to buy a house to keep her, treating her like a canary in a gilded cage. The mere thought of it sent fresh tears cascading down her cheeks. Chapter 31. System. You worthless host, it's been 30 chapters, and you can't even manage a simple, sweet, and Navi character. The images of mistresses from television had left a deep impression on Xiaoting. She had never considered becoming someone else's mistress, believing it better to work honestly. Being a mistress meant living in obscurity, without legal protection. Children born from such unions would be illegitimate, hidden from the light of day. Most importantly, if caught in the act, the legitimate spouse could easily humiliate her, or worse, throw sulfuric acid at her. Sulfuric acid. The mere thought of that scenario made Xiaoting panic, and she shouted, Qin Feng, let me make this clear. Even if I were to be impoverished, I would never become your mistress. Wiping her tears, she called out again, Wang Ge, stop the car. Wang Gang found himself in a dilemma. He had never encountered a situation where a boss and their lover quarreled, unsure whether to stop or not. Seeing Xiaoting so agitated and observing that the boss did not intervene, he cautiously began to slow down, eventually coming to a stop at the roadside. Then, sitting in the driver's seat, silently munching on melon seeds, Qin Feng finally grasped what she was contemplating. Perplexed, he exclaimed, Who asked you to be the mistress? Summer Ting, seeing him attempt to argue, immediately pressed him with a barrage of questions. Then why didn't you tell me where you live? Why are you so concerned about that broken phone of yours? Why not write both our names? Witnessing him rendered speechless by her inquiries, Summer Ting, her eyes reddening, reproached him in a tone laced with sorrow. You clearly have a wife. Why do you still provoke me? Qin Feng found himself unable to explain these matters. After a moment's contemplation, he pulled out his ID card as proof, asserting, You can check my ID to see if I have any marital ties. Summer Ting was momentarily taken aback by his candid demeanor. Her previously despondent spirits suddenly flickered with hope as she stammered, You truly have no wife. Qin Feng shrugged, affirming, Indeed, I do not. Summer Ting, momentarily believing she might have misjudged him, felt a blush creep to her cheeks. Yet in pursuit of reassurance, she timidly continued, You promise I'm your only girlfriend. No other fiancés or women. To bolster his favorability, Qin Feng promptly vowed, Yes, I swear, absolutely no other girlfriends. Elated by his sincerity, Summer Ting, emboldened, pressed further, Then you promise there won't be any in the future, this. Qin Feng faltered, gazing into Summer Ting's doe-like, pleading eyes, her nose red from crying, 2 streaks of tears marking her delicate face. She was a sight of poignant beauty, akin to a weeping pear blossom. The emotional weight was overwhelming, stirring within Qin Feng an impulse to comfort her, to embrace her. However, being a man of integrity, he refrained from making promises he could not keep. While he could offer money and affection, a lifelong commitment to love her alone was beyond his capacity, but he did not wish to abandon an entire forest for a single tree. Nor did he desire to be a scoundrel deceiving her. And if Summer Ting could not accept the existence of other women in his life, then it seemed their paths must diverge here. Though no refunds were gained, they had shared an intimate night. A sports car could serve as a temporary fare. With countless beauties in the world, surely there were many women who would not mind his circumstances. If one did not suffice, another would surely emerge, particularly as it was said that women in the streaming industry were more pragmatic. Though he wondered if that were true, that he held Summer Ting close. Gently ruffling her hair, allowing silence to convey his message, he intended to give her the power of choice, letting her decide. Continuing along this path would yield no resolution, especially as other women would inevitably come into play. Summer Ting, filled with anticipation, awaited his affirmative response. Yet as moments ticked by, her heart gradually sank. She understood that this man was subtly indicating that she would not be the sole woman by his side. After all this, she was to remain the mistress. The thought of being the recognized belle of Jiang University, yet reduced to such a position, pained her deeply. Tears surged forth as she clutched this man tightly, burying her face in his embrace, emitting muffled sobs that soaked his clothing with her tears. She even wiped her nose on him. With a heart full of guilt, Qin Feng allowed her to express herself freely. "How many girlfriends will you have?" Summer Ting choked out. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Feng's answer was painfully honest. "Scoundrel." She scolded, though she recognized that such men indeed held a magnetic allure for women. Reflecting on it, a young man with wealth and good looks would hardly be expected to be exclusively enamored with her. Life was not a youthful romantic drama. Nevertheless, Summer Ting found it impossible to quell her sorrow. This was the first time in her life she had encountered such a remarkable man, and she did not wish to relinquish him so easily. After crying for some time, she finally regained her composure. Lifting her head, her makeup was smeared like that of a weeping kitten, her eyes slightly swollen. She stammered, "What if in the future your girlfriend throws sulfuric acid on me?" Summer Ting contemplated the worst-case scenario. "That won't happen. I will arrange for absolutely reliable bodyguards." Qin Feng assured her earnestly. "That's of no use. If someone secretly sprays it, no one can stop them," Summer Ting replied, filled with trepidation. Torn between the allure of a villa and the threat of acid, she found herself at a loss, wishing to bite into the shoulder of this scoundrel to express her inner turmoil. "Let me calm down and think it over," she declared, forcefully pushing him away, hastily wiping her face, and opening the car door to exit. Qin Feng grasped her hand, asking, "Where are you going?" Summer Ting wrenched free from his grasp, coldly retorting, "Home." "Where else?" Qin Feng, attempting to smooth things over, smiled. "I'll drive you, that I don't wish to see you right now, scoundrel." Summer Ting slammed the car door behind her with a resounding bang, causing Wang Gang in the front seat to wince in pain. Witnessing her resolute departure, Qin Feng sighed helplessly and instructed Wang Gang, "Take her home. I'll catch a cab." "Understood, boss," Wang Gang replied. As Qin Feng exited the vehicle, he observed Wang Gang courageously turn around to chase after Summer Ting, honking and exchanging a few words with her. He saw Summer Ting glance back at him with a glare before obediently getting back into the car. As they passed by him, Summer Ting did not roll down the window. Qin Feng waved at her with a smile, standing by the roadside until the car disappeared from view. Only then did he shake his head with a bittersweet smile. A man who cannot lie truly loses points. He should have been bolder, resolutely deceiving her to an 80-point level, securing the refund before revealing the truth. What a missed opportunity. He silently vowed to become a heartless scoundrel in the future. Strolling down the road, Qin Feng reflected on his choices, walking under the unrelenting midday sun without concern for the heat. After some time, he regained his bearings, gazing around in confusion, uncertain of where to go next. Turning his head, he recognized this street, recalling it from his food delivery days. It was quite lively with numerous shops. Not far off, there was a CAF, a hair salon, an internet CAF, and a boutique foot massage parlor. His attention was drawn to the foot massage shop, its flashy sign captivating him. However, he resolutely stepped into the internet CAF instead. It was not that he could not afford the foot massage, but rather that the internet CAF offered better value. Both promised enjoyment, yet one charged 3 yuan per hour while the other demanded 298 yuan, an obvious choice for someone with merely 5 to 6,000 yuan in cash like Qin Feng. Upon entering the internet CAF, Qin Feng boldly grabbed a bottle of cola and loaded 10 yuan onto his account. After receiving a sweet smile from the cashier, who scored him a 69, he seated himself in the 3 yuan common area. As he awaited his computer to boot up, he glanced at his newly purchased phone. There were 3 new female contacts on WeChat. He clicked into the first girl-less moments. Her posts featured selfies that seemed familiar, scoring an impressive 81. Upon closer inspection, alongside her, the Porsche logo frequently appeared in her photos, accompanied by motivational quotes. It suddenly dawned on him that this was the alluring saleswoman from earlier that morning. Peng Jinyan. He accepted her request. Shortly after, she sent a friendly greeting. However, Qin Feng was not particularly interested in her at the moment, so he left her hanging. The second girl was named Betsy. Her moments contained few posts, mostly scenic photos paired with life insights. Her note indicated she was the owner of the Porsche he had ordered. Intrigued, Qin Feng accepted her request and straightforwardly messaged, "Beautiful, send me a selfie," after his encounter with Summer Ting. He had grown bolder, unafraid to voice his thoughts. Requesting a selfie was also a means to save time. If she scored below 90, he would simply cut the conversation short, but he had no extra energy to spare for other girls. The third was Jiang Manxue. Her request note read, "What were you doing at the Porsche dealership?" Earlier that day, Qin Feng had posted a couple of pictures of the Porsche, garnering over 20 likes and playful comments about buying one. It seemed this woman had learned about his visit from one of his classmates. Qin Feng smiled faintly, feeling his spirits lift, initially intending to accept her request and retort with a dismissive, "None of your business," he reconsidered, deeming such a response somewhat low. After all, he was a man with an identity card. It was unnecessary to flaunt superiority before someone like her. He opted to simply decline and block her instead. Indifference was the most cutting form of communication, reminiscent of how she had once treated him with disdain. Only those who had endured such emotional brutality could truly comprehend its terrifying nature, the sensation of seething lava contained within a heart encased in layers of ice and snow. Qin Feng wished her to experience a taste of this. Having dealt with these matters, he casually placed his phone on the table, revealing the octagonal star diamond camera, amidst the envious glances of nearby gamers. He launched in a League of Legends. Of course, one must first indulge in a few exhilarating matches at the internet CAF before venturing out to find some girls to stream with. He had been playing this game intermittently for 7 or 8 years. While not exceptionally skilled, he had learned a few flashy tricks. The new version, filled with innovations, was particularly suited for players like Qin Feng. As the game commenced, he selected Wheel Mother, opting for the Hydra as his first item and the Heart of Steel second. He swiftly left the opposing Lion Dog questioning his very existence. In this version, the damage was explosive. Even support characters could chase down ADCs. There was no need for ADCs to carry. Simply building tanky to absorb damage and clinging to the mid lane and jungle players was the way to go. This was indeed the correct approach to this terrifying game. Qin Feng, an ADC, donned an array of top-lane equipment and stood alone in the enemy's mid lane, pushing the wave. With what appeared to be a frail physique, he successfully lured the enemy mid laner, Yasuo, who, in a desperate bid, unleashed his ultimate ability upon him. Yasuo relentlessly pursued him across nearly half the map, yet Qin Feng remarkably remained unscathed by the time his teammates arrived to encircle Yasuo. The latter, on the brink of death, still harbored the intention to dash in and strike Qin Feng one last time. The aggro he drew was nothing short of masterful, with a numerical advantage. The 5-man team commenced the Baron Nashor'd in a pivotal moment. It was once again Qin Feng, this ADC, who utilized a magical hook to snag the Rengar lurking in the brush, without a hint of hesitation. He boldly stood his ground and engaged. As Rengar exhausted all his abilities, he was met with the horrifying realization that this ADC still had half of his health remaining, after his teammates swiftly eliminated Rengar. The latter expressed his bewilderment with a barrage of question marks. Qin Feng, in tandem with his allies, claimed the dragon, secured kills, and pushed down towers, effectively sealing the match. What a thrill! This version was truly a paradise for ADCs. Gone were the days of cautiously maneuvering to deal damage and evade skills. Now, one could simply build tanky and serve as a utility player, with the outcome of the match bearing little relation to one's own performance. Even in the late game, pushing towers no longer necessitated the damage from an AD. This newfound ease brought Qin Feng immense comfort. "Mother, you need not worry about me being taken down in one combo anymore." Just as he contemplated diving into another match, a call from Wang Gang interrupted, informing him that he had safely returned Xia Ting and inquiring about Qin Feng's whereabouts, as he intended to pick him up. Qin Feng declined the offer to be picked up, as he was engrossed in his game. The thought of such a large man standing behind him felt somewhat peculiar. He conveyed to Wang Gang over the phone that he could come to collect him later for a trip to the bar, suggesting he take some time to rest in the meantime. Wang Gang, under the impression that this job required 24/7 companionship, had prepared himself for a night of snacks and late hours. He could scarcely believe that, within just 2 hours of work, he was being told to take a break. This job seemed far too easy. Could it truly lead to a raise? Sitting in his car, he stared blankly at his phone. Qin Feng hung up, contemplating an evening visit to the bar to confide in Shifuya about the woes of heartbreak, while also hoping to find a suitable companion for the night. He assured himself that he would not engage with the girl, merely seeking to avoid returning to his cramped 40-square-meter apartment after having experienced the luxury of a 4-star hotel bed. Just then, his phone vibrated, and he received a message from the female driver he had recently interacted with. "Betsy, Mr. Qin, it is a pleasure to meet you." Upon noticing her reluctance to send a photo, Qin Feng initially considered ignoring her. However, as the champion selection phase dragged on, he casually inquired, "Qin Feng, what's up?" "Betsy, I believe we share similar tastes and would like to get to know you better." Qin Feng, no picture, no conversation. Betsy. Su Beishi sat in her office, staring blankly at the message on her phone. She had assumed that a man who could appreciate the car she had chosen would possess tastes akin to her own. To her surprise, his first message demanded a photo, his tone reeking of arrogance akin to that of an overly self-assured individual. Su Beishi considered herself quite magnanimous, feeling that it was too hasty to judge someone based on a single message. She decided to learn more about him before forming a conclusion. Yet, after exchanging those 3 messages, she arrived at a verdict. If this man were not a loser, he must surely be the foolish son of a wealthy family. Such an uncouth individual was not someone she wished to engage with. However, given her own appealing appearance, having been likened to a princess throughout her life, she felt compelled to send a photo, lest it seem as though she was unwilling to show her face. After some consideration, Su Beishi took a selfie and sent it over. Betsy. Image, Qin Feng. Lewd smile, the moment he sent the message. He received an immediate reaction from the man, prompting Su Beishi to smirk with satisfaction. Confident in her beauty, she felt empowered, knowing that the conversational reins were now firmly in her hands. Shall we chat? Chapter 33. Is being wealthy impressive? Qin Feng gazed at her photograph, thoroughly captivated. That delicate oval face, those alluring crimson lips, those double eyelids paired with charming peach blossom eyes. Truly, her gaze was as clear as water. Her features exquisitely painted, with pearly white teeth and vermilion lips, such a breathtaking visage, complemented by flawless fair skin. With her lustrous golden hair cascading down her shoulders, she resembled a shimmering lotus emerging from the water. Indeed, she was strikingly beautiful. Yet, Qin Feng worried that the image might be edited or artificially enhanced, but he promptly activated a scanning function for verification. Name: Su Beishi. Age: 25. Charm: 92. Number of relationships: 2. Wow. She is a genuine goddess. What am I waiting for? Let us go for it. You initiated a transfer of 100,000. After completing the transfer, he boldly remarked, "Show me your legs." Having learned a valuable lesson from Xia Ting, he resolved that wealthy individuals should avoid the complexities of relationships. Instead, he would simply throw money at the situation. There was no need for any frills. He would gather several women and shower them with cash. Holding a fortune of 100 million, he was confident that at least one girl would fall for him. This 100,000 was merely a test of whether this woman had any desire for wealth. A girl who could afford a Porsche was likely to be a wealthy lady, that if she wasn't interested in his financial prowess, he would cut ties without hesitation. Meanwhile, Su Beishi, taken aback by his audacity in requesting to see her legs, felt her expression darken slightly. However, the glaring 100,000 made her reconsider her intention to block him. In the past, had someone offered her 10,000 to send a photo of her legs, she would have dismissed them outright. But now, her circumstances had changed. After her father's incident, her restaurant business had suddenly taken a downturn. With negative news surfacing about her establishment, loyal customers were demanding refunds, banks were unwilling to lend her money, and former acquaintances had vanished. She was now struggling to make ends meet, on the brink of closure for the restaurant she had tirelessly worked for over the past few years. She did not wish to see it fail. While 10,000 was not a fortune, it could alleviate her immediate financial strain. Yet, sending a photo of her legs, that a glint of resolve flashed in Su Beishi's eyes as she accepted Qin Feng's money. Raising her phone, she captured a photo of her smooth, flawless legs and clicked to send it. Betsy. Image. As she sent it, a wave of shame washed over her, and her cheeks flushed with warmth. Upon viewing those long, shapely legs, Qin Feng grinned lewdly. That moment, the system confirmed the successful transaction. Update in Goddess Database. Name: Su Beishi. Age: 25. Height: 170 centimeters. Weight: 50 kilograms. Charm: 92. Occupation: restaurant owner. Attributes: devilish figure. Affection level: -5. Indifferent. Number of relationships: 2 strategy reward. Understanding women's hearts amount spent. 100. 000. This strategy reward seems rather promising that if I can truly understand women's thoughts, then wooing other girls will be a breeze, right? As for that devilish figure, while it's enticing, my career must take precedence for now. Romantic entanglements can wait a day. Once I've recharged, I'll explore just how devilish this figure truly is. However, the pressing concern was Su Beishi's negative affection level, which puzzled him. Did his generous 10,000 actually diminish her affection? This was rather troublesome. Reflecting on the possibility that his request for a leg photo had displeased her, Qin Feng quickly sought to mend his image. My apologies for being so forward earlier. No problem. Thank you for the red envelope, Mr. Qin. You're welcome, Miss Su. Your photo is truly stunning. Thank you for the compliment. Su Beishi felt a wave of disdain for the man who, upon seeing her photograph, put on such a pretense. System notification. Su Beishi's affection level -5. Qin Feng was left speechless by the system notification. It was one thing to have his arrogance diminish her affection, but to be met with such a response despite his courteous demeanor was infuriating. Fine, if we're playing that way, then I want to be polite either. That he clicked to initiate another transfer, inputting 200,000 and sending it. Miss Su, I apologize for my previous presumptuousness in purchasing your car. Would you allow me to treat you to dinner as a gesture of goodwill? This time, Qin Feng intended to communicate face-to-face. Employing money to win her over and showcase his financial prowess, Su Beishi stared at the 200,000, hesitant to accept. She felt a twinge of panic at the thought of a stranger so casually offering such a large sum. Was he a wealthy heir or a typical nouveau riche? Regardless, he was undoubtedly a man of means. Such individuals could be agreeable when in a good mood, but could become troublesome if things did not go their way. She was reluctant to provoke someone of his caliber. Initially, her motivation for reaching out to Qin Feng stemmed from a belief that they shared similar tastes and a desire to make a friend. She had also hoped to borrow some money to navigate her current crisis. However, the prospect of dealing with a nouveau riche made her apprehensive, fearing that he might take advantage of her vulnerability. As she gazed at the gleaming 200,000, Su Beishi steeled herself against temptation and declined. I'm sorry, but I have plans tonight. Plans are no issue. Keep the money. You own a restaurant, so consider it as though I dined there. How did he know what I do? Su Beishi felt another jolt of surprise. While it was not unusual for him to know her name, perhaps the 4S shop had disclosed it. How did he learn of her profession? Was it possible that this man had managed to uncover her name and occupation based solely on a photograph in just a few minutes? He must have some connections. She was brimming with energy and responded. President Qin, you jest. How could a meal ever be worth 200,000? Dining with a beauty such as yourself, I find the price justifiable, he countered. Haha, President Qin certainly knows how to lift spirits that I strive to be pragmatic. If you feel that amount is insufficient, I can certainly increase it. He added that that's enough. President Qin, please do not take offense. I genuinely have matters to attend to tonight. That Su Beishi let out a bitter laugh. Yet found herself ensnared that if he were to offer more money, who could say he wouldn't hand it over to others to conspire in wrongdoing? Even 300,000 would tempt many to flirt with the law. Given the circumstances, she felt utterly helpless, resorting to typing. How about tomorrow evening? I will await you at Zhe Xian Lu. That works. Qin Feng mused, then added, May I inquire if your restaurant has rooms available upstairs? He recalled that Zhe Xian Lu was a high-end establishment. Surely, as its proprietor, this woman would arrange accommodations for herself. System notification. Su Beishi's favorability -10, current favorability -20, contempt, Qin Feng. He scrutinized his words, realizing they could be misinterpreted. Excellent. She had misunderstood. He merely sought a modest arrangement, harboring no thoughts of her alluring figure. At most, just a fleeting thought. Although he contemplated offering an explanation, he ultimately decided against it. That if she held contempt for him, so be it. This woman reduced her favorability despite her monetary contributions. Quite the conundrum that he felt detached, unwilling to delve deeper. If the issue lay not with his approach, but rather with her character. So be it. Su Beishi clutched her phone, her chest rising and falling rapidly, trembling with indignation, her eyes glistening with fury. Unconsciously, she tightened her grip on the device, furious at the thought of returning the money and blocking him on WeChat. She could simply hide at home for a couple of days, pretending she had never crossed paths with this man. Yet, the looming crisis at her establishment weighed heavily on her mind. She furrowed her brow in silent contemplation. Chapter 34. I never expected you to be such a female streamer. Su Beishi sat quietly in her chair, lost in thought for several minutes. With a soft sigh, she ultimately resolved to endure the situation. She would feign ignorance of his insinuations. If he came for dinner tomorrow, she would find a way to ply him with more drinks, perhaps even manage to divert him with a couple of girls. She resolved not to return the money if she could help it. After years of operating her establishment, she had learned a few tricks for dealing with men. Having made up her mind, she powered down her phone, composed herself, and tidied her attire and makeup, preparing to meet her appointment. That evening, she was to meet her boyfriend of 2 years, who had just returned to the country and wished to discuss something important. His tone on the phone had been heavy, leading Su Beishi to surmise the nature of their conversation. When misfortune strikes, it tends to come in droves. She had grown accustomed to it. Meanwhile, Qin Feng sat in an internet CAF, donning the gifted Bluetooth headphones, opening Douyin to live stream. Searching for a 90-point beauty, he was eager to see how much favor he could garner by spending 300,000 on a single woman. Surely, it couldn't yield a negative outcome, could it? Scrolling through various streamers, he found them all strikingly beautiful, with not a single unattractive face among them. Each visage was breathtaking, adorned in exceedingly alluring attire, be it a qipao slit to the waist, skin-tight yoga pants, or ultra-short skirts paired with vibrant stockings, or a singular red thigh band accentuating their smooth legs. They posed and preened, reveling in their femininity. Particularly captivating were the multi-girl dance streams, where 5 ladies took turns performing, each more enchanting than the last. Exuding charm and grace that as gifts were given, they danced in an endless loop, the backdrop a grand moon, with these maidens resembling celestial beings, providing mere mortals with a delightful spectacle. Qin Feng was swept away by the experience, astonished that no wonder he struggled to find attractive women on the streets. They had all retreated to the virtual realm. He had initially assumed that with so many beauties present, he would easily encounter a few 90-point goddesses. Yet upon employing the scanning function, akin to wielding a truth-revealing lens, their true selves began to manifest. In a popular multi-girl dance stream, the first dancer on the left had a charm score of 68. Perhaps her makeup was expertly applied, or her beauty filter was set too high, but in comparison to the receptionist at the internet CAF, she was far from the pinnacle of allure. Clad in a cerulean qipao, she moved with an elegance that was almost poetic, yet her score left much to be desired. The second dancer, rated at 79, wore a similar qipao, but exuded a more sultry vibe, occasionally turning to reveal glimpses of her thighs, her hand brushing against the hem of her dress, intentionally accentuating her curvaceous silhouette. The third girl held the center position, boasting an impressive score nearing 100. Though her actual charm value was only 82, her looks were commendable, photogenic even, but prolonged gazing revealed a somewhat artificial appearance. Her features appeared as if sculpted by divine hands, exquisite yet reminiscent of a wax figure. Beautiful, indeed, but not suitable for lingering stares, as it evoked the sensation of observing a robot. None of the 5 women reached the coveted 90-point mark, despite the audience size exceeding 10,000. Qin Feng found himself perplexed. He scrolled through live streams for several minutes, encountering a series of overly retouched and excessively pale streamers. The number of individuals engaging in live streaming had surged. With the right beauty technology, even a man in a wig could appear alluring, let alone those with even a modicum of beauty. These women layered their faces with thick makeup, employing various powders, highlighting and contouring techniques, and vibrant lip colors, all adorned with false eyelashes, presenting themselves as ethereal beings before the camera. They posed and preened, seeking to entice both wealth and affection. However, those genuinely beautiful women often failed to capture attention due to their lack of engaging dialogue or habitual aloofness, leading to diminished popularity compared to those more animated and willing to share risque anecdotes. After a full day, they earn a mere couple hundred while enduring the audience's lewd comments, resulting in dwindling confidence in their streaming endeavors. Qin Feng, disheartened, continued his search with the scanning function, growing weary after clicking through dozens of streams, none of which met his standards. Just as he was about to resign himself to disappointment, a youthful and adorable round face captured his attention. With a petite mouth, a small nose, and disproportionately large eyes, accompanied by a charming beauty mark at the corner of her eye, Her glossy hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her long bangs obscured her brows, giving her a sweet and slightly dazed appearance. She wore a simple white t-shirt, unassuming and modest, paired with a blue skirt that reached her knees, revealing only a glimpse of her delicate, fair calves. This conservative attire stood in stark contrast to the garish outfits of other streamers. Name: Zhong Wanwan. Age: 21. Charm: 95. Number of relationships: 00. A miracle. Qin Feng was exhilarated. Not only had he found a goddess, but her relationship count was also 0. That his arduous search had not been in vain. Truly, diligence begets reward. At that moment, Zhong Wanwan was in a daze when she noticed a newcomer enter her live stream. Welcome by Piao de Sheng. Please do click follow to support. Qin Feng was taken aback that even his lowly account could be acknowledged by the streamer, promptly clicking to follow, that he had seldom participated in live streaming and had never been recognized by a host before. He had never spent money, aiming solely for companionship and determined to maintain his status as a freeloader. Hence, he had chosen the name by Piao de Sheng. Would you like to join the fan club? It's only 1 dime. Zhong Wanwan noticed someone had followed her, a glimmer of delight crossing her features. She attempted to smile shyly, employing the streaming techniques she had learned the previous day. Qin Feng was too preoccupied to respond. Engrossed in preparing to spend money, Douyin required a minimum recharge of 50,000 at a time, which was cumbersome. For such a rare beauty, a mere dime would not suffice. He intended to make a significant gesture. Seeing that the new viewer remained silent and did not send gifts, especially with a name beginning with by Piao, Zhong Wanwan's smile dimmed. Many viewers were pragmatic. Even if they had wealth, they refrained from extravagant spending. Just following was already a favorable outcome. She chose not to press further, her gaze reflecting a hint of disappointment. Chapter 35. The female streamer is startled. Zhong Wanwan gazed blankly at the screen. At that moment, a high-level viewer in the live stream spoke up. 55. I absolutely love eating cilantro. Host, dance a sexy dance, and if I enjoy it, I'll send you a sports car. Although he was level 55, his words were rather rude. Zhong Wanwan's expression stiffened as she awkwardly replied, I'm sorry, but I am not a dance streamer. She truly lacked dancing skills, and given her ample figure, any attempts at dancing would appear ungraceful. Isn't dancing a basic skill? What kind of host can't do that? This remark instantly sparked a response from another viewer in the live stream. 10. Fenghua. The bunny hosts embody pure and innocent beauty. We do not engage in suggestive dances. Wandering slippers. How amusing. What era are we in that purity is still a thing? Fenghua. If you seek suggestive dances, you may find them elsewhere. Our focus here is a serene atmosphere. Wandering slippers. Do you think I can just leave? Fenghua. The bunny host and that other person are in cahoots. Let us ignore them. Zhong Wanwan furrowed her brows gently, lowering her head and remaining silent. The lack of civility displayed by certain wealthy individuals online was disheartening to her. Super fond of cilantro. Why does the host wear such a sour expression? Don't you want your sports car anymore? Zhong Wanwan had been streaming for over a week, and although her audience was sparse and her earnings minimal, she refused to demean herself by dancing to please those insufferable viewers. Thus, she pretended not to notice the comment, hoping the user would lose interest and depart. She had dealt with many unruly individuals in such a manner before. However, to her surprise, the two continued to escalate their remarks. Super fond of cilantro. Is there something wrong with this girl's gaze? She doesn't even know to come over and fawn over us, such high-ranking individuals, wandering slippers. Exactly, dressed like that, she resembles a country bumpkin. Super fond of cilantro. Just look at her foolish expression. She seems clueless about what she's waiting for. Wandering slippers. Perhaps this host is waiting for that freeloader great sage to gift her a fan light sign. Haha, super fond of cilantro. She can't even earn money. What a pathetic host. Wandering slippers. Maybe she enjoys being freeloaded by a level 1 account. 1. Freeloader great sage. Qin Feng had toiled tirelessly to accumulate 2 million. And upon seeing someone mention freeloading, he switched over to investigate. He found himself inexplicably mocked, which he found perplexing that he hadn't uttered a single word, yet somehow he was ridiculed. Was it inappropriate to be called freeloader great sage? He slowly typed a question mark. Super fond of cilantro. Level 1 account. Don't come out and speak freeloader great sage. Wandering slippers. Do you even have the right to question freeloader great sage? Qin Feng's expression darkened, suspecting that these two were lacking in intellect. Unable to restrain himself, he typed, "Is watching a live stream not allowed to speak? Wandering slippers. Just obediently be your freeloader. Don't try to seek attention." Super fond of cilantro. Haha, demanding money while spouting nonsense. Seeing the situation escalate, Zhong Wanwan finally timidly spoke up. "Could you please refrain from arguing?" Her voice was soft and feeble, lacking persuasive power. Super fond of cilantro. Whose real name was Zhou Chirue, considered himself a person of stature, that he detested conversing with lowly level 1 individuals and found it bothersome. To avoid seeing Qin Feng's comments, he promptly sent a Porsche worth 120 yuan. Super fond of cilantro, gifted a golden sports car one, that this was the 6th car he had sent today, hence the golden effect. Regular sports cars were red. Super fond of cilantro. Host, grant me a moderator role to help you clear out the trashy viewers. Zhong Wanwan quietly expressed her gratitude. Despite disliking the man's attitude, he had genuinely sent her 60 yuan, and she felt obliged to thank him. However, she did not grant him moderator status and merely weakly advised Qin Feng, "Freeloader brother, please don't argue with him anymore. Let us talk about something else. Wandering slippers. Oh, this host is quite generous, calling you brother without sending gifts. Why not call me brother too?" A hint of disdain flashed in Zhong Wanwan's eyes, her displeasure almost palpable. She contemplated asking this person to leave, but it seemed that slippers and cilantro were acquainted, which left her conflicted. Just then, a magnificent effect exploded onto the screen, that a pink cartoon cube spread across the bottom. While piano keys rotated in a circle, supporting a giant bass speaker-like stage, where several individuals clad in Peking opera costumes played drums at the top, the words carnival shone in neon lights, continuously rotating and displaying its dazzling value. This was the most coveted gift on Douyin, worth 3,000 yuan. Freeloader Great Sage sent a carnival one. Zhong Wanwan was taken aback by the sudden gift effect. With her big, sparkling eyes, she gazed at the screen in disbelief, momentarily forgetting to express her gratitude. This was her first time receiving a carnival. When the effect appeared in the live stream, she initially thought she was hallucinating, that it wasn't until the chat exploded with messages from lurking viewers that she realized it was indeed real. "Brother, don't do this." "Fenghua. What the heck, bro, so easily excited." "Xiaoli Ma. Is it really that impressive? I love monster girls." Chapter 36, Woof 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 Woof. Zhong Wanwan snapped back to reality and softly said, "Thank you, brother, for the carnival. Bunny bows to you." Zhong Wanwan's live stream was called Lucky Bunny, hence her self-reference as Bunny. She imitated other female streamers, standing up with her hands clasped before her legs, deeply bowing 90 degrees towards the camera. Though it was also a bow, her demeanor differed from those enthusiastic streamers. She stood straight, head bowed, eyes downcast, resembling a bashful girl receiving a red envelope but too shy to express her gratitude. Lacking the exuberance expected. Unable to provide the enthusiastic response the viewers desired, she inadvertently created a somewhat solemn atmosphere. However, Qin Feng found this adorably foolish little girl quite endearing. After successfully gifting, the system expanded its data. Qin Feng glanced briefly. Goddess database updated name. Zhong Wanwan age. 21 height. 160 centimeters weight. 45 kilograms charm. 95 occupation. University student traits. Gentle voice. Delicate frame affection level. 10. Acquainted romantic encounters. 0. Strategy reward. Revival armor total amount spent. 3,000 yuan. Qin Feng. But the traits mentioned, particularly the strategy, left one speechless. That it was impressive, yet it bore no impact on his current life that have deemed worthless. One could argue that such a trait was universally desired. Should it be marketable, it would fetch a handsome price. Billionaires would undoubtedly be willing to pay a premium for it. Strictly speaking, even the wealthy would be unqualified to vie for it, as prominent figures from various nations would also be highly interested. This illustrates its preciousness. However, for Qin Feng, it felt trivial, akin to donning a revival armor that merely emboldened him, reducing his reservations. Perhaps it would simplify courting women that a wealthy, handsome man willing to die for you. Who wouldn't be intimidated by that? The livestream room was abuzz with activity. Many viewers were drawn out by the carnival, bubbling with excitement. It wasn't that they had never seen someone gift a carnival before, but witnessing someone argue with the host while doing so was exhilarating. The common folk are indeed enthusiastic about being spectators in such scenarios. The audience eagerly chimed in. "Brother, that was direct. Impressive. It's normal for young folks to be fiery. If you don't agree, Stand your ground. Worst case, you'll be eating steamed buns this month. Host, hurry and make that moderator a gift for freeloader Great Sage. Cilantro boss, they've gifted a carnival. What are you waiting for? Super fond of cilantro, Zhou True scoffed disdainfully upon seeing freeloader Great Sage send a carnival. When he noticed someone urging him to send gifts, he typed a response on the public screen. Super fond of cilantro. I look down upon this kind of host. She neither dances nor speaks appealingly. Her expressions are foolish. Aside from being slightly pretty, she has no merits. Moreover, one must question whether that face is even genuine. Numerous streamers in other rooms are far more attractive than her. Zhou Trey genuinely looked down upon this timid host. He had only sent the sports car earlier to eliminate that level 1 account. Qin Feng had initially intended to gift 10 carnivals. But a delay occurred while he examined the goddess data. Upon seeing this fool continue to ridicule his goddess, he immediately typed a defense point 30, freeloader Great Sage. If you look down on her, would you kindly leave? After spending 3,000, his level rose to 30, and his emblem transformed into a prestigious golden hue, no longer a mere blue frame. Super fond of cilantro. This is laughable. You spent your salary to show off, just you, wandering slippers. Ha! This fool has become agitated by our words. Wandering slippers. You dare to send 3,000? I admire you. Ha! Fenghua, calm down, bro. A carnival is quite expensive. Zhong Wanwan, realizing that they were suggesting freeloader Great Sage had poured his salary into gifting, became anxious. Brother Great Sage, thank you immensely for your gift, but please don't squander your salary. Initially, Qin Feng was slightly irritated by the antics of these two clowns. However, upon hearing Zhong Wanwan's advice, he began to smile. This girl was indeed a bit naive. Freeloader Great Sage. Bunny, don't worry. It's just a small amount. Wandering slippers. Gifting a carnival and starting to act all high and mighty. Super fond of cilantro. What level do you think you are to act all grandiose here? Freeloader Great Sage. Send a carnival 1. Freeloader Great Sage. Send a carnival 2. Freeloader Great Sage. Send a carnival 3. Qin Feng smiled faintly, beginning to unleash his fury. Point 1 carnival after another bombarded the chat. He wanted to see what those two clowns would say after he sent 100 carnivals, that it was merely money. In the presence of a high-scoring beauty, he had no shortage of it. Qin Feng deftly slid his thumb, swiftly dispatching gift that as the dazzling carnival effects flashed successively in the live stream. Everyone gazed in astonishment at this spectacle. The audience in the stream collectively gasped in disbelief, watching as the gifts danced across the screen like a flurry. Each of them represented a staggering 3,000 yuan in real currency. Queries and exclamations flooded in, with some quick-fingered individuals attempting to flatter the boss. However, the chat box was entirely obscured by the carnival effects, rendering it impossible to discern what was being said. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking. The Wandering Sandal, also known as Pang Pin, a subordinate of Zhou Chirui, was somewhat taken aback. Typically, he would read his boss's thoughts, striving to amuse him, that if he sensed his boss was upset, he would take it upon himself to reprimand the offending party. As a pianist from Zhuan, his typing speed was extraordinarily swift that he had just composed a comment. To flaunt after sending 1 carnival gift is sheer arrogance. But upon witnessing the freebie saints send yet another gift, he hesitated. He never anticipated that this low-level account could afford to send so many carnivals that he deleted the numeral 1 from the text box, curious to discover the extent of this individual's power. Yet, as he watched the carnival count soar from 10 to 20, then 30, and still showing no signs of stopping, a grave expression crept onto his face. When the number reached 40, 50, and 60, his eyes began to reflect fear. He decisively erased all his previously typed comments that he was not foolish. Someone capable of sending such lavish gifts was certainly beyond the reach of a mere flunky like him, that he dared not provoke further. If he angered this individual, they could easily retaliate against him. Even if they could not touch his boss, it was wiser to maintain a low profile. Chapter 37. Zhong Wanwan was utterly bewildered. The female streamer in the live room, Zhong Wanwan, had her eyes wide open in astonishment, her dark, bright pupils resembling those of a startled fawn. Her delicate lips parted slightly, mirroring the incredulous expressions of the other viewers as they stared at the computer screen. Holding her breath in tension, her pores stood on end. She sat there, frozen, unable to recover for quite some time. When she received her first carnival gift, she felt joy mixed with concern, wondering if the freebie saint was merely spending his wages to hold on. Little did she expect him to follow up with even more carnival gifts, each dispatched at lightning speed that I in the blink of an eye. The freebie saint had sent carnival gifts 71, 72, 73 that as if money were burning a hole in his pocket. This left her utterly flabbergasted, unsure of how to respond. Influenced by her dormitory mates, who claimed live streaming was lucrative, she decided to give it a try. However, after a week of broadcasting, her earnings barely totaled 100 yuan. After today's stream, she was beginning to lose the desire to continue. Yet unexpectedly, a wealthy benefactor appeared, showering her with such extravagant amounts. Today, she truly witnessed what it meant to be wealthy. Her gaze gradually dulled, her mind racing as she pondered how to express her gratitude to her benefactor. Qin Feng sent 100 gifts and finally paused, having spent just over a minute, faster than a double tap of approval. He felt a sense of satisfaction with his speed. Scanning the lively public screen, he sought the two fools who had yet to speak. With gifts worth 300,000 yuan, the stream's popularity had surged, attracting hundreds of new viewers and a flurry of comments. Black, the boss is confused. Weather child, rich daddy, do you need leg accessories? Not buying a Maybach. The saint is amazing. Can't argue with that. Invincible pineapple, what's happening? Is it New Year? Delicious you. I have no idea either, but I got swept in. Charming. The low-key big shot is showing off his wealth. Everyone stay calm. XNXIN, brother, check your private messages. There's a special surprise. I want 2/3 of a bowl of rice. This streamer looks adorably silly. Unable to locate the comments from those two, Qin Feng assumed they were intimidated by his display. He slowly sent out a question mark. Freebie saint. This question mark, identical to the last, darkened Zhou Churui's expression, igniting a fierce resentment in his eyes. His mood had soured considerably, feeling as though he had become a stepping stone for someone else. The audacity of this freebie saint to flaunt himself in front of him was intolerable, that a mere 100 yuan was insignificant to him. He could easily send 200 or 300 without a second thought. Super fond of cilantro. Like to show off, huh? Super fond of cilantro. Just you wait. After sending his message, Zhou Churui exited the live stream. Upon seeing his boss leave, Pang Pin immediately followed suit. Qin Feng, amused by their hasty exit, couldn't help but chuckle, dismissing their intentions. There were more important matters at hand, that at this moment. The streamer's adorable expression, with her cherry-like lips agape in astonishment, was irresistibly charming. Tempting one to tease her. Freebie saint. Miss, aren't you going to thank me for the carnival gifts? Having joined the fan club before sending the rockets, he now enjoyed a higher level of intimacy, making his comments stand out. Zhong Wanwan, seeing the barrage of comments, was at a loss for how to express her gratitude. With her hands nervously covering her mouth, she stammered, I am sorry. Thank you for the carnival gifts. Brother, freebie saint. Is that all? Zhong Wanwan herself felt that this lacked sincerity, yet she couldn't think of anything else to say, her face turning crimson. Suddenly, recalling her roommates' ways of thanking their benefactors, she blurted out in a moment of panic, I want to give my boss a monkey. The room fell silent. Everyone stopped typing, as if the comment section had frozen in time that no one expected the streamer to utter such words. The impact of such an innocent girl saying something so bold was palpable. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, leaping from the sofa in excitement, quickly typing. Is this true? Zhong Wanwan's face flushed instantly, her beauty overshadowed by a lovely blush. Regretting her words, she realized she had unconsciously echoed something she heard frequently from her roommates. Seeing Qin Feng's serious demeanor, she hesitated, her eyes darting nervously, torn between believing he was joking and fearing he might take her seriously. Her conflicted expression elicited amused smiles from the audience. Soon after, the live stream erupted once more with extravagant carnival effects. Freebie saint. Sending carnival gifts 1, 2, 3. Qin Feng was unable to contain his excitement, relentlessly showering gifts to express his thrill. This left Zhong Wanwan, who had intended to clarify her previous comment, utterly bewildered. She never anticipated that a single phrase could provoke such a generous response from a wealthy benefactor. Once again, she found herself at a loss for words, staring blankly. Qin Feng's speed intensified, and in the blink of an eye, the carnival gifts reached 97, 99, and beyond. He was oblivious to the world outside, wholly focused on showering gifts upon his beloved. Zhong Wanwan remained dazed for over a minute. The live stream lacked music or the shrill excitement of the female streamer. Only a slightly silly bunny could be seen. As the gifts continued to ascend, the audience could no longer contain themselves, typing furiously. "Rich Daddy, do you want a son? This is unbelievable. I've been streaming for so long, and this is my first time witnessing such a gift storm. Father, I bow to you." Is this girl stunned by the money? Just sitting there. Of course, with such a downpour, who wouldn't be dizzy? Zhong Wanwan, slowly regaining her senses, rubbed her eyes, which had grown sore from staring for so long. Bashfully, she uttered, "Thank you for the gifts, big brother." She appeared both anxious and dazed, her voice trembling slightly, reminiscent of a startled little rabbit, adorably charming. Qin Feng's heart fluttered, prompting him to send even more gifts. Freebie Saint. Sending carnival gifts 100, 101, 102. Chapter 38. Brother, please stop. At this moment, Pan Fugue returned from the restroom, shaking his hands, ready to sit back down and continue browsing when he noticed Qin Feng grinning mischievously at his phone. Curiosity piqued, he leaned over to catch a glimpse of the screen, realizing it was a live stream where Qin Feng was showering gifts upon a female streamer. Initially, Pan Fugue dismissed it, thinking, how could someone in an internet CAF possibly afford to send gifts? At most, they could send a few flowers or hearts. However, upon closer inspection of the gifts being sent, he was taken aback. Someone was sending carnival gifts in rapid succession, and the count was climbing. 178, 179, 180 still going. This was unbelievable. Pan Fugue struggled to comprehend the situation, glancing up at Qin Feng, who wore a flower-like smile, seemingly unfazed by the extravagant spending. Suddenly, Pan Fugue grasped the reality of the situation. It had to be a fake Douyin. Surely, it was one of those shady live streaming platforms mimicking Douyin. The carnival gifts must cost mere cents, otherwise this guy wouldn't be so enthusiastic. Feeling proud of his insight, Pan Fugue nudged Qin Feng and asked, "Hey bro, where did you download this streaming app? Share the link with me." Qin Feng removed his headphones and turned to glance at him. The man appeared to be around the same age. With a somewhat sleazy demeanor, his prominent front teeth sticking out slightly, making him resemble a weasel when he smiled. "Brother, do you not know about Douyin?" Qin Feng retorted that of course I do, but a typical carnival costs 3,000 yuan. "What you're doing seems as if it's free," Pan Fugue remarked, pointing at Qin Feng's phone, puzzled that you've nearly gifted 200 already. If this were a genuine carnival, how much would that amount to? Even if you were using a Porsche phone. It would be implausible to actually shower so many gifts. Pan Fugue mused to himself, having never witnessed a wealthy individual sitting in an internet CAF, live streaming, and bestowing tens of thousands as gifts. This must be a FA-ade. Not much, just a small amount. Qin Feng replied with a smile. Seeing that Qin Feng refused to share and was feigning ignorance, Pan Fugue said nothing further. He chuckled and returned to his seat, secretly speculating that the app might not be publicly promoted, likely operating on a membership basis, accessible only through referrals. The female streamers probably resembled those from foot massage parlors, more uninhibited and carefree. It was rumored that some of the skilled girls could even open beer bottles with their mouths. However, to engage in such circles, one would need to frequent massage parlors to have a chance of mingling. Pan Fugue shook his head, dismissing the envious thoughts. He was a respectable person and would never venture into such places. Focusing on his gaming, he prepared to continue his monster-slaying endeavors. Yet images from Qin Feng's phone lingered in his mind. The live stream appeared strikingly authentic. Even the female streamer's name was crystal clear. It seemed to be Lucky Rabbit. She had a pure and lovely appearance. The carnival in Lucky Rabbit stream kept escalating in the blink of an eye. It reached 201, 202, 203 showing no signs of slowing down. The viewers eagerly activated their screen recording functions, intending to capture this spectacular moment and share it online, boasting about how other wealthy patrons gifted in such grand fashion. "Big brother, stop gifting, please. That's already a lot," Zhong Wanwan exclaimed anxiously as she observed Qin Feng surpassing 200 gifts, still fervently gifting to this moment. She felt incredibly tense. Converting it into money, this person had gifted a staggering 300 carnivals in just a few minutes, totaling nearly 900,000 yuan. Who wouldn't be intimidated by such an amount? In her village, it would be enough to marry 5 wives. That if this continued, would she really have to bear his children? The thought of 2 emotionless individuals, driven together by monetary gain, was overwhelming for Zhong Wanwan. Qin Feng was a man who listened well. If she said no, he would stop it. If she said to halt, he would cease. That if she requested him not to stop, then he would take it slow. This matter could be discussed later. His back was slightly sore, and although he was eager to slay foes, he felt powerless. At that moment, he yearned for the strategic rewards from Xiaoting. Upon reaching an even count of 210, Qin Feng paused his gifting. Now, he was a level 50 high-ranking warrior. The oval icon next to his name had turned a deep crimson, adorned with an extravagant emblem resembling a polygonal gem. After such a prolonged session, he had accumulated dozens of unread messages. Qin Feng opened one and discovered that most of the profile pictures were of beautiful women. Their names quite alluring. They sent their WeChat IDs and phone numbers, that a few female streamers even provided their live streaming room numbers, hoping Qin Feng would come check them out. Furthermore, some bold ladies directly stated, 1,000 for nationwide visits. Wealthy patrons seeking to sponsor. Just one carnival, and I'll send you abalones to nourish your body. Boss, do you want to take a bubble bath? For a moment, Qin Feng felt tempted, but he quickly regained his composure. Online encounters posed risks. What if an older lady showed up? He certainly didn't wish to hear, then I'll leave. Moreover, the enchanting beauty was right before him. Seeking out an unknown older woman would be foolish. He adjusted his settings to prevent non-followers from messaging him and then sent a private message to Zhong Wanwan. Subsequently, he announced in the public chat, "Streamer, check your private messages." Zhong Wanwan opened her private messages and saw that he wanted her contact information. She speculated that this generous patron might wish to meet her offline. After a brief hesitation, she ultimately decided to send her number. She had heard of online gifting and the notion of meeting in hotels, but she always thought such occurrences were far removed from her reality. Now, unexpectedly, it was happening. She wondered what sort of person he might be, tall or short, young or old. What if he turned out to be a balding, greasy uncle? Zhong Wanwan shivered, not daring to think further. With a cautious tone, she tentatively said, "Brother, I was actually joking earlier. You wouldn't really want me to give birth, would you?" Chapter 39. The non-dancing female streamer. Upon hearing the female streamer backtrack, the audience in the live stream erupted in amusement, teasingly commenting, "My heart aches for the boss. Despite gifting an entire house, the streamer is reneging. The boss gifted 300 carnivals in 5 minutes. That's legendary. Who knew you were such a streamer? Someone generously gifts you, and you respond with demands for children. If the boss showered me with over 900,000, I'd happily play the monkey for him. If the boss wants kids, just let me know. Although I'm male, I can still be your child. Get lost. You're not worthy to speak to my father." Zhong Wanwan, reading the audience's comments, felt tears welling up in her eyes, unsure of how to respond. Qin Feng wasn't surprised by Zhong Wanwan's playful evasion. After all, she was an inexperienced girl. Feeling shy about childbearing was understandable, but he needed to let her lower her guard to create an opportunity. "I was just joking too. I was merely gifting casually, so don't feel anxious," Qin Feng reassured her. Zhong Wanwan was taken aback. Was that what he meant by casually gifting? However, it seemed that she wouldn't have to bear any children after all. She sighed with relief, feeling a hint of secret delight, along with a slight, inexplicable emotion. Could it be that this generous brother had no real interest in her? After all, she wasn't unattractive either. Shaking her head, Zhong Wanwan decided not to dwell on such thoughts. Regardless, he had truly gifted nearly 1 million. She ought to express her gratitude sincerely. With heartfelt sincerity, Zhong Wanwan wished, "Big brother, you're truly kind. May you have children soon, and may all your endeavors be prosperous." System notification. Zhong Wanwan's favorability 10. This girl is genuinely innocent. Her affection increases tenfold with every interaction, making Qin Feng feel a bit guilty for teasing her. After spending 900,000, you offer me just that? Then what should I say? Upon seeing Qin Feng's comment, Zhong Wanwan felt a twinge of shyness. Even at this moment, she struggled to believe she had truly received over 300 carnivals. As for how to thank her super-rich benefactor, Zhong Wanwan was at a loss. However, no matter the circumstance, she felt compelled to express her gratitude in any way she could. The audience was enthusiastic, eagerly offering her suggestions to say, "I love you, husband. Hey, shouldn't the streamer wish for her and the boss to have children soon? You guys are too lewd. The streamer looks so innocent. The comrades upstairs have unhealthy thoughts. I suggest they be investigated." Zhong Wanwan felt a bit bashful from the teasing and lowered her head, fixating on her fair, delicate legs, unable to meet the public chat's gaze. Observing her shy demeanor, Qin Feng couldn't resist teasing. Call me master and let me hear it. Zhong Wanwan looked up, seeing Qin Feng's message. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she repeated, "And master." She uttered the word without much thought, in a completely subconscious state. Yet that soft utterance of master pleased Qin Feng greatly. Growing bolder, he issued a new request. "Be good and dance for me." Zhong Wanwan's face flushed crimson. She hadn't anticipated Qin Feng would be so audacious, asking her to call him master and to dance. The thought of her roommate's wild dancing made her feel wronged as she said, "Rabbit only knows how to sing. I've never danced before." This prompted a flurry of comments from the audience, teasing the streamer for her lack of experience. "The boss is gifted so much. As a streamer, how can you not dance?" All the viewers lamented for the boss while simultaneously ribbing Zhong Wanwan. Feeling guilty, Zhong Wanwan considered that if someone had gifted 900,000, merely addressing him as master seemed rather insincere. After some internal struggle, she shyly suggested, "If you want to see Rabbit dance, I can learn while dancing. But if I don't do it well, you mustn't laugh at me." Qin Feng assessed her figure. Even though the girl wore a loose t-shirt that concealed her form, it was evident that she had an enviable silhouette. Without sufficient assets, one could hardly sustain such curves. Occasionally, her slender waist and playful belly button peeked through. Qin Feng envisioned how the streamer would look while dancing, but he swallowed hard, eagerly typing on his phone's keyboard. "Just do a simple pendulum dance. A little sway is good for your health. The boss is generous. The brothers are in for a treat. I love watching the streamers who can't dance. This girl has a pretty good figure. Hurry up, hurry up. The boss has spent so much. How can the streamer be so hesitant to dance?" Zhong Wanwan bit her lip, resigned to her fate as she searched online for a pendulum dance tutorial. As the video played, her face grew increasingly flushed. At the end of the video, the dancer slowly raised her hands above her head and gently cradled the back of her head. With arms wide open, she swayed gracefully to the ethereal rhythm of the music. Her petite skirt dancing in tandem with her movements, exuding an enticing charm. The allure in her dreamy eyes left everyone, including Zhong Wanshan, utterly mesmerized. She felt a rush of heat at the thought of performing this dance. Her cheeks flushed and her ears seemingly on fire. Hesitantly, she stammered, "Brother, I'm living in my dorm, and my roommate could return at any moment. Would it be possible to switch to singing instead?" The audience was not pleased. Singing was utterly trivial. It was the provocative dance that truly unlocked the essence of a live stream. Besides, wouldn't it be even more entertaining if her classmate returned? After all, with the wealthy gentleman present, there was ample opportunity to dance together. Why revel alone when one could share the joy? Comments flooded in, urging her to dance without delay. Ignoring the clamorous audience, Zhong Wanshan's gaze was fixed solely on her beloved brother. Blushing, she cast aside her modesty and mustered the courage to plead, "I beg you, dear brother." Upon hearing this endearing title once more, Qin Feng felt as though his very soul was being rejuvenated. Soaring to celestial heights, his monetary contributions were intended to garner affection, not to witness her embarrassment. Moreover, it felt somewhat peculiar for the girl he adored to be showcasing herself to others in the live stream. Wouldn't it be far more delightful to have her perform a private dance for him when they were alone? In that moment, he could request she wore fewer garments, revealing the true essence of her being. With a playful concession, he thought, "All right then, I shall let it slide this time." System notification. Zhong Wanshan's affection. "Thank you, brother. I shall sing my favorite song, A Journey of Blossoms for you," she exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy at her reprieve, revealing her adorable little fangs as she smiled. Quickly, she opened her music app, selected the song, and initiated the accompaniment. The melody filled the air. A pure and sweet voice resonated from the live stream. The sunset over the sea resembles a youthful painting, spread across the sky, awaiting the seagulls to carry it away. Her voice possessed a unique enchantment, both pristine and melodious, evoking the carefree spirit of a girl walking home from school. Humming joyfully, it created an atmosphere of simplicity and bliss, lifting the spirits of all who listened, including the entranced Qin Feng, who felt his mischievous thoughts dissipate. Zhong Wanshan's petite frame exuded a youthful beauty, her demeanor appearing adorably naive, complemented by her alluring figure. In his heart, Qin Feng had already awarded her a perfect score. Little girls were indeed the treasures of the world. The only drawback to Zhong Wanshan's singing was her lack of professional audio equipment. Her sound was delightful, yet it paled in comparison to seasoned singing streamers. With her cheap headphones, her vocal quality fell significantly short when compared to those utilizing high-end sound cards, resulting in a loss of interest from the audience. Most individuals engaging in live streaming lacked patience. Upon realizing her singing was not as enchanting as anticipated, and with no dancing to accompany it, they swiftly exited the stream. "Stop singing, get up and dance," one commenter exclaimed. "Wow, the boss is truly extravagant, spending $900,000 for a singer." Another chimed in, disillusioned, believing they were in for a lackluster performance. "The singer is so bland, utterly devoid of passion." The online realm was inherently a space for venting frustrations. Remaining viewers began to criticize Qin Feng, questioning the worth of his expenditure and branding him a fool. Their remarks grew increasingly rude, some even taking a moral high ground to chastise him. 18 octopus without meatballs. This girl streamer is utterly shameless, neither dancing nor singing, and the boss is foolishly throwing money at her. Point 1. Hell is empty. Exactly. Why not donate that $900,000 to impoverished children in the mountains? They can't even afford an education, you know? 0. Dong Dong is a handsome guy. Spending your parents' money like this, don't you feel guilty? White paying great sage 42 goji and tea. Just because you have a bit of money doesn't mean you should show off. It's truly disgusting. Qin Feng, now endowed with administrative privileges, took swift action against personal attacks, dismissing each offender from the live stream without hesitation. After all, why should he justify his expenditures to anyone? If even Jesus didn't hold him accountable, why should they? Fortunately, most viewers maintained a sense of righteousness, defending him against the critics. If the boss wants to give, let him give. What is it to you? Why is my phone emitting a divine light? Which Bodhisattva is chanting? These envious individuals are quite the spectacle. Dear streamer, pay them no mind as the comments flooded in rapidly. Zhong Wanshan, while singing, noticed the distasteful remarks, causing her voice to falter. She felt guilty for receiving so much money, yet not performing adequately, neither singing nor dancing, which made her feel unworthy of the great sage's generosity. However, upon seeing Qin Feng's messages of dismissal, she felt a warmth in her heart. Dear brother, consider this money as a loan. Once I start working, I shall repay you slowly, she said earnestly. This was her only means of expressing gratitude without resorting to compromising her integrity. Qin Feng, observing her innocent yet naive expression, found himself bursting with amusement. How adorable it was that she would consider returning what she had received, that he sent 3 more carnival gifts, fearing she might genuinely intend to repay him. Your singing is exceptionally lovely. I truly adore your voice. Really? Zhong Wanshan, initially burdened by guilt, felt her spirits lift at Qin Feng's words. Being acknowledged by someone she cared for reignited the sparkle in her eyes. Then I shall sing 7 Mile Fragrance for you. White paying great sage. Yes, for every song you sing for me, I shall send you gift and no need for so many gifts, brother. This money is already sufficient. Zhong Wanshan quickly declined, shaking her head at white paying great sage. Gifts signify affection. You cannot deprive me of my right to express my fondness for you. System notification. Zhong Wanshan's affection, 10 Zhong Wanshan, taken aback by his flirtatious banter, widened her eyes, her trembling eyelashes betraying her inner turmoil. Her delicate hands intertwined nervously, unsure of where to rest. At just 21, she was still a sophomore, possessing striking beauty, yet often presenting herself barefaced, with long hair obscuring her face, and wearing black-framed glasses to prevent nearsightedness. Thus, few boys pursued her. Additionally, her quiet nature and tendency to suddenly ignore others led many to perceive her as aloof and challenging to approach. Very few dared to tease her with playful banter. However, Zhong Wanshan was not truly aloof. Her mind simply struggled to navigate social intricacies. Whenever overwhelmed, she would automatically enter a dazed mode. Coupled with her petite stature, when she slightly bowed her head, her vacant gaze became invisible to others, resulting in misinterpretations of her demeanor as indifference. Consequently, she had yet to find a boyfriend. When someone showered her with over 300 carnival gifts, declaring their affection and intent to listen to her sing, Zhong Wanshan felt a flutter in her heart. Yet she also feared that this great sage might be a 60-year-old man, leading to an awkward encounter if she discovered her feelings were not reciprocated. Thank you for your affection, brother. I shall strive to do my best, she said shyly before hastily resuming the accompaniment to mask her fluster. The live stream soon echoed with the sweet melodies of the young girl once more. Outside, sparrows chattered on the telephone wires. You say this exudes the essence of summer. Qin Feng smiled as he listened to the girl's innocent voice, occasionally sending 1,314 little hearts in support. He found himself increasingly enamored with this endearingly oblivious girl. Having spent 930,000, his affection soared to 40 familiar. With just a few kind words, he garnered her fondness, but he pondered how to win her heart. Suddenly, an unwelcome voice disrupted the harmony in the live stream's comments. Super love for cilantro. Are you afraid to accept a PK challenge, streamer? Zhou Chirui had enlisted a familiar female streamer to challenge Lucky Rabbit to a PK. However, after several attempts, Zhong Wanshan had refused each one, ultimately disabling the PK feature. Zhou Chirui rushed into the live stream, taunting her. Your brother has sent you 100 carnival gifts, yet you still dare not accept a PK? What a cunning game. Zhong Wanshan furrowed her brow upon reading his comment. She realized why there had been so many PK requests during her singing. It was this annoying individual causing trouble. She had no desire to engage in PKs, regardless of who proposed them. Although she understood that PKs could yield greater rewards, she could not bear the associated penalties. Cutesy demands, running squats, or writing on her face, all of which she found humiliating. To avoid disrupting her singing, Zhong Wanshan clicked on the administrative controls, intending to remove cilantro. To her astonishment, she found she could not. The system indicated, this user is a distinguished super VIP member, possessing anti-kick and anti-mute privileges. At a loss, she could only lower her head and pretend to sing earnestly, ignoring the unfriendly comment. Yet unexpectedly, the Great Sage emerged to defend her. White paying Great Sage. Dude, you're a grown person. Try speaking without dragging your mother into it. Super love for cilantro, super love for cilantro. How dare you teach me how to do my job? By Piao Desheng. I absolutely adore coriander. Chow. Qin Feng chuckled to himself, realizing that this fellow couldn't even curse properly. Eager to play the role of a mentor, he decided to demonstrate instead. By Piao Desheng, fool. By Piao Desheng. Idiot. Chapter 41. Youthful ignorance of value. The In Zhong Wanwan's livestream. Newly arrived viewers were instantly intrigued upon witnessing a prominent figure stirring up trouble. They eagerly fanned the flames from the sidelines, reveling in the spectacle. The coriander boss holds a high status, and I believe what he says is indeed correct. How exhilarating. It's my first time witnessing two level 50 bosses squabbling. The affluent duo should unleash their wealth in a showdown, with the loser calling the winner daddy. Just a reminder, Coriander Boss. Earlier, Desheng Brothers showered us with 210 festive gifts. The upper floor made a mistake. Desheng initially sent 100 gifts, totaling 314. That my goodness. It turns out that by Piao Boss's level 5-2 was just recently achieved. Zhou Chirui's previous annoyance transformed into seriousness upon seeing the words on the screen. His pupils narrowing. More than 200 festive gifts indicate some real strength. This warranted his careful attention. Chao Ai Chi Xiang Kai. Dare you to engage in a PK? By Piao Desheng. Qin Feng, witnessing the provocation, laughed heartily, slapping his thigh. He had been troubled about how to present his gifts. That girl was so thin-skinned, she wouldn't even accept money, and he dared not force it upon her. Little did he expect this fool to provide him with an opportunity. By Piao Desheng. Don't cry if you lose, little one. Chao Ai Chi Xiang Kai. Damn it, let your girlfriend initiate a PK. By Piao Desheng. Tuda baby, let's play around with him. No need to worry, we're guaranteed to win. Although Zhong Wanwan despised PKs, she understood that when men flaunted their bravado, it was best not to contradict them. Men at such times are quite sensitive about their pride. Refusing them would feel tantamount to conceding defeat. That I've activated the PK, that Desheng brother. Please don't fall for the opponent's tricks. I believe winning or losing doesn't matter. Worst case, I'll just stop the live stream, Zhong Wanwan softly advised. She was already quite satisfied with the 300,000 from today, and didn't want Qin Feng to impulsively waste money. By Piao Desheng. Tutu, don't you trust me? Not at all. Tutu simply doesn't want you to act impulsively. Just because you have money doesn't mean you should spend it recklessly. That money can be used for many meaningful things, Zhong Wanwan expressed with concern. By Piao Desheng. Spending money for you is the most meaningful thing I've ever done. Once this statement was made, Qin Feng noticed Zhong Wanwan freeze for a moment, her suddenly quiet demeanor catching his attention. She rested her chin on her hands atop the table, staring blankly at the screen, her eyes gradually losing focus as if she were about to embark on a journey into the cosmos. Could it be that a mere flirtation left her so dazed? Qin Feng silently chuckled. This little girl was simply too adorable, lacking any resilience. One could only imagine how she might faint in bed later on. System notification. Zhong Wanwan's favorability 10 against this adorably naive girl, whose favorability increased 10 points at a time. Qin Feng found himself utterly defenseless, even without her sending him resurrection items. He was determined to go all the way. Zhou Chirui, witnessing someone daring to flirt right in front of him, instantly became furious. Chao Ai Chi Xiangkai. Damn, playing with a female streamer and getting all lovey-dovey. You really have some guts, huh? His comment stirred up a wave of reactions in the live stream. With some gleefully mocking, this by Piao Desheng probably just started streaming and has no idea how deep the waters run. I suggest the two bosses require the streamer to turn off beauty filters as a PK punishment. We all want to see. One must finish the meal they ordered, even with tears in their eyes. Wasting is not an option. At this moment, Qin Feng was in high spirits, too lazy to bother with these people. By Piao Desheng. Are you still playing? Chao Ai Chi Xiangkai. Chao Ai Chi Xiangkai. Ready for the PK. Rui E Mei Mei. Zhong Wanwan, in a daze, found the Rui E Mei Mei PK invitation and clicked to agree. The livestream screen split into two. On the right appeared a standard internet celebrity face. Large eyes, a pointed chin, and rosy cheeks. Dressed in a red strapless mini dress that accentuated her curves, revealing her long, fair legs, she exuded femininity. Yet her expression was exceedingly fierce as she pointed assertively at the camera, hurling insults without restraint. Who dares to disrespect my coriander boss? So it's you, a little imp, not even fully grown, unaware of the vastness of the world. What are you hiding for? Too cowardly to accept the PK. Ah, shameless creature pretending to be pure. Hurry up and apologize to my big brother, or I'll ensure you can't survive in the streaming world. Her brazen demeanor startled Zhong Wanwan. Qin Feng too found it difficult to endure such a bold woman and quickly advised Zhong Wanwan to mute their sound. Lacking PK experience, Zhong Wanwan took a full minute of insults before locating the mute button that a significant portion of the audience had already left due to the barrage of insults. Qin Feng was baffled as to where she found the audacity to speak so brazenly that he activated the scan function to check the opponent's ratings, only to be astonished by the displayed information. Name, Shihong Yin. Age, 42. Charm, 50. Number of relationships, 6. Goodness. Annie at 42, still live streaming. ISNT that a bit too arduous, and 6 relationships. How pitiful. This live stream truly allows anyone, be they human or ghost, to participate. After the beauty filter, she appeared only 23 to 24 years old, quite alluring. Without the scanning function, he might have been completely oblivious. By Piao Desheng. Is this lady your woman? How can you even say that? Chao Ai Chi Xiangkai. Chao Ai Chi Xiangkai. What does it matter to you? Just hurry and start. By Piao Desheng. How do you want to play? Chao Ai Chi Xiangkai. 1 round to determine the victor. The loser must change their name to I am an idiot. Qin Feng pondered for a moment, a bold idea forming in his mind. By Piao Desheng. If I lose, I can change my name. But if you lose, there's no need for you to change yours. By Piao Desheng. All you have to do is ensure your streamer turns off the beauty filter, shows her true self, and says I love you to you in the live stream. By Piao Desheng. After spending so much on her, surely this small request isn't too much to ask. Once this fellow realizes he has gifted so many items to an older woman, his expression will undoubtedly be priceless. He probably won't dare to return to the live stream again. In essence, he was helping a misguided youth, making a remarkable contribution to society. Qin Feng felt a swell of pride at his own virtues, believing the red scarf around his neck had become even more vibrant. Zhou Chirui remained oblivious to any issues. Although he had never met this streamer in person, he had video chatted with her on WeChat, and she looked much the same as she did while streaming. Fair-skinned with a sharp face, that it is widely known that WeChat video calls cannot be deceptive. Chao Ai Chi Xiangkai. Fine. But if you lose and don't change your name, be prepared for me to find you in real life. Zhou Chirui finished speaking and entered the opponent's livestream, instructing his Mei Mei streamer to begin the PK. The beautiful older lady was well aware of the feud between her boss and the opposing big brother and was eager to engage in a serious money-splashing PK, instantly becoming fervent. She cleverly selected a 10-minute match duration .in livestream PKs. Durations can be 5, 10, or 15 minutes. She initially contemplated the longest duration but feared exposing her intentions, so she settled on 10 minutes. During those 10 minutes, it would be ample time for the bosses to fill their pockets and lavish gifts. As the PK bar appeared, the countdown began, and the PK commenced. Chapter 42. Big Shot. Do you want a son? In the center of the two screens appeared a red and blue health bar, the score reading 0. 0. Zhong Wanwan's livestream displayed the left red health bar, while the opposing side showcased the blue. Gifts rewarded by fans would convert into sound wave points, increasing each streamer's health bar. The opponent struck first. Zhou Chirue hurled a 3,000 valued Yulong Yuxia gift, summoning a great blue dragon into Mei Mei's livestream, instantly boosting her points to over 30,000 and overwhelming Zhong Wanwan's health bar. Zhong Wanwan snapped back to reality, noticing her PK bar being crushed, a hint of worry flickering in her eyes. She wasn't concerned about losing. Rather, she thought of those who bought cars and houses online, gifting generously to female streamers. She feared that her Desheng brother might impulsively engage in foolish spending, perhaps even selling his house to shower her with gifts. Unsure of what to do, she pondered if he did give all his money to her, would she have to return it later? No, she couldn't return it. His impulsive nature would surely lead him to squander it again. All she needed to do was ensure he had food and shelter, providing him with some security. But if that were the case, then would she be considered to be supporting him? As Zhong Wanwan mused, her gaze once again became distant, staring blankly at a spot, her eyes flashing with a hint of unnoticeable shyness. Qin Feng, however, was oblivious to Zhong Wanwan's expression. This moment, he had already warmed up his fingers, ready to unleash his spending spree. By Piao Desheng, sent out festive gifts 1, 2, 3. Points surged rapidly, and the health bars soon caught up to the opponents, even managing to pull ahead. A few minutes later, Lu Fuguei at the neighboring table exploded with a 200 yuan weapon and grandly called the moderator to prepare a pack of instant noodles. As he stood up to stretch, he noticed Qin Feng still engrossed in showering gifts in the Lucky Rabbit's livestream that he couldn't help but chuckle. After so long, he was still in that livestream, clearly indicating a scarcity of female streamers on this app. Suddenly, he no longer envied Qin Feng. Having just earned 200 yuan, he felt elated, humming a tune as he confidently approached to catch a glimpse of the female streamer. "Aren't you tired, brother? I see you endlessly sending gifts. Are you on a mission?" "Oh, I'm just engaged in a PK." Qin Feng casually replied that you're really going for it. "It seems your opponent's speed matches yours," observed Pan Fuguei as he noted the PK score. His side at 3.6 million sound waves, while the opponent lagged slightly behind at 3.4 million. It's quite close. If we were to equate this to the real Douyin, 3.6 million sound waves would amount to 360,000 yuan. Indeed, they insisted on challenging me to a PK, and my thumb is starting to feel sore, Qin Feng complained. Pan Fuguei noticed that Qin Feng's thumb indeed appeared somewhat stiff, and the rate of gifts being sent had noticeably slowed, as if he might soon be overtaken by the opposing team. With a grin, he suggested, "Why don't I help you out when my right hand is in motion? My speed can surpass the speed of light." Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He was feeling quite fatigued, and dragging gifts upward was indeed exhausting. On top of that, he had been preoccupied with flirting and chatting with Zhong Wanwan, holding in his need to relieve himself until now. Seeing a willing helper, he promptly handed his phone over, saying, "That would be great. I need to use the restroom." Qin Feng had no concerns about this guy running off with his phone. Internet cafes have become increasingly regulated, requiring not only identification but also facial recognition to access the internet. Moreover, with so many cameras around, anyone daring enough to steal a phone worth thousands would be apprehended by the next day. The institutions in Huaxia were indeed trustworthy. Pan Fuguei accepted the metallic phone, feeling its weight, then swiped the screen and clicked to send a carnival gift that he was instantly captivated by the silky smooth sensation of the device. What an impressive phone. I must get one when I have the means, he thought enviously. By Piao Desheng, sent out Carnival 169,170,171. His right hand moved swiftly, the score widening slightly. Amidst this, he found time to admire the two young women in the live stream. The streamer on their side appeared somewhat lackluster, while the one across was bursting with enthusiasm. Although he couldn't hear her, Her frantic gestures clearly indicated she was nearing a climactic moment. Upon observing the interface that mirrored the genuine Douyin experience, Pan Fugue chuckled, realizing it was quite authentic. However, as he read the viewer's comments, he sensed something was amiss. Boss, how come the streamer hasn't uttered a word? Don't you realize you're about to hit the Douyin popularity chart? Damn, the boss is going all out in this PK. Sending over 200 gifts and still going. He'll definitely make headlines tomorrow. Everyone, hurry over to hear the streamer call out Dad. It's exhilarating. Her dad sounds more affectionate than a biological father's in the live stream. Over 5,000 viewers were online, with a flurry of new messages flooding the screen. Some flattering the boss, others seeking his patronage, and still others expressing a desire to bear his children. Each sycophantic comment served as a reminder that this live stream could very well be genuine. The brother beside him could potentially be a true tycoon, that a bead of cold sweat trickled down Pan Fugue's forehead, that if the carnival gifts he was sending were indeed equivalent to real money. Then the 2 million sound waves he had just sent represented a staggering 200,000 yuan. When had his fingers ever been worth so much? Pan Fugue was secretly alarmed. Tio ascertained whether this was indeed a Douyin live stream. Verification was straightforward. All he needed to do was search for the live stream on his phone. Then he grabbed his phone and simultaneously searched for the live stream's name, quickly locating the Lucky Rabbits channel. The viewership had surged to the top in their region, ranking among the top 20 on all of Douyin. Trembling, Pan Fugue clicked to enter, only to be met with a dazzling carnival effect that nearly blinded him. The streamer was indeed the somewhat dazed young woman he had seen earlier. Taking another glance at the prominent names of the affluent viewers, by Piao de Sheng, sent out Carnival 302, 303,304, and in his hand, he held the very phone of Bai Piao de Sheng, who was continuously sending gifts. Holy crap, this is real. Pan Fugue gasped, jumping to his feet, fearful of dirtying Qin Feng's seat. The realization that a true tycoon was seated there left him utterly bewildered. 3 philosophical questions swirled in his mind. Who is he? What does he want? Does he need a son? Upon returning from the restroom, Qin Feng leisurely settled back into his seat, noticing that his companion had helped him reach 6 million sound waves while the opponent remained at 5 million. He smiled in gratitude, saying, "Thanks, brother." Pan Fugue stammered, "And no problem. Thank you, big brother." Qin Feng was perplexed. Who was thanking whom? He brushed it off, exchanged a few pleasantries, reclaimed his phone, and resumed sending gifts. "Brother, the opponent has stopped sending gifts. There's no need for us to waste more money." "Right," Pan Fugue urged, having been momentarily dazed but keeping his fingers moving throughout. Seeing the opponent's halt, he also paused. Had he continued, his speed would have pushed their total to 9 million sound waves by now. "Oh, I'm just guarding a tower," Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Chapter 43. Don't be timid. Spend generously. As the words left the big shot's lips, Pan Fugue nearly choked. What kind of celestial being was this? Leading by 1 million and still wanting to guard the tower. Was there no escape for him? He glanced down at his phone, whereby Piao de Sheng had resumed sending gifts from the start. His jaw dropped in astonishment. His eyes darted toward Qin Feng, and even the instant noodles brought by the internet cafe staff lost their appeal. His mind raced with thoughts of how best to attach himself to Qin Feng's fortunes, or what words might sway this tycoon's heart. Qin Feng felt uncomfortable under the strange gaze directed at him, filled with desire. It resembled the pleading look of a provocatively dressed woman beneath a streetlight. He mistakenly thought the fellow was hinting at a tip. Noticing the instant noodles on the table, Qin Feng pondered for a moment before rising to buy a sausage from the counter. Handing it to Pan Fugue, saying, "Brother, thanks, here is a sausage for you." Pan Fugue was taken aback. What did this mean? What was he trying to imply? In an instant, enlightenment struck Pan Fugue, and he felt he understood the tycoon's subtle hint. He shouted, "Woof!" Then he promptly picked up the sausage with his mouth, squatting down with a compliant expression directed at Qin Feng. Qin Feng was taken aback. Was this guy insane? Pan Fugue's fervent gaze made Qin Feng's scalp tingle with discomfort. A chill running down his spine, that he quickly stood up and moved to a seat further away. Pan Fugue gazed at him, lost, feeling a heartache greater than being dumped by his girlfriend, that moment. There were still over 4 minutes remaining in the PK, to his surprise. The opponent had quickly given up, leaving Qin Feng feeling odd as he continued to send gifts alone. Zhong Wan had been in a daze for nearly 5 or 6 minutes now. The scene seemingly frozen in time, with the live stream quiet enough for a pin drop to be heard. Meanwhile, the public screen buzzed with lively chatter that can't take it anymore. Deshung, quickly retract your powers. Streaming in a daze, making 100,000 a day. Deshung, I just turned 18. Send me a private message. With the opponent having thrown in the towel. Why are you still sending gifts? Are you laundering money? The opposing team was relentless. The female streamer was putting in tremendous effort for the gifts, urging her viewers to feed her boss mouth dash to dash mouth. Is that so? Let us go over and take a look. Qin Feng thought, intrigued by the comments, he was curious about how the fragrant vegetable would react upon seeing the female streamer's true face. Halting his gifting, he clicked into the opposing live stream, only to hear the exuberant encouragement from the energetic female streamer. Come on, fragrant vegetable, hurry up and charge. We can't let them look down on us. Living is all about fighting for this breath. If I were you, I'd go all out to reclaim my dignity, that if you back down now, you'll never regain your face. The other big shots in the live stream were helping to send gifts, urging their big brother to show what a man should be. Welcome, level 58 by Piao Deshung. Big brother, please come help us. This PK is crucial. We cannot afford to lose. The background music of this live stream was loud and invigorating. The female streamer wore an intense expression, her voice slightly hoarse, conveying a sense of hysterical urgency. By Piao Deshung, I'm the brother of the rabbit. Let us see what is going on with your big brother. Upon recognizing the big brother from across the stream, the streamer immediately donned a flattering smile, exclaiming, "Oh my, big brother, your blows are too heavy. You've left me bruised and battered. Are you not going to provide a little medical fee?" Qin Feng sent a one-dime beer gift. This money was from the PK red envelope he had just snagged from that weasel, meaning he didn't need to spend his own, that he figured the streamer would be in for a tough time soon. So he sent a gift as a token of goodwill. By Piao Deshung. Is your big brother still around? Can you ask him if he can still go for it? The streamer, Mimi, immediately exclaimed, absolutely, he can definitely go for it. My big brother is wealthy. This amount is nothing. Fragrant vegetable. Your big brother has come to visit. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and show them what you're made of. At that moment, Zhou Chirue was desperately calling friends to come help, having no time to pay attention to the female streamer. When the host Mimi noticed her boss's silence, she mistakenly thought he had conceded defeat. With a dramatic display of lamentation, she exclaimed, "Coriander boss, you have truly put me in a predicament. Which female streamer can afford to turn off her beauty filter? If I were to go live without makeup, it would be better for you to call it quits on me." She was acutely aware that the moment she appeared barefaced, her streaming career would be irrevocably over. Thus, she resolved to find a way to evade this punishment, or perhaps even terminate the stream altogether. Losing one boss was far preferable to losing them all. Chao AI, Qi Xiancai chimed in, urging the host not to call it quits and to carry on. Meanwhile, Zhou Chirue not only summoned friends, but also contributed a substantial 1 million that his father had given him for entrepreneurial ventures. Initially intended to start a gaming company, his competitive spirit, ignited by Qin Feng, overshadowed those plans that he figured he could always ask his father for more funds if needed. As Chao AI, Qi Xiancai sent forth gifts, Mimi felt a surge of hope upon seeing Coriander Boss re-engage. If possible, she had no desire to abandon this generous benefactor who had already contributed nearly 1 million. That it was rare to find someone willing to spend money without even meeting in person. She once again opened the battle song and rallied her support. With an excited heart and trembling hands, I follow my brother's lead. Thank you, heavens and earth, for my brother's loyalty. May he never lack for spirit money. And should you remain steadfast, I shall stand by you till the end. The my brother is the greatest. The atmosphere in the live stream was electric, the female host's enthusiastic calls seeming to lift the very roof. Her Guild Esmeralda team began to flood the chat with supportive comments, extolling their boss's generosity and rallying for a comeback, as the score was closely contested. Mimi is worthy of our protection. Let us charge forth alongside our boss and vanquish that foolish opponent. Indeed, some viewers were swept up in the fervor, joining the raucous support. This live stream was thrilling, the host's beauty and boldness captivating the audience. I will send the host a marry you gift for good measure. Another viewer declared, while another lamented, Mimi, I adore you, but I've already spent 10 luxury cars worth of my living expenses this month. Qin Feng chuckled and shook his head, feeling a sense of futility for them. Upon returning to the live stream, the atmosphere had turned considerably more subdued. Despite the audience nearing 100,000, each individual's discourse remained composed and rational. There was no passionate host. Only a bewildered rabbit, seemingly lost in thought. Zhong Wanwan appeared dazed, as if she had just awakened. Qin Feng playfully typed, "Wife, it's time to wake up." Noticing his comment, Zhong Wanwan, who was quite attentive to his words, was stirred from her stupor. Unconscious of any impropriety in his remark, she responded blankly. Seeing her acceptance of his address brought Qin Feng a silent joy. Then, noticing the opposing side intensifying their efforts, he hastily opened the gift menu and clicked on the carnival feature to continue the final push. Chapter 44. The Xia Ting you requested arrives. Seeking small gifts, Xia Ting stood before her home, pausing at the entrance for a moment. After wiping away her tears and taking a couple of deep breaths, she finally stepped inside. Upon entering, she was greeted by the piercing voice of a stunning woman seated on the sofa. Watching television. "You little wretch, you remember to come home, do you?" This graceful matron was Xia Ting's mother, Ming Meiwei, approaching 50. Her skin was remarkably well-maintained, fair, smooth, and radiant. Time had left no significant marks on her face, save for a faint trace of crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, a testament to her age. Her features were exquisite, bearing a resemblance to Xia Ting with their shared oval faces, arched brows, and full lips. Most notably, her pair of expressive eyes belied her middle-aged status. Upon seeing her daughter return, she cast a glance in her direction and continued her tirade. "Where were you last night? You're nearly 30, yet you still behave so irresponsibly, gallivanting about instead of seeking a proper match." "Mom, please stop," Xia Ting interjected, not wishing to hear any more of this. She removed her shoes and slipped into slippers, visibly impatient as she headed to her room. "What is wrong with me saying a few words? Look at the suitors you've chosen. Not one of them is worthy. You only realized when that last fellow got arrested for slurping noodles. Have you no sense?" Ming Meiwei furrowed her brow in frustration, lamenting her daughter's choices. This child's temperament was truly exasperating. She rejected decent, honest men, yet sought out wealthy suitors. Was it so easy to find a rich man? Ming Meiwei reflected on her own youth as a village beauty, who had spent years searching for a sincere, affluent partner, only to eventually marry a humble teacher. "I've arranged for you to meet a young man introduced by Aunt Wang tomorrow night. He is quite respectable that I want to go," Xia Ting coldly retorted, not bothering to look back as she entered her room. Just as she was about to close the door, her mother stood abruptly and commanded, "Stop." Xia Ting scoffed but didn't dare shut the door. Lowering her head in anticipation of a scolding, to her surprise, her mother's tone softened. "What is wrong with your eyes? Why are they so red?" A mother knows her child best. Ming Meiwei quickly discerned that something was amiss. She approached Xia Ting, lifting her chin to examine her face. Those large eyes, inherited from her, evidently bore traces of recent tears. Ming Meiwei's ire flared. "Which scoundrel has been troubling you? I shall confront him." Xia Ting recoiled slightly, meekly asserting, "No one has bullied me. Don't you dare lie. After all these years, I know your tricks. You think I don't know if you've been wronged?" "No, really, I haven't. Don't think that just because you've been crying, I want to punish you. Speak the truth, or I shall resort to family discipline." Xia Ting bit her lip and glanced at her mother. Though her mother's posture was fierce, she understood that her concerns stemmed from a place of love and a desire to protect her from harm. The grievances she felt swelled within her, and tears brimmed in her eyes once more. She lowered her gaze to hide them, struggling to suppress her sobs as she confessed, "No one is bullying me. It was my own choice." Ming Meiwei understood. This girl must have developed a crush on some young master, eagerly approaching him only to realize he was not worth her time, and then returned home in tears. She poked Xia Ting's forehead, chastising her. "You foolish child. How could I have given birth to such a brainless girl? Such beauty wasted. You always lack perception." After a few scolding words, Ming Meiwei noticed her daughter's shoulders trembling and felt a pang of compassion. She quickly enveloped her in an embrace, soothing her gently. "It's all right. It's over now. Wealthy men are rarely good. That I end the future. Keep your eyes open and find an honest man who loves you. Life passes swiftly, and you are still young." Xia Ting could no longer contain herself and cried out, "But I'm unwilling to accept this. Why? What is wrong with me?" "Dear child, luck is unpredictable. Sometimes it is yours, and other times it is not. It's perfectly normal. But I do like him a bit, and I don't want to give up just like that. Not wanting to give up will only lead to deeper wounds. You are already 26. How many years do you have left to squander? Ming Meihui patiently advised. When your youth is past, and you look back to find you have nothing, you'll find you won't even have the tears to cry. After crying for a while, when her emotions had calmed somewhat, Xiaoting stammered, I won't end up with nothing. That he said he would buy me a villa. And if he leaves me when I'm older, I can just sell the villa and travel the country. Ming Meihui scoffed derisively, a smirk gracing her lips as she grasped Xiaoting's shoulders and pulled her from her embrace. The words of a man are but deceiving phantoms. Do you think your mother has never heard that before? He is merely dangling a carrot in front of you, sweet girl, while taking advantage of you. Ming Meihui scrutinized her daughter, her expression turning grave. Tell me, last night, did he not sleep with you? Were precautions taken? Xiaoting's gaze faltered, her mind racing with the realization that she hadn't had time to buy any medication. You will truly drive your mother to madness. Ming Meihui exclaimed, her hand reaching out to pinch Xiaoting's arm, her words tumbling forth in a flurry of exasperation. You've lost your self-respect. You've been bewitched. Stop. Unable to endure the pinch any longer, Xiaoting shouted and flung her shoes aside, retreating to the bed defiantly. That he is an honest man. He will definitely buy me the villa. All right. Ming Meihui, hands on her hips and pointing at her foolish daughter, repeated the word thrice. Then she turned and exited the room, preparing to retrieve the disciplinary rod that had been untouched for 2 years. Mom, please listen to me. Xiaoting, sensing the impending storm, hurriedly jumped down to grasp her mother's waist, explaining, he is a good man. He keeps his promises. Yesterday, he agreed to buy me a Porsche. And this morning, he actually did. The contract is in my bag. Ming Meihui paused, turning with a face full of skepticism. Are you certain you went to a legitimate Porsche dealership? It wouldn't be some staged act funded by someone else. Would it? Oh, come on. Do you think your daughter is that kind of fool? Shouting once again nestled into her mother's embrace, twisting her body insistently as she playfully pleaded, let me see the contract. If he truly dares to forge a car purchase agreement, I shall promptly report him to the police for fraud. Ming Mei's voice rang out with disbelief. She could not fathom this to be true. A Porsche is no trivial expense. She had only seen men who would go to such extravagant lengths to woo a woman on television. Chapter 45. She must possess magical powers. Shouting hurriedly rummaged through her bag, producing the car purchase contract, the transfer receipt, and various insurance documents. She thrust them all into her mother's hands. Ming Mei examined the contract, first glancing at the official seal of the Porsche, and inquired, how much did the car cost? 3,200,000, Shouting declared, holding up 3 slender fingers. What? Ming Mei gasped in astonishment. 320,000, Shouting pointed to the contract's total amount written in bold characters, reiterating earnestly. Ming Mei flipped through the contract, then looked up, incredulity etched on her face. That I asked the owner you? Yes. When can you pick up the car? The day after tomorrow. Ming Mei fell into deep thought. After a considerable pause, she regained her composure, gazing at her daughter with a complicated expression. So how old is he? And what does he look like? He can't be older than your father, can he? Mom, how can you doubt your daughter's judgment? Shouting stamped her foot, releasing her mother's embrace in frustration. He is my university classmate, over 6 feet tall, incredibly handsome, and was once a very earnest person who secretly harbored feelings for me until now. Recently, he has become successful and wishes to date me. Ming Mei leaned closer to Shouting, touching her forehead curiously. You don't have a fever, yet you speak such nonsense during the day. It's true, Mom. Shouting swung her arms back and forth, stomping her foot again. So, you came running back in tears, just to boast that your boyfriend gifted you a Porsche. Ming Mei's irritation flared again as she tossed the contract onto the sofa, scanning the room for something to wield as a weapon. She thought it was necessary to discipline this girl. Earlier, seeing her red-eyed, Ming Mei had feared something terrible had occurred, only to discover it was tears of joy. Damn it, that if you weren't my daughter, I would have already cut ties with you. Ming Mei thought to herself that no, it's just that Shouting's voice trailed off as she recalled Qin Feng's less than admirable character. Ming Mei noticed her daughter's change in demeanor and furrowed her brow. A troubling thought crossing her mind, after hesitating for a moment, she cautiously asked, is he impotent? Shouting was taken aback, shocked by such a bold inquiry. That no, don't curse him, she exclaimed, blushing as she whispered, he is just slightly better than my previous boyfriend. Mingmei's gaze shifted toward the plastic clothes rack on the balcony, contemplating its potential as a makeshift weapon that, oh dear, if he has other women pursuing him, I fear I might end up losing out. Feeling a surge of protectiveness, Shouting instinctively shielded herself from her mother's penetrating glare, her expression one of distress. That he married, is he? Mingmei asked that no. Shouting replied that if you truly like him, just go with the flow and be together. Mingmei advised, what if he refuses to marry you if you end up with a child? Then you should confront him directly, Mingmei said assertively. But what if another woman bears his child first? Mingmei encouraged. How will you know unless you give it a try? Don't worry about others. Have him buy you a villa first. Mingmei coaxed gently. Remember, it's best if the property is solely in your name. Do you understand? Shouting hesitated, but wouldn't that be inappropriate? How could it be inappropriate? Mingmei retorted. Otherwise, you might end up like me, settling for a mundane life with someone, seeing her daughter silent and downcast. Mingmei sighed. You say you like him, and he likes you too. Instead of worrying about others intervening, it's better to strive for what you want. Shouting's expression showed signs of contemplation. Mingmei, noticing her daughter's change of heart, smiled with satisfaction. Once you buy a villa, I want to move in too and experience the life of the affluent. Shouting's eyes sparkled with mischief. Then you'll need to pay rent. And with that, she dashed back to her room, slamming the door behind her. Mingmei blinked in surprise, rolling up her sleeves, and shouted, I see you're itching for a lesson. Open the door. Meanwhile, at Shanghai Normal University. In the girls' dormitory, Zhong Wanyuan was gradually roused from her stupor by Qin Feng's messages. She glanced at the PK score. 11.25 million versus 7.95 million. Thinking she must be hallucinating, she rubbed her eyes and checked again. After a careful reevaluation, her mind momentarily went blank. What on earth was this 8-digit PK score? Was she dreaming? A slap to her cheek confirmed her reality, yet she remained utterly bewildered. Earlier, she had considered helping him when he ran out of money. But a man who could casually give away over $1 million surely did not require her assistance for sustenance. Zhong Wanyuan chuckled at her previous naivety. That moment, her live stream had attracted a multitude of aspiring female streamers who had come to study her. They scrutinized her outfits, lighting, angles, and eagerly took notes on her unique approach to enticing wealthy patrons. Until her benefactor had generously gifted her over 300,000, the streamer known as Lucky Rabbit had only uttered a single phrase. Then she became lost in thought, giggling to herself, her demeanor adorably silly. The other female streamers were left dumbfounded. This Lucky Rabbit hadn't done anything particularly remarkable. While she was indeed attractive, so were they. They could not comprehend why she could earn money merely by daydreaming while they toiled with no reward. Surely, there existed some special streaming technique that they had yet to uncover. Undeterred, they persistently messaged Lucky Rabbit, hoping she would offer lessons, with promises to pay tuition. After a moment of daze, Zhong Wanyuan chose not to open the messages. Instead, she observed another streamer, Rui Mimi, whose snake-like appearance was bouncing with excitement, dancing enthusiastically. Intrigued, she wanted to learn how others express gratitude to their patrons and decided to try her hand at it. She clicked on the audio. Thank you to Xiangsai Papa for the 200th big green dragon. Xiangsai, I love you. I would die to marry you in this lifetime. The upbeat background music and high-pitched squeals startled Zhong Wanyuan, prompting her to quickly mute it. However, the words resonated deeply within her. So, men enjoy being addressed in such a manner. Should she try it? Perhaps referring to him as master would be more suitable. Papa felt rather odd. As she resolved to call Qin Feng master, her shyness held her back, leaving the words stuck in her throat, her adorable expression of hesitation making her all the more endearing. Observing this, Qin Feng became even more animated in his efforts. Chapter 46. The system remains quite forgiving. Time passed minute by minute. Only 1 minute remained in their PK battle. Zhou Chirui, amidst the vibrant music of the live stream, relentlessly sent over 500 big green dragons in quick succession. It was only when he clicked the gift option again and saw the prompt to recharge that he finally ceased his actions. His eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted in rage as he stared at the score displayed above the stream. The opposing side's 25 million sound waves remained stagnant, a sum that felt like a personal affront. Meanwhile, he had managed to gather only 19 million sound waves, despite rallying friends for support that no one was foolish enough to invest real money just for friendship. Throwing in 30 or 50,000 for show sufficed, and in the final minute, he found himself out of funds. The disparity was overwhelming. From beginning to end, he had been thoroughly suppressed, with not a single chance to breathe. Zhou Qirui had no choice but to concede defeat. The opponent had spent over 3 million for a simple girl, utterly depleting his wallet. All the pocket money he had saved over the years had been squandered. And yet he had not prevailed. This time, he accepted his loss graciously. He entered the Lucky Rabbit live stream, typing on the screen, 63, absolutely love eating cilantro. I've already notified her to turn off the beauty filter. Just wait and see. At that moment, Lucky Rabbit's live stream was brimming with viewers. Within just 2 hours, over 1,000 carnival gifts had been showered upon her, propelling her to the top ranks on Douyin. The online audience exceeded 100,000, with new viewers continuously flooding in. Many were drawn to the generous patron showering gifts, engaging in all manner of flattery to capture his attention. A smaller group was captivated by Zhong Wenyuan's refreshing charm. After witnessing countless enchanting streamers, this pure and naturally beautiful girl stood out remarkably. Viewers were glued to their screens, showering her with sweet, flirtatious remarks. Enamored by Zhong Wenyuan's captivating presence, the lively atmosphere quickly drowned out Zhou Qirui's comments, which went unnoticed. Concerned that no one would see his words, he repeated them several times. Throughout this, Qin Feng remained engaged with the audience, and upon Zhou Qirui's first comment, he noticed it immediately. After all, the 63-level splendid emblem was quite eye-catching. 64. The Great Freeloader. Anticipating your performance. Yet Qin Feng's level is somewhat superior, though he instructed Zhong Wanwan to enable the other's audio, commencing the viewing. He was genuinely curious about the expression on that cilantro's face upon discovering that the nearly 2 million donation female streamer was, in fact, a middle-aged lady. Although it could be deemed unethical to disrupt the livelihood of the opponent's streamer without any personal grievances, was it morally acceptable for that Annie to deceive gifts in her live stream with her beauty filter? Furthermore, she had already received 2 million as consolation, sufficient for her to venture into other enterprises. Wouldn't it? Streaming should be left to those young ladies in need. Older women ought to refrain from encroaching on the younger girls' opportunities. Qin Feng sought various justifications to soothe his conscience. Before long, he noticed the beautiful Andy on the opposite side had received a phone call and returned with an unusually grim expression. "Cilantro Papa, please don't do this. Any other punishment would suffice. I truly cannot show you my bare face," the beautiful one lamented upon her return. She had just received a call from her guild, informing her that she must accept the PK punishment. The boss had contacted them through formidable connections, and failure to comply could lead to trouble for their guild. "Boss, how about I dance a striptease for you to avoid this dilemma? Please, don't make things difficult for this little streamer. We truly have it hard. Our bare faces are our second identities. If you strip that away, I shall never show my face again." Her desperate wails were reminiscent of a tragic scene. Zhong Wanwan, witnessing such supplication, felt her heart soften. She contemplated intervening on the other's behalf, but recognized that the wager did not concern her, and she lacked the standing to speak. They had invested so much money to win. Her interjections would undoubtedly be met with disdain. Despite her compassion, she remained astute. Qin Feng, now adept at reading the room, discerned Zhong Wanwan's sympathy towards the other party, but he figured that by displaying magnanimity, he might just garner some goodwill. "The Great Freeloader. For the sake of my wife, just change your name. Do not trouble her." Zhong Wanwan, having grown accustomed to Qin Feng referring to her as his wife, felt a surge of joy at his generosity and quickly urged the opposing streamer. "Sister Mei Mei, you needn't show your bare face anymore. Please stop crying." Unfortunately, the other had muted her audio and could not hear her. She continued to weep profusely. Zhou Qiruei immediately objected upon hearing the name change. Such an embarrassing act was beneath him, that we had an agreement. If I lost, I would see the streamer's bare face. So don't play tricks. That he saw no significant issue with the beautiful streamer revealing her true self. They had even video chatted before, but she had claimed that traveling to another city would be problematic, thus delaying their meeting. Initially puzzled by the wager proposed by the Great Freeloader, he now felt even more perplexed by Mei Mei's persistent evasion. Determined, he insisted on seeing her bare face. Zhou Qiruei promptly pulled out his phone and pressed her guild for a response. At that moment, close to 1 million viewers crowded both live streams. comments flooding in at an overwhelming pace that if you can't bear to lose, don't agree to PK. You want the money but refuse to accept the punishment. It is clear she is another Bailu princess that I can already foresee the outcome. I pity the boss's 400 Qin long. You lot are truly malicious. Don't be afraid. Mei streamer. I support you that if it's barefaced. Then so be it. I've already closed my eyes. 23333 now. It was time to witness a miracle. Suddenly, two men clad in black appeared in Mei's live stream. Without uttering a word, they strode directly towards the camera. One reached to disable the beauty filter while the other restrained Mei from fleeing. Their roles were clearly defined, indicating they were no strangers to such scenarios. Once the filters that slimmed her face and enhanced her curves were turned off, the true visage of the streamer was revealed. Her head appeared significantly larger, with makeup so thick it resembled paint. The coarse pores and wrinkles on her face were glaringly evident. Her eyes, puffy and small. And her nose, flat like a pancake, along with the pronounced flesh on her cheeks, painted a rather unflattering picture. For the unappealing, scrutinizing is an act of cruelty. Even granting her a score of 50 seems unfathomable to Qin Feng. He was left questioning the system's rating criteria. Zhou Chirui, observing the scene on his phone, promptly retched. Chapter 47. Old Amo, I crave rabbit, that I in the live stream. Mei with a mouth agape, pleaded with Zhou Chirui. Cilantro Papa. You cannot treat me this way. I've agreed to everything you wanted. During that video call, you said you wouldn't force me in the future. Heavenly Father, grant me death. If you disable my beauty filter, how shall I ever show my face to others again? Her wretched cries were akin to a scene from a horrific accident. Zhou Chirui was stunned, feeling nauseated and disoriented. Memories of her once declaring she would marry him flooded back, prompting him to hurl his phone out of the window in terror. His astonishment, his silly dog, exuberant with joy, darted out into the yard to retrieve the phone, which miraculously remained intact. The air was filled with her deafening sobs. You heartless creature, unable to best others, you take it out on me that I'm just an honest girl. Who have I offended? Zhou Chirui, nearly suffering a heart attack from rage, kicked the tail-wagging dog away. He then grabbed the phone and pressed the power button, the screen dimming, plunging the world into silence. Yet his heart was anything but tranquil. He knew a multitude of viewers remained, mocking him. Most distressingly, his friends were present. Zhou Chirui desperately wished for a crevice in the earth to swallow him whole, vanishing from this cacophonous world that I can't breathe from laughing. Someone spent 2 million on a middle-aged lady. Ha ha, I must post this online. Henceforth, the world gains another sorrowful soul, that I suspect this rabbit is also a beauty who wilts under the light. Does rabbit dare to turn off her beauty filter, allowing our great freeloader to experience heartache? Boss, let the streamer disable her beauty filter and see if the money spent was worth it. Qin Feng chuckled, not seeking to prove anything to anyone. Yet men are often inclined to show off. Having a beautiful woman at his side brings immense pride, but he instructed Zhou Wanwan to disable her beauty filter, eager for everyone to witness the true essence of beauty. Zhou Wanwan was still engrossed in the earlier incident, where the Annie's distress had been alarming. Tears had smeared her makeup into an inky mess, and in her struggles, her wig had fallen off, revealing a disheveled hairstyle. Thankfully, she was robust enough to break free from the grasp of the man holding her down, swiftly shutting off the computer, thus ending the live stream. Otherwise, prolonged exposure to that scene would have left her traumatized. Zhou Wanwan snapped back to reality, realizing the great freeloader wished for her to disable her beauty filter as well, and promptly clicked to turn it off. She had employed the filter due to the poor lighting in her dormitory, which rendered the video dark, so she used the brightness enhancement to illuminate the stream. No other effects were activated. Since everyone expressed a desire to see, she was indifferent. Moreover, she feared the great freeloader might mistakenly think she was also an Andy. This is what rabbit looks like. I'm not deceiving you, big brother, Zhou Wanwan said softly. The live stream's image dimmed slightly. The girl before the camera appeared nearly unchanged. Rather, the absence of the cold white light made her face appear more authentic. Beneath her long eyelashes lay bright, dark eyes, with slightly deeper eye sockets accentuating her pert nose, giving her an exotic allure. Her rosy, cherry-like lips bore no lipstick, but remained vibrantly appealing. Her features resembled that of a porcelain doll, with a distinctive beauty mark at the corner of her eye affirming that this was not a product of the beauty filter. The lighting in her dorm indeed left much to be desired. Turning off the filter evoked memories of 2 decades past, reminiscent of video, chatting with a girl met online. The dim surroundings illuminated her clear, pure face strikingly so beautiful. Could this truly be a beauty born once in 5,000 years? Streamer, you've successfully rekindled my memories of first love. The thought that such an exquisite beauty would ultimately kneel before the great freeloader pained his heart severely. Oh no, it's a fluttering sensation. This streamer appeared petite. Was she truly of age? The sweet words of a million viewers left Zhong Wanwan feeling disoriented with joy, beaming foolishly. However, modern beauty technology is advanced. Turning off the lights can still yield flattering effects. Many seasoned viewers doubted the existence of such a Barbie doll and voiced skepticism regarding her appearance in the comments. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The streamer must have only turned off the brightness, not the other effects. I firmly believe she still has the beauty filter on. Does the streamer dare to cover her left face with her hand, allowing us a close-up view of her facial details? Cover the top half of her face with an A4 sheet, including her eyes. We can see if her nose and mouth distort that you're all so outdated. Just show us your ID, and we'll be done with it. What is the need for verification? The last comment garnered unanimous agreement from the audience. The live stream's comments flooded with requests for her to present her identification, forming various lengths of lines that I in that moment. At least 1,000 such comments scrolled through. As if everyone had turned into a chorus, demanding the female streamer to produce her ID for proof. Zhong Wanwan did not perceive anything particularly significant. She obediently stood up to retrieve her identification. Qin Feng, concerned that Zhong might inadvertently expose her ID number, sent her a reminder via WeChat. Upon obtaining her belongings, Zhong replied with a simple "got it," and hurriedly returned to her seat, lifting her ID card towards the camera while shielding the lower portion of the card to reveal only her likeness. Now, do you believe me? Zhong Wanwan had lost her ID once before and had recently renewed it, the photograph being quite recent. Her features remained largely unchanged, though during the photo session, she had followed the officer's instructions to slick her hair back entirely. Coupled with her petite stature and the angle from which the photo was taken, it rendered her forehead unusually broad and shiny that a fitting idiom described her well. The heavenly cord is full. Darling, judging by your visage, it is evident that you lack my presence in your life. Someone remarked, this little head of yours looks remarkably clever. What a stunning beauty. Wow, the boss has struck gold, such a beautiful girl. I've followed her. The rabbit is so adorable. I wish I could snatch it away. Think twice upstairs. Her older brother spent $3 million this afternoon. You cannot afford to play this game. The live stream was bustling with chatter. Qin Feng felt exhilarated, but was also worried that the audience might lead Zhong Wanwan astray, prompting him to send her a WeChat message urging her to end the broadcast promptly. It was time for him to initiate his offline strategy. Zhong Wanwan appeared remarkably obedient, bidding farewell to the viewers in the live stream. The audience implored her to stay and inquired when she would broadcast again. After a moment of contemplation, Zhong replied, I don't know. Now that she had money, there was no longer a necessity to continue streaming. She merely thought that perhaps her elder brother would like to hear her sing. Hence her ambiguous response. The viewers, noticing her newfound fortune, lamented, another beauty is about to leave the live stream, 0.3 million in one afternoon. If she comes back twice more, she will reach the pinnacle of life. With a big brother supporting her, how delightful, how frustrating. Why can't I be a girl? All I would have to do is lie down, bro. Do you not know that boys can also lie down? Zhong Wanwan disregarded these remarks and decisively clicked to end the broadcast. With over 100,000 viewers online, the stream was abruptly shut down. She then quietly awaited Qin Feng's message. Chapter 48. The spicy hot pot in Jiangcheng is incredibly delicious as the sky darkened. Qin Feng felt his stomach grumbling with hunger. He first messaged Wang Gang to come pick him up for dinner at a bar. Then he turned to Zhong Wanwan and asked, I'm going out to eat. Would you like to join me? Zhong Wanwan stared blankly at her phone, her heart racing. Was it finally time to meet? Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, her eyes filled with trepidation. After a moment, she seemed to have made up her mind and replied, I'm in Modu. Qin Feng saw that the distance was not too far. If he drove quickly, it would only take a little over 2 hours that I'm in Jiangcheng. Will you come? I'll treat you to spicy hot pot. Zhong Wanwan quickly typed, I'm not hungry. What a pity. Our spicy hot pot is sweet and incredibly delicious. However, I have class tomorrow and can only go out on weekends. All right then, how about Saturday? Will you come? Qin Feng pursued relentlessly, fearing that the rabbit he had caught might escape. It was Tuesday, with 4 days to go, just enough time to let things settle. Zhong Wanwan. Qin Feng. What's wrong? Don't you want to meet me? Not really, Zhong Wanwan replied, her face conflicted. I'm just thinking about what my brother will look like. She had heard that wealthy individuals live in luxury, eating and sleeping all day, and she was worried that he might turn out to be a 300-pound pig. Without hesitation, Qin Feng took a selfie and sent it over, saying, "The looks I got from my parents. If I'm not handsome, there's nothing I can do." Zhong Wanwan enlarged the photo and found the person depicted to be handsome and spirited. With a high-nosed bridge and an impressive demeanor, he was indeed quite good-looking, though his lips were a tad thin. It was said that men with thin lips are often cold-hearted. She wondered if that was true. Nevertheless, he was 1,000 times better than the rotund uncle she had imagined. Feeling reassured, Zhong replied, "Brother, you look very handsome. I really like it." Qin Feng chuckled and flirted, "Well, I like you very much too." Zhong Wanwan, caught in a daze, smiled foolishly and did not respond. System prompt. Zhong Wanwan's affection level 10 goodness. Spending over 3 million was not in vain. Qin Feng pressed on. "Do you want me to book a plane ticket for you?" Zhong Wanwan hesitated, feeling a twinge of fear that Qin Feng might take advantage of her. While she did not feel repulsed, the idea of placing herself in his hands after only a few hours of online acquaintance was daunting. "How about I come to find you?" Qin Feng texted mischievously. With a 60-point affection level and so many gifts as a foundation, he couldn't think of any reason for her to refuse. Surely she wouldn't say she was on her period. Before Zhong Wanwan could resolve her thoughts, her roommate returned. "Wanwan, who are you chatting with? You look so naughty," Xiaoli, upon seeing their dorm's adorable goddess grinning at her phone, dashed over, eager to discover who had so captivated this little fool. No, Zhong Wanwan quickly attempted to hide her phone, not wanting her roommate to know she was chatting with a wealthy stranger online. "Hey, let me take a look. I'll give you some advice," Xiaoli said, leveraging her height advantage to snatch the phone from Zhong's grasp. She opened the chat history and quickly moved to a corner with Junjun to peruse it together. "Give it back." Zhong Wanwan's face flushed crimson as she tiptoed to reclaim her phone, but Xiaoli held it too high for her to reach. Seeing Qin Feng's messages, Xiaoli exclaimed, "What the heck? What kind of guy is this? Inviting you for spicy hot pot?" Junjun chimed in thoughtfully. "I actually think he seems quite sincere. At least he can cover the plane ticket." Wanwan, just be cautious. Don't let yourself be deceived by a man offering just a bowl of spicy hot pot. "Oh, there's a photo. He looks decent, dressed in Armani. He seems like a rich guy." "Rich guy? Did you not see that his background is a net CAF? How could a rich man go to a net CAF? Do you think there's a chance he might be the owner of the net CAF? Owner of a net CAF? Wanwan, do you want me to reply for you and invite him over? That way, we can help keep an eye on things." Although Xiaoli feigned soliciting Zhong Wanwan's opinion, her fingers were already typing. "Okay, see you Saturday. I'll wait for you." Their dorm housed only 3 people, with one having moved out to live with her boyfriend. Xiaoli, unwilling to let her sweet and innocent little sister fall for a scam, resolved to accompany her for the entire outing, even if it meant being a third wheel, ensuring her safety from any potential harm. Once Zhong Wanwan retrieved her phone, she hurriedly attempted to recall the message, only to find that the other party had already sent an okay gesture. Silently, she conceded, lowering her head with a hint of anxiety. Junjun, mistakenly thinking Xiaoli had unilaterally agreed without consulting Zhong, comforted her, "Don't be upset, little Wanwan. If you don't want to see him, you can still backtrack. Just say you suddenly remembered you'll have your period this weekend. I guarantee he won't continue to pursue you." Xiaoli protested. "We're helping you. Some things can only be discerned in person, no matter how sweet words may sound online. They are often empty." Zhong Wanwan murmured softly, "I'm not blaming you. It's just that Zhong Wanwan was deeply conflicted. What if, upon meeting, her elder brother made some outrageous demands? She was not mentally prepared for such a leap. Feeling increasingly anxious, Junjun, noticing her hesitation, approached with a playful smile, bending down to look up at her, and exclaimed, "Wow, you remind me of a shy young woman from ancient times, both bashful and coy, with just a hint of uncertainty about the future." Xiaoli frowned and asked, "Is our Wanwan developing a crush? Come clean. How did you meet? Is he from our school?" Zhong Wanwan replied truthfully, "We met online. "Well, no way, you trust someone from the internet?" Junjun exclaimed incredulously. "Yes, we met in a live stream, and he sent me loads of gifts." Zhou Wanwan recalled the 3 million plus and how she could withdraw half of it, her gaze momentarily drifting. "Gifts? Did he send a carnival?" "Look at you, so easily enchanted by a carnival," Junjun teased. "Speaking of live streaming, Wanwan, I think you should focus on being an online tutor instead, that you're not as carefree as Junjun, who says all sorts of nonsense." Xiaoli advised, "I've dabbled in live streaming, but the people there are quite bizarre, often speaking without restraint. They could lead a sweet girl like you astray. Wanwan is earnest and well-behaved. She will surely become a wonderful teacher." That he seems to have sent 1,146 of them, Zhou Wanwan recalled, affirming her statement. Though she had appeared dazed during the live stream, her brain had automatically recorded everything her eyes had seen. This ability had accompanied her since childhood, which was why her academic performance had always been excellent, making her acceptance into a prestigious university in Modu unsurprising. Junjun, incredulous, asked, "Are you talking about little hearts or roses?" Zhou Wanwan emphasized it was definitely a carnival. Chapter 48. Teaching by example. Xiaoli instantly became flustered. This foolish girl never tells lies. If she speaks, it is always the truth. Where? Let me take a look." Xiaoli, aware that Zhou Wanquan was broadcasting live using her computer, immediately rushed over to bring her notebook. Upon opening the screen, she was taken aback by the live broadcast settlement display, stunned by the figures presented before her. Revenue from sound waves: 35.9 million. New followers: 67,000. Number of viewers: 1.05 million. That she had surpassed 99.9% of all streamers. Xiaoli understood that one sound wave equated to 0.1 yuan. Thus, this girl had received gifts worth over 3 million. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she trembled, pointing at the numeral in the millions, exclaiming, "Wan Quan, is it possible that the platform made a mistake and added an extra zero?" Zhou Wanquan lowered her head, a hint of shyness in her demeanor, and succinctly explained, "I had no classes this afternoon, so I streamed for a while. A big brother got into a bet with someone else and asked me to do a PK, which resulted in all these gifts to T.O. Junjun's ears." This sounded like a thunderclap out of the blue. She couldn't help but shout, "What? You earned over 3 million just from a PK this afternoon?" Junjun was utterly dumbfounded. After toiling for over half a year, having self-studied various streaming techniques and applied to join a guild, incurring significant costs, she finally gained the management's consent for resource allocation. Yet, after all this time, she had barely accumulated a mere 100,000 yuan. In contrast, Zhou Wanquan had made a fortune equivalent to her earnings over the next 20 years in less than a week of streaming. How could one even begin to reason with such an injustice? "It was that very brother you were just discussing," Zhou Wanquan said, pulling out her phone to show a picture of Qin Feng. Junjun felt a pang of envy, her emotions bubbling to the surface as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. The realization that this girl, with such fortuitous luck, had encountered a wealthy patron on Douyin and transformed into a mini tycoon made her eyes turn red. Nothing is more disheartening than witnessing those around you suddenly amass wealth. Yet, Junjun knew that, in terms of looks and figure, this girl was far superior to her. It was merely her habit of keeping her head down, with long hair covering her face and her timid nature, that had prevented her from being discovered by these high-flying elites, that if one day she were to awaken to her potential, dress herself up a little, perhaps don some white stockings, she would undoubtedly metamorphose into an unparalleled gem, destined to attract the attention of wealthy suitors. Junjun had anticipated this, though she had not expected it to happen so soon. She felt a wave of sorrow, yet found herself powerless to change the situation. As the saying goes, beauty is a gift from one's parents. She could not undergo a metamorphosis to attain it. Nor could she envy it. Xiaoli, initially stirred, gradually calmed down. She was not the type of girl to be troubled by money. That a sum of 1 or 2 million didn't shock her much. She took Zhou Wanquan's phone, scrutinizing the picture of Qin Feng, and after flipping through the chat history, declared with certainty, "This man is clearly a seasoned player in romance, looking to seduce you. Does he think we women are just commodities? 3 million, mind you. If it were me, I would gladly accept it." Junjun's mouth watered at the thought. Zhou Wanquan stared blankly at the two of them, her mind racing with unvoiced thoughts. "Wanquan, now I really must accompany you." "Not all wealthy individuals are good people," Xiaoli said earnestly. You don't know the struggles of us poor folk. Standing here and speaking, of course, it doesn't hurt. Junjun turned to Zhong Wanquan and continued. Wanquan, let us share our fortunes together. Take me along when the time comes. There was a hint of flattery in her tone. Unbeknownst to her, Junjun's attitude toward Zhong Wanquan had shifted to one of courtesy. Oh, Zhong Wanquan obediently nodded. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, feeling quite pleased, closed the chat window with Zhong Wanquan. After getting into Wang Gang's car, he called Shifuya to inquire about food options at the bar. Instant noodles would suffice. At that moment, Shifuya was at home preparing dinner for her daughter, Yi. Hearing her phone ring, she wiped her hands on her apron and stepped out of the living room to answer it. Noticing Yi had strewn her toys all over the floor, she elongated her tone, calling out, "Yi?" The 5-year-old girl looked up at her mother with confusion. "Sweetheart, you need to tidy up your things. Do you understand?" Shifuya gently instructed. "But I haven't finished playing yet," Yi protested in her babyish voice. "Put away the ones you aren't playing with. See that Ultraman in the corner? You've twisted its head off." As Shifuya spoke, she picked up her phone. Seeing it was Qin Feng calling, she felt a bit surprised. She had assumed that after moving out, he would be too intimidated to call her again. Yet here he was. Its head was eaten by a monster. Yi rushed over to pick it up, presenting it to her mother as if it were a treasure. "Mama, look. It has no energy left." Shifuya placed a finger to her lips to shush her, signaling for quiet, then answered Qin Feng's call. "Hello, Sister Xiaoya. Are you at the bar?" "Mr. Qin, you're already coming to the bar this early for a drink?" Shifuya chuckled. "Yes, I have nowhere else to go, so I might as well sit at your place." Qin Feng replied with a hint of resignation. We don't open until 8 o'clock. That's still 2 hours away." "Then I guess I'll only be left with instant noodles. How miserable." "Is that so? Didn't that girl you brought yesterday cook for you? She called me a scumbag and dumped me," Qin Feng lamented. "How pitiful. Would you like me to introduce you to a well-behaved little beauty to soothe our wounded Mr. Qin's heart?" Shifuya teased that we have plenty of girls here. Qin Feng felt elated at her words. Ready to agree when a childish voice chimed in on the line. "Mama, I'm also a well-behaved little beauty." This voice sounded like that of a small child. Remembering that Shifuya was already married with a child, Qin Feng quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you during your personal time, Mr. Qin. You're being too polite to AS marketers. This is precisely the time we invite clients to enjoy themselves." After finishing her conversation with Qin Feng, Shifuya covered the phone and said to her daughter, Sweetie, you mustn't interrupt Mama while she's working. Can I go comfort the uncle over there instead?" Asked, her innocent eyes wide with curiosity. At that tender age of 5 or 6, she was filled with wonder about the world. Having seen characters in cartoons comforting one another, she eagerly volunteered to help her mother. Shifuya was taken aback by her daughter's words. Her expression suddenly turning grave, she released her grip on the phone and grasped Yi's arm, her voice rising a notch. "Who taught you to say such things?" "Mama said so. Yi wants to help Mama," the little girl answered, looking pitiful. Shifuya suddenly recalled that she had indeed said something similar earlier, leaving her momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, she heard Yi cry out in pain, "Mama, it hurts." It turned out she had unconsciously held on too tightly. Shifuya quickly released her grip, apologizing. I'm sorry, Mama didn't mean to." Although Yi's arm was sore from the squeeze, she was understanding enough to nod in forgiveness, though her expression was one of hurt, evoking sympathy. Thinking about how her current work could so profoundly impact her child, Shifuya felt a wave of discomfort. Yet, she maintained a gentle tone, instructing Yi from now on, "You mustn't say that again, okay?" "Why?" Yi asked. Obediently. "Just because I said so. You mustn't say anything about comforting uncles or things like that. Understood?" Shifuya's mood soured, and her tone grew stern. Yi, feeling aggrieved, blinked back tears, looking up at her mother with glossy eyes. It seemed unfair to her that while Mama could say such things, she could not. Although she felt discontent, she didn't want to upset her mother, so she kept her mouth shut, turning her face away in defiance. Seeing this, Shifuya felt a pang of anxiety, her brow furrowing as she raised her voice. "Do you hear me?" Yi, startled by her mother's outburst, opened her mouth and burst into tears. "Wah, Mama is a bad person." The sound of her crying snapped Shifuya back to reality. Realizing she was in the wrong for blaming her daughter, she felt a surge of guilt. She scooped her daughter into her arms, continually apologizing. I'm sorry, Mama was wrong. I won't say those things in front of you again." Yi cried even louder, I want Daddy. Shifuya tried to comfort her for a while, but seeing her still upset made her feel utterly drained. She thought to let Yi play with her phone for a bit to soothe her. However, when she picked up her phone, she realized the call was still connected. Feeling even more exhausted, she said, "Mr. Qin, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. That my child is a bit mischievous. I need to take her to her grandmother's house now that I'll hang up," without waiting for Qin Feng to respond. She ended the call abruptly. Qin Feng, hearing the busy tone on the line, fell into a momentary daze. Every family has its own struggles. That it seemed Shifuya was preoccupied with work, neglecting her child's education and communication. Hearing the little girl's cries tugged at Qin Feng's heart, he considered transferring 100,000 yuan to Shifuya, allowing her more time to spend with her child. After all, it was just a small sum. It might even help to foster goodwill. Even if there were no physical exchanges, perhaps an emotional connection could still be cultivated. As an outsider, it is perplexing for someone to insist on giving her money. Regardless of her willingness, that if her husband were to find out, he would undoubtedly be furious. I also wonder what the girl's father is occupied with, still away at this late hour instead of helping to care for the child. Qin Feng sighed. One of the couple must prioritize their child. Relying too much on the elderly for childcare could instill a sense of insecurity in the child, but he planned to inquire about it with Shifuya later that evening. His heart heavy with concern for the world, he sent a message. "Let me know after work," that he then reclined his seat and closed his eyes to rest, gradually slipping into a dream. Time passed, and soon it was 8 o'clock. That as night descended, the dim streets transformed into a vibrant scene of lights and revelry. The Yulong Bay Bar, located in the city center, buzzed with activity, surrounded by jewelry stores. Luxury boutiques, beauty salons, and hotels, all aglow with dazzling lights to entice customers. The area was bustling, with cars flowing in and out, creating a congested atmosphere in this prime location. Remarkably, there was a spacious parking lot in front of the Yulong Bay Bar, capable of accommodating around 40 to 50 vehicles. However, the parking fees were exorbitant, with a sign stating 30 yuan per hour. Wang Gang had already parked his domestic SUV there for nearly 2 hours. He had never used such a high-end parking facility before, and anxiety gnawed at him that he frequently checked the time, calculating that every minute cost 50 cents. In just 10 minutes, he had lost 5 yuan. If the boss decided to indulge in a couple of hours of drinking, the parking fee could surpass 100 yuan. Who could afford that? Although it was certain that the boss would foot the bill, it seemed utterly unnecessary to burn money in this way. Moreover, the parking lot was filled with luxury vehicles, with the least impressive being a BMW 5 Series. His modest car stood out like a chicken among swans. Wang Gang felt a twinge of discomfort as the clock struck 8. He dutifully woke Qin Feng, adhering to the boss's earlier instructions. Qin Feng was lost in a dream, feasting on roasted chicken. Starving, he awoke in anger upon being disturbed, eager to confront the audacious intruder. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself face to face with a towering, muscular man. His initial fury dissipated upon recognizing Wang Gang's face. Seeing Wang Gang had dutifully waited in the car for 2 hours. Qin Feng expressed his gratitude. "Brother Wang, you've worked hard." "Not at all. Haha," Wang Gang replied with a hearty, innocent smile. Qin Feng glanced at his phone. Shifuya had messaged him around 7, informing him that she had arrived at the bar. He intended to enter the bar to chat with her and perhaps grab a bite to eat. Just as he placed his hand on the door handle, a graceful figure appeared in the distance. Squinting to get a better look, he confirmed it was indeed Shifuya. She was clad in a form-fitting dress paired with a white blouse, her chestnut curls cascading around her shoulders, and her alluring fox-like eyes captivating all who gazed upon her. The only difference this time was the absence of stockings, leaving her smooth, fair legs exposed to the cool night in high heels. Her long legs appeared particularly alluring and shapely. Accompanying her were 2 similarly dressed young women. What could be the purpose of her visit to the parking lot? Was she here to pick him up? Qin Feng mused, filled with self-admiration. He hastily opened the car door, ready to greet her when a Maybach glided toward them, stopping directly in front of Shifuya, effectively blocking Qin Feng's approach. 2 individuals emerged from the vehicle, both dressed alike in black t-shirts and camouflage cargo pants. They were robust and intimidating, their expressions cold and eyes sharp, surveying the surroundings with keen vigilance. Upon spotting Qin Feng, their eyes scrutinized him up and down without reservation. Once they confirmed he posed no threat, their gaze shifted to Wang Gang. Fixating on him, they were likely bodyguards, Qin Feng surmised. Wang Gang, however, calmly exited the vehicle, avoiding any eye contact with them. The last to exit was a middle-aged man clad in a floral shirt and beach shorts, adorned with a thick gold chain around his neck, his bald head gleaming, that he puffed on a cigar, resembling the archetypal villain from television, that as soon as this rotund figure stepped out of the car. His oily laughter echoed, "Sister-in-law, I told you not to come out to greet me. Look at you, always so formal. Qin Gongzi come to play, Luo Yanhua cooed. Brother Luo is returning home. How could those of us under your command not come to greet you?" Shifuya smiled warmly, though a flicker of helplessness crossed her eyes. She had intended to take the day off to stay home with Yi, but her boss insisted on visiting the bar, compelling her to leave Yi with her mother for care, while she welcomed her boss for a surprise inspection. Her boss, Luo Yanhua, was a sworn brother of her husband and rarely visited the bar, only coming occasionally to check the accounts and see how things were going, while also taking advantage of the situation. You just love to make things difficult for yourself. You could easily rest at home." Luo Yanhua remarked. His meaning cleared, he stepped forward, openly wrapping his arms around Shifuya's slender waist, "that I have no choice. The fortune teller said I am destined to be a hard worker," Shifuya replied with a light-hearted laugh, not resisting his embrace but maintaining a distance with her hands. Yet a glimmer of disdain flickered in her eyes, expertly concealed from all. "Sister-in-law, I'm serious. This month, I plan to divorce my wife. Don't listen to what others say. As long as you agree to be with me, I will gift you this bar," Luo Yanhua declared, his hands unceremoniously sliding from Shifuya's waist downward. Seeing his audacity, Shifuya quickly pushed him away with force, stepping back to escape his unwelcome advances. "Brother Luo, if you're feeling adventurous, should I call the girls to come and serve you?" Shifuya said with an awkward smile. "You know I'm rather dull, preferring to focus on serious matters. I truly cannot satisfy you in that regard, sister-in-law. Trust me, after all these years, you should let go. You can't let Yi grow up without a father." Luo Yanhua persisted, moving closer again, wrapping his arms around her once more, speaking earnestly. "As long as you are with me, I cannot give you a title, but I assure you, Yi will have everything that other children possess." Shifuya's mood was particularly foul today, and her patience was wearing thin, and an impulse to walk away surged within her. She had held back for long enough, but after he placed his hand on her rear once again, her expression hardened, a chilling glint in her eyes that sent shivers down the spine, that as she contemplated saying something diplomatic to part ways amicably, given the care he had shown her over the years. She felt it was essential to maintain decorum. They were not far from Qin Feng, and their conversation had not been conducted in hushed tones. Qin Feng stood by the car, utterly astonished that it turned out Shifuya was a widow. No wonder Yi was clamoring for a father. Had it not been for this encounter, he would have been oblivious to her struggle to raise a child alone. Qin Feng's impression of Shifuya deepened. She was decisive, seemingly gentle, yet capable of swift action when necessary. Her demeanor was neither too distant nor overly familiar, always polite, yet she could act decisively without hesitation. Moreover, her intellect shone through as she adeptly managed the bar with remarkable order. He held her in high regard. The audacity of this man, Luo Yanhua, to harass a widow with a child was beyond comprehension. How could he be so heartless? At that moment, Qin Feng's sense of justice surged within him, compelling him to take action on behalf of this enchanting widow, that he strode purposefully toward them. But before he could cover much ground, the two bodyguards rushed in front of him, blocking his path with a stern gesture, signaling him to halt. Their dismissive gazes radiated arrogance, asserting their intention to keep Qin Feng away from their employer. Wang Gang followed closely behind Qin Feng, his expression serious and eyes cold, leveraging his height. He looked down at the two bodyguards that he was unafraid of a fight. During his military service, he had secured third place in mixed martial arts. The two bodyguards appeared formidable, yet their unsteady footing and labored breathing indicated a lack of recent training. Their intimidating physiques belied their diminishing agility. He could take them down in under a minute. However, the aftermath of a brawl could be troublesome, whether from the police or the intimidating figures they represented. Wang Gang felt conflicted. He wanted to protect Qin Feng, but was reluctant to engage in violence. "Brothers, step aside. I need to discuss a business matter with your boss," Qin Feng said calmly, flashing a smile at the bodyguards. "Not happening," one of the bodyguards retorted, firm in his stance. "Are you the one to make decisions for your boss?" Qin Feng raised his voice slightly, his tone icy as he queried. His demeanor was composed, as if he genuinely had business to discuss with his employer. The confidence in his voice caught the bodyguard off guard. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of Shifuya and Luo Yanhua. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Shifuya's eyes widened in surprise at Mr. Qin. "What are you doing here?" Luo Yanhua furrowed his brow, displeased that someone was interrupting him, that he whispered. "Who is he?" Shifuya whispered back. "He was a guest here yesterday. Ordered 2 Shenlongs and even gifted me 2 bottles. After a moment of thought, she added, "I believe his family is involved in public service." Luo Yanhua's frown deepened. "His surname is Qin? As in Qin Shi Huang?" Shifuya confirmed, "Yes. There aren't any prominent figures with the surname Qin in Jiangxing. Could he be from outside?" Luo Yanhua murmured to himself, recalling that he had just seen this individual emerge from a domestically produced vehicle. Initially, he had assumed the person was merely passing by and paid little attention. However, upon hearing Shifuya mention that this person had ordered 2 sets of Shenlong, he was taken aback. Could a wealthy individual, capable of casually ordering Shenlong for a lady, truly be traveling in such a modest car? Might he be a low-profile scion of a powerful family, glancing at the imposing bodyguard behind him, whose disdainful demeanor suggested a complete disregard for the 2 guards? Luo Yanhua sensed that such confidence could only stem from an individual of considerable standing. Suddenly, an idea struck Luo Yanhua, and he swiftly donned a flattering smile. Nodding and bowing as he approached Qin Feng with quickened steps, before he arrived, his laughter could be heard. "Ha!" Luo Yanhua chuckled as he pushed aside the bodyguard blocking his path and seized Qin Feng's hand in a vigorous shake. "Greetings, Mr. Qin. I'm the proprietor here, Luo Yanhua. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. That young man earlier was simply lacking in discernment. Please forgive him." "Hello, Boss Luo, that I am Qin Feng." Qin Feng replied, observing the greasy, portly man before him, and offered a faint smile. The earlier remarks made by this plump individual about escorting Shifuya to a bar had sparked a thought in Qin Feng's mind. Given that Shifuya was now without a husband, why shouldn't he gift her whatever he pleased? He currently lacked both wealth and influence, and was in dire need of a tangible source of income. Why not seek out a wise and considerate goddess and present her with a bar? A clever woman would undoubtedly not require him to drop hints. She might even proactively share the profits with him each month that I name. She would be the owner, while he could transfer several million to her for the bar's acquisition. Without uttering a word, the system could not hold him accountable, could it? With this thought, Qin Feng's smile grew warmer as he beckoned. "Let us proceed to the bar for further discussion." That moment. It appeared as though the bar was already within his grasp. "After you please," Luo Yanhua said, bowing deeply in deference. Chapter 51. "Bring me the 12 golden flowers." Mr. Qin, as a man of the streets, Luo Yanhua inherently harbored a modicum of trepidation toward the authorities. From a young age, he understood a fundamental principle. The one with the strongest fist calls the shots that I in this territory. He dared to challenge anyone, except for those privileged scions who serve the people. Despite his relatively successful endeavors, he now felt increasingly constrained by stringent regulations, with many of his businesses either needing to pivot or relocate. He gradually sensed a tightening grip around him. His only viable escape lay in cultivating relationships with influential figures. Otherwise, he would eventually be caught in a net. Though he had yet to ascertain Qin Feng's true identity, he was aware that the illustrious Qin family stood at the pinnacle of the 4 great families in the capital. Observing Qin Feng's serene smile, Luo Yanhua felt an unshakable aura of someone who seemed poised to purchase all of Shanghai. It was a remarkably bold and impressive demeanor. Consequently, he treated Qin Feng with utmost courtesy. "Mr. Qin, what would you like to indulge in tonight? I assure you, I will make all necessary arrangements." Turning to a young man behind him, Luo Yanhua instructed, "Please make a call and summon our 12 golden flowers to accompany Mr. Qin for drinks." Qin Feng politely declined. No. I am a respectable individual, that I cannot handle those ladies. Just like yesterday, having Sister Xiaya accompany me is quite sufficient." Respectable individual? That is indeed the case. Luo Yanhua mused inwardly, but soon felt a flicker of suspicion. Was this man perhaps interested in a Shifuya? Luo Yanhua harbored a fondness for Shifuya. She was astute and resolute, not only beautiful but also exceptionally capable. Her arrival had doubled the bar's revenue. Who wouldn't desire a competent and attractive woman by their side? However, her fiery temperament made him wary. He feared that employing force might provoke her into retaliating without restraint. Thus, he had been patient, waiting for the day she might willingly turn to him. To his astonishment, after such a lengthy wait, A powerful figure had taken an interest in her, reluctant to let go of such a rare gem. He grappled with the idea. Yet if a figure of significance truly desired her, he could do little about it. After all, one could not pit their arm against a legd in Luo Yinhua's mind. Women were akin to clothing, plentiful and easily acquired. If one possessed wealth and power, women would often come knocking without a penny spent. Only a few, perhaps mentally unsound, would cling to something as trivial as Shifuya. Sister Xiaoya, tonight, you must take good care of our young master Qin. Luo Yinhua said with a grin. Understood, boss, Shifuya replied, offering a strained smile to Qin Feng. Her eyes betraying a hint of apology. She planned to discreetly resign from her position later and leave Qin Feng to her boss. While she returned home alone, in the dim parking lot, Qin Feng remained oblivious to Shifuya's expression as he confidently walked toward the bar with the two men. Upon entering the bar, they were followed by 5 or 6 attendants. The lively group ascended to the private booth on the upper floor, taking their seats at the familiar S03 location, that moment. The bar's music was mellow, and the crowd was sparse, making it an ideal setting for discussions. Luo Yinhua broke the silence. Mr. Qin, what would you like to drink tonight? We have a limited edition bottle of Louis XIII that we typically do not offer for sale. Would you care to sample it? The liquor in question was the Louis XIII Lou Jeroboam, with only 786 bottles released worldwide, each adorned with a unique number, fetching around 800,000 at auction. Presenting such an expensive bottle was, on one hand, an attempt to forge a good rapport with Qin Feng, but also subtly implied that he could provide financial support, that if Qin Feng were to nod in agreement, it would solidify their connection. Qin Feng was indifferent. He had little appreciation for alcohol and found no particular allure in expensive liquor, but he shook his head and turned to Shifuya, asking, Sister Xiaoya, what do you enjoy drinking? It's on me. Shifuya momentarily hesitated, surprised that the focus was on her. After a moment's thought, she replied, I believe the Ace of Spades is quite delightful. Should I bring you the bottle you had last time? Qin Feng was reluctant to touch the liquor belonging to Xia Ting, uncertain of the system's stance, and feared that if she discovered he had visited the bar without her, she would certainly be displeased. Let us not use the last one, that if you like Ace of Spades, I'll purchase a new one, that I have no objections. You decide. Qin Feng conversed with Shifuya in a casual manner, while Luo Yinhua's smile faltered in surprise at the apparent disregard for his authority. Yet this only solidified his belief that Qin Feng was indeed a person of significance, for in Jiangsheng, few dared to ignore Luo Ji's words and openly flatter his woman in his presence. Luo Yinhua interjected, Mr. Qin suggests you choose freely. Don't hold back. Understanding the hint from Boss Luo, Shifuya rose to retrieve the bottle of Louis XIII. Sister Xiaoya, please also order some beef, spicy chicken feet, and pig's head meat as snacks to accompany the drinks. Qin Feng instructed. Shifuya paused for a moment before responding. Understood, Mr. Qin. That Mr. Qin is indeed a person of character, Luo Yinhua exclaimed, rising to applaud with a smile. Whether I drink red or white, I have a penchant for these unique marinated dishes, duck intestines, beef tongues, pigtails, and the like, far surpassing any foie gras or escargot. Qin Feng had chosen those dishes purely out of hunger. In truth, he yearned for fried rice. However, dining on fried rice at a bar seemed inappropriate, particularly while discussing business. Observing Luo Yinhua's physique, it was evident he indulged in such fare regularly. Qin Feng smiled lightly, remarking, in life, it all comes down to eating and drinking. Luo Yinhua, with a cheerful demeanor, probed further, Mr. Qin, you are quite accomplished at such a young age. May I inquire where you are currently employed? Unemployed, Qin Feng grinned, his tone laced with a hint of pride. Naturally, one would be delighted to have money to spend without working. Wouldn't they? Unable to gauge Qin Feng's depth, Luo Yinhua subtly shifted the topic toward the capital. However, Qin Feng was not well versed in that realm, opting to remain silent. This reticence only strengthened Luo Yinhua's conviction that Qin Feng was undoubtedly connected to the esteemed Qin family. As a mere landlord from a small area, if he could garner the attention of the Qin family, he would no longer fear anyone in Jiangsheng. Internally elated, Luo Yinhua sought to deepen his ties with Qin Feng. He called for 7 or 8 young women to dance beside the booth, each adorned in vibrant makeup and flamboyant attire, their figures and faces striking. Under the bar's dim, suggestive lighting, they swayed their alluring forms, vying for the attention of the 2 men seated on the sofa. After scrutinizing the women with a discerning eye, Qin Feng chose to focus on the food Shifuya had brought, engaging her in light conversation about her daughter. Noticing his disinterest in the ostentatious women, Luo Yinhua thought to himself, as expected of a scion from a prominent family, his standards are indeed high. Originally, he had planned to invite the 12 golden flowers. But seeing Shifuya and Qin Feng engaged in pleasant conversation, he deemed it unnecessary to waste money, especially considering the exorbitant fees for those 12 ladies, which surpassed even that bottle of Louis XIII. Luo Yinhua opened the limited edition bottle, pouring Qin Feng a generous glass, then raised his own in a toast, ensuring that his glass was deliberately positioned an inch lower than Qin Feng's. His entire demeanor exuded humility, surprising no one that a man overseeing hundreds of subordinates, with 3 casinos, a bathhouse, and a bar, as well as some overseas candy businesses, would display such deference to a young man. Chapter 52. How can I maintain my dignity if you make me look bad? Qin Feng, unfamiliar with Luo Yinhua, assumed the bar owner was merely an ordinary wealthy individual, in terms of financial resources. Qin Feng's current assets, converted into dog-licking gold, amounted to over 100 million, with the added advantage of height. He felt no intimidation from the short, stout proprietor before him. Thus, he displayed an audacious demeanor. Exuding confidence akin to that of a stallion, that he appeared cultured, albeit to a limited extent. Qin Feng, with a flourish, clinked glasses with Luo Yinhua. Subsequently, he took a sip of the wine, smacking his lips in appreciation. Savoring the rich, fragrant taste that filled the it was delightful, yet he found it lacking in his preference. Qin Feng gently set his glass on the table, nonchalantly retrieving another one, filling it with ace of spades. Upon witnessing this, Luo Yinhua's heart sank, a wave of anxiety washing over him. Had his counterfeit wine been detected? Was the discerning palate of this aristocrat truly that formidable? This limited edition Louis XIII. Tianyuan was indeed purchased for an astounding 800,000 yuan at an auction. However, it had been consumed on several occasions. Whenever he encountered someone of stature, he would showcase this bottle to impress to be why now. It had likely been enjoyed 7 or 8 times. The bottle was genuine, yet the liquor inside had been expertly reconstituted by a professional sommelier. Luo Yinhua had found no discernible difference in flavor. Today, it seemed, his ruse had been uncovered. Luo Yinhua felt an intense wave of embarrassment wash over him. His face, already flushed, deepening in color, resembling a succulent roast pig, that he had seldom faced humiliation in recent years and felt his pride slipping away. Just then, one of the dancing girls in the crowd stumbled and fell. Damn it, if you can't dance, then get lost. Luo Yinhua seized the opportunity to vent his frustration. Grabbing the Louis XIII, he hurled it towards the floor in front of the girl, with a resounding crash. The glass shattered into countless pieces, wine splattering everywhere. The girls were startled by this sudden outburst, shrieking in surprise. That moment, Wang Gang, standing outside the VIP area, rushed in upon hearing the commotion, his hand instinctively reaching into the inner pocket of his suit. He had brought along the pepper spray he had purchased earlier that afternoon, a whimsical notion he thought might come in handy as a bodyguard, especially in crowded settings that he had also contemplated acquiring a stun baton. Yet no vendor in the small goods market dared to sell such items, forcing him to order one online instead. Wang Gang cut a striking figure, tall and imposing, with a stern expression, his hand delving into his coat as if to retrieve something of great significance. Upon his entrance, he instantly captivated everyone's attention. The girls ceased their screams, Luo Yinhua fell silent, and his subordinates halted their attempts to expel the girls, all believing that the shattered glass signaled the onset of a major confrontation. The atmosphere grew eerily still. Qin Feng was the first to regain his composure, chuckling, "Brother Wang, I'm perfectly fine, no need for alarm." Wang Gang surveyed the shattered bottle, now quite distant from Qin Feng, nodded silently, and returned to his previous position. This moment, Luo Yinhua harbored no lingering suspicions towards Qin Feng. Was no wonder he dared to venture out with only a single bodyguard. He was evidently well equipped. While he too possessed similar tubular items, they resided safely at home, for he dared not carry them with him. In the past, when regulations were less stringent, he had even provided each of his loyal subordinates with one. However, an incident had occurred during one such escapade, resulting in their capture by the police, nearly leading to his own arrest. That he had spent a considerable sum to secure the intervention of a high-ranking figure to extricate himself from that predicament. The prominent figures in the city now maintained a tight grip on such matters that he had no desire to become the scapegoat. Qin, I seem unable to control my emotions, which is quite a dampener. Allow me to drink a self-imposed penalty. Luo Yanhua raised a full glass of over 40-degree brandy and downed it in one go. After finishing, he puffed out his cheeks and presented the empty glass to Qin Feng for inspection. Boss Luo, your capacity is commendable, Qin Feng remarked with a smile. Observing Luo Yanhua's cheeks bulge with the liquor, resembling a frog, Qin Feng found it quite amusing and continued to watch him with a grin. Faced with Qin Feng's unwavering gaze, Luo Yanhua, feeling somewhat helpless, waved away a subordinate holding a towel. His drinking tolerance was decent. This glass likely contained 3 taels, enough to make him feel slightly tipsy, but not intoxicated. Luo Yanhua sighed deeply after genuinely finishing the drink that he placed a piece of beef in his mouth to counter the alcohol's effects. This foreign liquor is truly dreadful. I can't take it anymore. I need a moment, that as he spoke, Luo Yanhua slumped onto the sofa, pressing his forehead with one hand. With the other, he subtly gestured to Shifuya, signaling her to persuade Qin Feng to drink that a subordinate approached and whispered in his ear. Luo go. Should we go back and retrieve our gear? Luo Yanhua waved his hand dismissively. The subordinate cast a lingering glance at Qin Feng before retreating. Shifuya, who had been startled by Wang Gang earlier, hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to stand her ground. She picked up 2 glasses of champagne and smiled apologetically at Qin Feng. My sincerest apologies, Qin Zong. Our boss tends to become a bit excitable when drinking. Please don't take offense. Shifuya clinked the 2 glasses together before offering one to Qin Feng. Xiaoya raises a toast to you. I shall drink, and you may indulge as you wish. Qin Feng, refusing to let a lady drink alone, promptly stood and declared, I am not one to take it lightly. Let us drink. He downed the glass in one go. Shifuya accompanied him, her eyes sparkling as she continued to urge him to drink. Let us double our good fortune with another glass? Very well. Qin Feng handed her his glass for a refill. This sparkling wine had a relatively low alcohol content, around 10 degrees. A few glasses posed no issue. After finishing the second glass, Shifuya poured again. For this third glass, let us toast to Qin Zong's prosperous journey and auspicious beginnings. Shall we? Xiaoya, are you trying to set me up? Qin Feng replied bluntly. A blush crept onto Shifuya's cheeks. Whether from the wine or Qin Feng's forthrightness, she could not tell. Avoiding his gaze, she busied herself with pouring more wine. Xiaoya, don't pour too much, Qin Feng remarked as he rose to seize her glass. Gripping her hand that held the wine glass, lifting it upwards with determination, but we still have matters to discuss. There's no rush, we shall drink after our conversation. 3 rounds of drinks are essential before discussing business. I trust Qin Zong can manage that without difficulty. Shifuya felt a slight fondness towards the young man who poured her wine, yet she had resolved to step away from her current path, believing any conversation he wished to have was irrelevant to her. Moreover, she was concerned about leaving him with any lingering thoughts, fearing he might utter something awkward, leading to her embarrassment. Thus, she struggled to pour the wine, intent on getting him intoxicated. Despite its low alcohol content, consuming 3 glasses would surely leave one feeling tipsy. Qin Feng, preoccupied with his own thoughts, was reluctant to drink. The two engaged in a bit of playful tugging, causing some of the wine to spill, dampening a small portion of Qin Feng's clothing. "Ditto, I'm so sorry," Shifuya exclaimed, hastily placing the glass down and retrieving a napkin to assist him. Their proximity was quite intimate. Qin Feng caught a whiff of her floral fragrance and felt the gentle, meticulous movements of her hands as she attended to him, but as he glanced down, he caught a glimpse of her delicate skin peeking from beneath her neckline. A subtle reaction stirred within Qin Feng. Chapter 53. You smashed such a large bottle of wine, and you're not even moved. Qin Feng contemplated making a cheeky remark to flirt with Shifuya. However, upon noticing the flicker of regret and sorrow in her eyes, he gradually composed himself. This woman, possessing the resources to live comfortably, had stubbornly chosen the most arduous path, enduring the lewd advances of patrons and the harassment from her employer, toiling tirelessly to provide for her child. Qin Feng sighed, feeling a sense of pity for her exquisite form. "Xiaoya, how long have you been here?" Qin Feng inquired softly. "This is my 3rd year. Why do you ask?" Shifuya replied, meeting his gaze just as it reflected a hint of compassion. For a moment, she nearly succumbed to the weight of the grievances she had borne over the years, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Fortunately, Her hardened heart, forged through years of resilience, quickly dismissed these fleeting emotions. Shifuya donned a bright smile and joked, "Qin Zong, are you suggesting I turn over a new leaf?" "Indeed," Qin Feng replied with earnest nods. "Ha!" Shifuya chuckled lightly, turning to toss the used napkin into the trash. "Why do you boys always feel the need to meddle in others' lives?" Although her expression was concealed, Qin Feng sensed the chill in her words. He opened his mouth to respond, but Shifuya took a deep breath, turning back with a radiant smile. "That I apologize, Qin Zong, for venting my frustrations. Please consider this glass as my apology." With that, she lifted her glass, prepared to drink. Qin Feng swiftly reached out to stop her, placing a hand firmly on her arm. The wine once again spilled from her glass, this time soaking her shirt that a patch of her white blouse became damp, clinging to her smooth skin, revealing a tantalizing sheen. Qin Feng found himself momentarily entranced. Shifuya glanced down, realizing she was exposed, and quickly turned away to adjust her clothing. Qin Feng, regaining his composure, repeatedly apologized and offered her a napkin. Recalling that she had just helped him clean up, he couldn't help but politely ask, "Would you like me to assist you with that?" "No, thank you," Shifuya replied coolly. Qin Feng felt a sense of helplessness. Meanwhile, Luo Yanhua, having regained his wits, observed the playful exchange of spilled wine between the two. He considered opening a bottle of champagne to join in the fun, but feared that it might scare Shifuya away, displeasing Qin Feng, and so he reluctantly refrained. "Qin Zong, I apologize. Our Xiaoya has a rather cold demeanor, unlike the other girls in the establishment. Please don't take offense that I understand," Qin Feng replied. "How about this, Xiaoya? Go fetch all the lovely ladies in the establishment, and let Qin Zong choose two to accompany him for drinks," Luo Yanhua instructed Shifuya. Shifuya nodded slightly. Just as she was about to leave, Qin Feng intervened, saying, "Wait a moment, I would like to discuss a business proposition with you." "Go ahead," Luo Yanhua chuckled. Without further ado, Qin Feng delved straight into the matter. "That I wish to acquire this bar and present it as a gift to Sister Xiaoya." His tone was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet the words that escaped his lips left everyone in a state of shock. Luo Yanhua narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Qin Feng closely. Realizing he was not jesting, a tempest of surprise surged within him. "What does this mean? I have invested 20 million into this bar. If it were to be sold, the price would start at no less than 50 million, setting aside whether this individual can produce such cash. What does it imply to gift a bar to a woman?" Luo Yanhua was taken aback by Qin Feng's nonchalant demeanor. "Spending tens of millions to woo a woman. Is this for real?" Shifuya, too, stood frozen, momentarily unable to believe her ears. However, she quickly regained her composure, realizing that this man might be intent on purchasing a bar to establish his own influence and connections, given his unique status. He could not publicly associate his name with it, thus wishing for her to assume the role of the visible owner while he operated from the shadows. For her, it would simply mean a change in management. Shifuya chose not to exhibit excessive excitement and replied with a mild smile, "Mr. Qin, you possess remarkable audacity. This bar is not inexpensive, and Xiaoya is immensely grateful. Allow me to raise a glass in your honor." Noticing her expression differed from what he had anticipated, Qin Feng speculated that she might not take him seriously. "Sister Xiaoya, do you doubt my sincerity?" "No, I believe you. However, I hold the conviction that there is no free lunch in this world. To acquire something, one must be willing to give in return." Shifuya took a seat, crossed her legs, sipped her drink lightly, and smiled as she spoke. "That Mr. Qin is a person of stature, and while I lack the standing to negotiate with you, I regret to inform you that I had intended to resign from my position today. I appreciate your kind offer, that I see." Qin Feng pondered for a moment before asking, "Are you no longer interested in working at the bar?" "Indeed," Shifuya nodded, omitting the fact that it was due to her child. "What business do you wish to pursue?" "I could provide you with some startup capital," Qin Feng offered earnestly. "Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your consideration. But I have yet to decide. I plan to take some time off first." Shifuya declined gently. That as the conversation appeared to stall, Qin Feng remained unhurried, while another individual grew anxious. "Xiaoya, don't be unreasonable. It is rare for Mr. Qin to hold you in such high regard." Luo Yanhua rushed over to persuade her. He was indeed keen on selling the bar. This establishment had been a mere pastime for him 3 years prior, and only a few knew of it. Recently, due to a quarrel with his formidable wife leading to a divorce, she had begun investigating his affairs. That was why he initially suggested gifting it to Fuya in the parking lot. If this woman were to be by his side, her money would ultimately still belong to him. It was merely a matter of changing the name on the records to hers, essentially costing him nothing while allowing him to gain both wealth and resources. The bar's success was largely attributable to her efforts. Yet now, with a wealthy suitor pursuing her, it wouldn't be long before she was whisked away, rather than leaving the bar unmanaged and gathering dust. Selling it seemed the more prudent choice to avoid complications. After a few attempts to persuade Fuya fell silent, he turned to Qin Feng, recommending, "Mr. Qin, this bar enjoys a solid reputation in Jiangxing, generating an average daily revenue of around 1 to 200,000, with even more during events. Furthermore, all necessary connections have been established. Whatever you wish to pursue here will be exceedingly convenient. Have you truly not considered it?" Qin Feng casually inquired, "What is the asking price for this bar?" This amount, Luo Yanhua held up 6 fingers, waving them before Qin Feng. Qin Feng surmised this indicated 60 million. If what he claimed was true, with a daily revenue of 200,000, such a lucrative entertainment venue could almost break even within a year. Qin Feng felt tempted, but if Fuya did not want it, he was at an impasse. He let out a regretful sigh that if you believe it to be overpriced, the price is negotiable, Luo Yanhua said cautiously. The price is inconsequential. However, if Sister Xiaoya has no interest, then purchasing this bar would lose its appeal. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Chapter 54. Grant us a lifetime of peace. Luo Yanhua grasped the situation, turning to Fuya with urgency. "Xiaoya, think about it. How have I treated you over the years? If you need money, I can provide it. If you need people, I can offer them that. I have never shortchanged you. So why resign? Consider the effort you've poured into this place. To abandon it like this would surely pain you. What else can you do if not this? Is there a higher-paying job out there? I genuinely share 5% of the profits with you annually. Plus your salary, it totals nearly 1 million. With Yi about to start school, aren't you keen on sending her to an elite academy? And your father's health is deteriorating." Enough. Fuya's cold interruption silenced Luo Yanhua, startling him. This foolish woman, emboldened by her current support, had grown brazen that a glint of malice flickered in Luo Yanhua's eyes, though he quickly suppressed it. For now, he could not act against her, but he secretly vowed to deal with her once she fell out of favor. Fuya keenly sensed the fleeting cruelty in Luo Yanhua's gaze. She recognized the temperament of this short, stout man, small-minded yet capable of enduring silence until the right moment arose, at which point he would unleash his ferocity like a wild beast. His ruthless tactics against adversaries sent shivers down spines. Clearly dissatisfied with her response, it was likely that if she remained resolute in her resignation, he would become fixated on her. Fuya was indifferent to her own fate. If need be, she could conceal a knife in her hair and confront him head-on in bed. Yet, she could not bear the thought of her daughter being left alone in the world. After much contemplation, she ultimately chose to compromise. "Very well, I shall accept the bar," Fuya declared resolutely. "Now that's the spirit." Luo Yanhua beamed. "Mr. Qin's gift of a bar truly is a stroke of immense fortune. You must celebrate with him." "Thank you, Mr. Qin." Fuya offered a bittersweet smile as she refilled Qin Feng's glass and presented it to him. System notification. Fuya's favorability, -1. Qin Feng was taken aback. "What is this attitude? I'm gifting you a bar, not poison. Why do you look so aggrieved?" "I never intended to impose anything upon you." He could not help but ask Fuya, "Sister Xiaoya, do you not appreciate my gift?" No, I am grateful for Mr. Qin's kindness." Fuya forced a strained smile. Qin Feng fell in a deep thought. 60 million was no trivial sum for him. He had limited cash on hand. His intention to invest in Fuya stemmed not only from her intelligence and capability, but also from her adherence to the principles of womanhood, that a woman with conviction and persistence deserves trust. Additionally, being a single mother tugged at his heartstrings, compelling him to lend her support. Yet, her reluctance to accept the bar raised his apprehension. There must be something amiss. Determined to address her concerns openly, Qin Feng decided to speak candidly. "Let us not rush into drinking," he said, standing to take both glasses from her hands and placing them on the table. Grasping her hand, he added, "Sister Xiaoya, may we have a private conversation?" Fuya gently attempted to withdraw her hand, but the man before her held fast. She cast him a resigned glance, her eyes filled with unspoken sorrow. "Mr. Qin, I am not the woman you might envision. You may be wasting your efforts. Luo Yinhua immediately interjected. What sort of talk is that? Mr. Qin's interest in you is a blessing. Do not be ungrateful. Qin Feng frowned at Luo Yinhua, bewildered by his obsequiousness, as though he were engaged in some inappropriate relationship. Luo Yinhua fell silent under Qin Feng's scrutiny, awkwardly chuckling. With a sigh, Shifuya relented. Very well, let us sit in a private room. It will be quieter. She hesitated, wanting to caution Qin Feng that she had practiced judo, but ultimately dismissed the thought he was the new boss. After all, if he took advantage, she could endure it, and if it became intolerable, she could issue a warning and no need for that. Let us find a spot downstairs, Qin Feng suggested, believing the atmosphere there to be pleasant. As they descended, he surveyed the bar. It was just past 10 o'clock. The music was soft, the lighting warm and inviting, and the ambience was not overly intense. Perfect for the bar's early evening warm-up. Patrons were steadily entering through the doors, and on the first floor, couples and groups engaged in drinking games at small tables. Laughter and cheers filling the air. Among them, clusters of young women, many of whom were lured in under the pretense of free drinks, contributed to the bar's lively atmosphere. The presence of more women attracted men, driving up consumption. Those girls, armed with free drink cards, reveled in being surrounded by male attention, exuding an exuberance that made them willing to spend on companionship. Qin Feng, possessing only a hint of charm, was already the subject of several admiring glances from the ladies. Had it not been for his apparent closeness to Shifuya, a few would have already made their move. Remaining unperturbed by the numerous appreciative gazes directed at him, Qin Feng maintained his composure. His mind was devoid of thoughts of women. His focus remained sharp that as he and Shifuya casually found a table, he dismissed the less appealing company around them. Qin Feng still had not released her hand. Sister Xia, do not be afraid. I am not a good person, he stated bluntly. Shifuya was momentarily taken aback, gazing at him with a look of confusion. The man maintained a gentle smile and continued to speak with ease. You are exceptionally beautiful. When you smile, your eyes curve like a crescent moon, and I find great joy in seeing you smile. I confess that I initially harbored inappropriate thoughts towards you. A girl as stunning as you would evoke such feelings in any man. But do you know why I suddenly proposed to take you to this bar? We have merely met twice. What do you think I could possibly see in you? Gradually, Shifuya became captivated by Qin Feng's words, pondering their meaning as she allowed him to play with her hand. Is it because I possess the capability to manage this place well? Qin Feng chuckled and shook his head. Shifuya's expression darkened, and she self-deprecatingly remarked, Is it because I am a widow without any backing, making me easier to manipulate? No, Qin Feng responded earnestly. From the very beginning, I never intended to control you. Moreover, given your beauty, I believe that if you so desired, many would be willing to be your protector. Shifuya felt a tinge of bashfulness at Qin Feng's candid compliment. She lifted her sparkling eyes to examine the man before her and replied with a smile, Surely it cannot be that President Qin has fallen head over heels for me at first sight, wishing to bestow upon me wealth and a lifetime of peace. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was momentarily stunned. He genuinely wished to offer her a lifetime of tranquility, but not in such a crude manner. In this day and age, love that blossoms over time is far more popular than love at first sight. But he burst into hearty laughter, saying, How could that be? You women love to fantasize about the scenario of the domineering CEO falling for you. Shifuya smiled faintly, her eyes reflecting a sense of melancholy. In the past, she had dreamed of a domineering CEO falling for her, but now her dreams had shifted to envisioning a CEO who would love a divorced woman with a child. Perhaps in the future, she would dream of a CEO who would love her even at the age of 58, still possessing charm. Shifuya secretly mocked her own naivety, listening to Qin Feng's playful banter. She felt a sense of relief. At least he was speaking from the heart. Having worked in the bar for so long, she had witnessed countless one-night stands, yet never had she encountered love at first sight. What, she wondered, could President Qin possibly see in her? Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired. Qin Feng stopped laughing and slowly replied, You possess a remarkable ability to care for others, resembling a woman I have often dreamt of. Who? She asked. My sister, he answered. Hearing him say she resembled his sister softened Shifuya's tone as she asked, Do you have an older sister? No, but I have always wished for one since childhood. Qin Feng looked up at the ceiling lights, his tone somber. From the moment I first met you, When you stood up for me and reprimanded that waiter, I felt a sense of being cherished. Later, during our drinking session, your demeanor and tone were identical to that of my imagined sister, and I thought to myself how wonderful it would be if you were my sister. However, when you texted me saying you had a happy family, I did not wish to disturb your life and decided to bury my feelings deep within. But tonight, upon learning from your boss about your circumstances, I became extremely furious. Not because you deceived me, but because someone dared to take advantage of you. I am a possessive man. I cannot tolerate my sister being wronged, that I in the parking lot. I even contemplated confronting that short, plump man that Qin Feng spoke. He found himself believing his own words, gripping Shifuya's hand a little tighter. He gradually turned her body to face him, his deep gaze filled with affection, and said in a tone that conveyed his desire to bring her happiness. Sister, I want to protect you from other men who would bully you, that I wish to be uncle. I want you to no longer have to struggle so hard. This money is willingly given. This bar will wholly belong to you, that I will merely come by to enjoy free food and drink, without interfering in any matters. Shifuya was somewhat taken aback by this heartfelt declaration. Her eyes lost their focus as she sought to confirm whether he was joking. Yet, the man, with a serious expression, stated, "If you do not believe me, I can transfer the money to you right now. So you can purchase this bar yourself." She was left speechless, her heartbeat faltering as she felt a sense of emptiness envelop her, overwhelmed by astonishment and confusion, struggling to accept what she had just heard. Time passed slowly. It took Shifuya a while to emerge from her state of shock. She did not doubt Qin Feng's ability to procure the funds to buy the bar. Rather, she found it incredible that she resembled the sister he had envisioned. No wonder she had felt something unusual in his gaze when they first met. "President Qin, please do not say such things. I am not your sister," Shifuya hastily declined. "This bar is worth tens of millions. No matter how similar we look, I cannot accept such an extravagant gift. Regardless of whether you acknowledge me as your brother, I will always regard you as my sister," Qin Feng declared with conviction. But Shifuya was extremely anxious, stammering as she struggled to find the right words. Qin Feng, with sincere eyes, silenced her and gently urged, "I only desire for you and to have something to rely on. You can use this 60 million for the bar or to open a hotel. In any case, it should serve as a tangible source of income, allowing you to save up a dowry for in the future." The mere thought of caused Shifuya to falter. She had decided to resign precisely for future. If she could become the owner of the bar, she would not have to endure the whims of a boss who might take advantage of her. Her time would be more flexible, enabling her to spend more moments with her daughter. Yet, with such a large sum of money, she was at a loss as to how she could repay it. Tears glimmered in her eyes as she spoke helplessly. "President Qin," Qin Feng interrupted her once more, "Sister, I wish to help you sustain this family, to care for both you and your daughter, in that moment." The tranquil lake of Shifuya's heart was illuminated by the warm rays of the sun, melting away all her hardness and coldness. She was at a loss for how to respond to such heartfelt sentiments. Her trembling lips wanted to articulate something, but in the face of such genuine affection, they felt utterly powerless. Gazing into his eyes, devoid of any desire, Shifuya longed to embrace Qin Feng as if he were family, to weep freely and release the grievances she had endured over the years. Yet the chill of experience was not easily thawed. The warmth and coldness of human relations over the years had encased her heart in a thick shell, making her hesitant to accept anyone too readily. Shifuya stared at Qin Feng for a long while before finally wiping her damp eyes with the back of her hand and forcing a smile, saying, "President Qin, please do not jest. It is inappropriate to make such jokes with a widow like me." Qin Feng was exasperated. "After all the effort I put into my appearance, you say I am joking? I never jest, sister. If you do not believe me, I will go and withdraw this 60 million right now to give to that short man." With that, he stood up as if to leave. "Wait, President Qin." Shifuya quickly rose to grab his arm, imploring, "Please do not be so agitated. I believe you that I am not agitated. It merely pains me to hear you address me so formally as President Qin," he replied, grasping her wrist with fervent sincerity. "Please be my sister. I cannot." Shifuya's heart raced, her gaze evasive. Qin Feng had initially planned that if the system were to abandon him, at least he would have a place to eat and drink without restraint, and to confidently ask for pocket money, living as a freeloader. But now, The atmosphere had shifted. Qin Feng found himself somewhat moved, his voice laced with alluring tenderness. "Sister, will you allow me to grant you freedom?" Shifuya lowered her head, concealing the tears welling in her eyes. Each heartfelt utterance of sister melted her defenses. Qin Feng noticed her feigned strength. They were merely a step away from crossing the threshold. He envisioned himself as a joyful freeloader. Qin Feng was immensely thrilled. Who said that affection must only manifest in romantic relationships? Wasn't sibling affection more rapid and stable? At the very least, it would not be like a girlfriend, where one careless word could lead to days of silence and a drastic drop in affection. Moreover, they were not blood-related siblings, and as they spent more time together, what would it matter if something were to happen between them? Qin Feng could hardly contain his excitement. "Please quickly accept your brother's gift." After a long pause, Shifuya finally lifted her head, revealing a faint smile, a smile laden with tears, as beautiful and vibrant as a plum blossom in winter. Enchanting and delicate. When had a brother ever given such a generous gift to his sister? Qin Feng was overjoyed at her acceptance and could not resist pulling her into a tight embrace, exclaiming, "Then let this be the New Year's money I, as your uncle, give to Yi." Shifuya allowed this young man to hold her, instinctively burying her head in his chest, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist as if afraid he would dissipate like mist. Her smile remained, though her clothes were dampened by tears. System prompt. Shifuya's affection level 60, with a favorability score of 71. Qin Feng currently ranks highest among the 90-point beauties he knows. Indeed, familial affection is remarkably overwhelming. Once accepted, it nearly brings the favorability score to its zenith. Qin Feng secretly rejoices, relieved that he had not lost his composure moments before. Otherwise, the favorability he had just garnered might have been swiftly extinguished. Matters of romance are not to be rushed. Cultivating goodwill takes precedence, particularly since this woman possesses 10 extraordinary warrior strategies as rewards, enough to make one salivate. Only 9 points remain until the cashback is realized. Damn it, I must endure. And this 60 million, I have decided to spend. Qin Feng vowed silently while holding Shifuya. After a while, noticing that the girl in his arms had ceased to tremble, he released Shifuya, eager to take her upstairs to sign the contract, only to be met with her objection. This bar, given the current market conditions, is hardly worth 60 million that fellow surnamed Luo is attempting to swindle you. Do you not realize? Shifuya, wiping her tears, expressed her discontent at his impatience, that isn't it supposed to have a daily revenue of 200,000? Qin Feng exclaimed in surprise that that's only when encountering foolish kids like you. Flaunting wealth, Shifuya retorted, poking Qin Feng's arm with her finger and rolling her eyes. Typically, this bar only has a turnover of just over 100,000, and during promotional events, it may spike a bit, especially when influencers are invited for advertising, reaching a maximum of over 1 million. Yet overall, the annual revenue hovers around 50 million, and maintaining connections costs quite a bit. Nearly 7 to 8 million is spent on bribing for relationships. Not to mention rent, equipment, labor, beverages, advertising, and influencer costs. The net profit is less than half that if you have 60 million, we could easily reopen a store in a first-tier city. Qin Feng, somewhat muddled, finally grasped the crux of her statement and struck his palm with a fist. You want to reopen a store? Shifuya sighed. If there were options, I wouldn't want to start from scratch. I've become accustomed to this place. Qin Feng, unfazed, replied, then just buy it. Shifuya sighed again, but 60 million is simply not worth it. Let's go up and negotiate with old Luo. 40 million is the minimum, and if he disagrees, we'll do it ourselves. Initially, when he mentioned investing 60 million, Qin Feng felt a pang of anxiety, as he had little cash on hand. However, with the favorability now significantly high, he felt no trepidation that if cashback could be successfully realized, he could buy hundreds of such bars in the future to distribute freely. Silly brother, do you think you have money to burn? Why would you spend 40 million on something worth only 30 million? Qin Feng chuckled foolishly. I'm not well versed in business. How about this? I'll give you 60 million, and you can handle it as you see fit. Whether to reopen or purchase, I will support you. Shifuya was taken aback, staring blankly at Qin Feng for quite some time. Upon realizing he was indeed serious, she couldn't help but smile, her fox-like eyes curving playfully as she teased. Do you trust this unfamiliar sister of yours so readily? Since I've decided on you, who else could I trust? Qin Feng replied resolutely, "Then aren't you afraid I might abscond with the money?" Shurfaya inquired, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she scrutinized him. "Compared to losing money, I'm far more afraid of losing you, of you being bullied by others out there," Qin Feng confessed, his sincerity causing Shurfaya's heart to flutter. It had been ages since a man had spoken such tender words to her, leaving her exhilarated yet feigning calmness as she chuckled lightly. "Ha! Save such words for deceiving young girls. Your sister is not so easily swayed. Those young girls can't compare to an elder sister's beauty. I'm too lazy to waste time on them. Such sweet words. Honestly, how many young girls have you deceived with that mouth of yours?" Qin Feng's eyes twinkled mischievously as he confidently asserted, "Just one yesterday." Shurfaya's face displayed a skeptical expression, yet she chose not to expose him, casually asking, "The one from last night seemed quite decent." Her eyes were quite pure. "What exactly happened? Why do they call you a scoundrel?" Well. Qin Feng's mind raced. He absolutely could not confess his desire for a harem, fearing she would reject him and storm off. Shurfaya elongated her tone, unaware that her current demeanor resembled that of a mother questioning her daughter. Affectionate yet inquisitive. Pressed for time, Qin Feng vaguely summarized, "I bought her a villa, but she insisted on adding my name to the title, which I refused, and then she left. Why not add your name?" Shurfaya, clever and astute, quickly pieced it all together. She cast a sidelong glance at this enigmatic young man, wisely refraining from probing into his background. "Then let's go up and speak with Brother Luo to see what the minimum price is." Since Qin Feng and Shurfaya departed, Luo Yanhua had already instructed his men to investigate Qin Feng. "Boss, our contacts in the capital reported that they couldn't find this Qin Feng in the Qin family. Impossible. Could he be an illegitimate child? However, we did find a local individual named Qin Feng who bears a striking resemblance to General Qin. The background appears quite clean. He possesses no assets, only having delivered takeout since graduating from university, with reports of him wearing a security uniform." Luo Yanhua's face darkened, and he fell silent. "And that tall fellow at the entrance? Wang Gang is a ride-hailing driver. Are you saying I was outsmarted by a delivery boy?" Luo Yanhua exclaimed angrily. His subordinate, fearing he might have made a grave mistake and created significant trouble, felt anxious about the potential repercussions. They were the underlings. If something went awry, they would be the ones to take the fall, so caution was imperative. Perhaps their identities are fabricated. Obtaining fake IDs is simple for individuals like us. Identification can be forged, but money cannot. Check the consumption records of that kid from yesterday. See where his funds originated. Luo Yanhua sneered. If it turns out he is just a lowly scoundrel, tonight should be entertaining. He needs to understand how easy it is to ruin him, though we've checked immediately. But there's an issue, the subordinate said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Luo Yanhua replied lazily. His dragon card has a balance of 43.2 million, but the incoming transactions are untraceable. Untraceable? Luo Yanhua exclaimed. Yes, it's as if someone deleted the transaction records. There are only outflows, but no inflows, the subordinate added, equally perplexed. Which bank? Dragon Bank. Luo Yanhua couldn't help but exclaim. What the hell? That's a world-class bank. Who would dare tamper with their affairs? The subordinate stated bluntly, moreover, today Qin Feng spent 6.8 million on a sports car, not registered in his name. Luo Yanhua fell in a deep contemplation. Chapter 57. I truly regard you as my brother, yet your mind is filled with... Luo Yanhua was startled by his own wild imaginings. Regardless of who Qin Feng was, he absolutely must not provoke him now. Hurry and halt the investigation. We must not be discovered, Luo Yanhua instructed hastily. Powerful individuals typically dislike being scrutinized. It is an affront at that moment. Qin Feng and Shurfaya appeared hand in hand. Luo Yanhua quickly rubbed his face, re-emerging with a sycophantic smile as he approached them. Congratulations, General Qin. Just by looking at your expression, I can tell you've achieved success. Qin Feng, seeing his enthusiasm, responded with a smile. My sister has a generous heart and is willing to accept my gifts. As he spoke, he lifted Shurfaya's hand to show him. Upon hearing Qin Feng refer to her as my sister, Luo Yanhua was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Laughing heartily, General Qin's sister is also my sister. Sister Xia, I hope you will take good care of me in the future. He clasped his fists and bowed, his attitude exceedingly cordial. Shifaya was not surprised by his shamelessness and replied politely, "Brother Luo, please do not mock me. I am merely a verbal sister to Qin Gongzi, not a genuine one that I will rely on you for support." Qin Feng, uninterested in pleasantries, cut straight to the chase. "We just discussed the minimum price for your bar. Please provide a figure, and if it is reasonable, we will sign the contract." Luo Yanhua felt put on the spot, but if the other party indeed possessed extraordinary means to conceal banking information, he could not arbitrarily set a price. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Yanhua gritted his teeth and offered a base price of 40 million. Below that, he was unwilling to sell. Although bars are a fast-moving industry, and over time they lose novelty, resulting in dwindling patrons, requiring costly renovations and rebranding, his bar was still capable of holding its own for at least 2 to 3 more years. Coupled with the reputation and recognition built in Jiangqing, 40 million was already quite a generous offer. Qin Feng remained silent, as he preferred Shifaya to handle the negotiation. However, to his surprise, Shifaya also stayed silent, merely pouring him a drink and accompanying him as they slowly sipped. Luo Yanhua assumed he had quoted too high a price, and that Qin Feng was deliberately ignoring him, which irritated him to no end. Ultimately, he reluctantly slashed 200,000 from the offer, lamenting that he could not reduce it further, stating that if it dropped any lower, he might as well give it to General Qin for free, just to make a friend. Shifaya whispered a few words to Qin Feng, and after a moment's contemplation, Qin Feng nodded in agreement to the price. After all, it was essential for Luo Yanhua to remain involved with the venue. Luo Yanhua discussed some transfer details with Shifaya, and they called in a lawyer to draft the contract in the office. Qin Feng found himself unable to assist. Upon learning that Shifuya's bank account had no limit, he first deposited 5,000 yuan into the system before transferring 60 million yuan to her, allowing her to indulge as she pleased. That he then ventured outside to see if there were any charming young ladies. Scoring a 90, visiting the bar. The transfer speed from Longxing was impressively swift, arriving within minutes. Shifuya stared blankly at the substantial sum in her account, lost in thought. After a considerable time, she regained her senses and gazed at Qin Feng, who was leaning over the second-floor railing, admiring the beauties below. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue. That it was only then that she fully lowered her guard and placed her trust in this man. System notification. Shifuya's favorability 8. Qin Feng received the notification, abruptly halting his restless leg movements. That he glanced at Shifuya's profile. Favorability 79. Expenditure 60.03 million. That how frustrating. Always falling just short. Was 80 the crucial threshold? He pondered what gestures could truly touch a woman's heart. Memories of a delightful night with Xia Ting surfaced, where a single point was gained. Perhaps tonight, he could devise a plan to get Shifuya intoxicated, then carry her off to a hotel, enduring some hardship to see if he could earn that extra point. Turning around, he leaned against the railing, elbow resting on the wooden banister, his gaze wandering over Shifuya as he contemplated the success rate of his scheme. He also found himself curious about the type of judo she practiced. The bar's flickering lights danced erratically, casting shadows across Qin Feng's face, transforming his focused expression into one of devilish charm. Shifuya accidentally met his gaze, startled by the intensity of his penetrating stare, quickly averting her eyes. Remembering how he frequently referred to her as sister, she felt a surge of indignation at his audacity. Rising abruptly, she strode towards Qin Feng, each step radiating the intent to confront. "You little brother, how dare you look at your sister like that?" Qin Feng was taken aback, all distractions vanishing, and he promptly straightened, adopting a contrite demeanor. "Hey, the lighting is dim. I merely wish to see more clearly." Shifuya extended her hands, grasping both sides of Qin Feng's face, playfully tugging back and forth. "Don't think that just because you gave me money, you can bully your sister." With his mouth stretched, Qin Feng mumbled incoherently, "It hurts, that sister." Shifuya found the action amusing, pressing her palms against his cheeks, contorting his lips into a fish-like pout. "What were you thinking just now?" "I was thinking that my sister is truly beautiful," Qin Feng replied, his voice muffled. Complimenting a woman on her beauty was a universal ace up his sleeve, applicable in any situation. Upon hearing this, Shifuya's ire diminished significantly. She was genuinely prepared to treat him as a brother, yet Qin Feng's earlier gaze had led her to doubt his intentions, making her believe he merely sought to seduce her. Now, confronted with his sincere demeanor, she began to calm down, reflecting that seduction hardly necessitated an expenditure of 60 million, that what reckless spendthrift would squander such a fortune merely to bed a woman? Smooth-talking charmer, don't think that a few flattering words will suffice, that if you disrespect your sister again, I shall no longer permit you to call me sister, Shifuya warned. Then what should I call you? Wife. Qin Feng dared not voice his true thoughts, instead offering a sheepish grin that I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. From now on, you are my biological sister. Shifuya glared at him. I asked that how you use the term biological? Real sister. That should suffice, right? Qin Feng grasped her hands, preventing her from continuing her playful assault on his face. Remember what you said, that my temper isn't particularly amiable. When I'm in a mood, I might take it out on you. As my brother, you must endure and provide me with an escape route, understood? Shifuya stated with utmost seriousness. Although her expression appeared stern, her fox-like eyes betrayed her good spirits, as if she feared losing this brother and sought to mend any potential rifts preemptively. Qin Feng, puzzled, remarked, "Are you being a sister or a younger sister? Isn't it the brother's prerogative to act unruly? Aren't you supposed to be like a caring mother, fretting over me?" Shifuya felt slightly embarrassed by Qin Feng's words. To mask her discomfort, she began to rub his face again, that I am the sister. I make the rules. All right, fine. You have a point, Qin Feng conceded that as soon as he uttered those words, Shifuya playfully tugged at his ear, causing him to plead for mercy. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I was wrong. You make the rules. Let us see if you dare to misbehave again. Though Shifuya applied little force, she smirked at his exaggerated display of pain. Gently rubbing his reddened ear, she even blew on it kindly. Meanwhile, Luo Yanhua, seated nearby, watched the two with envy, his eyes turning red with jealousy that he had known Shifuya for 2 to 3 years, always finding her to be cold and aloof. Adhering strictly to rules and regulations, she was the type who appeared warm on the outside, but was rather frigid within. Despite any sum of money spent, she would smile, yet her heart would hardly respond significantly. He had never witnessed her display tenderness or concern towards any man, that he couldn't fathom what charm this man had wielded. Having frequented the same bar, he wondered how the disparity could be so vast. Chapter 58. The bar is under surveillance. You cannot deceive me. Luo Yanhua was perplexed, yet he was also indifferent towards women. With wealth, what woman could one not acquire? He himself supported 5 mistresses, 2 of whom were blonde. Blue-eyed twins. Every day felt like an exhausting endeavor. Unable to replenish what he consumed, he envied the rapport between Qin Feng and Shifuya, but was unwilling to exert effort for a fleeting moment. Guessing a woman's thoughts seemed unbearably tedious, that it was far simpler to pay and have them comply without any fuss. With a wave, Luo Yanhua summoned a bottle of the bar's finest black pearl and approached Qin Feng for a drink. Mr. Qin, you are truly a young hero, remarkably accomplished. Purchasing a bar worth tens of millions without batting an eye. Luo Yanhua flattered as he poured the drink. Here's to you. I toast to your success. I have never bowed to anyone in my life. You are the first. Your audacity truly astounds me. Qin Feng had never experienced such flattery, especially from a grand boss arriving in a Maybach. After a few compliments, he felt somewhat lightheaded. Although he was not accustomed to such foreign spirits, he noticed Luo Yanhua downing his drink in one go. Without hesitation, he followed suit, finishing his glass. The foreign liquor was less potent than Baijiu, with a smoother and more delicate flavor, accompanied by a hint of fruity sweetness. Upon swallowing, warmth surged through his chest, invigorating his limbs. Overall, it was quite pleasant that Mr. Qin is indeed generous. Here's to your newfound sister, who is devoted to you, and congratulations to our dear sister Xia for gaining a wonderful brother. I raise my glass to the 2 of you. With that, Luo Yanhua gulped down his full glass, then raised it with a grin. Although Qin Feng now had the freedom to refuse alcohol, he found Luo Yanhua's words appealing. Coupled with the drink's palatable taste, he lifted his glass toward his lips. Shifuya, unable to intervene in time, anxiously watched him drink heartily, letting out a sigh as she took a small sip herself. Luo Yanhua paid no heed to whether Shifuya drank, focusing solely on ensuring Qin Feng did. He reached for the bottle again, preparing for a 3rd round. This is my strategy. Once finished, it's either you dead or me dead. That Mr. Qin, I won't waste words. It's all in the drink. Once we down this glass, we are brothers. Qin Feng, unfamiliar with foreign drinking customs, observed the generous pouring and assumed the alcohol's strength was akin to beer. To a man of simple tastes, he was accustomed to pairing skewers with beer. Treating it as a game, he raised the glass for a quick downing. A delicate hand intercepted him. "Brother Luo, let me drink this on his behalf," Shifuya offered with a smile. This foreign liquor, though only slightly over 40 degrees, had a potent aftereffect. Shifuya worried that Qin Feng might not handle it well, stepping forward to shield him from further consumption. Luo Yinhua, feeling betrayed, simmered with anger. After 3 years of supporting her, she should have been assisting him in drinking, yet here she was standing in opposition. Though Luo Yinhua wished to lash out, he refrained in Qin Feng's presence, instead adopting a stern demeanor. "Fine, you know the rule. 1 drink in place of 3. Right?" "Yes, I understand," Shifuya replied calmly, reaching for the glass in Qin Feng's hand. Having already consumed 2 types of alcohol, Qin Feng felt slightly tipsy. He raised his glass, evading Shifuya's grasp, and leaned in closer to her. Whispering near her delicate ear, "Sister, don't cause a fuss. 1 for 3 is a great deal. After I finish this, you can toast him 3 times. United as siblings, we need not fear this old, bald donkey." Shifuya's ear tingled from the warmth of his breath, but upon hearing the term, old, bald donkey, she burst into laughter. Assessing Qin Feng's condition, she determined he was still fine and ceased her attempts to stop him. Offering a cautious reminder, "However, once you finish this glass, take care that it's strong liquor." Qin Feng chuckled, unfazed, and tilted his head back to drain the glass, raising an eyebrow at Luo Yinhua, signaling him to hasten. Luo Yinhua, seasoned in drinking, handled it well, downing his 3rd glass with ease, then smilingly invited Qin Feng to sit. Shifuya refrained from toasting Luo Yinhua, knowing she lacked the standing to do so, and that he might not even drink in response. Luo Yinhua led the conversation, sharing amusing anecdotes from the bar, reminiscing about his past exploits. As Qin Feng listened, the alcohol began to take effect, leaving him slightly dizzy and seeing double. She had gently presented warm water, offered him fruits, and used a damp towel to wipe his sweat. Qin Feng felt utterly content, squinting his eyes in blissful delight. At that moment, Luo Yinhua suddenly and subtly inquired, "Mr. Qin, do you know Qin I mean?" As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere became eerily silent. No one uttered a word, as if the music from the bar had softened by several degrees. Luo Yinhua fixed his penetrating gaze on Qin Feng, searching for any hint of a reaction on his face. This was the name of Qin Feng's father. Whether Qin Feng acknowledged the connection or feigned ignorance, any slight shift in his expression would indicate that this young man harbored secrets. Noticing the oddity in Luo Yinhua's questioning and his unsettling gaze, Shia's heart tightened with anxiety. Her eyes filled with apprehension as she glanced at Qin Feng. That sounds familiar. "Give me a moment to think," Qin Feng said, furrowing his brow and tapping his forehead, as if straining to recall something. Suddenly, as if he had unearthed the answer to an exam question, he clapped his hands in excitement and exclaimed, "Oh, right, that's my father." Luo Yinhua was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. It turned out to be Mr. Qin's nominal father, and he chuckled heartily. My apologies. At that moment, all doubts dissipated from Luo Yinhua's mind. Qin Feng's reaction had quelled any lingering suspicion. He could tell that Qin Feng had simply forgotten the information, taking a moment to recollect. Little did he know that Qin Feng's father had passed away when he was young, and it had been years since he had thought of him, only recalling the name when necessary for official documents. Luo Yinhua now regarded Qin Feng as a big shot, fearing that his probing question might displease him. Thus, he earnestly invited Qin Feng to his spa for a session of relaxation and massage, suggesting they could play cards later in the evening or enjoy an exhilarating reality show on a cruise. He assured him that all expenses would be on him. Qin Feng felt a yearning to broaden his horizons, yet the current situation left him feeling slightly uncomfortable. He was determined not to repeat past mistakes. Hence, he resolutely declined the offer, groggily claiming he could not handle any more drinks. He then leaned against Shia's shoulder, shutting his eyes to rest. Luo Yinhua, not daring to disturb the big shot, slipped a business card into Qin Feng's hand, inviting him to call any time he needed assistance. In Jiangcheng, Luo Yinhua had a somewhat notable reputation on the streets, with resources aplenty at his disposal. Qin Feng remained silent, appearing as though he were on the verge of slumber. Luo Yinhua, smiling broadly, respectfully took his leave. Once the bothersome figure had exited, Only Qin Feng and Xia remained in the dimly lit booth, that a solitary man and woman, surrounded by a haze of music that robbed them of sleep. Qin Feng opened his bleary eyes, the intoxication evident within them. The alluring fragrance emanating from Xia was captivating, a hint of milk intertwined with a subtle undertone of alcohol. Unable to resist, Qin Feng leaned closer to Xia's neck. Inhaling deeply. Curiously, he asked, "Sister, do you still have milk?" His inquiry was met with a playful jab to his head, delivered by the two curved fingers of the woman opposite him. The force was just right, akin to testing the ripeness of a watermelon, that if you keep this up, I'll have someone throw you out, Xia warned, her cheeks flushed. Sister, you smell delightful, that I enjoy being with you," Qin Feng murmured, nestling against the warm skin behind her ear with a dreamy gaze. Fueled by alcohol, he found himself unable to restrain his hands, wrapping them around Xia and greedily absorbing her fragrance. Xia, enveloped in the embrace of a masculine presence brimming with hormones, felt her body stiffen, her heart racing. However, he was her brother, and she wished to avoid any affectionate gestures turning into something ambiguous. Suppressing her own desires, she furrowed her brow and admonished, "I am your sister. You cannot behave inappropriately." With that, she pushed Qin Feng away with force. To her surprise, the man toppled as if he were merely a prop. Chapter 59. I am not a scoundrel. I simply wish to provide a home for all beautiful ladies. Feigning inebriation was an innate skill for men. Much like a woman's ability to act coy, drunken men often succumb to madness, indulging in unruly antics. However, true drunkenness rarely leads to reckless behavior. When a man is genuinely intoxicated, he resembles a pig. Those who act recklessly while inebriated are typically not as drunk as they claim, but are merely pretending. They exhibit various drunken antics solely to take advantage of women. Yet there are instances where naive novices attempt to feign drunkenness and, in doing so, genuinely pass out. Qin Feng undoubtedly fell into the latter category, that he collapsed onto the sofa, planning to remain there until Xia initiated some form of affection or play. However, he unknowingly drifted into slumber, awakening the next morning to the sight of an unfamiliar ceiling. The bed was soft, the blankets fragrant. The room was adorned with delicate and elegant decor, reminiscent of a lady's boudoir, that on the bedside table rested a glass of water. Carefully placed as he slightly propped himself up, he scanned the room, noting the absence of a computer. Instead, there was a vanity laden with various bottles and jars. To his left stood a wall-length wardrobe, while a mobile clothes rack in the hallway showcased an array of spring and autumn outerwear. That on the other side, a small girl appeared, looking quite adorable. Her large, sparkling eyes radiated curiosity as she fixed her gaze upon him. Behind her was a window seat, the sunlight casting a gentle halo around the little girl, making her resemble a living angel. Wait, is she alive? Qin Feng's awareness sharpened as he focused on her. The delicate outline of her small nose and mouth bore a resemblance to Xia. She was clad in a miniature pink and white hanfu, her hair intricately braided and tied with ribbons that cascaded down her shoulders. Her bangs were neatly trimmed, framing her cherubic face, which was soft and fair, evoking an urge to pinch her cheeks. Qin Feng speculated that this little girl must be Xia's daughter, realizing that she had brought him home last night. He ventured uncertainly. "Uncle, you're awake," exclaimed sweetly upon seeing Qin Feng's eyes open. Instantly, he was smitten, his gaze softening as he spoke gently, fearful of scaring the little girl away. "Yes, good morning," he thought to his surprise. The little girl was quite bold, showing no fear of this unfamiliar man. She eagerly approached and tugged at his hand. "Uncle, get up. Uncle, hurry." With her tiny hand grasping his fingers, she leaned back, attempting to pull him up. Qin Feng smiled warmly, accommodating her as he slowly sat up. From the living room came Xia's voice, gently admonishing, "Don't disturb your uncle's sleep." "All right, I'm awake," Qin Feng called out. Chimed in, "Yes, uncle is awake. He said he would play with me. When did I say that?" Qin Feng pondered, bemused that two beautiful little girls naturally possess the gift of deception. He felt uneasy about this, unable to resist reaching out to gently pinch her adorable cheeks. Playfully chiding, "Uncle can play with you, but little ones shouldn't tell lies, okay?" Undeterred, argued, "I didn't lie. I asked Uncle just now, and he agreed. That was while I was asleep?" Qin Feng found himself stumped by the cleverness of children. Who talks while asleep? Where on earth did she learn that? Unsure of how to respond, he contemplated locking the door next time he slept to prevent her from coming in. Xiao Feng, come out for breakfast. Don't mind Yi. She could be quite troublesome, Xia called from the kitchen. Yi pouted, clearly displeased. Qin Feng replied, laughingly reassuring Yi. Wait for me to finish breakfast, and then I'll play with you, all right? Really? Of course. Yay. Uncle is so nice, Yi beamed. Can we go out to play? Yes, we can, Qin Feng nodded. Can we go to the mall? Yi asked, her big eyes sparkling with anticipation. She had waited all morning for her uncle to wake up because her mother had mentioned that an uncle had come to their home. She was eager to have him accompany her to the climbing wall in the mall. She loved climbing high, but her mother was too busy, and her grandmother forbade it, leaving her dreams unfulfilled. Now that a grown-up was finally around, she had to seize the opportunity. Absolutely, Qin Feng chuckled. It seemed that regardless of age, girls maintained an unwavering fascination with shopping malls. He found himself quite fond of this adorable little creature and ruffled her hair. Intending to spoil her with treats, with Yi's cheers echoing in the air, they exited the room and made their way to the living room, where Qin Feng took in the surroundings of their cozy abode. It was a high-rise apartment, and judging by the view outside, he estimated they were on a middle floor. The layout was a two-bedroom, one living room arrangement, likely around 100 square meters, with about 80 square meters of usable space after accounting for shared areas. One of the rooms was slightly smaller, but featured a balcony adorned with drying clothes that in the center of the living room. The floor was covered with interlocking foam mats, and a neatly organized box of toys sat atop them. Near the kitchen entrance stood a small round dining table accompanied by two white bar stools and a child's chair with a ladder. The house appeared compact, yet exuded a vibrant sense of life. Following Yi's guidance, Qin Feng washed up in the bathroom and took a seat at the dining table that a bowl of pumpkin porridge and some sour pickles awaited him. Xia emerged from the kitchen, her hair casually pinned up with a chopstick. Dressed in a loose white tank top and an apron, she wore comfortable shorts, her feet adorned with open-toed slippers, with her toenails painted a bright orange that accentuated her fair complexion. In her hands, she held a freshly made egg pancake, her fox-like eyes crinkling with laughter, presenting her as an elegant and charming young woman in that moment, whether it was the woman or the egg pancake. Qin Feng found himself yearning for a taste. The Dio sample my culinary skills. I wonder how it compares to the egg pancakes from outside, Shifuya said, placing the plate down, wiping her hands on her apron, and taking a seat on a high stool beside Yi. Both watching intently as Qin Feng enjoyed his breakfast, it seemed as though everything was perfectly natural, surrounded by this mother-daughter duo while eating. Qin Feng felt no embarrassment. Rather, he experienced a warmth he had never known before. Ignoring the scalding heat, he eagerly took a large bite of the egg pancake. The pancake was neither greasy nor heavy, its tenderness melting in his mouth, while the flavors of egg and sauce danced delightfully between his taste buds and nostrils. For reasons unknown, the simple addition of sesame, green onions, and ham made this egg pancake more delectable than any delicacy he had ever tasted. He devoured it voraciously, giving a thumbs up repeatedly. Shifuya stifled a chuckle and reminded him to eat slowly, assuring him that neither she nor Yi was competing for his food. Unexpectedly, Yi, enchanted by the aroma of his meal, exclaimed that she, too, wished to partake. With a pang of affection, Qin Feng used his chopsticks to share a small portion with her before finishing his own serving in just a few bites. Indeed, good food tastes even better when shared. By the way, that girl named Xiating called several times last night, Shifuya casually remarked that. Oh. And then what? Qin Feng's heart fluttered at the thought of Xiating reaching out to him. Though he masked his joy, I think she is quite nice. I answered her call and offered her some comfort, Shifuya recalled, chuckling at the memory of the girl becoming flustered and silent upon hearing her voice. How did you console her? Qin Feng asked, astonished that I simply told her you had drunk too much and were staying at my place. Shifuya grinned mischievously. Oh no, Xiating must think I'm a scoundrel now. Chapter 60. What, am I not allowed to feel jealous? Qin Feng felt a twinge of sadness. He held a fondness for Xiating, not just for her impressive attributes, but also because she had been his mentor, guiding him to become a true man. The thought of her knowing he had spent the night at another girl's place must have filled her with resentment. Qin Feng felt despondent, not blaming Shifuya for answering his phone, but lamenting the distance growing between him and Xiating. That he sighed and glanced at her profile, noting her favorability rating. 73. Wait. What? It was 68 before. How did it increase by 5 points? He was taken aback. What had transpired last night? He pressed Shifuya for details, but she evaded the topic, prompting him to message Xiaoting about the previous evening. Though he received no reply. Pondering, he reviewed his call log. Goodness, they had spoken for an hour and 30 minutes, chatting until 2 in the morning. He was intensely curious about what these two women had discussed behind his back. Finishing his breakfast, he noticed Yi gently tugging at his sleeve, her bright eyes sparkling with a silent plea to take her out to play. Even someone inexperienced with children could see her adorable nature. Setting aside his questions, Qin Feng scooped Yi into his arms, playfully nuzzling her cheek, eliciting joyous giggles from her. "Let us go. Uncle will take you on a shopping spree," he declared exuberantly. "Yay, out to play." He kicked her legs excitedly, instinctively wrapping her arms around his head. Having scolded Yi the previous day, Shifuya took 2 days off work to make amends and planned to treat her to a day out. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng had volunteered to care for the two of them. Observing their joyful interaction, Shifuya felt a twinge of nostalgia. She rarely carried Yi anymore, mainly because the little girl had grown heavier. 34 pounds the last time she weighed her. Now, watching Qin Feng effortlessly lift Yi with one hand, she realized that finding an uncle for her daughter might not be such a bad idea after all. "How old is Yi?" Qin Feng asked softly. "0.5. Yi replied proudly. "What is your favorite thing?" "Monsters," she exclaimed. "Why are you surprised?" Qin Feng asked, taken aback. "Because they can stomp all over the kindergarten." Yi declared with confidence. "That don't you want to go to kindergarten?" He inquired. "That I don't want to. Those dummies cry at the slightest touch and say I don't have a daddy." Yi's innocent response struck Qin Feng, highlighting the emotional toll of a single-parent household. Glancing at Shifuya, who was quietly tidying up the dishes, he felt a pang of sympathy. "That don't listen to them. If they dare speak ill of you, Uncle will teach them a lesson," he declared fiercely. While he might not have felt confident addressing elementary school bullies, he was assured of his prowess in dealing with kindergartners. "0.1 punch per little friend. I'll be unbeatable." Yi giggled at his bravado. After a playful exchange, once Shifuya changed her outfit, the trio descended in the elevator and set off to the supermarket. Shifuya drove a second-hand Mazda, with Yi dutifully buckled in the back seat. Gazing out the window with excitement, Qin Feng occupied the front passenger seat, while Shifuya, dressed in a form-fitting black spaghetti-strap dress complemented by a lightweight coffee-colored jacket and sunglasses, effortlessly steered the wheel with one hand. The gentle breeze tousled her hair, and the sun caressed her skin, exuding an aura of beauty and confidence. Initially, Qin Feng had no distracting thoughts, but Shifuya's frequent glances at him ignited a warmth throughout his body. Such a proud and alluring woman naturally evoked a desire to conquer, especially with her mysterious gaze hidden behind sunglasses. Nonetheless, irrespective of the implications behind her looks, Qin Feng planned to wait until he secured an 80 favorability rating before devising a strategy to charm her into his bed. For now, he aimed to maintain his position, knowing that more opportunities would arise later. As long as he could stay at her place, he could concoct some excuse for a late-night backache, allowing her, as the elder sister, to massage him. A story that hardly needed elaboration, that if her favorability waned, he would simply abandon the idea of her bioengineered bodyguard. Lost in his daydreams, his phone vibrated, jolting him from his reverie. It was a message from Xiaoting. "Scoundrel, didn't you say you'd only take me to bars in the future? Where were you last night?" she accused, taking the offensive. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng replied, "I was coerced. A boss insisted I meet him there regarding business. That I can't believe you. You just met the bar owner yesterday, and now you're staying at her house. Is it because I didn't satisfy you?" Faced with such accusations, Qin Feng found himself at a loss for words. All he could think was that Xiaoting was fierce in his recollection. She had always been a sweet and demure beauty who loved to act coy. What had caused this sudden shift? Was it the barrier of the screen, or had their intimate encounter unlocked some unexpected trait? "Don't misunderstand. She's just someone I recently recognized as an older sister," he clarified lightly. "Haha," Xiaoting laughed in exasperation. The entire afternoon yesterday, she had waited at home for Qin Feng to apologize. But as the hours stretched into the early morning, he hadn't reached out at all. "I sent to your girlfriend worth a little reconciliation. A sweet word or two, promising not to act recklessly in the future. Even if it's a lie, would suffice. But your silence is quite puzzling." Her irritation escalated. She finally caved and called him to inquire what he intended to do. To her dismay, the first call went unanswered, as did the second. On the third attempt, he finally picked up, but after a lengthy silence, she was greeted only by a woman's voice. Startled, Xiaoting hung up, fearing she had intruded upon their slumber. Her emotions surged, and tears began to well as she prepared to cry. Just then, her phone rang again, the same number. Gritting her teeth, she answered, intending to berate the person on the other end before breaking down. To her surprise, it was a polite voice introducing herself as Xiaya, the girl she had met at the bar the previous night. Xiaya explained that Qin Feng had drunk too much, and since she didn't know his address, she had taken him to her home, offering to let Xiaoting come and pick him up. While Xiaoting had considered rescuing him, it was too late, and her father wouldn't allow her to leave the house. Moreover, even if she retrieved him, he would likely be asleep, making her efforts seem futile. Xiaya, with her high emotional intelligence, engaged Xiaoting in conversation. And before she knew it, they spent hours discussing Qin Feng and his life at school. Hearing Shifuya mention that Qin Feng had recognized her as an older sister didn't bother Xiaoting too much. However, now that Qin Feng emphasized it, she felt as though she was being unreasonable and became quite upset. Qin Feng, how many older sisters do you have, really? She demanded. Just this one, he replied. What about the younger ones? None. Fine, I'll take a screenshot. If any other sisters or younger girls appear around you, I'll turn this chat record into a poster and hang it on your door, feeling the intensity of Xiaoting's indignation. Qin Feng hurriedly offered soothing words. Darling, no matter what, you will always hold the top position in my heart. Don't be angry. How about I accompany you to pick up your new car tomorrow? The thought of finally driving a Porsche eased some of her anger. What are you doing today? She asked, subtly hinting her desire to spend time with him. That I'm taking my niece to the mall. Qin Feng replied honestly. Shouting had bitten her teeth to pieces. All right. Without elder sisters and younger sisters, there is still a niece, right? Chapter 61. Shifuya is about to give birth. Shouting was aware that Qin Feng was with Shifuya and her daughter. She contemplated seeking out Qin Feng. However, her mother, who was nearby, advised her not to be too proactive, cautioning her against presenting herself on a silver platter. Such actions would reveal her keen interest in the man and render her quite passive. Moreover, it would be inappropriate for her to intrude upon their family outing as a third wheel. Shouting, feeling glum and conflicted for a long while, ultimately resolved to disregard her mother's counsel. She mused that her mother was merely an ordinary woman without any foresight. After all, Qin Feng was not her husband, so there was no rush that if she did not take the initiative, what if Qin Feng were to be whisked away by someone else? Leaving her with nowhere to lament? I am at Yintai shopping mall. Which mall are you at? Shouting texted. Her inquiry was quite tactful. Asking for their location outright would have seemed foolish. Instead, her approach of casually suggesting a rendezvous, as if by coincidence, was far more clever. Despite currently being at home, with unwashed hair, she speculated that the Yintai shopping mall likely had more recreational facilities for children, making it a probable destination for Qin Feng. Upon reading Shouting's message, Qin Feng secretly cursed his luck. The three of them were indeed preparing to head to Yintai. Shifuya was nearing the critical moment of her labor, and he wished to avoid any unnecessary complications. If Shouting were to come and disrupt his plans, causing his affection rating to plummet from the previous level of 79, he would be utterly unable to bear it. After all, this was a matter of 60 million. The newborn would represent genuine cash in hand. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and chose not to reply, instead saying to Shifuya, Sister, let us go to Wanda. Shifuya turned her head thoughtfully and smiled. Is there something going on at Yintai? Qin Feng awkwardly replied, No, nothing is going on. Shifuya raised an eyebrow. Oh, if nothing is going on, then why not go there? Yi wants to go rock climbing, and only Yintai has that. Yi chimed from behind. I want to climb to the highest place today. Realizing he could not conceal the truth any longer, Qin Feng hesitated and stammered. Shouting is also there. And I'm afraid you might mind. That Shifuya's lips curled into a gentle smile. My brother's girlfriend, why would I mind? That girl is quite innocent. I like her. Qin Feng, puzzled, asked, Should I invite her to join us? Shifuya shrugged nonchalantly. Sure, it's perfect. The girls can go shopping, and you can take care of Yi while I take the opportunity to gauge that girl a bit more. Qin Feng observed her smiling countenance, momentarily unable to discern whether she was genuinely unconcerned or merely pretending, that he speculated that perhaps she truly regarded him as a younger brother, wishing to assist him in selecting a good partner. Suddenly, he felt a pang of guilt. Just moments ago, he had intended to seduce this generous sister to his bed. Now, witnessing her magnanimous demeanor, he felt a sense of wrongdoing that it only served to solidify his inner resolve. Wasn't this all the more thrilling? A wicked grin spread across Qin Feng's face as he messaged, shouting, "We are about to head to the children's climbing area. Will you join us? I'm doing my nails at a nearby shop. It'll take about half an hour. You all go ahead and play," Shouting's mother replied using Shouting's phone. That moment, Shouting was in a frenzy, rushing to wash her hair, do her makeup, and get dressed, having asked her mother to respond on her behalf. "Okay, call me when you're ready," she instructed. Qin Feng put down his phone and, along with Shifuya and her daughter, exited the car and made their way to the mall, followed closely by Wang Gang, who had been waiting in the parking lot after receiving the message. Wang Gang was in a state of inner turmoil, clutching a parking fee receipt from the previous night, along with a lodging invoice. The total came to 240 yuan, and he was unsure how to broach the subject of reimbursement with Qin Feng. After assisting Shifuya in getting her boss home, he had worried that the boss might need something later that night, so he had found a nearby hotel to stay, and he figured it would be prudent to be prepared for any emergencies that might arise. However, as the night passed without incident, he felt hesitant to request reimbursement for what he deemed an unnecessary expense. "Thought I should have just bought a sleeping bag or something to sleep in the car." But there was no place to wash up, and being unkempt would have embarrassed the boss. Wang Gang wrestled with his thoughts, maintaining a facade of coolness as he silently trailed behind the trio. He held on to Qin Feng's pinky with one hand and her mother's with the other, walking quietly in between them, exuding an air of obedience that he is so sensible. Having a daughter like her must be worry-free. Qin Feng praised. "This little girl is quite clever. She knows not to play around here. Once we're inside the mall, you'll see her true prowess." Shifuya chuckled. "In places with cars, you must hold an adult's hand to cross the street." He chimed in sweetly. "Impressive. Do they teach such things in kindergarten nowadays?" Qin Feng exclaimed that he could hardly recall much from his own childhood, save for a memory of a teacher placing a big red flower sticker on his forehead. "Most of it is what I taught her. I may have been a bit strict, which is why she remembers so well," Shifuya stated casually. Qin Feng sensed an underlying intensity in her tone, realizing that a mother's fierce love made her formidable. Noticing his silence, Shifuya feared he might think she was being too harsh with so she explained with a smile, "I've only scolded her once or twice. Most of the time, I reason with her. Sometimes children just want to listen unless you take a firmer approach. You'll understand once you have kids." The two of them casually chatted while holding Yi's hands. Resembling a sweet family from a wealthy household, as they walked, passers-by, regardless of gender, could not help but feel a pang of envy, tears welling in their eyes at the sight. The man exuded charm. The woman radiated beauty, and the child was strikingly adorable, followed by a tall figure resembling a bodyguard. They were the epitome of life's winners, onlookers, unable to take their eyes off the scene. Secretly wished for the day they could find such love. Upon entering the shopping mall, he eagerly tugged at both of them, leading the way to the central hall's climbing area. It was a rectangular structure standing 9 meters tall, featuring 4 climbing walls adorned with brightly colored climbing holds, making it particularly eye-catching. Even during work hours, several children were already enjoying the climbing walls. After paying the fee and ensuring the coach securely fastened the safety harness, Qin Feng sat on a bench with Shifuya, watching Yi showcase her skills. "Can she manage? Should we hire her a coach?" Qin Feng inquired. The climbing fee was 60 yuan for a round trip, while hiring a coach for a lesson would cost 120 yuan for 40 minutes. It wasn't exorbitant, but it wasn't exactly cheap either. "No need. Although Yi doesn't have much experience, she has a natural athletic talent," Shifuya confidently replied. Sure enough, Qin Feng watched as Yi adeptly used both hands and feet, swiftly climbing high like a little monkey. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Impressive." She had an innate zest for life and an interest in all outdoor activities. Shifuya's gaze remained fixed on Yi, her expression filled with pride and contentment. Who could have imagined that the little infant she once cradled could now scale walls? Qin Feng remarked, "I adore such an energetic little girl. I wish she were my daughter." Shifuya glanced at him, smiling but not responding. An idea struck Qin Feng. "That all right? I should add more funds here so she can come and play often." Shifuya, watching Yi nearly reach the top, casually remarked. There's no need. No matter how much you add, it would be a waste if no one accompanies her to play. Chapter 62. Once a person harbors wicked thoughts, their courage grows immensely. That it was at this moment that Qin Feng truly grasped why Shifuya often emphasized Yi's boisterous nature. He had not anticipated that this little girl could be so lively, her energy akin to that of a spirited husky. The climbing session lasted only a few minutes. After conquering that wall, Yi began to explore the entire mall. She ran a lap on the first floor, another on the second, and now she was sprinting on the third. Qin Feng chased after her, racking up over 10,000 steps in a short span and feeling utterly exhausted. Yi, come back. I'll buy you some candied hawthorn. Qin Feng gasped, struggling for breath. No, Yi laughed in response. Then what do you want? A stuffed toy? A little monster? Qin Feng asked. Yi paused, pondering seriously before replying in a sweet voice. I want roller skates. Roller skates are out of the question. Qin Feng replied without a second thought. Without wheels, I can barely keep up. With wheels, it would be chaos. Yi pouted, falling silent as she turned to run away. Qin Feng could not let her escape again. He quickly unveiled his trump card. How about Uncle takes you to the beach to catch crabs? Yi hesitated, her steps faltering. Qin Feng seized the moment, quickening his pace and enticing her further. Uncle will take you for a thrilling rafting adventure on the sea. Yi stood still, turning to face her approaching uncle, her little face reflecting deep thought. Do you want to go to the amusement park? At this moment, Qin Feng resembled a cunning wolf enticing a little rabbit, inching closer to the eager bunny. Then, he scooped her up, laughing heartily. This time, let us see where you can run. He allowed him to lift her, her sparkling eyes questioning. Will Uncle really take me to the amusement park? Qin Feng kissed the adorable child and replied, Of course. Uncle will take you along with your mother. How does that sound? Yi hesitated. Mom has to sleep during the day and works at night. She doesn't have time to play with me. Qin Feng playfully tapped the tip of her nose. Not anymore. Uncle can make sure your mother stays home to play with you every day. Really? Yi's eyes lit up. Really, but you have to be on Uncle's side and tell Uncle more about what your mother likes. Qin Feng gently coaxed. Do you know what your mother loves the most? Mother loves money the most, Yi certainly declared. What else does she like? Qin Feng persistently continued to inquire. She also likes Yi. What does mother despise the most? I'm the goose from the neighbor's house. I was asking about what mother dislikes, not what Yi dislikes. Mother doesn't like going back to grandma's house. Yi guessed it might be because the neighbor's big goose frightened her. Doesn't T like going back to grandma's house? Mother finds it noisy there. Qin Feng pondered thoughtfully, holding Yi as they hurried toward Shifuya. Shifuya was leisurely strolling along the street, occasionally entering shops to browse. With a locator on her daughter's bracelet and two burly men trailing behind, she felt at ease. Children at the age of 5 or 6 can be quite troublesome. They can dart away in an instant. And typically, when she takes Yi out, she has to tether her with a leash. Shifuya entered a Givenchy women's clothing store. She had a fondness for this brand, though the prices were exorbitant, with each piece costing several tens of thousands. Shifuya earned a high salary and could afford to buy, but due to various expenses for the child in the future, she had to limit herself to merely browsing. However, things were different now. She had a man willing to support her, allowing her to shed her previous concerns. After perusing the store, she picked out a deep V-neck black lace evening gown, hesitating whether to call Qin Feng to try it on for his opinion. At that moment, a rotund middle-aged man with a receding hairline approached her. Beautiful lady, are you alone? Shifuya cast a glance at him. He wore a gray collared shirt, his belt straining against his bulging belly, and a vulgar gold watch adorned his wrist. His squinting eyes and the quivering fat on his face as he smiled revolted her. Without a word, she set the dress down. Hey, do you not like this one? I think it suits your figure perfectly. Why not try it on? Bao Hongbiao said, boasting his $30,000 Vacheron Constantine watch, picking up the dress Shifuya had just put down, and smiling as he offered it to her. He had been dragged around the mall by his young girlfriend, waiting on a sofa while she tried on clothes. Suddenly, he spotted a sensual woman with chestnut long curls entering. The woman's strikingly beautiful face and her elegant black slip dress, with her bare shoulders glistening like fresh cream, left Bao Hongbiao mesmerized. This stunning beauty was far superior to his girlfriend, who only sought money and had mediocre looks, that he instantly felt a surge of attraction. No, my husband is wealthy, Shifuya replied flatly, unfazed by her demeanor. Bao Hongbiao grew more enthusiastic. Gorgeous. Don't be so fierce to its fate that we met. Let us add each other on WeChat and chat a bit. Shifuya furrowed her brow, casting a cold stare at the audacious middle-aged man, contemplating whether to slap him. However, she didn't want Qin Feng to perceive her as a nagging woman, so she chose to endure. Turning silently away, Bao Hongbiao was momentarily taken aback by Shifuya's frigid gaze, which ignited a strange desire for conquest within him. Recently, he had made a considerable profit, which had emboldened him that he rushed after her. Insisting, "Hey, beautiful, how much for a night with me? Just name your price." Shifuya halted and turned, her eyes flashing with cold fury. She was on the verge of calling for help. After years in the bar business, summoning a van was a trivial matter. People like him only learned their lesson through a beating that if that didn't work, a little intimidation would suffice. She had plenty of methods at her disposal. Bao Hongbiao was intimidated by her fierce aura, which seemed as if she were ready to strike, but he timidly stepped back, yet felt his pride wounded. Just as he was about to say something, a man entered, cradling a little girl, followed by a burly bodyguard. "What is going on?" Qin Feng entered, sensing something was amiss. Shifuya took a deep breath, her expression softening as she greeted Qin Feng with a smile. "Darling, you're here?" Chapter 63. Qin Feng was quite formidable during his childhood. He was momentarily taken aback by Shifuya's call of darling. Then he felt her warmth as she nestled against him, stirring something deep within him. Though he was unaware of the situation, the fear evident on the man's face and Shifuya's sudden shift in demeanor suggested something had transpired. Following her lead, he wrapped his arms around her waist and inquired, "Wife, what happened?" This bold gesture made Shifuya's eyelashes flutter, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. She understood Qin Feng's intentions were purely protective, not predatory. It had been a long time since she felt the embrace of a man shielding her. Unable to suppress her urge, she gazed up, meeting his concerned and gentle eyes, prompting her to quickly look down. Striving for calm as she replied, "Nothing, just a man trying to chat me up." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng frowned and glared at the bald man. That it was commonplace for beautiful women to attract attention from other men, but it was unsettling for his woman to be approached by someone else. Coldly, he remarked, "Who are you?" Seeing the gorgeous woman's husband arrive with a bodyguard startled Bao Hongbiao. Bodyguards were not hired by just anyone. Only those with means could afford them. The expression on Qin Feng's face indicated he was not someone to be trifled with. He regretted his earlier folly in provoking a woman of such caliber. "Hey, brother, my apologies that I saw your wife alone and thought she was single, so I chatted a bit that I didn't mean any harm." He groveled, lowering his voice. His apology did little to improve Qin Feng's demeanor. After all, Shifuya was worth 6 million. They were on the brink of a significant return. With that amount, he could finally become a prestigious VIP player in the world of Earth OL. Anyone who obstructed him would pay dearly. That Qin Feng's expression darkened as he contemplated whether to summon Wang Gang to deal with the man. However, Bao Hongbiao, sensing the tension, took 2 steps back, trembling as he stammered, "Brother, I'm sorry. I truly regret it. Please let me go." Onlookers began to gather, witnessing the escalating situation. Shifuya wished to avoid any trouble for Qin Feng and softly urged, "Let it go. He hasn't said anything too serious." Qin Feng, feeling that a public confrontation was rather unseemly, asked, "What is your name?" Hearing the request for his name, Bao Hongbiao feared Qin Feng might seek revenge later. As a businessman, he understood that deliberately antagonizing someone could ruin his livelihood. Realizing he had likely provoked someone formidable, he looked at Qin Feng's cold, confident gaze and felt a wave of fear. Desperate to avoid retribution, Bao Hongbiao bit his lip and slapped himself hard. Pleading, "Brother, I shouldn't have spoken out of turn. Please, let it go." This caught Qin Feng by surprise. He thought the man seemed vaguely familiar, as if they had crossed paths before, prompting his question that he expected Bao Hongbiao to be so submissive as to strike himself. Shifuya was equally astonished. This middle-aged man was being so compliant in front of her husband. Did they know each other? Meanwhile, a nearby sales associate, noticing the commotion, rushed over to apologize, hoping to diffuse the tension. Shifuya, not wanting to escalate matters, tugged on Qin Feng's arm and softly said, "Let him go. I still want to browse for clothes." Seeing that Shifuya appeared unfazed, Qin Feng decided against forcing the issue, coldly telling the man, "Get lost and I don't want to see you again." Upon hearing this, Bao Hongbiao felt as though a weight had been lifted off his shoulders, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, brother. Thank you." He even abandoned his girlfriend, who was still inside changing, as he hurriedly fled the scene. Hearing a man in his 40s call him brother felt strange to Qin Feng, but he brushed it off and accompanied Shifuya to continue looking at clothes. The crowd that had gathered to witness the altercation soon dispersed. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to attract unwanted attention. If a man isn't capable, a beautiful girlfriend can easily be swept away. As they walked, they exchanged glances, pondering the situation. Just when everyone thought the drama had concluded, a rather attractive young woman suddenly emerged, shouting at the couple. "Qin Feng, is it because you've latched onto this rich woman that you dumped me?" Chapter 64. She is here. She is here. What? Latching onto a rich woman, callously dumping his girlfriend. The onlookers were utterly ecstatic this time. The previous incident involving the teasing of another man's wife had lacked intrigue. However, the dramatic turn of events, where a wealthy woman cast aside her unworthy spouse, piqued their interest immensely. Without hesitation, the crowd gathered once more. The staff refrained from intervening, determined to witness the unfolding drama to its conclusion. Qin Feng froze upon hearing a familiar voice behind him. He turned abruptly, his gaze locking onto the imposing figure of a woman before him. She donned a striking red dress emblazoned with the Givenchy logo. Her face heavily made up, with elongated eyes and a sharp, acerbic expression. She was none other than Jiang Manchu. Realization struck Qin Feng as he recalled the bald, middle-aged man's appearance, which had seemed vaguely familiar. He had been contemplating where he had seen him before. The moment Jiang Manchu entered the scene, memories flooded back. She was the woman involved with that man, the very one he had seen clearly in the car that night. With a cold smirk, Qin Feng retorted, "What business is it of yours who I associate with? You are not my girlfriend." Jiang Manchu's eyes widened in fury, her voice sharp and piercing. "After all these years I've devoted to you, you now seek to play the father to her child for money. Have you no shame?" Indeed, Jiang Manchu had arrived with Bao Hongbiao. She had overheard a commotion from the changing room and recognized Qin Feng's voice alongside Bao Hongbiao's pleas for mercy. Mistakenly believing that Qin Feng had caught her with another man, she hesitated to emerge. However, upon remembering their breakup, she concluded that her associations were none of his concern. Peeking out, she was met with the sight of her boyfriend being humiliated and Qin Feng joyfully cradling a little girl, accompanied by a beautiful woman gazing at him with affection. The harmonious atmosphere ignited her ire. Why were they allowed such happiness while her man was driven away? She recalled how Qin Feng had abruptly severed ties with her 2 days prior, berating her in a fit of anger, claiming he had found wealth. Jiang Manchu firmly believed he had latched onto a wealthy woman, emboldening him. Unable to contain herself, she resolved to expose his true nature. "Qin Feng, you disgust me. You would stoop to being a surrogate father for money. I have always looked down on you. When you were a security guard or delivering takeout, I stood by you through the mockery and disdain. Yet I remained loyal, while you chose to pursue a second-hand woman." Witnessing her theatrical display, Qin Feng felt a wave of nausea wash over him. With impatience, he snapped, "Could you have any decency? Stop being so repulsive." He gestured to his own head, explaining to Shifuya, "Ignore this lunatic. She is not quite right in the head." Jiang Manchu feigned sorrow, wailing, "Look at yourself now. Have you forgotten the promises you made? You said I was your salvation, that you would love only me and strive to provide for me. Even if it meant suffering, that I never imagined you would delete me for such a woman. Is money truly that important to you? Do you even care about the years we shared?" Qin Feng's eyes gradually turned icy. This woman had wasted 3 years of his life, and now she sought to ruin his present. Anger surged within him. "Brother Wang, hold her down. I intend to silence her." Wang Gang's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he strode toward Jiang Manchu, mistaking Wang Gang for a friend of Qin Feng. Jiang Manchu, fearing for her safety, scurried behind the crowd, crying out, "Help! This couple is trying to kill me. Someone save me!" As she retreated, she shouted, "Everyone, stand up for me. This man is a cheater, and the woman must be equally vile. Perhaps even deceiving her husband." Her words ignited a flurry of speculation among the spectators. "That woman is far too attractive. She can't be good news that I read about a wife who conspired with a mistress to poison her husband. Oh, how thrilling, a modern-day Wu Dalong. People will do anything for money. Just look at that man. He is clearly with that woman for financial gain. Rich people engage in the most perverse games. That man must possess a silver tongue. But what good is that now? Caught by his ex-girlfriend, he must be feeling the heat. Shifuya's expression darkened. Regardless of Qin Feng's past, she would not let this woman malign her man, with so many bystanders. Calling the bar's bouncers would only escalate the situation. She resolved to leave and deal with Jiang Manxua later. Grasping Qin Feng's hand, she softly urged, "Let us go, my dear, don't let this woman upset you. She's not worth it." Chapter 65. Shifuya's fragrance in life. One inevitably engages in embarrassingly shameful acts, moments that haunt one during sleepless nights. Qin Feng seethed with anger, recalling the foolishness of his past. Now, this woman was publicly shaming him, and he felt a visceral urge to silence her. Yet as Shifuya took his hand, he gradually calmed, realizing that her feelings were paramount. With victory within reach, he did not want to see Shifuya distressed. He gently set down the little girl, entrusting her to Wang Gang, and then firmly clasped Shifuya's hand, soothingly declaring, "My love, don't pay any mind to that woman. I was merely jesting with her." "I know," Shifuya replied with a nod. She dismissed the slanderous words aimed at Qin Feng, confident that he could not have been a delivery man. Given his wealth, no delivery driver could possibly amass 60 million. It seemed more likely that he was a wealthy scion experiencing life as simplicity. Shifuya had no doubts about Qin Feng. Her only concern was that being with her, a widow, might render him a subject of ridicule. Her earlier address of him as brother was as much for her own comfort as it was for him. For a widow, being an elder sister was far less humiliating than being a wife, which at least spared her brother from disgrace. Initially, she had no intentions of being greedy. Her heart fluttered only when Qin Feng had affectionately called her wife. Guilt washed over her as she softly suggested, "From now on, you may call me sister." Qin Feng, perceiving the fragility in Shifuya's gaze, realized she feared being a burden. Concerned about the potential mockery she might face, that a smile broke across his face. If he did not care about others' opinions, perhaps he could endear himself to her. "Sister, don't be afraid." He boldly stepped closer, enveloping Shifuya in his embrace, gazing deeply into her eyes as he murmured, "No matter what others say, I cherish you." Shifuya was taken aback by this sudden declaration, her pupils dilating and her heart racing. Noticing the tremor in her body, Qin Feng smiled, continuing, "Since they claim I'm with a wealthy woman, let us show them. I'll provide for you, and you can take care of me. I will love ye as if she were my own daughter. How does that sound?" Shifuya's eyes glimmered with a hint of confusion. She wished to respond but found herself at a loss for words. Remaining still and speechless, she slightly parted her lips in astonishment. Her luscious red mouth appeared irresistibly tempting, igniting a desire within Qin Feng. Yielding to the impulse, he leaned in and kissed her passionately before the gathered crowd, losing himself in the unique fragrance that enveloped her. Shifuya felt his tenderness, and in that moment, the walls around her heart crumbled, compelling her to embrace him in return. With wide, curious eyes, watch her mother and Qin Feng share a kiss, her innocent mind racing with unspoken thoughts. The spectators were left in a state of awe, envy burning within them. Wasn't the narrative supposed to be about the wealthy woman discarding the scoundrel, only to find herself enamored with someone else? How did this couple's public display of affection unfold? Their expressions reflected disbelief. How could such a beautiful, wealthy woman possibly be drawn to a mere charmer? Was there no justice in the world? No chance for them. Though they seethed inwardly, they dared not voice their disdain. For witnessing the couple's affection rendered them powerless to intervene. The crowd began to disperse. Jiang Manxua, lurking in the background, refrained from uttering another word. She had said all she could. Clearly, the wealthy woman cared little for Qin Feng's past. To make a scene now would only invite trouble. The atmosphere grew tranquil, allowing no interruption to the tender moment shared between Qin Feng and Shifuya. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. Holding the blushing Shifuya close, Qin Feng teased softly, "Sister, if you remain silent, I shall assume your acquiescence." Having not experienced such a sensation in ages, Shifuya nestled against him, whispering, "You don't resent us, do you?" "How could I? I feel nothing but compassion for you both. Why do you like me? Your beauty and strength evoke a sense of home within me. Have you ever said such things to your ex-girlfriend?" "No, I swear I haven't even touched her." Shifuya remained silent, her gaze meeting Qin Feng's, which was filled with complete sincerity. This involuntarily stirred within her an impulse to follow this man. Sensing the moment was right, Qin Feng gently proposed, "Sister, become my woman." Shifuya smiled radiantly, replying, "As long as you don't find me distasteful." System prompt. Shifuya's favorability 10, current favorability 89, amount spent 60.05 million. Congratulations, host, cashback successful, receiving 60.05 million in cash. The total cashback has reached 50 million, granting one lottery draw. Upon hearing the system notification, Qin Feng was left grinning foolishly. After all the hardships, he had finally succeeded. Moreover, he had a chance to draw a lottery. This was beyond his expectations. Truly, Shifuya was impressive. Even a simple kiss could add points that if future mishaps occurred, would he not simply secure a perfect score? Qin Feng daydreamed about a beautiful future, blissfully clicking to draw a lottery in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have obtained hypnosis 3 times. Hypnosis. Strong psychological suggestion to non-divine entities, compelling them to firmly execute the ideas implanted. What the hell? This is an extraordinary skill. Imagine asking my dad to transfer a few billion to himself. Or perhaps a share. Wouldn't that be a complete game changer? From then on, he could traverse the world with ease. Qin Feng was ecstatic, eager to rush out and intercept someone. However, he soon realized that regardless of which my dad it was, their wealth was under scrutiny from many eyes, and casually asking for a transfer would likely raise suspicions. Besides, he already possessed considerable wealth. Investing in the system practically made him rich beyond measure, rendering any potential trouble for a bit of money unnecessary. Calming himself, Qin Feng extinguished those thoughts. It seemed this hypnosis could only be used for self-defense or to flaunt a bit. Nevertheless, it was still a skill at his disposal. If Jiang Manchu had dared to provoke him again, he would show her what true cruelty entailed. Having gained an advantage, Qin Feng couldn't help but lean in for another kiss with the enchanting Shifuya. Onlookers, witnessing this shameless display of affection, were incensed, muttering curses under their breath. They wondered why the man's ex-girlfriend was silent, not rushing in to tear the couple apart. Jiang Manchu herself contemplated disrupting Qin Feng's good fortune, but feared retribution from the affluent woman. The thought of a wealthy person's revenge made her reconsider, and she decided to stealthily slip away. Just then, a stunning woman burst forth from the crowd, furiously shouting at Qin Feng and Shifuya. "What are you two doing?" Chapter 66. Xia Ting chose the most comfortable path. Bao Hongbiao, who had been covering his face, had not walked far. He felt humiliated and was consumed with thoughts of finding a woman to vent his frustrations. Hoping to regain the dignity he felt he had lost, remembering that his girlfriend was still in the store changing clothes, he stood still and messaged her, informing her that he was waiting for her in the car. Suddenly, he noticed a beauty approaching, even more stunning than the women in the store. Coincidentally, she was alone, looking around as if she were shopping by herself. Her oval face was radiant, her exquisite features breathtaking. Dressed in a pure yet alluring JK outfit, she wore a snug, brightly colored shirt adorned with a red bow tie, the collar slightly open at the top, and a pink plaid skirt. Her long, shapely legs were elegantly encased in white stockings, complemented by round-toed shoes, exuding an air of innocent allure. Bao Hongbiao's mouth watered as he watched her waft past, and without a second thought he followed her, contemplating how to ask for her contact information. This beauty was Xia Ting. Ignoring her conservative mother's objections, she deliberately dressed sweetly and innocently, even insisting on wearing sheer white stockings, all to emphasize her youth and beauty compared to Qin Feng's sister. When she arrived at the climbing area, she found no sign of Qin Feng. Assuming they had finished climbing and gone to the mall, Xia Ting refrained from calling him, opting instead to feign a chance encounter for a more natural feel. Reminiscent of a classic scene from a romantic drama, as she walked, she searched for Qin Feng, and upon noticing a crowd gathered near a women's clothing store, she hurried over, hearing someone call out Qin Feng's name. This guy is truly impressive, kissing a wealthy woman right in front of his ex-girlfriend. That wealthy woman is stunning. I wish to be pampered by her as well, that I thought it was a scene of infidelity. But it turns out this man has a way with words, charming the wealthy lady in no time. And her daughter is genuinely adorable, standing there obediently, making me wonder if he wants to trick me into having a daughter. As the crowd murmured, Xia Ting, hearing about the woman with a child, quickly squeezed in for a closer look, only to be taken aback by the sight before her. There was Qin Feng, kissing the sister he had just met yesterday. And it appeared they were both thoroughly enjoying themselves, utterly unashamed in public. Xia Ting's anger flared. She had suspected all along that this man was a scoundrel. Qin Feng, what are you doing? Her voice startled the onlookers, who had been about to leave, suddenly invigorated by the unfolding drama. They thought, what a scandal. This man deserves a reckoning. Following closely behind Xia Ting, Bao Hongbiao, initially hesitant to enter the store, was instantly filled with excitement upon witnessing such a beautiful woman confront the man. He rushed in, eager to see the spectacle unfold. Qin Feng was startled by Xia Ting's voice. Being caught in the act by his legitimate girlfriend made him a bit flustered, and he almost released Shifuya. Yet the confidence from the 60 million bolstered his resolve, allowing him to maintain his composure. Ignoring Xia Ting's outcry, he lingered on Shifuya's lips for a few moments before reluctantly letting go. His calm demeanor suggested that he was not the one being caught in the act. System prompt, Xia Ting's favorability -1. Qin Feng slowly turned to assess Xia Ting. Her JK outfit was indeed appealing, matching his taste perfectly. The white stockings accentuated her long legs enticingly. However, at that moment, her round eyes were filled with fury, her proud chest rising and falling rapidly, resembling a feisty little kitten. Xia Ting, you're here? Qin Feng greeted her with a smile, adopting a nonchalant attitude, seeing him still holding Shifuya. Xia Ting was on the verge of tears, her frustration boiling over as she demanded, what are you doing? Shifuya shot a glance at Qin Feng and mischievously urged, aren't you going to let go? She understood that being with Qin Feng inevitably led to such situations that a wealthy, handsome man who knew how to charm was a rarity that few women could resist. She didn't mind as long as he was there when she needed him. Qin Feng did not release her. Though he held affection for Xia Ting, he had previously made it clear in the car that he would have other women. His earlier restraint was solely for the purpose of this moment's ease. It's just a kiss. Why the fuss, you? Xia Ting pointed an accusing finger at Qin Feng, wishing she could bite him. What about me? Qin Feng feigned innocence. You shamelessly promised to be with me. Xia Ting seethed. Indeed, if you come over, wouldn't we all be together? Qin Feng replied, perplexed. Xia Ting was taken aback by his audacity, incredulously retorting, you want me to join you too? Yes. Is that acceptable? Qin Feng inquired earnestly. Xia Ting was stunned, taking a while to regain her composure. You have no shame. I hate you. Tears welled up in her eyes, her voice laced with 1,000 grievances. Qin Feng felt empowered, unafraid of her tears. He realized that Xia Ting's favorability had only dropped by 1 point upon seeing him with Shifuya, suggesting there was more to this situation than met the bold idea formed in his mind. Don't cry. Come here for a hug, Qin Feng said, releasing Shifuya's hand and smiling to console her. Get lost, you scoundrel, Xia Ting gritted her teeth. Then would you like to be my little sister? Qin Feng asked softly, stepping closer to her. Xia Ting was utterly unprepared for such a proposition. She had vowed never to be a mistress, and his words implied he wanted her to play the role of a concubine. As a respectable young woman, how could she endure such humiliation? 3 choices lay before her. Turn and walk away, curse Qin Feng before leaving. Or, you scoundrel. I'll fight you, Xia Ting exclaimed, tears in her eyes, angrily biting Qin Feng's shoulder. Hiss. Qin Feng gasped in pain that it hurt, but he could endure it. Clenching his teeth against the stinging sensation, he firmly embraced Xia Ting. Shifuya stifled a laugh, which Xia Ting noticed, causing her to bite even harder. The onlookers were utterly astonished. It seemed that nothing was amiss. What sort of charm did this man possess? How could he kiss a wealthy woman and still embrace his sister? The crowd, witnessing Qin Feng's expression of pleasure despite being bitten, felt an urge to draw weapons in his defense. Among them, Jiang Manchua recognized Xia Ting, although they were not in the same class in school. The school beauty's reputation was well known, drawing attention wherever she went. When Xia Ting first appeared, Jiang Manchua suspected that Qin Feng had taken money from the wealthy woman to support the school beauty. She initially believed that the confrontation would leave Qin Feng in an awkward position, but to her surprise, they were soon in each other's arms, leaving her unable to intervene or rally support against the scoundrel. Chapter 67. Ming Mei Wei. Is it my fault? Jiang Manchua was furious. The man she had once deemed a fool was now embracing both a wealthy woman and a stunning beauty, exuding the aura of a winner in life. She could no longer endure this stark contrast. An unnamed malevolence burned within her heart. Unable to restrain herself, she leaped from the crowd, wailing for her parents, seeking the sympathy of those around her. "Someone please judge this matter for me. This scoundrel has been two-timing me, discarding me without a second thought after 3 to 4 years of deceit that now that he has found a new love, he has cast me aside." As her words fell, the already envious onlookers began to murmur and point at Qin Feng, engaging in hushed discussions. However, they maintained a facade of rationality, and no one stepped forward to defend Jiang Manxue. After all, such behavior was hardly uncommon in the world. There were countless scoundrels, and Qin Feng was but one among many. Who could blame that woman for being foolish enough to fall for such a cad? Yet, what Jiang Manxue said next piqued the interest of the crowd. Not only is he a scoundrel, but he is also a pervert. Even when I was on my period, he wouldn't let me be. When I resisted, he threatened to send my nude photos to my family. The atmosphere gradually quieted. All ears were tuned to the woman's revelations, as this kind of gossip was precisely what they craved. They yearned to see if there was more scandalous news to uncover. The last time, when he got me pregnant, he only gave me 300 yuan for an abortion, claiming the child wasn't his. This revelation left the crowd in shock. The relentless waves of drama caught them off guard. Their eyes widened as they watched Jiang Manxue, disregarding her image, plopped down on the ground, utterly heartbroken, lamenting her man's various transgressions with tears streaming down her face. Her raw, heartfelt display appeared genuine, especially in light of the fact that the man across from her was involved with 3 women. He truly deserved condemnation. In an instant, the crowd's gaze toward Qin Feng turned to one of disgust. They could hardly believe that the man who appeared somewhat handsome could be so despicable, igniting a desire to scold him. The noise grew louder, a cacophony of voices rising in intensity, drowning out individual words in a chaotic uproar. Xia Ting, hearing Jiang Manxue's cries, momentarily forgot her mission to confront the scoundrel. She turned to glance at Jiang Manxue, then at Qin Feng, her eyes filled with disbelief. She was not astonished that Qin Feng was a scoundrel. Rather, she was shocked that this man seemed to revel in the chaos. How could this be? It was bound to lead to illness. Xia Ting felt compelled to educate Qin Feng on women's health. At that moment, Qin Feng felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles, discomfort prickling at his back, that he had not anticipated that this woman would stoop so low as to utter such words in an attempt to vilify him. He wished to offer an explanation, but it was evident that she was unreasonable, throwing a tantrum and hurling accusations, leaving him utterly helpless. Qin Feng could not help but sigh if this was how it would be played. Then he would have to match her intensity. "Jiang Manxue, do you know why I broke up with you?" His voice was not loud, but the confidence radiating from him compelled everyone to listen intently. Such an aura was naturally acquired by those who were wealthy and self-assured. "That I ask it not because you have set your sights on another woman, you heartless scoundrel," Jiang Manxue retorted, her eyes devoid of tears, yet feigning breathlessness to elicit sympathy. "It's not entirely untrue. It's also because you've become increasingly unattractive. When I first met you, you were quite appealing, but now, even with makeup, you are hard to behold, truly a sight to lament." Upon hearing this, Jiang Manxue gasped, almost unable to believe her ears, her voice trembling as she asked, "What did you just say?" Qin Feng chuckled derisively, continuing his tirade. "I said you have aged, your skin lacks luster and is wrinkled. The collagen has vanished from your face, and your hair is thinning. The most hateful way to insult a woman is to attack what she holds dear." Such targeted remarks would surely haunt her every time she looked in the mirror. Once she noticed even a slight sag in her skin or a few strands of hair lost, she would be plagued with insecurities. Especially when such words come from a man, their impact is as devastating as a woman telling a man he has no car or house. Jiang Manxue was furious, never expecting Qin Feng to humiliate her so brazenly, especially before such a crowd. Remembering how he once cherished her, she could hardly bear that he now spoke of her as old and ugly. "Ah!" she screamed as she charged toward Qin Feng, as if a string in her mind had snapped. Enraged, she raised her hands, intent on tearing his mouth apart and marring the face of the woman beside him, wishing to make these scoundrels too ashamed to show their faces again. Her movements were swift, and in the blink of an eye, she stood before Qin Feng, just as everyone anticipated a physical altercation between the two. Wang Gang, who had been standing behind Qin Feng, took a slow step forward, positioning himself between Jiang Manxue and Qin Feng, casting a cold gaze downward at her. The imposing figure of the nearly 2-meter-tall man exuded an overwhelming presence. Clad in a short-sleeved shirt, the muscles on his arms were fearsome, taut with power, and his chest muscles defined the contours of his shirt. Jiang Manchu instantly regained her composure, halting her advance less than half a meter away. A flicker of fear flashing in her eyes. The significant height difference forced her to look up at Wang Gang, whose cold expression betrayed no emotion. She felt that if she dared to take another step, he would toss her aside. "Brother Wang, could you please advance my salary for next month?" Qin Feng remarked with a smile. Wang Gang did not express gratitude. He aimed to project an aura of intimidation, compelling Jiang Manchu to retreat, that if he could avoid conflict, he would, for he feared harming the delicate woman and the ensuing complications with the authorities. "Qin Feng, may you meet a wretched fate. Tomorrow, may your family face a car accident, and the women in your household be ravaged." Jiang Manchu seethed with resentment, yet she dared not make a move. Instead, she planted one hand on her hip and pointed a finger at him, cursing wildly. After all, verbal abuse was not a crime. No one could hold her accountable. "Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare harm you?" Qin Feng's expression darkened. In truth, his family was his Achilles heel. Anyone who dared to touch them would face dire consequences. He had fought many battles over his mother in the past. "Come on, hit me like you used to, you heartless scoundrel, that if you have the guts, kill me in front of everyone, that I want everyone to see your true colors." Jiang Manchu's fury escalated, gradually morphing Qin Feng into her ex-boyfriend, the one who had not only coerced her into an abortion but had also laid hands on her. "You heartless wretch, you beat me with a towel wrap stick at home and shoved my head in the toilet." Her heart-wrenching cries only served to convince the onlookers of the veracity of her claims, with some well-meaning individuals already dialing the Women's Protection Hotline to demand assistance in apprehending Qin Feng. Xia Ting, unfamiliar with Jiang Manchu, began to feel uneasy as she listened to her fervent accusations, stammering as she turned to Qin Feng. You too?" Qin Feng shot a dark glare at Xia Ting. "Do you truly believe her words?" Xia Ting felt a pang of embarrassment under his gaze. In the past few days, Qin Feng had given her the impression of a pure-hearted boy, gentle, considerate, and indulgent. He had never forced her in bed or out of it, which was one reason she had lingered. Shifting her gaze away from his face, she muttered softly, "Who knows what twisted thoughts men might harbor?" Qin Feng frowned, replying, "I have never laid a hand on a woman." Internally, he added, "If there were to be violence, it would be someone else doing the hitting." Xia Ting scoffed lightly, "If you ever dare to strike me, I'll retaliate against your son." Chapter 68. The first use of hypnosis nearby. Bao Hongbiao was elated to hear that his girlfriend had been struck. The fact that this man had committed such heinous acts against his girlfriend filled him with glee. He immediately pulled out his phone to call the police. Justice would prevail. Her boyfriend. It was his duty to stand up for her. With sufficient evidence, he could easily sue that man if it so happened that the assault occurred while she was pregnant. Hiring a competent lawyer could land him behind bars. Imagining him in prison, he fantasized about the two stunning beauties by his side, being single again. As he indulged in such thoughts, he spoke loudly to the operator. Yes, at the Givenchy store in Intai Plaza, there's a man assaulting a woman. We all witnessed it." Qin Feng remained unfazed, confident in his innocence. Even if the police arrived, they couldn't do much. At most, they would take him in for questioning. But how could he be dragged into the police station while innocent, merely enjoying a day out with a woman, besmirched by his ex-girlfriend? He coldly addressed Jiang Manchu. "You know I've never laid a hand on you. You truly wish to stir up trouble, don't you?" Jiang Manchu was aware that Qin Feng was not her previous boyfriend. However, her resentment toward him had not diminished. On the contrary, it had intensified, especially since Qin Feng clearly had wealth now. The two beautiful women at his side, coupled with his visits to bars and luxury car dealerships, all confirmed that he had struck it rich. The thought of her former suitor, now wealthy and gallivanting with other women, filled her with disgust. She seethed. "So now you're afraid? Weren't you quite happy when you deleted me the other day? Now that you have money, you think you can just cast me aside? You owe me for my lost youth over the years." Qin Feng was incredulous, laughing at the absurdity. After years of gifting her countless presents, now she dared to demand compensation. Did she truly think she could bully him? He replied in a low voice. "How much do you want?" Jiang Manchu's heart leaped with excitement, believing that there was hope, and quickly stated the price she had long calculated in her mind. 2 million. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. What if I refuse? Jiang Manshua was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on her apparent lack of leverage over him. She then began to shout anew. You shall not escape from here today. Qin Feng chuckled at her antics, retorting, Is it you who dictates the terms here? Can you truly prevent the police from arriving? After a brief pause, Jiang Manshua suddenly realized that the dark pasts of the wealthy could be quite lucrative. Fortuitously, she possessed ample knowledge of Qin Feng's past misdeeds, and she excitedly exclaimed, If you refuse to pay, I shall publish our conversation for all to see. Are you threatening me? Qin Feng's gaze turned icy. His records of servitude would be mortifying. Anyone who saw them would surely feel the sting of embarrassment. Observing Qin Feng's expression, Jiang Manshua believed she had discovered his Achilles heel, and with an air of pride, she challenged him. Did you not once swear to me eternal devotion and happiness? Have you forgotten? Now that you have found success, you balk at giving me 2 million. What audacity for a shameless woman to come and extort money from my brother. Do you possess no sense of shame? Xiaoting could no longer contain her fury, erupting on the spot. How dare anyone tamper with her man's finances? It was as if Jiang Manshua had completely disregarded her presence. If Qin Feng had indeed been involved with that woman in the past, Xiaoting would have accepted the 2 million. However, from what she gathered, it seemed he had merely pursued her without any further entanglement. The audacity of this woman to resort to such base tactics to extort money infuriated Xiaoting to the core. She shot back, What caliber of person dares to demand 2 million? With that kind of money, one could hurl acid at you. Do you understand? You shall not see a single penny. Feel free to release the conversation logs that I am most curious to see what scandalous secrets they hold. Who among us has a pristine QQ signature? What does a little vulgarity matter? I, Xiaoting, would never admit that I wish to see it. Brother, let us leave. This woman can be dealt with later. Shifu advised. The crowd's presence was overwhelming, and the chaotic environment was unsuitable for children. Bao Hongbiao stepped forward to intervene. No one shall leave until the police arrive, Jiang Manshua echoed loudly. Indeed, unless you compensate me for the loss of my youth, having endured hardship alongside you, washing your clothes and cooking for you, only to be discarded now that you have someone new. You are inhuman. The onlooking women expressed their solidarity, uniting in moral condemnation of Qin Feng. A girl's youth is invaluable, and you have squandered it on this scoundrel. 2 million is hardly excessive. Good heavens, she has even suffered abuse and undergone an abortion. Were it me, I would sue you into bankruptcy. Fear not, sister. We stand with you that if he does not produce the money today, we shall not let him go unpunished, they rallied. Let us quickly take photos and initiate a public outcry against this man. A man who abandons his partner deserves to be condemned. The law may not hold you accountable, but I will. Jiang Manshua, buoyed by the support of her allies, became increasingly emboldened, positioning herself in front of Qin Feng to block their passage. The male onlookers, under the pressure of female outrage, appeared weak and hesitant to speak, fearing their girlfriend's discontent. Only a few men stepped forward, feigning righteousness with a few perfunctory remarks. Brother, given your apparent wealth, consider this merely a costly lesson that a man must have dignity. When one errs, one must acknowledge it. 2 million is hardly a loss. After all, she has washed your clothes and even endured an abortion for you. For the first time, Qin Feng found himself ensnared by so many moral obligations and briefly wondered if he was being filmed for some prank show that he stared blankly at Jiang Manshua, momentarily lost in thought, lamenting his past folly in being drawn to such a character. With the entrance blocked, only a few mall security guards had arrived to maintain order, and the mall manager was yet to arrive. Leaving the guards uncertain on how to proceed, 2 options lay before him. Either pay up or make a break for it, the latter likely to land him in the news by the next day. However, paying would make him appear foolish. He could also choose to wait for the police. But Qin Feng had no desire to waste time at the precinct. In exasperation, Qin Feng issued one final warning, demanding Jiang Manshua and Bao Hongbiao step aside, lest they face dire consequences. In response to their derisive laughter, he lost all patience. Fixing his gaze on Bao Hongbiao, he activated his hypnotic abilities. Suddenly, Bao Hongbiao felt an odd sensation piercing his mind, and his consciousness began to blur, his eyes vacant as he stared at Qin Feng, seemingly awaiting a command. Despite it being his first attempt at employing this skill, Qin Feng intuitively grasped its function. In essence, he could implant his thoughts into Bao Hongbiao's mind, ensuring that whatever he expressed would be unconditionally believed. Initially, Qin Feng intended to compel Bao Hongbiao to strike Jiang Manxue, but upon discovering the amusement this skill provided, he decided to concoct something grander. He wove a narrative within Bao Hongbiao's mind. You are a reincarnated individual, returned from the future. Chapter 69. I, Bao Hongbiao, am the protagonist. I am Bao Hongbiao, and I have been reborn. In the not-so-distant future, I shall wed this woman beside me, Jiang Manxue, and I love her dearly. And for her, I toil tirelessly, providing her with a life of luxury and fulfilling her every wish. She loves me in return, blessing me with a healthy son. I believe myself to be the luckiest man in the world. Little did I know that one day, upon my premature return, I would discover this woman had taken advantage of my absence to betray me with another man in my own home. When I confronted her, she claimed, "This is merely a misunderstanding. It is not as you think. He is just my close male friend, though we merely shared a bed. Nothing more, that I am a helpless woman. What could I do? I simply made a mistake that any normal girl could make. Rest assured, the child is undoubtedly yours." I refused to believe her. Ignoring her protests, I took our 2-year-old son for a paternity test. When the results revealed that I was not the biological father, I was consumed by rage. She continued to offer explanations, suggesting it could be due to excessive soy sauce during pregnancy or perhaps a mix-up at the hospital. As long as the child resembles you. Does blood relation truly matter? Why can't we just love each other genuinely? My fury was so great that I lost consciousness, only to awaken in the ICU. Days. I heard my wife demand the hospital cease treatment and attempt to remove my oxygen tube. Struggling for breath, I desperately opened my eyes to call for help, only to see my wife entwined with another man, discussing how to divide my inheritance. The shock caused my blood vessels to rupture, and darkness enveloped me as my heart ceased to beat. Just as I believed I had met my end, a voice echoed, "Do you wish for rebirth?" I yearned for it. I craved revenge against that woman. In the next moment, I found myself back in the shopping mall 3 years prior, tears streaming down my face, marveling at the divine opportunity to live once more that I vowed to dedicate my life to exacting vengeance on that woman. Jiang Manxue, a ferocious roar reverberated throughout the hall, instilling dread in all present. Before anyone could comprehend the unfolding events, the man who had previously sided with Jiang Manxue swung his hand and delivered a resounding slap to her face. The sound echoed loudly, indicative of the force behind the blow. Jiang Manxue's head jerked to one side, her cheek instantly swelling, a piercing noise ringing in her ears as the metallic taste of blood filled her mouth. Her mind went blank, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events as she gazed in terror at her boyfriend. The world around her fell silent, as if time itself had frozen. "You wretched woman. I shall kill you." Bao Hongbiao, feeling unsatisfied, rushed over and seized Jiang Manxue by the hair, mercilessly striking her face again and again. The force of his blows echoed like gunfire in the hall, each strike delivered with unyielding ferocity. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, too shocked to breathe. "Help! Help!" Jiang Manxue screamed in a frenzy, her face swelling grotesquely, marked with crimson handprints. She writhed on the ground, attempting to evade his brutal assault. Yet, despite her efforts, his grip held firm, forcing her to clutch his wrist with both hands, raising her arms to shield her face. Then came a thunderous impact as a fist, the size of a sandbag, struck her squarely in the face. Jiang Manxue felt her features cave in, a searing pain radiating from her nose as blood began to flow uncontrollably. The agony was excruciating, amplifying her suffering 1,000-fold. As it surged through her nervous system, breathing became a torturous endeavor. Dazed from the blows, she instinctively began to plead, "Please stop. I understand my mistakes. I won't do it again." Bao Hongbiao, consumed by rage, continued his relentless assault, striking and kicking with cruel efficiency. "You dared to remove my oxygen tube. I swear I will end you." Jiang Manxue, reduced to a mere insect, lay on the ground, convulsing and writhing in pain. Her teeth were all loose. Blood streamed from the corners of her mouth, and a large clump of hair was ruthlessly yanked out, causing her excruciating pain as she screamed repeatedly. "Ah, da-da, da-da, murder! Help! I didn't do anything. I truly didn't." Qin Feng had not anticipated the hypnotic technique to be so overpowering. After a brief moment of daze, he quickly came to his senses that he hastily pulled the equally astonished Shifuya and Xia Ting to retreat slowly, yielding the stage to the couple engulfed in their frenzied love. The three of them discreetly merged into the crowd to watch the spectacle unfold. The audience was transfixed by the domestic violence scene, entirely oblivious to the fact that the original male lead had infiltrated their midst. The female spectator, who had previously danced with the intent to support Jiang Manxue, now cowered behind her boyfriend, afraid to utter a word upon witnessing the menacing man unleash his fury. Meanwhile, the male spectators, unable to bear the sight of a woman being assaulted, considered intervening, yet hesitated, fearing that the madman would lash out at them too. After all, this was a matter between the couple, and as outsiders, they felt it inappropriate to intervene. That a few diligent security guards rushed over to prevent Bao Hongbiao from further violence, recognizing that fighting is a far cry from mere arguing. Should anything serious arise, they could not bear the responsibility. Calm down, brother, that if you continue, something terrible will happen. That let's talk this out nicely. No need for violence. That I it right to hit a woman. The security guards, in their 40s and 50s, quickly subdued Bao Hongbiao, yet he clung tightly to Jiang Manxue's hair, refusing to let go, struggling to kick her as he yelled, "Get the hell away from me. This is none of your business. I am going to kill this woman today." With a glimmer of hope, Jiang Manxue seized the opportunity to plead for mercy, crying out, Bao Hongbiao, are you insane? Why are you hitting me? What have I done wrong?" Bao Hongbiao, in a fit of rage, retorted, "You know exactly what you've done. I knew you were no good when I saw you alone at the bar last time. How dare you ask?" Jiang Manxue panicked, thinking her secret was out. "I didn't do anything. I just had a drink. It's not what you think." "Then what is it?" "They are my best friends, heartbroken and in need of comfort. I had no choice but to console them. They approached me first. I didn't want it to be like this." That a wave of murmurs swept through the audience. All right. Unable to continue his assault due to the guards restraining him, Bao Hongbiao released her hair, pointing at her with venomous intent. "I will make you pay for this. Just wait." Chapter 70. Qin Feng's beautiful dream shattered. Finally freed from his grip, Jiang Manxue lay on the ground, battered and in agony, weeping uncontrollably. "Why are you hitting me?" Bao Hongbiao bellowed. "Not only will I hit you, but I will make your life a living hell." His threats ignited a fire within Jiang Manxue. She was not one to be trifled with. Having dealt with various men and knowing many wealthy individuals, Bao Hongbiao barely ranked among them. Struggling to her feet, her hair disheveled and her expression fierce, she resembled a vengeful spirit from the underworld. "You fat pig. Just look at how disgusting you are. If it weren't for your money, do you think I would ever want to be with you? Dirty bitch. You enjoy this, don't you? I'll hire a black guy to come over in the future." "Bao Hongbiao, this matter isn't over. I will sue you until you are bankrupt. Damn it, I want your life." With that, Bao Hongbiao, with a fierce expression, broke free from the guard's hold and lunged at Jiang Manxue, his hands tightly gripping her throat. Not one to back down, she retaliated by attempting to claw at his eyes. They both tilted their heads back, their hands swinging at each other like two angry groundhogs. The audience was in a state of disbelief. Heavens, please let them just marry each other and stop ruining the lives of others. Many began recording the dramatic exchange, eager to share it online for entertainment. Gold-digging green tea bitch versus violent hothead. No way. I can't digest this drama today. I just arrived. Can someone fill me in on what happened? From what the man said, this woman seems quite promiscuous, even having multiple partners. Hey. Wow. What right does she have to criticize her ex-boyfriend? The woman is at fault, but is it right for the man to hit her? That guy isn't innocent either. He hit her so hard that I saw a tooth fly out. Exactly, she's not even his wife. Why is he so worked up that he clung to Shifuya's leg? Looking up and asking, "Mommy, why did that uncle hit that aunt?" Shifuya, having seen her fair share of drunken antics, was unfazed. Some men, even when sober, can act irrationally. She crouched down, taking the opportunity to instruct Yi with a serious demeanor, because she was disobedient. Yi, her eyes darting nervously, replied softly, "But Yi is very obedient." "Yes, our Yi is the most obedient. Let's go out now," Shifuya said with a smile, not wanting Yi to witness the chaos. She suggested to Qin Feng that they take a stroll, pulling Yi along. Yi, being dragged along by her mother, kept glancing back, curious about the fate of the uncle and aunt at that moment. The mall manager finally arrived, accompanied by several security guards. Together, they forcefully separated the two, pinning Bao Hongbiao to the floor to prevent any further harm and calling the police that it seemed the fight was finally over. Fearing that the police might get involved and implicate him, Qin Feng followed Shifuya outside, only to realize halfway that Xia Ting had not kept up. Turning back to fetch her, he was met with a question from Xia Ting. "Brother, was that woman your ex-girlfriend?" Unable to contain her curiosity, Xia Ting's perception of Jiang Manxue had shifted dramatically. She looked at Qin Feng in disbelief, unable to comprehend how he could be attracted to such a woman. Qin Feng quickly distanced himself from the situation. "I have nothing to do with her. I haven't even touched her." Xia Ting furrowed her brows, sensing that things were not as simple as they seemed. Yet she refrained from pressing Qin Feng for details that a wise woman knows not to pry into a man's secrets. Naturally, she linked her arm with Qin Feng's, as if returning to a time before their quarrel. Their intimacy restored. "Brother, where are we going?" Xia Ting tilted her head in inquiry. Qin Feng, unsure of their destination, casually asked Shifuya, who was waiting at the door for them, "Sister, where are we headed?" However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt a sudden sharp pain in his arm. "Dadao." Qin Feng gasped, turning to Xia Ting in confusion. "What are you doing?" Xia Ting huffed. "Why are you asking her where we're going?" "Then aren't we together?" Qin Feng thought Xia Ting's hesitation meant she was open to coexisting peacefully with Shifuya. Even considering the possibility of embracing both women, to his surprise, as they stepped outside, it became apparent that Xia Ting had no such intention. And his eyes widened in realization. "You dream on. Don't think this will just blow over." As Xia Ting spoke, she discreetly scrutinized Shifuya, noting that while the woman had a modest figure, her oval face was attractive, and her demeanor was poised and elegant. The cold, piercing eyes held a certain allure that Xia Ting knew could be devastating to him, and as their gazes met, Shifuya's subtle smile portrayed a gentleness that seemed to suggest she was unbothered by Xia Ting's proximity to Qin Feng. Instantly, Xia Ting's expression turned serious. She thought to herself, "This cunning woman is deliberately lowering her guard to deceive me and gather information, only to cozy up to Qin Feng. Now that I've caught her in the act." She remains unfazed, a true master of manipulation. "Ting, what would you like to shop for?" "Let's go, we won't be joining the boys," Shifuya said with a smile, inviting the serious-looking Xia Ting. "Dreaming of taking my place as the main girlfriend." Xia Ting muttered under her breath, then put on a bright smile, saying, "Sister, please take good care of Yi. I'll just walk around with my brother. With someone as beautiful as Ting, why would you worry about losing your boyfriend?" Shifuya teased with a sly grin. Who knows if he might suddenly become desperate? Xia Ting shot a pointed glance at Qin Feng. Shifuya, perceptive to the slight hostility in Xia Ting's gaze, remained unfazed. Lightly responding, "A man might stray if a woman lacks capability to I'm no less capable than you, calling him brother in public, but who knows what you're whispering behind his back? Your words sting a bit. I thought our conversation last night went rather well." The mere thought of last night's events ignited Xia Ting's anger. She regretted not snatching Qin Feng away, then that I should have taken him home last night. "I can't believe you, of all people, would have your sights set on my boyfriend." Shifuya smiled nonchalantly. "I had no such intentions. You saw for yourself that your boyfriend made the first move. What could a weak woman like me do?" The two exchanged verbal jabs, each one sharp and charged with tension. "Brother, let's go. Ignore that vixen." Xia Ting tugged at Qin Feng's arm, eager to leave. Shifuya watched Qin Feng with a smile, curious how he would choose at this moment. Qin Feng glanced around, swallowing hard. Chapter 71. Is there anything more appealing than a bioengineered human? Beside him stood the school belle, elegantly adorned in a JK uniform and sheer white stockings, embodying a pure and alluring aesthetic. Opposite her was a captivating woman in a black dress, exuding an air of cold beauty. Qin Feng found himself drawn to both, yet an instinctive sense warned him that choosing both could lead to undesirable consequences, potentially offending them simultaneously. At that moment, he pondered what a seasoned warrior would do. After a brief moment of contemplation, he stepped forward and embraced the one he believed would be easier to manage. Smilingly inquired, "Where would you like to play, Shall I take you there?" Sweetly exclaimed, "Yes. I want to go back and watch the adults fight." Qin Feng, "Excellent. None of them are easy to handle." At a loss for what to do, he suggested they go watch a movie to divert everyone's attention. Shifuya nodded in agreement. Xiaoting hesitated slightly. She desired to watch the film alone with Qin Feng, but seeing his troubled expression, she feared pressing him further might lead to an awkward situation, so she remained silently sullen. Qin Feng took her silence as acquiescence. The group arrived at the cinema in the mall, where the lobby was relatively uncrowded, decorated in an upscale and sophisticated manner. The lighting above was soft, while a striking blue neon light adorned the counter. Several automated ticket machines stood on one side, adjacent to transparent glass containers filled with popcorn and various snacks. Yi clamored for snacks, prompting Shifuya to accompany her, while Xiaoting and Qin Feng headed to purchase tickets together. Should we book the entire hall? Qin Feng mused, having recently acquired 60 million and feeling a sense of inflated ambition. He seldom visited cinemas and had yet to experience the thrill of booking an entire hall. Why would we do that? It would be such a waste of money, Xiaoting replied, her reluctance evident. I estimate that buying out all the seats would only cost around 20,000, Qin Feng remarked. Brother, 20,000 is my salary for 2 months. Xiaoting retorted, slightly exasperated, that I'm paying. Not you, why are you trying to save me money? Qin Feng questioned in surprise. Xiaoting pouted, her expression reminiscent of someone witnessing the waste of food, revealing a hint of frugality. Booking the whole place costs 20,000. You might as well give me the money. And I'll take you to my room to watch your room. Qin Feng stared intently at the side of Xiaoting's face. Her delicately contoured cheekbones bore a touch of youthful softness, and her round, rosy lips seemed to beckon for a taste. All right, I'll give you 20,000, but only if no one is home, Qin Feng boldly declared. Xiaoting quickly realized she was inviting trouble. Casting a furtive glance at Qin Feng, seeing his eager expression made her blush and scold him lightly. You scoundrel! Aren't you afraid my parents would beat you to a pulp? If you're not afraid, why should I be? Qin Feng replied defiantly. Xiaoting dared not pursue the topic further. If her parents ever found out, she would be the first to face their wrath that if you find the regular hall too noisy. We could book a VIP hall. It's quieter with excellent service. Xiaoting suggested that in a standard hall, one might encounter uncultured children kicking seats, which could greatly detract from the viewing experience. There was also the potential for spoilers from overly vocal patrons. Oh, there's a VIP hall? Qin Feng asked, intrigued of course, but it costs 1 to 2 times more than the regular hall, which isn't cost-effective for ordinary folks, Xiaoting explained. All right, then let's book a VIP hall. Qin Feng decided, ultimately insisting on reserving a small VIP screening room. The cost for the VIP hall came to over 10,000, but for the sake of avoiding disturbances, he deemed the expense worthwhile. Having never been to a VIP hall before, Qin Feng was unprepared for what to expect. Guided by a dedicated attendant, they arrived at the exclusive buffet lounge to wait. The restaurant offered an array of snacks, mini cakes, and cold dishes for guests to enjoy freely. There were also unlimited servings of popcorn and French fries, and Haagen-Dazs ice cream. Yi's eyes sparkled at the sight of ice cream. Insisting she wanted 2 bowls, while Shifuya only permitted her 1, that overcome by Yi's pleading gaze, Qin Feng yielded and filled her a generous bowl, heaping it high. Xiaoting remarked that the cinema was rather crafty, as there were no packaging for these items, making it impossible to sneak any into bags. After a short while of indulging, the attendant announced that the movie was ready. The 4 adults and 1 child followed the attendant through a private VIP entrance into the screening room. A glance around revealed only about 20 seats, each a separate, plush sofa that reclined for comfortable viewing. Between every 2 seats was a small coffee table, adorned with a menu offering an assortment of burgers, fried chicken, coffee, and milk tea. Each seat had a service bell, allowing guests to summon attendants at any time. Moreover, the VIP hall was equipped with a private restroom, ensuring guest peace of mind. The service was indeed exceptionally thoughtful. The only regret was that the film was still a standard release, not an exclusive uncut version. Qin Feng selected a couple's seat in the back row, with Xiaoting promptly sitting beside him, leaning comfortably against him. Shifuya and Yi took their places in the adjacent couple's seats. Wang Gang, unsure whether to sit in front or beside the boss lady, opted for a blanket and settled into a small corner stool. Attempting to blend into the background as the movie commenced, the lights dimmed. The sound system boomed, resonating with the dramatic peaks of the storyline, stirring emotions within the audience. This was a romance film, which failed to pique Yi's interest. She fell asleep shortly after it began. Meanwhile, the adults were engrossed in the unfolding narrative as the film reached its climax, with the lead couple sharing an impassioned kiss. Qin Feng felt a surge of restlessness, particularly in such an intimate and dimly lit space, with a captivating girl nestled in his embrace. Their proximity was merely separated by two thin layers of fabric. The girl's glossy black hair emanated a subtle fragrance, and Qin Feng's breath grew heavier. Yet, with Shifuya present, he dared not reach for the enchanting figure in his arms, fearing it might diminish her fondness for him. After all, he was just a few points shy of unlocking the ability to acquire 10 bioengineered individuals, loyal and equipped with full skill points, unafraid of pain or death, an asset he desperately desired. With them by his side, he would never again fear extortion. Moreover, the system indicated that both hypnosis and bioengineered beings belonged to the same tier. If hypnosis was so formidable, how could the bioengineered beings be any less? Were one of them to embody the traits of a battle-hardened warrior or a super mercenary, who could possibly stand against him in this world? As Qin Feng's thoughts meandered, his desires gradually subsided, and he focused intently on the film, refraining from any impropriety towards Xia Ting. However, the woman in his embrace began to indulge herself. Xia Ting traced circles on Qin Feng's chest with her fingertips, deliberately exhaling warm breaths that tickled his neck, even planting a kiss on his cheek. Qin Feng trembled, goosebumps rising all over. Xia Ting leaned in closer, teasingly whispering in his ear, "This is your punishment for being flirtatious." Unfamiliar with such advances, the inexperienced Qin Feng felt his body heat up, a wave of warmth radiating from his nose. Striving to maintain clarity amidst the chaos, he gritted his teeth and responded, "Fairy, are you playing with fire?" "I'm playing, but what can you do about it?" Xia Ting giggled, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Do you believe I could make you regret it?" Qin Feng struggled to suppress the flames of desire within him. "Are you not worried about scaring off your sister?" Xia Ting quipped, her brow raised in defiance. Yet her flushed cheeks betrayed her anxiousness that a wave of excitement coursed through Qin Feng as he gazed down at the girl in his arms, unable to resist pinching her cheek. Startled, Xia Ting quickly raised her hand to block him. Her gaze flickered, her face turning crimson, and she softly pleaded, "Brother, I was wrong." Qin Feng was not swayed by her plea, recalling how animatedly she had been just moments before. "What should I do now?" Xia Ting's eyelashes fluttered, her lips slightly biting in a shy manner as she suggested, "Let us go to a hotel and discuss." The darkness of the cinema rendered visibility low, and with the armrest of their sofa obstructing the view, those nearby were oblivious to the unfolding situation. Qin Feng gently asked, "Are you tired? Would you like to lie in my arms and take a nap?" Xia Ting shook her head softly. She couldn't afford to appear sleepy in front of her sister. Her heart raced wildly, and as she was lost in thought, Qin Feng pinched her again. "Da!" Xia Ting exclaimed in surprise. This little commotion drew a frown from Shifuya, who had been silently observing. Having tolerated their antics for quite some time, she noted their escalating behavior and glanced at Yi before interrupting. "Qin Feng, this is a public space. Don't bully the girls." Initially, Qin Feng merely intended to tease Xia Ting, but her reaction had stirred him beyond reason, prompting him to propose such bold ideas. Upon hearing Shifuya's discontented tone, he gradually regained composure. "It is she who is bullying my brother." Qin Feng defended himself. Xia Ting was taken aback, not expecting him to throw her under the bus. "You shameless scoundrel. The shameless one is you." Qin Feng countered earnestly. Fuming and flustered, Xia Ting retorted, "You're so shameless. Let us focus on the movie. Look where your mind has wandered," Qin Feng chided. Xia Ting's eyes widened as she regarded the man who had just moments ago been filled with longing, now rendered obedient by another woman's words, flipping the narrative to blame her instead. Frustrated, she clenched her teeth and narrowed her eyes at him, finally seizing his arm and biting down hard. To her surprise, she found the flesh on his arm far more palatable than that on his shoulder, prompting her to bite down even harder. Qin Feng stifled a groan, enduring the pain with fortitude. He longed for Xia Ting's exceptional physique. Perhaps with it, he would no longer fear her bites. Shifuya glanced at Qin Feng, who wore a mask of pain, and a smirk graced her lips. "Now you know the sting of your own actions, don't you?" Qin Feng forced a stubborn smile, dismissing any pain. Shifuya casually remarked, "Ting Ting, why don't you try biting while shaking your head?" Xia Ting obediently bit his arm and gave her head a little shake. After the film concluded, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of isolation. Xiaoting had surprisingly linked arms with Shifuya, chatting and laughing as they walked ahead. Meanwhile, he was tethered to Yi, trailing behind them like a mere follower. Just moments ago, they had been adversaries. Yet now they appeared as close as sisters that he found the female thought process utterly perplexing. Nonetheless, it was a positive development that their relationship had improved. The group strolled for a while until dinner time arrived. They casually selected a restaurant within the mall, and the four took a seat in the main hall. Wang Gang instinctively stood at the entrance, but Qin Feng pulled him inside, directing him to dine at a nearby table. Allowing him to order whatever he wished, Wang Gang, being frugal, opted for a fried rice dish. Qin Feng sensed this as a challenge to his authority as a boss, so he grabbed his phone and rapidly ordered 7 or 8 dishes. Just as he was about to pay when a call came in. Noticing the contact name, devilishly curvaceous, he realized it was Su Beishi, who had previously offered a 30,000 discount in exchange for a reduction in favorability. He suddenly remembered he had promised to dine at Su Beishi's restaurant that evening. After a brief hesitation, he decided to hang up, but he hadn't even managed to resolve matters with the 2 women in front of him. So he felt no urgency regarding the other woman. Casually lifting his gaze, he noticed Yating scrutinizing him with a look of suspicion, while Shifuya lowered her voice in conversation with Yi. Clearly intrigued by Qin Feng's phone call. Just a friend of mine, Qin Feng explained nonchalantly. We had planned to dine together today, a male or female. Xiaoting asked incisively, I haven't actually met her. Qin Feng replied ambiguously. Indeed, he had only seen her photograph. However, such a cryptic response led others to assume it was a woman and that their relationship was undoubtedly complicated. Shifuya appeared slightly annoyed. While she didn't mind her man having other women, she was very concerned about him being reckless in his pursuits, that a man who falls for every woman he meets usually fails to invest genuine feelings. Leaving her with a sense of being deceived, just a day, a former girlfriend, a current girlfriend, and an online acquaintance had emerged, not to mention herself as an older sister. Let's head back for dinner. Uncle has something to attend to tonight, Shifuya said, gently taking Yi's hand and addressing Qin Feng. Brother, you go ahead and tend to your business. It's not good to stand someone up. System notification. Shifuya's favorability -5. Qin Feng was taken aback. Cold sweat trickling down. Shifuya appeared outwardly calm, her words seemingly considerate of his feelings, that if not for the system notification indicating her anger, he would have been oblivious to any issue. These women were far too sensitive. Could one phone call truly incite such anger? Chapter 73. Taking 2 sisters to find a woman, Qin Feng intercepted Shifuya, explaining with resignation, Sister, there's nothing between me and that woman. I merely purchased a customized Porsche from her and chatted a bit. I didn't inquire. Why the need to explain so eagerly? Shifuya glanced at Qin Feng, smiling. I was just worried you might feel upset. Qin Feng expressed concern. Don't overthink it. I'm not upset. Shifuya's tone was gentle, her smile serene, as though she genuinely felt no displeasure. Yet in his heart, Qin Feng couldn't help but mentally scoff. Damn it, if you're not upset, then return my favorability, you rascal. Upon learning that the Porsche belonged to him, Xiaoting's mood soured, and she chimed in sarcastically, Oh, brother is impressive. Just yesterday he accompanied someone to buy a car, and now he's arranged dinner with someone else. Fearing another potential source of jealousy might diminish favorability, Qin Feng hastily clarified, It's not as you think. She owns a restaurant, and I merely mentioned wanting to support her, and she invited me today, that if she wants you to go, then go, Xiaoting retorted. I'm just worried about not having dinner today. I doubt that, she teased, then mischievously proposed, Since we haven't ordered yet, why don't we all go meet her? Qin Feng was instantly troubled. Would it be inappropriate? Bringing 2 sisters on a first date might severely jeopardize Su Beishi's favorability. How could he possibly pursue her afterward? The characteristics and rewards of that woman were quite appealing. The skill understanding a woman's heart could greatly facilitate his future pursuits of other women. Qin Feng hesitated, turning to Shifuya, Sister, are we really going to eat there? Shifuya replied nonchalantly, It's up to you, whatever you decide. From her tone, he discerned her inclination to go. After contemplating briefly, he resolved to forego Su Beishi for now. After all, that girl's money-driven approach to reducing favorability seemed challenging. That it was wiser to solidify his burgeoning relationships with Shifuya and Xiaoting first. Thus, he decisively called Su Beishi, explaining that he had accidentally hung up and would be arriving shortly for dinner. With 5 people in total, Since he no longer harbored intentions towards Su Beishi, it was simply a matter of having a meal, free from concerns that on the other end, upon receiving the call, Su Beishi wore a contemplative expression. She had initially presumed Qin Feng had ulterior motives and would come to dine alone with her. To her surprise, he was now bringing 5 people, leading her to suspect he had summoned a group of rowdy friends to drink and perhaps coax her into joining them for drinks. Nonetheless, she remained confident, having already arranged for accompanying waitresses, unperturbed by their number. Su Beishi stood up and instructed the staff to prepare for their arrival. Qin Feng settled into the passenger seat of Shifuya's car, with Xia Ting squeezing in beside them in the back, playing with Yi. The 4 of them arrived first, while Wang Gang followed behind in his car. After waiting through 2 traffic lights, he arrived slightly later. His driving was gentle, defying the expectations one might have of a rugged man standing at 1.9 meters tall. The Zuixian Lu was situated along the river's edge, where the shimmering lake reflected the night lights, creating a breathtakingly beautiful and tranquil environment, every step revealing a picturesque scene. The Zuixian Lu spanned 3 stories, embodying a new Chinese style, exuding an air of ancient elegance intertwined with luxurious sophistication. The welcoming hostess guided Shifuya to park, approaching with a smile to inquire about a reservation. After Qin Feng provided his name, the hostess's eyes widened slightly in surprise. The esteemed guest designated by the proprietress for tonight had arrived in such a vehicle. However, she refrained from revealing her astonishment. Qin Feng also noticed that Shifuya's car was second-hand and contemplated acquiring her a better vehicle soon, while also considering replacing Wang Gang's car. The 4 followed the hostess into the restaurant. At this moment, Su Beishi awaited anxiously in the lounge. Upon hearing the staff's intercom announce their arrival, she stepped out to stand at the reception desk when she saw the well-dressed young man accompanied by 2 stunning beauties enter. Su Beishi was taken aback. She never expected the man who had spent 30,000 to dine with her would bring along 2 breathtakingly beautiful women. What was the situation? Bringing his entourage. Especially upon noticing a little girl trailing closely behind him, she was even more astonished. Was he bringing his wife and child to pursue other women? No matter how handsome he was, such audacity was excessive. She couldn't help but scrutinize Qin Feng. Dressed impeccably, he exuded an air of poise. Not quite handsome, but undeniably charming, that he appeared youthful, yet the somberness in his brow conveyed a sense of maturity and stability. Particularly striking was the doting smile he displayed while comforting the little girl, reminiscent of an ideal husband. For a moment, Su Beishi found herself lost in thought, forgetting to greet him. It wasn't until Qin Feng's gaze fixed on her that she snapped back to reality. Hurriedly standing up, she extended her hand, saying, "Mr. Qin, is it?" Qin Feng, avoiding eye contact and feigning an inability to shake hands due to holding the child, merely smiled slightly and nodded, saying, "Hello, Miss Su." The woman before him stood at 168 centimeters, wearing 10-centimeter silver high heels, making her only slightly shorter than him. Her face was almost doll-like, reminiscent of a former Hong Kong film star, with slender brows framing alluring almond-shaped eyes that were captivating. The lip gloss on her petite lips sparkled brilliantly. Clad in a white blouse and a short black skirt, her office attire delicately concealed, yet accentuated her figure, suggesting she was of exquisite beauty. Her golden wavy hair cascaded over her ample chest, shimmering under the opulent lighting of the hall, making her stand out strikingly. Her beauty was distinct from Shifuya's icy allure or Xia Ting's sweet warmth. It was a sensual beauty that stirred primal desires in men, that a fleeting glimmer of longing crossed Qin Feng's eyes, but he skillfully concealed it, that he was not yet prepared for any entanglements with her. Upon seeing the dazzling Su Beishi, Shifuya and Xia Ting exchanged glances, both recognizing the gravity of the situation. This woman must be the proprietress Qin Feng had mentioned. Her figure and appearance were indeed remarkable. No man could withstand her allure for long. Meanwhile, Su Beishi felt a touch of embarrassment. Her hand lingered in midair, rejected by Qin Feng, marking the first time she had been denied a handshake by a man. Her appearance typically garnered attention, and most men would at least acknowledge her presence. Yet today she found herself at a loss. Attempting to appear unfazed, she withdrew her hand and smiled at the little girl behind Qin Feng, saying, "Mr. Qin's daughter is truly beautiful. She will surely captivate many boys when she grows up." Qin Feng remained expressionless and did not respond. He had already regarded Su Beishi as an NPC adorned with a question mark above her head. With the main storyline yet to unfold, He was disinclined to engage in this side quest. Beside them, Shifuya smiled gently and interjected, "As long as this little girl doesn't knock us all down." "That would be splendid," Beishi, relieved to have someone respond, feigned surprise and exclaimed, "Wow, such a fierce little darling." "Yi is quite obedient and not fierce at all," Yi chimed in with a sweet voice. Beishi felt a twinge of envy and complimented, "He, President Qin and Madam, are truly fortunate. Their daughter is both well-behaved and adorable." She assumed the girl was the child of Qin Feng and Shifuya, while the bystander, Xiating, seemed merely an unnecessary presence. Little did she know, Shifuya clarified, "Boss Su, you've misunderstood that I am President Qin's sister." Beishi hurriedly apologized. "I'm so sorry, my apologies." Xiating suddenly joined in. "I'm President Qin's younger sister." Beishi's face was filled with astonishment. What did this man mean by inviting his family to dine with her? Was it a matchmaking attempt? Chapter 74. Qin Feng solves the century-old dilemma with sincerity soon. Beishi realized she had been overthinking. Throughout the encounter, Qin Feng maintained a distant demeanor towards her, cold and indifferent. Having been accustomed to the adoration of most boys due to her looks since childhood, she found it perplexing that this young man, who had invited her to dinner, seemed unresponsive, which left her feeling somewhat vexed. After leading them to the private room, she excused herself under the pretext of checking on the food and departed. Qin Feng and the others surveyed the private room, which possessed a certain charm reminiscent of an ancient tavern with its window alcove. Upon entering, a screen obscured their view, while the walls were adorned with landscape ink paintings. The wall facing the river was completely open, leading to a balcony adorned with a 1.6 meter wooden railing. Emitting a soft blue glow from the balcony, they could behold the picturesque river scenery. Upon entering, Yi gasped in awe, pulling Shifuya to see the river. Qin Feng and Xiating followed suit. The evening breeze by the river was slightly cool, accentuating the beauty of the surroundings. Xiating, feeling a bit chilly, wrapped her arms around Qin Feng for warmth. "Brother, what do you think of that lady boss?" she inquired. "Not much, she's just average," Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. "That I think she's quite beautiful. You men typically prefer that type." Xiating teased with a mischievous smile. "Too large, it looks uncoordinated and lacks appeal." Qin Feng insisted stubbornly that, "Oh, you men say one thing but mean another," Xiating scoffed. "Honestly, I believe your figure aligns perfectly with my ideal curves." Qin Feng suddenly remarked, measuring Xiating's dimensions with a serious expression, "Yours must be an E, right?" Xiating was taken aback by his sudden action, blushing as she swatted his hand away. "I'm not that big. Just an ordinary D. D is just right." "I like it," Qin Feng said with a grin. Xiating, feeling shy, turned her gaze to the scenery. Hearing their conversation about dimensions, Shifuya glanced down at her own figure. Remaining silent, her expression tinged with melancholy. Noticing her downcast mood, Qin Feng felt compelled to console her. After a brief internal struggle, he decided to be bold. Summoning his courage, he slowly and firmly reached out, discreetly wrapping his arm around Shifuya's waist. Her body tensed momentarily before she gradually relaxed, casting a glance at Qin Feng's apprehensive expression, as well as Xiating, who was engrossed in the view. Unable to resist, she teased softly, "You're quite bold, little brother." This caught Xiating's attention. Qin Feng, who had been clandestinely embracing Shifuya, feared Xiating would notice and cause a scene that as she began to turn. He quickly leaned in to kiss Shifuya, perfectly timing it as Xiating turned her head. Having practiced kissing with Shifuya earlier, Qin Feng adeptly sealed Xiating's lips, coaxing her to close her eyes while firmly holding Shifuya against him to evade detection. The dim light on the balcony, coupled with the evening breeze, rendered the scene intoxicating. As the man reveled in the delight of his dual embrace that moment, Beishi entered with the dishes, only to be taken aback by the extravagant sight before her. There stood the man, sandwiched between two stunning women, one clad in a cute short skirt, the other in an elegant long dress, each showcasing their distinctive allure that if this were captured and shared online, it would undoubtedly incite envy among countless admirers. Realizing that this dinner had little to do with her, Beishi felt entirely superfluous. Having never held a particularly favorable impression of Qin Feng, witnessing him flaunting his affection with two women only solidified her perception of him as a scoundrel. Yet, she felt no anger towards his actions. It was quite normal for a young, handsome, wealthy man to be surrounded by sisters that if given the chance, she too would be intrigued to see how much she could sell herself for. as she was currently in dire need of money. However, it seemed Qin Feng was too preoccupied to entertain her. Silently placing down the dishes, she turned and left. Qin Feng caught a glimpse of Su Beishi departing, puzzled as to why this woman seemed unfazed by his actions. It was truly extraordinary that as he kissed, his eyes inadvertently wandered, which Xiaoting noticed. Following his gaze, she caught sight of Su Beishi's graceful retreat, prompting her to sulk in jealousy, thinking, he is kissing me yet looking at another girl. Claiming he has no interest. Gently pushing away from Qin Feng's embrace, she huffed, you're not even putting any effort into kissing me. Qin Feng explained, no, I was just... Humph. Xiaoting dismissed his defense, turning away in silence and returning to the private room. Just as Qin Feng contemplated pursuing her to appease her, he realized he shouldn't indulge her whims too much, as it might spoil her. With his newfound wealth, he was less concerned about her several $100,000 in cash back. He could afford to let himself be free, knowing that with clever spending, his favorability would surely increase over time. With time, feelings will develop, he mused. Shifuya, smiling brightly, remarked, naughty little brother, have you figured out how to win her back? Seeing Qin Feng not chase after Xiaoting, she assumed he was contemplating how to soothe her feelings and pondered whether to offer him some advice. That moment, Qin Feng relaxed, captivated by Shifuya's radiant smile. Her alluring lips appeared even more tempting than Xiaoting's, and he couldn't resist leaning down to kiss her. Shifuya's fox-like eyes narrowed, and before she could react, she found herself lost in the kiss. After a brief moment, Qin Feng pulled back and softly said, sister, you are truly wonderful, possessing a generous spirit, unlike that young lady. Shifuya gently licked her lips, amused by his green tea-like confession. Well, I'm innocent, and therefore entitled to be a bit willful, unlike a faded flower like your sister, alas, Qin Feng asserted, who says that? In my heart, you're the best woman. Then if I'm so wonderful, why are you flirting with other girls? Shifuya shot back unexpectedly, her fox-like gaze fixed on Qin Feng. Startled, he realized the gravity of the question. A poor response could cost him dearly. Reflecting on the novel's plot, he slowly replied, first, let me clarify. I am not a scoundrel. Secondly, I believe I have the capacity to provide a warm and happy home for the girls I care about. Finally, my heart is vast enough to accommodate you all. He endeavored to sound sincere, yet the words themselves were inherently dubious, and no amount of sincerity could mask the essence of his flirtatious nature. Shifuya listened quietly, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. If Yi and I fell into the water, who would you save first? Ah, here it comes, the century-old dilemma. Qin Feng frowned in contemplation, struggling to form an answer. After a prolonged pause, he finally stated, I would always prioritize your safety and do my utmost to prevent such a situation from arising. If forced to choose, I would likely save you first, as you have provided me with financial support and hold a higher favorability in my eyes. Chapter 75. Su Beishi sells herself to bury her father. System prompt. Shifuya favorability 6 nice. The favorability has returned. Qin Feng exhaled deeply. Did I in truth? Such questions have simple answers, often with standardized responses. Any variation in the question can be addressed with the truth. You are my utmost priority. I adore you. Women simply wish to hear your heartfelt intentions rather than anything else. That if your feelings are genuine, then soothe her. If not, you might as well attempt to reason with women. Qin Feng embraced Shifuya as they returned to the private room. Upon witnessing their affectionate displays, Xiaoting grew even angrier. Pouting and turning her head away, awaiting Qin Feng's attempt to placate her, he sat beside her, but did not offer the comfort she desired. Instead, he engaged in light-hearted conversation with Shifuya. Although he held affection for Xiaoting, her frequent sulking made her seem somewhat spoiled, contrasting with Shifuya, whose straightforwardness yielded immediate rewards. While he was not unwilling to comfort her, he found it tiring, and given that such efforts did not enhance his favorability, he was curious to see what would happen if he refrained from coddling her. That moment, Su Beishi transformed into a server, presenting a plate of boiled cabbage. She introduced it as a delicacy once reserved for emperors at state banquets. The dish appeared rather unremarkable, consisting merely of a few intricately carved cabbage flowers, artfully arranged but scant in quantity. Curious, Qin Feng inquired about the price, only to be met with a shocking response of $6.48, leaving him utterly speechless. After all, a hefty plate of cabbage and meat at a roadside stall costs a mere $18. The few flowers cost $6.48. Zhongli probably can't afford that, right? Qin Feng had never tasted dishes of such caliber and believed that wealthy individuals were fools, ostentatiously decorating a few cabbages, which would ultimately end up in their stomachs like any other. His heart was filled with disdain for the affluent. That was until Su Beishi approached with a small teapot, drizzling clear chicken broth over the jade-like cabbages that in that instant, the dish emitted an extraordinary aroma. Although it appeared to be a simple broth, devoid of any meat, it exuded a rich, meaty fragrance that whetted the appetite. Just as Qin Feng was about to reach for a piece to savor, Shifuya gently served him a piece of cabbage in a clean small bowl, thoughtfully ladling some broth over it and placing it before him. She did the same for Yi, patiently feeding her. The entire act seemed incredibly considerate and natural, as if it was meant to be in stark contrast to the sulking school beauty beside them. Qin Feng felt that if the two were to receive a notification, it would surely read, Qin Feng's favorability towards Shifuya 10, towards Xia Ting -10. Discarding the chaotic thoughts in his mind, he scooped up the small, pitiful piece of cabbage and took a bite. To his astonishment, he discovered that the dish was extraordinarily delicious. The cabbage, softened by the broth, retained its crisp texture, while the repeatedly simmered chicken broth imparted a rich, savory flavor to the cabbage leaves. Each bite was fragrant, juicy, and incredibly delicious, leaving his taste buds overwhelmed with delightful surprise that it was reminiscent of the exquisite enjoyment once favored by emperors. Qin Feng was utterly captivated by this dish, exclaiming its deliciousness that he could no longer afford to disdain the tastes of the wealthy. Meanwhile, Xia Ting sat sullenly, observing Qin Feng engrossed in his meal, feeling a twinge of grievance as she noted how Shifuya served him with the demeanor of a devoted wife. To Qin Feng, she appeared to be in bliss, giving the impression that they formed a harmonious family of three, while she felt like an outsider lacking understanding. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became that if this continued, she feared she would be sidelined. And oh way, why should such a wonderful man be let go? Xia Ting steeled herself, rising to imitate the others by serving a bowl of cabbage in front of Qin Feng, softly saying, "Brother, if you like it, eat more." Qin Feng looked at Xia Ting in surprise, not expecting her to calm down without needing to be coaxed. "That aren't you jealous?" "Jealous? What do you take me for?" Xia Ting pouted playfully. "Well, as long as you're not jealous, why don't you try it? It tastes great," Qin Feng replied with a smile. "Not happening," Xia Ting declared, lifting the bowl and bringing a piece of cabbage to Qin Feng's lips. Insisting, "You ate hers, so you must eat mine too." By the end of the meal, Qin Feng felt quite stuffed that a dish arrived from the left, and another promptly followed from the right, that he had no choice but to eat. The proprietress of the restaurant, Su Beishi, did not join them for the meal, but acted like a regular friend, coming over to toast and exchange pleasantries. She observed Qin Feng being attentively served by the two women, and found it unremarkable. However, she was astonished that these two women, who were no less than herself, willingly coexisted in harmony to serve a scoundrel that was rather hard to believe. Women are naturally drawn to strength, and seeing Qin Feng so well-liked, her previous thoughts began to surface more frequently, though she dared not voice them. After all, it would be impolite to make such requests after just one meeting. After toasting, she noted that they were substituting tea for wine and tactfully withdrew. After the meal, Qin Feng and the others decided to take a stroll to digest. They approached the front desk to settle the bill, only to have Su Beishi smile and decline, saying, "Mr. Qin, you are too generous. The previous amount of 300,000 is sufficient. No need for additional payment." With Xia Ting and Shifuya absent, Qin Feng adopted a domineering tone, declaring, "Take it, consider it your service fee," that he then directly transferred 100,000 yuan to her. Su Beishi gazed at Qin Feng deeply, lowering her head to softly say, "Thank you, Mr. Qin. No need for thanks. Your food suits my palate. Next time I come alone, remember to accompany me for drinks." Qin Feng replied cheerfully before turning to leave. Su Beishi watched his departing figure, taking several deep breaths, finally making up her mind. She secretly edited a message and sent it. "Mr. Qin, I know this is rather presumptuous, but I find myself in dire straits that if your finances permit, could you lend me 5 million that you can decide the interest rate, and during the repayment period, I will fully comply with your instructions." After sending that message, Su Beishi felt utterly drained, leaning back in her chair, staring blankly at her phone, torn between the fear of rejection and the anxiety of acceptance. Her heart was filled with conflict. Her father had fallen ill, and her mother was ailing from homesickness, with her already frail health deteriorating further, leading to a hospital stay in order to refund customers and maintain the restaurant's operations. Su Beishi had taken on numerous loans. Now, with business declining, deadlines looming, and lacking the means to repay, compounded by her father's mounting debts, she found herself in dire need of that sum. Chapter 76. Locked in a dark room. I was wrong. Qin Feng strolled along the riverbank with the two enchanting women, chatting and admiring the scenery, when he received Su Beishi's message about borrowing money, leaving him momentarily dazed. It was his first encounter with a woman directly asking for 500,000. Moreover, from the way she spoke, it seemed she was willing to be at his beck and call. This was quite remarkable. Qin Feng chuckled. Intrigued by Su Beishi's figure, is 5 million enough? Send me your account number. Su Beishi was slightly taken aback by his straightforwardness and quickly sent her account number. Typing, it's enough. Thank you, Mr. Qin, I will certainly find a way to repay you. Shortly after, a notification chimed on her phone. Dragon card ending in 7350. Online banking deposit of 8 million.00 yuan. Balance 8,032,223.91 yuan. In just one message, that man had transferred 8 million to her. Su Beishi felt a bit disoriented, as if in a dream. Holding her phone, she attempted to draft a message of thanks, but no words seemed adequate, leading her to delete and rewrite repeatedly, until Qin Feng sent her a message. Don't worry about repayment. If it's not enough, just ask me for more. She was left speechless, realizing why the women around him were so accommodating, referring to him as brother or sister in front of others. It turned out he was a super rich man. The thought of him being young, handsome, low-key, and wealthy suddenly made her find him less intolerable. Yet the realization that the money was essentially a transaction for her compliance extinguished any burgeoning fondness. System notification. Su Beishi's favorability 20. Current favorability 0. After wandering for a while, Shifuya had to leave for her bar job, bidding farewell to Qin Feng. She had just taken over the bar, and there was much to manage. She would be busy for several days until she could select a new management team. Shifuya departed with leaving Qin Feng and Xiating to stroll along the riverside promenade like a couple. Wang Gang silently trailed behind them, musing about how delicious the shrimp fried rice had been at the restaurant. Qin Feng, once again linked arm in arm with Xiating, now exuded an entirely different aura. In just 2 days, he had shed the initial awkwardness and caution. With a subtle smile, he keenly observed the vibrant world around him. The riverside promenade was bustling, with bright lights illuminating both sides and an array of snacks in abundance. Stinky tofu, skewers, takoyaki, grilled gluten. The crowds were reminiscent of a flourishing era. Such scenes of earthly delights had been common before. But with a changed mindset, they felt far more vivid now. The shopkeepers' enthusiastic calls, the laughter of couples, the playful shouts of children, and the sound of flowing water created an ambience where worldly concerns seemed to vanish overnight, allowing him to simply relish the beauty of the world. Qin Feng sampled various snacks, enjoying the myriad expressions of joy and sorrow on the faces around him, finding it particularly amusing. Meanwhile, Xiating felt a sense of crisis in this environment. Perceiving hidden dangers lurking everywhere, that a moment's inattention could lead to her indulging in skewers or chicken legs, resulting in sneaky weight gain. Earlier this year, she had vowed to reach a weight of 100 pounds, or her mother would explode. For her mother's sake, facing so many tempting snacks, she could only choose to endure. Watching Qin Feng savoring his food made her salivate. Just a taste. It won't hurt in no way. All my efforts these past 2 weeks can't go to waste. Hey, even if you gained 10 pounds, you'd still look good. Perhaps it would just add to your curves. Haha, you old rascal, you're incorrigible. It's fine. Chicken is all protein. It won't make you gain weight. Eventually, under Qin Feng's coaxing, Xiating could no longer resist, taking a grilled sausage and licking the sauce off its surface, after satisfying her craving. She handed the sausage back to Qin Feng. Qin Feng's mind wandered, and no matter what this school beauty ate, it always made him think inappropriately. Darling, come with me to the car. Xiating, fully aware of his intentions, shot him a glance and huffed. No, you haven't even bathed. Qin Feng tightly wrapped his arms around Xiating's waist, drawing her close to him, savoring the contours of her delicate form, and whispered, Then shall we head to the hotel now? Xiating wriggled her body, playfully retorting, Scoundrel. You acted all virtuous when Sister Xiaoyu was around, but now that she's gone, your true colors are showing. Qin Feng, holding her amidst her feigned struggles, strolled toward the parking lot. Be good. You provoked me this afternoon, and I'm still not calmed down. Xiaoting cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, Humph. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Qin Feng awoke in the four-star hotel from their previous stay. Beside him lay the sleeping campus beauty, curled up. After a night of revelry lasting 4 to 5 hours, they had both been utterly exhausted. Now, she needed her rest. Qin Feng chose not to disturb her. Instead, quietly admiring her beauty. Her long eyelashes curled slightly, her fair complexion soft and serene, and her smooth collarbone rose and fell rhythmically with her breath. Truly a visage that could eclipse the moon and shame the flowers. As he continued to gaze, the woman let out a soft murmur and slowly awakened. Having regained a modicum of energy, Qin Feng leaned in once more. After they both got dressed, they descended to breakfast. And it was already past 10, that although the breakfast hours had officially ended, steaming hot dishes awaited them as they arrived. Qin Feng slurped his soy milk, recalling how the protection from last night had gone unused, and asked Xiaoting, Ting, are you really all right? I'm in my safe period these 2 days, so it's fine, Xiaoting reassured him nonchalantly while rubbing her belly. Qin Feng, not fully comprehending the nuances, decided to take her word for it. Even if there were a mishap, he had ample funds to raise a child comfortably. After their meal, Qin Feng and Xiaoting prepared to pick up the Porsche. They hopped into Wang Gang's car and headed to the 4S dealership. From a distance, Peng Jinyan spotted a domestic SUV pulling in, but paid it no mind until the window rolled down to reveal Qin Feng's face. Prompting her to rush over with a radiant smile, Mr. Qin, you're here. Yes, is the car ready? Qin Feng casually inquired, ITS all checked. Please follow me for the handover ceremony. Peng Jinyan smiled as she led the way. A ceremony? Qin Feng asked, intrigued. Indeed, we have prepared some small gifts for you, that we hope you like them, Peng Jinyan beamed. All right, lead on. Qin Feng nodded that IT was Xiaoting's first car purchase, and hearing about the handover ceremony heightened her excitement. She intertwined her arm with Qin Feng's and followed Peng Jinyan. Arriving at the delivery showroom, a striking red convertible sat in the center, adorned with balloons and flowers, a massive red bow perched on the front. A display screen above announced, Congratulations, Ms. Xiaoting, on acquiring the Porsche 911 Turbo S, that wishing you joy and happiness. 4 bottles of differently colored champagne were placed on a table alongside a floral box containing the car keys. Sales staff stood in 2 rows, ready to celebrate with confetti and fireworks that a professional-looking photographer indicated for Qin Feng and Xiaoting to pose in front of the car for a memorable shot. As the fireworks exploded, the image of Xiaoting nestled in Qin Feng's embrace in front of the Porsche was captured, a beautiful moment reflecting her elation at realizing her dream. She couldn't help but shower Qin Feng with kisses. System notification, Xiaoting's affection 3. Qin Feng smiled faintly. The love he demonstrated the previous night had elevated Xiaoting's affection, and now, with the car acquisition, he was just a step away from the coveted 80-point rebate. However, what he truly desired was to reach 100 affection points to gain her extraordinary physique. After all, without a sturdy waist, he could hardly withstand the advances of so many alluring women. Ms. Xia, would you like me to provide a detailed introduction to the car's features? Peng Jinyan inquired, adhering to protocol. Yes, please, Xiaoting replied, still unsure how to operate the convertible roof. Peng Jinyan summoned and in turn to sit in the passenger seat and attentively explained to the novice driver. Xiaoting. Not wanting to intrude, Qin Feng wandered into the adjacent showroom to explore other Porsche models, contemplating acquiring a more luxurious vehicle for himself. Peng Jinyan followed him with a smile, saying, Mr. Qin, please let me brew you some tea. They might take a while. Not feeling rushed, Qin Feng accompanied the charming saleswoman into the VIP lounge, settling onto a plush sofa. Mr. Qin, would you prefer black tea or green tea? We also offer coffee beverages. Peng Jinyan suggested, casually tucking a strand of hair behind her ear and leaning slightly towards him with a soft voice. Clad in a stylish suit, her attire revealed a glimpse of her enchanting figure. Qin Feng discreetly admired her, reflecting on the allure of her presence. Anything is fine, he replied nonchalantly. After a moment's thought, Peng Jinyan decided, then I shall prepare a cup of oolong tea for you. Qin Feng nodded in agreement, adding casually, and perhaps 2 goji berries as well. With a playful tone, Peng Jinyan teased, Oh, Mr. Qin is already adopting a health regimen at such a young age. Qin Feng chuckled lightly. One inevitably learns to take care of oneself. Peng Jinyan instructed the staff to brew the tea and with boldness sat beside Qin Feng, softly suggesting, "You seem a bit fatigued. I happen to know a technique for head massage. May I assist you in relaxing?" Intrigued, Qin Feng, who had never experienced a massage before, responded, "Oh, you possess such a skill. Indeed, I am quite versatile, having studied dance, yoga, cooking, and flower arranging." Peng Jinyan, noticing Qin Feng's lack of objection, placed her hands on his shoulders, gently guiding him down to rest on her lap. Startled by her audacity, he expected her to massage him while standing, not to lay him down on her thighs. Before he could voice a thought, he felt her delicate fingers caressing his chin, softly kneading around his ear. Qin Feng found himself momentarily speechless, the sensation on his face both tingling and soothing. As he gazed upward, he could only see the towering mountains overhead, unable to catch a glimpse of her face. Breathing in her unique fragrance, a flicker of desire ignited within him. However, having indulged with many women before, he knew better than to expend energy on someone without tangible rewards. That he reminded himself that each physical pleasure could enhance a woman's affection. Mentally chanting a calming mantra, he closed his eyes, simply relishing her massage. Peng Jinyan skillfully lingered on Qin Feng's face, reminiscent of a cat being scratched under the chin, before moving on to gently press his head with her thumb while her middle and ring fingers tenderly massaged his scalp. With a cheerful tone, she remarked, "I have also learned full-body massage techniques, which can help relieve tension and fatigue in men, Mr. Qin. If you have time, you might come to my home to experience the effects." Qin Feng shifted to find a more comfortable position, replying casually, "Perhaps when I'm free, I'll reach out to you." Delighted by the prospect, Peng Jinyan beamed. "All right, I will await your notification." Qin Feng relaxed, closing his eyes. Smartly, Peng Jinyan refrained from further disturbance, continuing the head massage in silence. Observing her adept technique, Qin Feng appreciated her thoughtfulness and considered purchasing another vehicle from her. "Do you have any high-end, classy cars available?" he inquired. "Are you purchasing for yourself, Mr. Qin? I would recommend the Porsche Cayenne. It's quite popular and favored by many women." Peng Jinyan suggested, "That I find the headlights unappealing, resembling a frog, and those who drive it are often scoundrels." "It doesn't suit my style," Qin Feng replied dismissively. "What about the Panamera? It's understated yet luxurious, exuding class," Peng Jinyan proposed. "Porsches are too youthful and flamboyant, better suited for those in the driver's seat than for passengers. If I were to have Wang Gang drive a sports car to take me out, it would likely raise suspicions of being a gay man. The thought alone is chilling." Qin Feng decisively rejected the idea. "Forget it. I prefer something like the Rolls-Royce Phantom, spacious and plush in the back seat." But he was particularly fond of the vehicle driven by Sherfuya, which exuded an aura of brilliance as one disembarked. "Wow, Mr. Qin, at such a young age, you can afford a Rolls-Royce. How impressive." Peng Jinyan's eyes sparkled. The Rolls-Royce Phantom was a multi-million-dollar vehicle, the choice of the ultra-wealthy. She fantasized about ensnaring him in her embrace. "Mr. Qin is too modest. If you're interested in a Rolls-Royce, how about I take you to purchase one? I happen to know their supervisor and can help you secure the best price," Peng Jinyan suggested, her eyes gleaming. The automotive sales circle was neither too big nor too small. A few inquiries could easily lead to the right contacts. Moreover, such high-ticket sales could yield a substantial commission, contingent on a bit of finesse and strategy. The chance to close a multi-million deal was rare, and if successful, it could net her a significant portion of her salary. "Sure, price isn't an issue. I just want a well-equipped vehicle that I can drive away with immediately," Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Peng Jinyan, unable to contain her excitement, hurriedly exclaimed, "Let me inquire if there are any available cars right now." With that, she gently pressed her hand on Qin Feng's forehead while using her other hand to grab her phone and send a WeChat message to someone. Multitasking, she managed to keep up with both tasks. After a while, Xia Ting, having familiarized herself with the new car, called Qin Feng, fearing that Xia Ting might catch him lying in someone else's embrace, which would lead to jealousy and the need for appeasement. He decided to stand up and step outside. "Xia Ting, would you like me to buy you another Rolls-Royce?" Xia Ting, after a lengthy explanation. Qin Feng clarified that due to family circumstances, he could not register valuable items under his name. As you are the only person he trusts, he intended to purchase the car using her identity. Only then did Xia Ting close her astonished mouth, accepting his reasoning, while feeling pleased to be Qin Feng's sole confidant. However, she couldn't help but wonder about his true identity and how he had become so wealthy. Under the blazing noon sun, a brand new red Porsche was slowly inching its way down the road that it would occasionally come to a sudden halt, standing rigidly in the middle of the street, before shakily starting again, resembling a novice female driver at the wheel. Indeed, that was the case. Xia Ting, having learned to drive but never having touched the steering wheel since, was experiencing her very first car. She drove cautiously, her heart racing with trepidation, too afraid to accelerate. Spotting the car ahead flashing its brake lights from a distance, she pressed the brakes, fearing she might lose control and crash into it. Qin Feng, who did not know how to drive, sat in the passenger seat, nearly feeling nauseous from her erratic driving. His previous fantasies of beautiful cars and stunning women now seemed like a joke. At that moment, he greatly missed Sherfuya, whose driving was both fast and steady, more skilled than even seasoned drivers. Next time, he resolved to ask her what car she preferred and buy one for her, vowing never to ride in a novice female driver's car again. Fortunately, the journey was not too long. Xia Ting brought Qin Feng to the Rolls-Royce dealership, a 10-minute walk that took her 20 minutes by car. When she parked in front of the dealership, she awkwardly took up 2 spaces before preparing to exit the vehicle. Qin Feng felt a sense of numbness wash over him. Peng Jinyan arrived first and stood at the entrance with a well-dressed middle-aged woman, waiting. Upon seeing Qin Feng step out, she quickly approached him. "Mr. Qin is here." "Welcome, Mr. Qin and Miss Xia." The 2 women greeted him with beaming smiles. The middle-aged woman glanced at Xia Ting, but did not seem to mind her improper parking. Wealthy individuals often had peculiar habits, and some preferred to occupy 2 parking spaces. "Hello, hello," Qin Feng responded, taking a moment to catch his breath before smiling back that he refrained from scanning the middle-aged woman. As even if she were a perfect 10, he had no interest in pursuing her. That a woman in her 40s was simply not appealing to him. "Mr. Qin, let me introduce you. This is Chiu Lily, the sales manager here," Peng Jinyan said. "Hello, Mr. Qin. Welcome to our store. Please come in." Chiu Lily greeted him warmly, slightly bowing and gesturing for him to enter. "Yanzi has already relayed your requirements to me. We currently have 2 cars available. One is the extended version, which is relatively more expensive. Let's go with the longer one. A man must have the extended version." Qin Feng interrupted her without waiting for her to finish. Chiu Lily was momentarily taken aback. She speculated that this young gentleman had a rather flamboyant personality. Thus she adjusted her demeanor, adopting a similarly playful tone. Indeed, a handsome man like Mr. Qin surely deserves no less. Qin Feng was pleasantly surprised by her boldness, feeling a hint of satisfaction from her flattery. With a smirk, he replied, "It's just my nature. I can't help it. Sometimes it can be quite bothersome." Xia Ting, aware of Qin Feng's charms, felt a bit shy upon hearing this and playfully nudged him, chiding, "With so many girls around, can you not be so boastful?" Qin Feng chuckled, recognizing that boasting in front of the Rolls-Royce dealership was indeed inappropriate. Just as he was about to change the subject, Peng Jinyan chimed in with a smile, playfully lamenting to Xia Ting, "Miss Xia has a car, so she wouldn't understand the struggles we women without cars face. Sometimes, we just want to hear the sound of an engine, but have no opportunity." Indeed, female drivers tended to be more daring. Xia Ting ignored Peng Jinyan's comment and pulled Qin Feng along, insisting, "Brother, let's hurry and look at the cars. That I've never been in a Rolls-Royce in my life." Qin Feng feigned indifference. "It's nothing special. It can't even transform." Xia Ting burst into laughter. "If it could transform, could you even afford it?" Qin Feng, undaunted, responded, "As long as you like it, I could buy you the sun." Xia Ting playfully shot him a glance, her voice softening. "Stop joking around, but let's talk seriously. How much is that extended version?" "Really?" Chiu Lily, leading the way, overheard the question and replied with a smile. "Miss Xia can take a guess. You have 3 chances. If your guess is within $1 million, I'll generously gift you 3 lamb's wool floor mats, each priced at 68,000. Xia Ting's mouth fell agape in astonishment. At 68,000 for a car mat. 3 mats would equal an ordinary car. If 1 mat cost that much, how much could the entire vehicle be? In her mind, the Porsche was already the pinnacle of luxury. She had never even dreamed of anything more expensive. $10 million. Xia Ting guessed, trying to aim high. Not even close. Chiu Lily chuckled. $20 million. Xia Ting let her imagination run wild. Too much, too much. It's not that outrageous. Having read countless novels, Qin Feng, despite being inexperienced in driving, had a rough idea of such cars' prices that he remarked nonchalantly, "It should be around 18 million. that Xiao Lily looked at him with admiration and lightly applauded. Praising, as expected of Mr. Qin, to guess the price without even seeing the car, truly impressive. While she appeared to marvel at Qin Feng's ability, internally, she was somewhat skeptical. The car was indeed priced over 18 million. The chances of guessing it correctly were quite high. It could be either a coincidence or Qin Feng had prior knowledge of the vehicle's presence. The wealthy often had interconnected circles. Such information could easily be obtained with a simple inquiry. Chapter 79, Mr. Qin, you wouldn't mind my age and fading beauty, would you? It's so expensive, Xia Ting exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Rolls-Royce is unparalleled in the automotive industry, and the Wraith is a symbol of status and prestige. Your boyfriend has excellent taste. Whether in cars or people, he only selects the best. Qiao Lily's flattery brought Xia Ting a sense of delight, and she beamed at Qin Feng. The group chatted and laughed as they entered a small exhibition hall, where a single black car stood, shimmering with a myriad of colors beneath the dazzling lights. The vehicle measured nearly 6 meters in length and 2 meters in height, quietly resting there like a slumbering steel beast. Exuding an imposing aura, the front featured the iconic square grille, with the headlights at either end displaying a striking presence. The classic butterfly doors highlighted the car's uniqueness. The hood's spirit of ecstasy welcomed Qin Feng and his companions. Mr. Qin, allow me to introduce you to the overall pricing of this Rolls-Royce Phantom. The base price is 9,800,000, with an additional 2,600,000 for taxes, and 5,700,000 for optional features, totaling 18,100,000. Xia Ting gasped in disbelief, muttering, "Are the options really that expensive? That could buy 2 Porsche 911s." The hall fell silent, and her words were crystal clear to Qiao Lily, who chuckled softly while donning gloves to touch the wheels, explaining, "The polished black alloy wheels cost 380,000, equivalent to a BMW 5 Series. Rolls-Royce is a luxury brand under BMW, making such comparisons effortless." She guided them to the rear, pointing at the exhaust pipes. "This chrome exhaust pipe is 150,000. The illuminated welcome light with the RR logo at the entrance is 180,000. The embroidered patterns on the seatbacks cost 140,000. The electric curtains in the rear are 260,000, worth a BMW 3 Series, and the 2 executive aviation seats in the back are 900,000. The golden gallery on the central console is 70,000. The stunning Starlight headliner is 60,000. And then there's the sound system, body assistance systems, and the electric retractable logo. Master, please stop, Xia Ting exclaimed, holding her head in disbelief. Upon seeing such a luxurious car, she suddenly felt her 3 million Porsche was no longer appealing to AT that moment. She was overwhelmed with a desire to sit inside and experience it firsthand. However, recalling her previous rejection, she hesitated to approach. Qin Feng, on the other hand, felt little impact. Money had become just a number to him. Purchasing this car was mainly about the comfort of the rear seats and the prestige it brought. Driving it on the road would also help him avoid unnecessary negative feelings that he nudged the solemn Wang Gang beside him, saying, "Brother Wang, you should be able to handle this 6-meter car, right?" Wang Gang nodded seriously, maintaining an air of few words and steadfastness. However, he had been drenched in sweat upon hearing that the electric curtains cost 260,000. The thought of actually driving such a car made his legs tremble. Goodness, this was practically 10 houses rolling down the street. If it got scratched, would his salary even cover it? He might as well wear a protective suit while driving. What if some mischievous child, like in the news, stealthily came to remove the car emblem at night? Where would he find someone to compensate for that? Wang Gang's mind raced with panic, but no one could hear his silent cries. Upon witnessing his calm demeanor, Qin Feng couldn't help but silently commend him, thinking how impressive the psychological fortitude of a soldier truly is that he decisively summoned Qiao Lily, instructing her to prepare the contract for a full payment, explicitly stating that the vehicle owner would be Xia Ting. Qiao Lily was no stranger to such matters. She knew that the assets of the genuinely wealthy must be pristine and unblemished. High-end cars and luxurious properties, when exposed to the public eye, could easily attract the attention of powerful figures. Qin Zhong's affection for Miss Xia was indeed profoundly moving. It required immense trust to place an 18 million yuan vehicle in her name. The bond they shared evoked envy even in this elder's heart. As Xia Ting listened to Qiao Lily, she beamed at Qin Feng, her face radiant with happiness. Qin Feng relished the moment, appreciating how every word from the elder resonated deeply with him. This dynamic was reminiscent of why ancient emperors favored cunning ministers. Adept flattery could elicit great delight from the emperor. Observing Qiu Lili continuously engaging in subtle persuasion with Xia Ting, Qin Feng began to entertain thoughts about her. If he could recruit her as a steward, she would surely be able to cater to any lady he brought home with great finesse. "Excuse my boldness, Qiu Lili, but may I inquire about your salary?" he asked. Startled, Qiu Lili pondered the implications of his question, quickly deducing his intentions. With a smile, she responded, "My salary is rather modest, slightly above average, yet not exceedingly remarkable. The primary allure of this job lies in its ease. The workload is light throughout the year, and it offers proximity to home." Qin Feng discerned her underlying meaning and sighed. "Ah, what a pity." Peng Jinyan, observing the exchange, teased Qin Feng. "Are you attempting to poach?" "Qin Zong, indeed. Qiu Lili is not only beautiful, but also meticulous. Her manner of speaking and working is truly delightful, that I was contemplating whether I could sway her with financial allure," Qin Feng replied with a chuckle. "I am uncertain of Qiu Lili's annual salary, but in our establishment, supervisors typically earn around 1 million. How much does Qin Zong intend to offer to win her over?" Peng Jinyan queried, her curiosity piqued by the prospect of such extravagant offers, which were not uncommon in their circles. Qin Feng pondered for a moment before responding, "Perhaps 2 to 3 times." While he could certainly afford more, he understood that excessive compensation could diminish one's motivation. Similar to a cat that, having eaten its fill, loses interest in catching mice. The room fell silent, everyone taken aback by his statement, and no one dared to question Qin Feng's words. After all, a person bold enough to purchase a Rolls-Royce carried a different weight in conversation. Their astonishment stemmed from his casual offer of such a high salary. 2 to 3 million was no trifling sum. Even the most elite assistants rarely received such remuneration. Peng Jinyan felt a pang of envy. Despite being younger and possessing more charm, she couldn't fathom why Qin Feng would favor a woman in her 40s. Qiu Lili, too, was taken aback by Qin Feng's offer. Unlike the popular Porsche dealership, their establishment had its limitations. While many affluent individuals existed in Huaxia, only a select few could afford a Rolls-Royce. Thus, during slow sales periods, annual salaries often fell below 1 million. Hearing Qin Feng mention a potential 2 to 3 million salary stirred her interest. Though she kept her excitement hidden, with a radiant smile, she invited Qin Feng to the VIP lounge and instructed others to prepare the contract and insurance. Once everything was in order, she graciously served tea before inquiring, "Thank you for your recognition, Qin Zong, that I have indeed contemplated a career change, but I have yet to find a suitable opportunity. What role do you envision for me?" Qin Feng replied candidly, "I am in need of an assistant to manage my daily affairs and tend to family matters." "How many companies do you own, and what are their functions? Will the role require frequent business trips and client engagements?" Qiu Lili asked with concern. "That I currently do not own any companies, but I anticipate that I will in the future," Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Qiu Lili felt a wave of relief wash over her, speculating that Qin Zong might not yet have taken over his parents' business, or perhaps he had siblings who were shouldering those responsibilities. If he were to establish a company later, the pressure on her would be significantly alleviated. After all, by that time, she would likely have developed a rapport with her boss, ensuring that as long as he was satisfied, she need not worry about others' opinions. "Qin Zong, your foresight is remarkable. Since you plan to start a company in the future, may I inquire what type of business you intend to establish? I would like to prepare myself with some relevant knowledge," she asked. Qin Feng stroked his chin, appearing contemplative. He was momentarily stumped by the question, as he had no current plans to start a company. With the system at his disposal, it was akin to possessing an infinite wealth generator. Establishing a company seemed unnecessary. However, he realized that if he were to have children one day, he must prepare for their future without the system. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. He could create an entertainment and media company. Such a venture would enable him to scout for exceptional talents, investing in them to make them stars. Whichever young woman garnered more affection would be prioritized for promotion. With ample funds at his disposal, pouring resources into nurturing talent would be a straightforward endeavor. He could easily support an entire girl group, training them as idol trainees and helping them debut. Once they became renowned stars and his company thrived, he need not worry about providing for his future children. Perhaps this would even afford him opportunities for personal connections. With renewed vigor, Qin Feng declared, "There is no rush for the company. It will largely revolve around entertainment and media for now. Your primary responsibility will be to manage household matters and ensure that both Xiaoting and I are well taken care of. Qiu Lily paused, unable to suppress her curiosity. Are you suggesting that for 2 to 3 million, you wish to hire me as a nanny? I mean as a steward for both Xiaoting and myself. Qin Feng clarified, slightly flustered, upon hearing that Qin Feng was hiring someone for her sake. Xiaoting perked up, scrutinizing Qiu Lily closely. This middle-aged woman, tall and dignified, bore the marks of time, yet exuded a unique charm. Her features hinted at wisdom and grace acquired through years of experience. Xiaoting found herself quite fond of this elder sister figure and harbored no objections to Qin Feng's choice, as long as he did not possess any peculiar inclinations. Qiu Lily hesitated, contemplating the feasibility of such a position, and after deliberating for a moment, she said, Qin Zong, this is quite a significant shift across industries. May I have a few days to consider? Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Of course, being a steward may entail a considerable commitment, requiring round-the-clock care. You should inform your family. Qiu Lily chuckled at the notion of being a nanny, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of a high-end car dealership manager becoming a caregiver. Had it not been for the allure of the generous salary, she would not have given it a second thought. That I am divorced, and my child is with my ex-husband. That my schedule is flexible. But I am concerned about my lack of experience in caregiving, she admitted. You need not worry. As you demonstrated earlier, we are all reasonable individuals, Qin Feng reassured her, feeling quite satisfied with Qiu Lily's demeanor. She was perceptive, amiable, and possessed managerial experience. He anticipated that he would not only acquire more than one villa, but also need to support a host of servants. Entrusting such responsibilities to an observant woman like her reassured him. Moreover, with so many young women around, she could assist in coordinating their care. Qin Feng never intended for 90-point women to serve other 90-point women, fearing the potential for internal conflict. Clearly, the role of serving the mistress of the house would be best suited to someone as astute as Qiu Lily. If you agree, we can start with an annual salary of 2 million, that if you perform well, the year-end bonus will not be less than 1 million, that should you succeed in keeping my partner happy and win her favor, you may dictate your salary increases. The additional incentives offered by Qin Feng completely captivated Qiu Lily. Following a generous employer certainly promised a better future than remaining in her current position. It was not uncommon for attractive sales associates to be swept away by the allure of a new opportunity, leaving their previous roles behind. However, she never anticipated finding herself in such a situation at her age. I am truly grateful for your kindness. Qin Zong, that I will provide you with my response by tomorrow at the latest. If that is acceptable? Qiu Lily said cautiously, already leaning toward a decision, but wishing to maintain an air of significance. Very well. Qin Feng nodded, then turned to the previously silent Wang Gang, smiling. Wang Ge, you will be evaluated under the same criteria. Your performance these past few days has been commendable. Consider this your early confirmation. Wang Gang's eyes widened in disbelief, elated at the unexpected turn of events. Transforming from an annual income of 100,000 to 2 million in less than 3 days was an experience beyond his wildest dreams. The sudden influx of happiness left him speechless, unsure of how to express his gratitude. Thank you, boss. I am willing to go through fire and water for you. Why would you go through fire and water? Qin Feng chuckled. Shouting was utterly exasperated by such violent antics and could not help but retort. Wang Gang stammered, contemplating mentioning his intention to fetch the moon for the boss, but fearing it might lead to misunderstandings. He forcibly swallowed his words. No need to wait for my instruction. Next time you see someone causing a ruckus in front of me, just pin her down first, Qin Feng said nonchalantly. Wang Gang realized the boss was referring to the incident at the mall yesterday, that he had refrained from taking action primarily because that woman was the boss's ex-girlfriend. At that moment, he had only been focused on defending against physical attacks from others, not considering the psychological ones. Upon hearing the boss's words, he immediately assured, Don't worry, boss, that if anyone dares to disrespect you again, I will surely lift her with one hand. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively, not questioning whether Wang Gang could lift a 200-pound person. Returning to the matter at hand, he inquired of Qiu Lily, when can the car be delivered at the earliest? Qiu Lily promptly replied, It can be delivered tomorrow. Qin Feng nodded. All right, I will have Brother Wang come to pick it up then, so please pay attention. Yes, understood, Qiu Lily responded, taking the documents handed to her by the salesperson and turning to shouting. Please sign here, Ms. Xia. Chapter 81. Learning to be a vixen, becoming a vixen, surpassing a vixen. Shouting signed without hesitation, Upon seeing that another Rolls-Royce was now under her name, her gaze towards Qin Feng shifted. Previously, she viewed him merely as a successful individual worth millions. However, his demeanor today made her realize that his wealth was undoubtedly extraordinary, likely reaching 10 digits, indicating he was a true big shot. For an ordinary person, reaching the million or even 10 million mark might require a lifetime of effort coupled with luck. Yet, to surpass the billion mark, one would need familial support. She speculated that Qin Feng's father might be feigning poverty, concealing the fact that he was a billionaire, raising Qin Feng in hardship to cultivate his resolve. Much like the news stories of Prince Lala, who had hidden his immense fortune for over 20 years. Alternatively, he could have been found by his long-lost biological father, who possessed wealth and power, transforming Qin Feng from a poor lad into a wealthy heir. Most individuals would be elated to have a boyfriend of such noble stature. But Shouting felt a sense of trepidation. This disparity in social standing implied that he might never marry her. Torn within, she pondered whether the notion of arranged marriages would hold any sway over his father. She had heard that some affluent families only desired children without the mothers. The more she contemplated, the more frightened she became. Once all the paperwork was finalized, Peng Jinyan and Xiu Lily stepped outside to discuss commission. Qin Feng sat in the lounge, awaiting their tickets and assorted documents. Noticing Shouting's troubled expression, he inquired, "My dear, are you unhappy about buying the car?" Shouting cast a melancholic glance at him, replying, "I'm not unhappy. I am merely contemplating our future." Qin Feng smiled. "In the future, I will love you just as I do now, ensuring you live a joyful life." Shouting expressed her grievances, "But I feel like I am drifting further away from you." Qin Feng cheekily responded, "Last night, our distance was negative. How could it be farther?" Shouting playfully retorted, "You are being frivolous. I am speaking seriously. I feel as though you are changing each day, and it frightens me." "Frightened of what?" "No matter how much I change, my love for you will never waver." Qin Feng reassured her. He mistakenly thought she was accusing him of being fickle, and comforted her. "Don't overthink it. You are the most important woman to me. Regardless of how many women surround me, you will always be the one I cherish the most." Listening to his sweet nothings, Shouting leaned closer, nestling into his embrace, and sighed, "You are so handsome and come from such a good family. I feel somewhat unworthy of you." His words momentarily caught Qin Feng off guard. Did a woman of her stature feeling inferior? He gently massaged her shoulders and kissed her forehead, then borrowed a line from a domineering character on television, saying, "If even you are unworthy of me, then no one in this world is." Shouting felt considerably better and tilted her head to rest against Qin Feng's cheek, saying, "You're quite the smooth talker. You must use the same lines when you woo other girls, right?" "No." Qin Feng firmly grasped the crux of her statement and replied earnestly, "It's not deception. Everything I say comes from the heart. Only a fool would believe you, scoundrel," Shouting said, gradually revealing a smile as she gazed at the man she increasingly admired, playfully asking, "Brother, will you ever abandon me?" Qin Feng assured her without hesitation, "Never." Then Shouting's gaze faltered, and she hesitated, finally asking, "Is there a possibility that you might marry me in the future?" Qin Feng's brow furrowed. This was a complex question. The last time Shouting's affection reached 79. It had plummeted when she insisted on meeting his parents, which he had declined. Now, faced with a similar situation, he understood that answering affirmatively could potentially elevate her affection to 80 points. However, he was reluctant to do so, as he suspected that achieving a 100-point affection rating might indeed require marriage, something he was not currently interested in. To avoid a repeat of the previous drop in affection, he decided to turn the tables. "Before I answer your question, I would like to ask you something," Qin Feng stated calmly. "Do you love me?" Shouting was taken aback and quickly replied, "Of course I love you. Otherwise, why would I want to marry you?" "You don't love me," Qin Feng said flatly. Raising a hand to stop her from speaking further, he continued, "Genuine love cannot be concealed. Even if you cover your mouth, it will still shine through your eyes. In your gaze, I see no love, only a desire for possession. That I don't," Shouting stammered, panic setting in. She desperately sought to articulate something to prove her love, but aside from physical affection, she realized she had not truly done anything heartfelt for Qin Feng. Instead, she recalled the many times he had shown her patience and understanding. The wealthy heir who could afford a Rolls-Royce catered to her every whim, while she had behaved like a spoiled princess. Throwing tantrums, did I end that moment of introspection? She was horrified to realize that she had never truly been enamored with Qin Feng. Her thoughts had only been driven by a greedy desire for a comfortable life with him. Marriage should be a testament to their love, yet she had witnessed Qin Feng's affection while failing to invest her own sincerity. Now, she even dared to demand that he marry her, which felt remarkably unjust. With a pained shake of her head, she lowered her gaze, her eyes misty. Qin Feng, witnessing her distress, found himself smiling instead. This campus beauty resembled his past self, similarly positioned before the one they adored. Being asked to prove their sincerity. Back then, he had been like a lovesick puppy, unsure how to demonstrate his feelings, merely desiring to bare his heart to the one he loved, only to be toyed with. Now the roles were reversed. He had become the one in a position of power, while Xiaoting appeared speechless and lost. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng was eager to indulge in this moment. Just as he was about to continue, Peng Jinyan and Xiao Lily entered the reception room. Wishing to avoid interruption, he gestured for them to leave. Seeing a signal, Peng Jinyan and Xiao Lily quickly bowed apologetically and exited the reception room. Qin Feng's probing began. Look at Sister Xiaoya. She likes me too, but does she become jealous? Does she throw tantrums like you? Does she bring up marriage every day? If you truly care for me, you should consider my feelings more, rather than thinking of marriage as a means to bind me. Marriage is merely a piece of paper. What truly matters is the person. That if the person is wrong, the relationship fails, and that paper can easily be torn. In the end, you would be left with a marriage certificate stamped with divorced, which is far more painful, isn't it? Initially, Xiaoting felt deeply saddened and guilty, her eyes brimming with tears that threatened to spill. However, upon hearing Qin Feng praise Shifuya's gentleness and grace, her stubborn nature ignited, and she fought back her tears. She wished to control her temper, to be more gracious like a proper partner, to leave a good impression on Qin Feng. Yet, she found it impossible. The moment she saw other women near her man, she felt an overwhelming urge to confront them. She could compromise on the idea of marriage, but not on the presence of Qin Feng's other women. She resolved to exhaust Qin Feng daily, ensuring that he could still enjoy outings. She would consider that a victory. Chapter 82. Wang Gang, strong as steel. Brother, I will never bring up marriage again. Please don't be angry with me. Hearing Xiaoting's pitiful tone, pleading for his forgiveness, Qin Feng felt an immediate surge of delight. Believing his words had been effective, he affectionately patted her head, mimicking the encouragement of past vixens. I have no plans to marry at the moment, but if I do consider marriage in the future, it will only be with a woman who truly loves me. And you are my first choice, provided you can wholeheartedly remain by my side. Qin Feng gazed tenderly at Xiaoting, and he saw the spark of hope ignite in her eyes as she earnestly nodded. Yes, I will certainly make my feelings clear to you, that I look forward to your demonstration. Brother, I love you, that I love you too, Qin Feng replied, his heart brimming with joy. After this round of emotional persuasion, he speculated that her affection rating should increase, perhaps even skyrocket to as he contemplated. A flicker of anticipation ignited within him that he sat in silence, waiting for the system prompt to sound. 10 seconds elapsed. At half a minute passed. A full minute went by. Xiaoting's expression remained unwaveringly sincere, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, embodying a devotion that suggested, as long as you do not forsake me, I shall not abandon you. Yet the affection meter showed no signs of increasing. What could be the issue? This was unexpected. Previously, upon hearing the prospect of marriage, the affection had surged, almost surpassing 100. He had even contemplated names for their future children and had impulsively purchased an 8,000 yuan necklace on the spot. Why, then, was there no increase in affection from Xiaoting? System, have you encountered a bug? He implored. System, please respond. System prompt. Xiaoting's affection 0. What the hell? Is this a joke? Is it possible that this PUA technique can only be wielded by women? Can men not utilize it? Have I merely performed for naught? A wave of frustration washed over him. He felt as if he were attempting to decipher a woman's heart, as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Little did Qin Feng realize that once a woman's affection reaches a certain threshold, it can only be stirred through extraordinary circumstances that evoke emotional resonance to breach the barrier to this moment. Xiaoting was consumed by feelings of guilt and possessiveness toward him, but she had not truly fallen in love. Thus, the affection meter, currently at 79, remained steadfast, despite her heartfelt intentions of growing old with Qin Feng. Without genuine emotional connection, there was nothing she could do. This was not a failing on her part. All women were alike. Even if the man were the wealthiest in the world, a woman would only kneel to serve him for his riches. Who could truly know her innermost thoughts? The system-defined threshold of 80 points of affection signifies that, irrespective of wealth or status, a woman desires to journey through life with her at 100 points, regardless of a man's flaws, be he a felon, a former gambler, or a man plagued by illness. She would steadfastly follow him, hoping for his eventual redemption. Even if all others protested, deeming her unworthy, she would remain unwavering until death. Such foolish women abound in this world. Once they fall in love, they plunge in head first like moths to a flame. The same goes for passionate men. However, in modern society, such ardent suitors receive little sympathy and are often labeled with unflattering epithets. Qin Feng had once been one such lovesick man, and even now, he remained so, though with expanding means, his potential objects of affection increased. Yet he still could not fathom the complexities of women, that he had anticipated that mere words could grant him a robust physique. But it appeared far more intricate than that. Thus, he pondered how to orchestrate a grand gesture to win Xia Ting's heart. What kind of elaborate scheme could he devise? He fell into deep contemplation. Congratulations on becoming the esteemed owner of a Rolls-Royce. May the goddess of victory illuminate your brilliance, the sales manager proclaimed. With a smile, Qin Feng waved goodbye to the staff as he exited the 4S dealership. He informed Xia Ting that he had some matters to attend to and would join her later before stepping into Wang Gang's car. Upon seeing Qin Feng prepare to leave, Xia Ting's face fell. Unwilling to let him go, she longed to cling to him, yet he insisted he had business to attend to, leaving her with no choice but to sulkily drive home alone. Soon, however, thoughts of boasting to her mother about purchasing a Rolls-Royce Phantom cheered her spirits. Surely, her mother would be astonished to see a car worth 18 million yuan. She could only imagine the look of disbelief on her mother's face. Yet, to her surprise, her mother was not home. Instead, her father, who had no classes in the afternoon, was resting at home. Upon seeing her return in such an extravagant vehicle, he assumed she had been up to no good and, without further ado, reprimanded her. Xia Ting was left dumbfounded, protesting with a hunger strike. But these events were merely afterthoughts. Meanwhile, Qin Feng sat in the car, turning to Wang Gang. Brother Wang, if you were exceedingly wealthy and wished to make a woman fall in love with you, what would you do? The straightforward man replied, just give her money and declare your love. That carries risks. Did I ask there a more reliable method? Qin Feng inquired. Feed her delicious food until she gains weight. That way, she has no other suitors and will have no choice but to follow you, Wang Gang suggested. Qin Feng was left speechless. Did I ask there a quicker approach? Perhaps something romantic? Wang Gang confidently replied. Then buy her a gold ring, flowers, or lipstick. My wife adores such things. All right, just focus on driving, Qin Feng instructed. Having been a soldier, Wang Gang exuded a certain toughness. Qin Feng shook his head, reflecting on the folly of his inquiry. To pursue a woman, all one needs to do is buy her favorite things, such a simple matter. Yet I sought counsel from others. He retrieved his phone and opened the app Little Red Book. Searching for the villa Xia Ting had mentioned she adored, he intended to devise a small surprise, hoping to elicit a favorable response. Before long, he found the contact information and called that it was the same agent as before. Despite having stood up the agent previously, using Xia Ting's phone, Qin Feng felt no embarrassment. Hello, greetings, this is Unju Lu Real Estate. Who am I speaking with? Qin Feng responded, I found a villa on your Little Red Book and wish to purchase it as a gift for my girlfriend. Will she need to be present to sign? The agent paused, then replied earnestly, if the property is to be registered in your beloved's name, then certainly, her presence is required for signatures. That I meant to surprise her by secretly buying it. Qin Feng clarified, this operation could be tricky. A power of attorney will be necessary. Would you be able to meet to discuss? Sure, please provide your address. All right, my surname is Zheng Daji. May I ask for your surname? Qin, as in Qin Shi Huang. Qin Feng replied, very well, Mr. Qin Shi Huang. Our address is XXX. Please call me when you arrive, and I will be at the office. Zheng Daji hung up, slapping his mouth in frustration over mistakenly addressing a client as Qin Shi Huang. However, he vaguely recalled that a client with the surname Qin had called a few days prior, requesting to view a villa. The client had kept him waiting for 2 hours at the villa's entrance. only to never show up, and all attempts to reach them had gone unanswered. The voice on the line now sounded somewhat similar. Surely, it couldn't be the same person, could it? Zheng Daji furrowed his brow. Deep in thought. Chapter 83. Driving a Rolls-Royce is definitely embarrassing. Qin Feng arrived at the designated location and called out a slender young man with shifty eyes, dressed in a suit and tie even in the sweltering heat. Rushed out, he scanned the surroundings, and upon spotting Qin Feng and his tall companion, he broke into a grin reminiscent of a monkey's, cheerfully exclaiming, "Gentlemen, you've arrived. I'm Xiao Zheng. Which of you is Mr. Qin? I am Qin Feng." He stepped forward and introduced himself. Zheng Daji eagerly shook Qin Feng's hand, then turned to Wang Gang. "And who might this gentleman be?" Wang Gang, standing silently behind Qin Feng, did not respond. Qin Feng smiled and replied, "He is surnamed Wang and prefers to keep to himself. Brother Wang, welcome. Please come inside and have a seat," Zheng Daji offered, leading them into the office. Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings. The space was modest, about 40 square meters, furnished with several sofas and coffee tables in the lobby, and a manager's office partitioned off at the back. 5 employees, both male and female, sat in a row, diligently inputting data on their computers. Qin Feng took a seat on the sofa, feeling a twinge of disappointment at not encountering the rumored beautiful agent. Wang Gang remained stoic behind him, his expression serious. Noting their demeanor, Zheng Daji felt a flicker of uncertainty. The pair looked more like a boss and bodyguard than mere clients. Nevertheless, he did not treat Wang Gang as a subordinate, but he brought over 3 glasses of water and courteously said, "Gentlemen, please have some water. It is indeed sweltering. Even though it is autumn, the sun is blazing outside." Qin Feng remained unhurried, casting a glance at Zheng Daji's suit, and casually remarked, "Well, if it's hot, why not wear lighter clothing?" Zheng Daji lamented, "I wish I could, but the company forbids it. I have no choice." Qin Feng chuckled and replied, "You could always step outside." Zheng Daji sighed. "Regardless of where I am, if I'm seen, my pay gets docked." Alas. After a few casual exchanges, Qin Feng found himself inexplicably fond of the young man who had so openly criticized his own company. In him, he saw a reflection of his former self, struggling for money, ensnared in the throes of societal expectations. Though still young, he donned a mature suit, projecting an air of servitude. However, Qin Feng was no saint. He could not offer help. At most, he could buy a house from him and provide a commission. When it came to the main topic, Zheng Daji sobered up, took a sip of water, and began to explain, "Brother, I must tell you, purchasing a house secretly for your girlfriend is rather complicated. Firstly, the purchase must be in cash, as loans involve banks and we cannot deceive them. Secondly, we require your girlfriend's household registration book and ID. Lastly, we need to arrange a power of attorney, which is simple, but this will incur additional fees. As it's a matter that must remain discreet, do you understand what I mean?" After finishing, Zheng Daji raised his eyebrows, appearing even more shifty-eyed. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng realized that aside from the household registration, the other matters were entirely manageable, that it was merely a question of money. Moreover, the system allowed for secret gift purchases. He pondered for a moment, then sent a message to Qiu Lily, asking her to contact Xiating and have her bring her household registration to the 4S dealership for the car registration, hoping to obtain it under false pretenses. Qiu Lily quickly got in touch with Xiating at that moment. Xiating had just arrived home and had not yet faced any repercussions, so without a second thought, she agreed. Upon entering, she rushed to ask her father for the household registration book. Her father had never heard of needing a household registration book to purchase a car, and the staggering sum of 3 million yuan for a Porsche left him both humiliated and enraged, prompting him to take action. Seeing that things were going smoothly, Qin Feng revealed a smile and nonchalantly said, "All right, you can start sorting it out directly. Money is not an issue. How quickly can it be arranged?" Zheng Daji was taken aback, completely caught off guard, as he didn't even know which property to buy. "Boss, have you already chosen a property?" he inquired. Qin Feng responded, "The one belonging to your childhood friend." The villa priced at 8 million. Zheng Daji scratched his head and said, "Boss, I don't recall ever attending to you." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Qin Feng explained, "I called you a couple of days ago, but I couldn't make it due to unforeseen circumstances." Zheng Daji exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, you are the one who stood me up the other day." With a hint of awkwardness, Qin Feng admitted, "I'm sorry. Something came up at that time." Zheng Daji maintained a look of astonishment, speculating, "You can't possibly be thinking of buying a house without even viewing it, right?" Qin Feng chuckled and nodded, primarily due to a lack of time to visit. He reasoned that the house was there, the size was fixed, and if necessary, he could always renovate it again. After all, it was merely a few million yuan for a house, not worth the trouble of wasting time to go see it. What about the housing prices? Aren't we discussing our commission? Are you out of your mind? Zheng Daji exclaimed in disbelief. Qin Feng shot him a cold glance. Wang Gang also looked over, somewhat puzzled about whether this could be considered a mental assault. He thought to himself, "Let's wait and see." Zheng Daji's voice grew louder, prompting several other salespeople to peek in. The two conversed without making an effort to lower their voices, so anyone who wanted to listen could easily catch the details. A few salespeople exchanged whispers that, "Do you think this person is a true big shot? We're just here to mess with little Zheng. I think he's just here for a laugh. Who buys an 8 million yuan villa without even taking a glance? Very likely. Did you notice he even brought a bodyguard to create an impression? What kind of serious person brings a bodyguard out? Did you see his car? I just saw him get out of an ordinary domestic vehicle. That confirms it. He must be a clown, just here to toy with little Zheng. How can someone be so dull?" Zheng Daji, having graduated from university and worked at this company for nearly 2 years, had never encountered someone who buys a house like this. Meeting for merely 3 minutes, relying on a video, and claiming he would spend 8 million to please his girlfriend. How is that even possible? Not even a drama would dare to portray it that way, that if there were indeed tycoons who spend money without a second thought, they would surely have dedicated financial advisors to manage their affairs. How could they personally come to a small store like this to discuss a full cash purchase and do it all in secret? Coupled with the fact that this person had previously stood him up, Zheng Daji was willing to bet that the two of them were undoubtedly insane. "Big brother, please don't mess with me. I'm just an ordinary person that if you enjoy watching villa videos, I can recommend a few worth over 100 million. You can speak with their agents, all right?" Qin Feng maintained his composure and replied lightly, "I'm not I'm not joking with you." No, Zheng Daji emphasized. "This is an 8 million yuan villa. Not just 800 yuan. Big brother, who buys a house like they're buying a watermelon, letting the seller choose?" Qin Feng glanced at his phone as Shifuya asked if he was available to take Yi out. While replying, Qin Feng said, "If you don't believe me, I can go next door to the real estate company to inquire. Surely there are more listings available than just yours, right?" Chapter 84. If I call you father, would you dare to respond? Zheng Daji could hardly believe that this pretentious person could afford a villa. Seeing him calm and composed, acting as if he was in control, Zheng Daji couldn't help but retort in frustration. "Fine, if you can pay a deposit of 100,000, I will call you father on the spot." Qin Feng laughed. "What if I pay 1 million? Zheng Daji, now infuriated, replied, "I'll take off my pants and run around outside." Qin Feng inquired, "Are you serious?" "Absolutely," Zheng Daji declared defiantly. Qin Feng gave a thumbs up. "Good. You have guts to go prepare the contract, and also give me a public account number. I will transfer the funds first." As his words fell, onlookers were left in shock. Wow, it seems like this person may be serious. Could he really be a big shot? This is going to be entertaining, regardless of whether it's true or not. I have a feeling little Zheng is in for some trouble. If the big shot pays up and little Zheng doesn't run around naked, how will the big shot react? Who knows if he really does run around naked? The company won't want him anymore. Serves him right for being so cocky. He deserves it. Every day working overtime just to compete with his own people. It's better if he just leaves with those shifty eyes. He clearly isn't a good person, yet he pretends to be so genial. It's too hypocritical. Zheng Daji ignored the surrounding murmurs, his face flushed as he stood there, hesitant to draft the contract. He regretted making this bet, that if this man truly produced the money, it would be a slap in his face that on the one hand, running naked would be a lifelong humiliation that could never be erased. On the other, offending a big shot could lead to dire consequences. Such a person, capable of spending millions to please a girl, was indeed somewhat intimidating. Who knows what they might do? Just as he was caught in this dilemma, the door to the manager's office swung open, revealing a poised woman. Clad in a beige suit paired with a white blouse, her fitted short skirt showcased her elegantly long, fair legs. Her attire was simple yet sophisticated, exuding a sense of allure, and she possessed a distinctly feminine charm. Upon glancing at her, Qin Feng assessed her to be 29 years old, scoring an 88 out of 100. What a pity. She was just a tad short of perfection. This woman, named Lu Ziki, approached Zheng Daji and admonished, "Little Zheng, what is going on? Can't you speak properly instead of shouting? It's not me causing trouble, Sister Lu. It's this big brother who said he wants to pay in full for an 8 million yuan villa." I was a bit flustered, which is why I yelled. Lu Ziki was momentarily taken aback. She had heard her staff shouting from within and rushed out to see what was happening. Now, upon hearing Zheng Daji's explanation about the 8 million yuan villa, she realized it indeed warranted a shout. She turned her head, and her previously furious expression transformed into a radiant smile. "I apologize, sir. Our staff service may not have been attentive enough. Please feel free to express any requests, and we will do our utmost to satisfy you." Qin Feng chuckled lightly. "I have no particular requests. I'm just curious, as I've never seen someone run around naked." Lu Ziki was momentarily at a loss. After Zheng Daji briefly recounted the betting incident, she finally understood. She assessed the composed Qin Feng and the stern-looking Wang Gang behind him, and her worldly experience instantly informed her. Quickly donning a smile, she said, "Mr. Qin, I sincerely apologize for the behavior of our staff. They're quite young and tend to jest carelessly. Please don't take it to heart. Running around naked would reflect poorly on our company." With the manager approaching to plead on behalf of her subordinate, and Zheng Daji bowing in submission behind her, Qin Feng had no intention of making things difficult for this worker. After all, she had not said anything excessively inappropriate, merely expressed some skepticism. Qin Feng cheerfully replied, "I was just joking. Forget it, let us get the contract drafted." After some negotiations, Lu Ziki successfully smoothed things over with this high-quality client. Puffing out her chest with a sense of pride, she believed that Qin Feng's apparent generosity stemmed from her beauty, so she proactively suggested, "Thank you for your magnanimity, Mr. Qin. How about I invite you to dinner sometime?" "All right," Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, returning to his chat with Shifuya on his phone. Lu Ziki, satisfied with the outcome, invited him to her office for tea while instructing Zheng Daji to prepare the purchase intention deposit. Seeing that Qin Feng had so easily let him off the hook and was still willing to proceed with the purchase, Zheng Daji was suddenly elated and couldn't help but exclaim, "Big brother, you're amazing." Noting his audacity, Qin Feng teased, "What did you say you would call me earlier?" Zheng Daji, with thick skin, boldly declared, "Father is amazing. As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's others who should feel awkward." Qin Feng indeed felt a bit uncomfortable, somewhat disgusted. "Then let us go with Godfather instead." "No, just call me Big Brother as you did before." "Elder brother is like a father. I wish to provide for you in your old age." After signing the agreement with the agent and paying the 1 million yuan purchase intention deposit, they agreed to meet the next day for the property owner to formally sign the contract. At this point, the other salespeople began to regard Qin Feng with newfound respect, while simultaneously feeling envy toward Zheng Daji for encountering such a wealthy elder brother. Damn, he really knows how to flatter. Calling him father so readily. I wouldn't accept a deal brought in by a dog like that, even if it was delivered to me on a platter. How can this foolish dog have such luck? Just casually attracting a wealthy buyer. Little Zheng probably has a different background. He must know rich people through family connections. True, it's quite disgusting. In the end, it's all about relying on family to achieve success. The surrounding conversations were laced with a sour tone. They were envious of Zheng Daji, who stood to earn tens of thousands from this single deal. Reluctant to toil as he does, they clandestinely conspired to ostracize him. After all, finding justifications to malign others is far more gratifying than acknowledging their superiority. Consequently, individuals of less than attractive appearance must inherently exert greater effort than their counterparts. Fortunately, in this world, there exists a comrade by the surname of Ma, who has set a commendable example for these individuals. Upon witnessing Qin Feng genuinely sign the agreement and confirm his status as a wealthy man, Lu Ziki's demeanor transformed into one of heightened enthusiasm. "Mr. Qin, do you have some free time this evening? We still have some commercial properties and office buildings for sale. If you're interested, perhaps we could dine together and have a brief discussion." As she made this proposition, she was pouring tea for Qin Feng, bending low in her posture. Moreover, they were in her office, with only Wang Gang present. Qin Feng cast a casual glance at the woman's attire. Noting the alluring view within, her cleavage was quite pronounced, petite yet strikingly fair, captivating to the eye. He could not fathom why, since acquiring wealth, such sights had become more plentiful. After merely a fleeting glance, Qin Feng withdrew his gaze, harboring little desire for the inadequately sized bun. Let us discuss the office building later. I'm not inclined to engage in such matters right now. That Ziki maintained her tea-pouring stance, playfully flicking her hair aside, and suggested, then let us simply enjoy a meal together, shall we? No discussions about work. She presumed Qin Feng was the type who would not act without seeing results, and thus decided to invest a little in their interaction. After all, it was essential to dine with a man capable of purchasing an 8 million villa outright, without a second thought. That Ziki believed herself to be a natural beauty, irresistibly charming. She was confident that with a little initiative, even the wealthiest of men would ultimately succumb to her allure. However, to her astonishment, Qin Feng stood up and turned to leave, leaving behind a succinct remark. I want to be dining. I am busy today. Alas, the Ziki extended her hand, staring blankly at the man as he vanished through the office door, her eyes wide with disbelief, wearing an expression that seemed to say, what just happened? He hadn't even mentioned when he might be available. Chapter 85, Shifuya's coastal combat attire. Dear foster father, should you have any commands in the future, just a phone call away, and I assure you, I will be at your beck and call. Zheng Daji exclaimed excitedly as he escorted Qin Feng out the door. After some contemplation, Qin Feng shared, I would like you to find a wedding planning company or an event organizer to help me set up that villa in a more romantic manner, so I could surprise her. Do you understand? Absolutely. Creating a romantic atmosphere is my forte. Back in the dormitory, all three of my roommates managed to win their girlfriends' hearts thanks to my assistance. Zheng Daji proudly declared it. Oh, do you have a girlfriend yourself? Qin Feng inquired curiously. Zheng Daji's smile abruptly faltered, and he awkwardly replied, let us not delve into that. Due to his own lack of attractiveness and impoverished background, his pursuit of romantic interests was significantly more challenging than for others. After graduation, he was preoccupied with work, consumed by thoughts of how to sell houses, tirelessly searching for listings, mastering sales techniques and eloquence, and recording videos to attract clients on various platforms. At times, he was so engrossed that he scarcely had time to eat, let alone chase after girls. He intended to gather enough for a down payment on a house before considering a partner, believing that owning property would give him the confidence to converse with women. However, based on his current salary, he would need to toil for at least another 3 to 4 years to afford a down payment. His parents had little savings and could offer no assistance, leaving him to rely entirely on himself. Noticing Zheng Daji's discomfort, Qin Feng refrained from probing further. After all, life as an adult was seldom easy, and being single was quite normal. That he provided a few words of encouragement, assuring him that as long as the outcome was satisfactory, money was no object. That he then entered his car and headed towards Shifuya's neighborhood. After a long night, Shifuya awoke around noon. Having taken from her parents, she initially intended to take her out for fun, but the child insisted on being taken out by her uncle. Consequently, Shifuya sent Qin Feng a message inquiring if he had time to accompany Upon receiving a positive response, she waited at the community entrance with in tow. The mother and daughter duo donned matching white floral t-shirts and shorts, creating a striking sight together. As passing men observed them, they couldn't help but muse about the fortune of Shifuya's husband, blessed with such a beautiful wife and a similarly enchanting daughter. If only they could have a wife and daughter as lovely as them. They would work 3 jobs a day to support the two. Amidst the myriad gazes directed at them, Shifuya gently cautioned when out and about, don't eat indiscriminately, don't run off, and don't shout. Before she could finish, a domestic SUV slowly approached. Uncle recognizing Wang Gang's vehicle, eagerly broke free from her mother's grasp and dashed over. Shifuya shook her head, exuding a sense of helplessness. From a distance, Qin Feng spotted racing towards him and quickly exited the car to greet her. As she reached him, he crouched down to embrace the little princess. Did you miss me? I thought of you once before bed, once upon waking, and just now again, cheerfully replied, her voice sweet and innocent. Qin Feng, charmed by earnestness, scooped her up and showered her with playful stubble kisses, eliciting peals of laughter from her. With a tender smile, he suggested, how about we go to the seaside today and catch some crabs? Yay! Squealed with delight, bouncing in Qin Feng's arms, her little feet kicking with excitement. Shifuya, observing their joyous interaction, unconsciously smiled and approached, saying, be careful not to move too much. You might fall. Unfazed by her mother's warning, giggled, I want to fall. Uncle want to let me. Qin Feng chuckled in assurance, sister, don't worry. I'm as steady as a rock. With a resigned expression, Shifuya replied, do as you please, but if you fall, don't come crying to me. Giggling, Yi danced around, demonstrating her current stability. After a playful bout, the three of them climbed into the back seat of Wang Gang's car. Did you greet Uncle Wang? Shifuya instructed Yi. Hello, Uncle Wang, Yi obediently called out, her sweet voice softening Wang Gang's usually stern expression. Good girl, he responded, his demeanor warming. As the car slowly rolled out, Yi became increasingly mischievous. She would occasionally stand up, leaning against the front seat backs, asking Uncle Wang how much longer it would be. After receiving his answer, she would dash to one window to gaze at the scenery, then rush to the other. The commotion was unrelenting. Meanwhile, Shifuya engaged Qin Feng in conversation about the bar's arrangements, inquiring whether they should change its name, consider renovations, or remove some of Luo Ji's staff. As a mere delivery person, Qin Feng was hardly an expert in bar management. Decisions impacting revenue could be both good and bad, and he couldn't afford to feign knowledge, so he evasively answered her questions. Seeing Qin Feng defer to her on everything, allowing her to take the lead, Shifuya found the situation both amusing and perplexing. She initially thought he was merely fulfilling his earlier promise regarding the bar, to enjoy the drinks without participating in management. Shifuya felt a sense of trust and importance, which was quite pleasant. She shifted the topic, asking, brother, are we really going to the beach? Yes, I promised Yi yesterday, he replied, but it's so sudden. Doesn't Yi have her swimsuit, nor did she bring sunscreen. Those things are abundant in stores over there. What else there to worry about? Suddenly, Shifuya recalled her youthful dreams of wearing a white dress to stroll along the beach, and as she gazed at the extravagant Qin Feng, an involuntary blush crept onto her cheeks. All right, I'll follow your lead. Jiangcheng, a coastal city, attracts countless tourists with its unique seaside scenery, delectable seafood, and pleasant climate. The beach is not far. The nearest coastal area is just over an hour's drive, accessible by navigating a few hills. Upon arriving, they found a row of shops selling beach toys, featuring an array of water guns, plastic shovels and buckets, swimming rings, flip-flops, swimsuits, and sun hats. They casually selected a store, scoured it for necessities, and loaded Wang Gang with their purchases. Next, they ventured into a neighboring clothing store to acquire several outfits for the beach. Once all was settled, Qin Feng led the exuberant Yi down the path to the beach. Shifuya, walking alongside, discreetly captured their joyful moments on her phone. Behind them, Wang Gang meticulously balanced an assortment of items in both hands, with 2 water guns slung over his shoulder, taking careful steps to avoid dropping anything. Upon reaching the beach, they found a dedicated bathing facility where they could change clothes. 10 yuan per person for a public shower, or 100 for a private room. To save money, Qin Feng opted for a private shower room, initially intending to share it with Shifuya for convenience. However, to his surprise, Shifuya and Yi teamed up to push him out, leaving him no choice but to use the public shower. After a quick rinse, donning a floral shirt and shorts under the curious gazes of others, he awaited Shifuya at her room's entrance. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing Shifuya clad in a newly purchased white spaghetti-strap dress. The dress reached just above her knees, showcasing her shapely, smooth legs, while the minimal fabric left much of her fair back exposed, with only her chestnut tresses providing a hint of modesty. The alluring off-shoulder style accentuates the graceful collarbone, while the soft fabric clings to her skin, highlighting her exquisite figure. Truly, it is the attire befitting a goddess of the seaside, causing Qin Feng to stare in awe. Chapter 86. Brother, your demise was so tragic. Shifuya clearly seldom wears such a pure and youthful outfit, feeling somewhat self-conscious in front of Qin Feng. Especially when confronted with his unabashed gaze, she grows increasingly flustered. Gently, she nudges him, signaling him to avert his gaze. Then, taking the hand of her daughter Yi, clad in a sweet pink princess-style swimsuit, she prepares to head to the beach. With beauty before him, Qin Feng's heart stirs with desire, yearning for a closer look. He hatches a plan and quickly grasps Shifuya's arm, saying, Sister, you have some sunscreen unevenly applied on your back. There are still patches of white. Let me help you reapply it once we're inside. Shifuya glances at Qin Feng, noticing his serious demeanor, leaving her slightly skeptical. She lacks confidence in her daughter's application skills. Indeed, leaving a patch of white on her back would be rather unsightly. Yi interjects, I've applied it evenly. Uncle is just making things up to prove his point. Qin Feng dabs his finger on Shifuya's back, and shows it to her. Upon seeing the sunscreen on his fingertip, Shifuya reluctantly believes his words. Once inside, turning her back to him, she casually remarks, "Just wipe off the excess. No need to reapply. That won't do. The sun is too intense. If it's not evenly applied, it will clump together. Why don't you lie on the bench, and I'll reapply it for you?" Qin Feng closes the door, grinning. "E is right here. Are you afraid of what I might do?" E, feeling her contributions dismissed, stands with her hands on her hips, exclaiming, "Mom didn't tea of sunscreen on her back just now." After a moment's thought, Shifuya lies down on the bench, her body slightly squished. Qin Feng's scheme succeeds, and he chuckles, realizing that online tricks do indeed work. He squeezes out some sunscreen, rubs it between his hands, and glides them over Shifuya's back, feeling the silky softness beneath his palms. Accompanied by a hint of coolness that he notices her body tensing slightly. "Sister, relax a bit. You're not going to get an even application like this." Qin Feng's hands move gently over Shifuya's back. His touch is as tender as one would bestow upon a precious jade artifact. Shifuya takes a deep breath, allowing herself to unwind. Despite her preparations, the intimate contact leaves her slightly sensitive, perhaps due to the long absence of male touch. Her heart racing to alleviate the tension, she feigns nonchalance, asking, "Your technique is quite skilled. Which girl did you learn it from?" "Aside from you, I've never applied sunscreen for any other girl," Qin Feng replies playfully. "Do you really believe that?" "Regardless, my first was for you. Do as you wish," he teasingly responds. Shifuya chuckles softly, ignoring him as she turns her face away, slowly closing her eyes to savor the sensations of his hands. Feeling an inexplicable comfort, unable to resist saying, "You may apply a bit more pressure." Encouraged by her words, Qin Feng becomes bolder, transitioning from gentle caresses to kneading that in the interest of even application. His fingers venture beneath her clothing, gliding towards her ribcage. "Stop!" Shifuya exclaims, startled, quickly sitting up to swat Qin Feng's hand away, glaring at him. "Hey, didn't you ask for a massage?" Qin Feng scratches his head, chuckling. Shifuya, not genuinely angry, lightly reproaches him. "E is still here." Hearing this, Qin Feng's heart soars. If he weren't present, wouldn't he be free to continue? This thought inspires him to wish for E to be sent away at once. However, he knows that leaving E outside alone would surely infuriate Shifuya. Thus, children serve as both the bond of marital affection and the obstacle to marital bliss. Having gained an advantage, Qin Feng smacks his lips, still craving more. Yet, he recognizes that he cannot pursue anything further at the moment. Perhaps he will wait until evening descendee to her grandmother's before acting on his desires. The four of them arrive at the beach. Although it is a popular tourist destination, the start of the school season and the absence of the National Day holiday means the crowds are sparse. September boasts a pleasant temperature, warm yet dissipated by the sea breeze that at T2 in the afternoon, the golden coastline stretches into a crescent shape. The distant sea lies tranquil and silent, shimmering under the sun's rays, merging with the sky in a vast expanse of blue. Nearby, the waves frolic, occasionally surging onto the shore, crashing against the rocks and producing a symphony of joyous sounds. The sand further from the water is heated by prolonged sunlight, reaching temperatures of 60 to 70 degrees, scorching to the touch. E, barefoot, rushes onto the sand only to leap back, demanding Qin Feng to carry her. Wearing flip-flops, Qin Feng scoops her up and, holding Shifuya's hand, strolls towards the water's edge, gazing at the boundless ocean. Qin Feng marvels at its magnificence that on the other side of the sea surely lies another world. The waves gently kiss their feet, leaving trails of moisture before shyly receding. The sand here, moistened by the water, can be shaped. Nearby, several children build sandcastles. Qin Feng sets Yi down in a safe spot to dig for sand and search for crabs, instructing Wang Gang to keep an eye on her. Before leisurely wandering along the shore with Shifuya, they approach closer to the sea. The water cools the sand, and with it, Qin Feng's desires. They engage in casual conversation about everyday matters, predominantly concerning Yi. With the sea as their backdrop and the breeze caressing their faces, they feel a refreshing chill accompanied by a hint of saltiness, their moods calming to a tranquil peace. "Sister, you live in Jiangcheng. Have you never been to the seaside? No, you should come and witness the beauty of this world. When I was younger, I indeed wished to visit, but opportunities eluded me. After having Yi, I had even less chance to indulge in leisure. Didn't anyone take you out for fun? No, what about him? That man was always preoccupied with ambitions, busy with grand endeavors. He had no time for such frivolities. Your brother had a high-risk profession? Qin Feng queried in surprise. Yes, he died in a brawl, Shifuya replied, her expression remarkably calm, as if discussing someone else's husband. Impressive, Qin Feng remarked, acknowledging the inherent dangers of such a lifestyle. Had he survived, he would surely be affluent, much like Brother Luo. What a pity that it's all right. It's merely a matter of winning and losing. What about you? What about me? You seem like you have never been here either. Haha, indeed. I have not, and I only glanced at this place while passing through, dreaming of the day I could bring someone I cherish to walk along the beach. Have you found someone you cherish now? Currently holding her hand, Qin Feng retorted, as Shifuya's eyes sparkled gently, her voice softening. Aside from me, do you have someone else you adore? Without hesitation, Qin Feng named Xiating. Anyone else? No, Shifuya burst into laughter, sensing the sincerity of this young man, reminiscent of that night when he vowed to help her build a home. Brother, there are many bad women out there that if you trust me, next time you can bring the girl you like home. I'll help you assess her. You want to be jealous? Qin Feng scrutinizes her expression, ensuring her words are genuine, that I will be, but jealousy is futile. It's better to vet for you, lest you fall prey to a woman's schemes. Shifuya's face reflects only a gentle concern. Chapter 87. Even the most beautiful little girl can be detestable. Rest assured, Qin Feng, confident in his ability to gauge feelings, remains unconcerned about women's machinations. I am quite clever, you know. Typically, only the foolish keep proclaiming their own intelligence. Shifuya lightly covers her mouth, her crescent-shaped eyes twinkling with mirth. Then, dear sister, being so astute, do you know what I'm thinking of doing right now? Qin Feng grins mischievously. I don't wish to know. He swiftly removes her hand that had been blocking her mouth and kisses her, wrapping his arms around her waist, and with a slight pull, draws her closer, savoring her sweetness. Slowly releasing her, he leaves her with a teasing remark. Tonight, I'll show you how a fool operates. Shifuya's cheeks flush with a delicate pink, casting a soft glare at Qin Feng. Choosing not to respond, giving the impression of tacit consent for the evening's possibilities. Qin Feng is elated. After spending a little more time together, they turn to find Yi, having excavated for a while, has indeed discovered several treasures. A moon shell, a starfish, 4 or 5 small crabs the size of fingernails, and a few unidentified little sea snails. Qin Feng is in awe, continuously praising Yi for her cleverness. The little girl becomes even more enthusiastic. Since they've come to the seaside, it's only natural to enjoy some time on the water. Noticing the jet skis available for rent, Qin Feng suggests. Sister, there are jet skis over there. Shall we rent one and take a spin on the ocean? That won't do. Yi is too small to ride. Then just the 2 of us can go. And have Wang Gang watch over Yi. Shifuya's expression turns conflicted. She is reluctant to ride the jet ski, primarily fearing for Yi's safety, especially when out having fun. It's not that she distrusts Wang Gang. But Yi means more to her than life itself, that if anything were to go wrong, it would drive her to madness. Seeing her demeanor, Qin Feng wisely refrains from pressuring her, simply gazing enviously at the young people joyfully riding the jet skis. Dear brother, Shifuya said apologetically, let's bring Ting along next time for some fun. You can surf with her while we wait for you both on the beach. Qin Feng offered a few comforting words. Smiling that it was indeed inconvenient to have a child with them, they dared not venture into any place that posed even the slightest danger. Earlier, as they passed by the dock, several fishing boats were anchored by the shore. A sign on one of them read, 1,000 for a boat to go out and catch fish. All seafood caught may be taken home. Qin Feng had thought to ask Shifuya if she wanted to go. But upon looking at the child in his arms, he quickly dismissed the idea. What if an accident occurred? Would he choose to save his mother or his daughter? Such a decision was unfathomable. The most critical factor was that Qin Feng himself could not swim. He was also someone in need of rescue. This realization sparked the thought of going back to learn how to swim. After playing in the sand with Yi for a while, digging numerous holes without finding anything, Yi managed to catch a crab. Frustrated, he dropped his shovel and, along with Shifuya, headed to the sunny beach behind them, where they rented a shade canopy for $100, lying on chairs to bask in the sun. The canopy was furnished with 2 lounge chairs and a small round table. Wang Gang approached, placing chilled drinks from his bag on the table before silently returning to watch over the children. Shifuya donned the sunglasses she had brought from the car, resting her hands on her abdomen. Reclining in the chair with her eyes closed, reaping the benefits of relaxation. The sunlight was just right, and a gentle breeze caressed her dress, subtly revealing her alluring features, with her delicate features accentuated by the sunglasses. She exuded an air of cool elegance. The white dress she wore added a refreshing sweetness to her overall appearance. Qin Feng recalled the first time he met Shifuya, when she coldly commanded others to strip off their clothes. Her demeanor reminiscent of a formidable leader. Now, she lay quietly beside him, occasionally glancing at Yi, embodying the essence of a devoted wife and mother. This stark contrast captivated Qin Feng immensely. "Sister, how about I buy you a villa with a swimming pool? You could bask in the sun like this every day without worrying about Yi running off. No need," she replied. "Yi enjoys playing outside." "Then let me buy you a car. What brand do you prefer? Porsche? Benz? What's wrong? Does it embarrass you that your sister drives?" "Not at all. I just wish to provide you with a better quality of life. Haha, silly brother, if I were after a quality lifestyle, I could have easily found wealthy benefactors to support me these past years," Shifuya said, pushing her sunglasses up into her hair and turning her head to smile at Qin Feng. "Having a car and a house is sufficient. I'm not a woman who craves indulgence. My greatest wish now is for Yi to grow up happily, and for you to live a safe life." Her tone was gentle, yet resolute. Her laughter imbued with hope, as if she were expressing a simple, ordinary wish. Yet it was this very ordinariness that stirred Qin Feng's heart. He had to admit he was drawn to this woman. After graduating high school, no one had cared about his personal life, nor had anyone wished for his safety. All that mattered to others was whether he could soar high, travel far, and accumulate wealth. Shifuya's acceptance of everything as long as there were no mishaps moved him in a way that felt profoundly familial. "But I want to provide you with a better life, to buy you a nice car and house, to hire a nanny and servants, so you can be more comfortable." Shifuya smiled tenderly. "Silly brother, have you forgotten that you owe me 22 million? I will buy what I like when I see it. You need not worry about saving money for me." Qin Feng understood he could not rush matters, so he ceased to press her to accept his gifts. Pursuing a woman was an art. With someone like Shifuya, who had enough money and was not swayed by material possessions, he was at a loss for how to make her fall completely in love with him. As he lay back in his chair contemplating, he heard Shifuya's voice call out, "Come here and give your sister a massage." He immediately sprang up, grinning as he rushed to her side, mimicking Peng Jinyan's technique, gently scratching from her chin to her ear. Shifuya closed her eyes, surrendering to the unusual comfort. Qin Feng's hands traveled from her neck to her shoulders, then downwards. After a playful slap, he dashed off to help Shifuya with leg relaxation. Her delicate, fair legs gently bent, evading Qin Feng's mischievous hands. Upon returning from the beach, it was nearly 5 o'clock. The three of them were somewhat dirty from the seawater. Shifuya took Yi to wash up first, while Qin Feng sat on the sofa, idly messaging and comforting the bruised Xiating. She sent a voice message, tearfully explaining, "I just said, this is my man who bought it for me. It's none of your business. And my dad hit me 555. My mom didn't help when she got back. And even said my car is ugly, not as good as a Yachty. I can't stay in this house for another day. Brother, take me away." Qin Feng guessed she might have been beaten for wanting the household registration book. Thinking back, if his daughter were to come home late at night driving a luxury car and asking for the household registration book while claiming her man was wealthy, he could hardly judge her actions. There were myriad ways to court disaster, and Xiating had chosen the most direct means that he hoped her father wouldn't be driven to despair. After comforting her a bit, Qin Feng sighed, thinking raising a daughter was exhausting. He had to treat her like a princess from childhood and worry about her being taken advantage of as she grew up. Yet raising a son seemed no easier. Mischief, fighting, and causing trouble could also lead to significant concerns. He sighed deeply, contemplating the troubles of having children, feeling a tad apprehensive about the prospect. At that moment, Shifuya emerged from the washroom, clad only in a blue iced silk camisole nightgown. The silky fabric gleamed softly, its cool hue accentuating her alabaster skin. The lace trim at the neckline highlighted her sensual elegance, and the skirt billowed, creating ripples akin to water. She exuded a beguiling femininity, and Qin Feng felt a rush of excitement. If it weren't for that bothersome little one, he would have seized the moment to express himself. Unexpectedly, the little one, dressed in a Pikachu-themed children's nightgown, burst out and pounced into Qin Feng's embrace. Exclaiming, "Uncle, help me dry my hair." Qin Feng looked helplessly at Shifuya, who merely shrugged with a smile, indicating her inability to assist. Reluctantly, he fetched the hairdryer to dry the little girl's hair. "Yi is growing up. Soon she will dry her own hair. That I don't want to grow up. When you grow up, you can play outside without mom's supervision. That I don't want to grow up. When you grow up, you can eat ice cream. We're pretty close and have many friends to play with. Will Uncle play with me too?" Uncle has to accompany your mom. Then Yi doesn't want to grow up. Sitting on the stool, Yi swung her little feet, tilting her head back to gaze at Qin Feng, earnestly stating, "Yi wants to be with you both forever. That is not up to you." Qin Feng muttered inwardly, "That troublesome little brat. I'll arrange for you to go to boarding school. And I can take your mother out to have fun without you being a third wheel." Does Uncle not like Yi anymore? Yi sensed his impatience, her expression shifting as she pouted, looking up at him with big, watery eyes that no one could resist the charm of that little girl. Defeated by her pleading gaze, Qin Feng sighed. "Of course I like you. Uncle likes Yi the most. Then why doesn't Uncle want to be with Yi?" Uncle made a mistake earlier. After much coaxing, Qin Feng finally managed to placate the little imp that he carefully dried her hair and, using a tutorial he found on his phone, fashioned a simple bow for her, enhancing her delightful smile. Observing their harmonious interaction, Shifuya's brows arched in satisfaction, and she quietly went to the kitchen to prepare noodles, bringing 2 large bowls to the table, calling them to dinner. Qin Feng took Yi to sit down. The noodles were quite ordinary, topped with a fried egg, some greens, sausage, and beef, vibrant in color and fragrant, appearing quite appetizing. Ignoring the heat, Qin Feng twirled a large portion with his chopsticks, blowing lightly before shoving it into his mouth. He chewed a few times before swallowing, devouring it with the appetite of a wolf. Yi, being fed by her mother, stared at Qin Feng wide-eyed, her spoon dropping into the bowl, seeing his voracious consumption. Shifuya quickly cautioned, "Slow down, no one is competing with you." Sister's noodles are truly fragrant," Qin Feng remarked, unable to control himself as he grabbed at the beef, praising her. "Are you full? Should I get you another bowl?" Shifuya inquired. "That I no need. It's better to eat less for dinner." Qin Feng waved his hand, continuing, "Otherwise you won't be able to eat supper." "Yi wants supper too," Yi chimed in. "Supper is unhealthy. Children shouldn't eat it," Qin Feng advised gently. "Mom, is it really poisonous?" "Indeed," Shifuya replied with a light laugh, nodding. Yi looked up, noticing her mother's casual smile, feeling it seemed insincere. She frowned slightly, pouting, her eyes darting as if in deep thought. Qin Feng, wary of the little one's potential to disrupt his plans, hastily suggested, "Yi, be a good girl and sleep with Grandma tonight. Tomorrow, Uncle will take you to the amusement park." "No, Yi wants to sleep with Uncle," she whined. Qin Feng was taken aback, quickly attempting to dissuade her. "Uncle has to fight tigers tonight. Are you scared?" With a delicate and soft voice, Yi remarked. "Yi is a good baby. Tigers do not eat good babies." Qin Feng responded with a hint of playfulness. "No, the male tiger does not eat good babies. Tonight, Uncle is going to deal with the female tiger, who is particularly fierce and eats everything." Shifuya felt her ears flush slightly and shot Qin Feng an exasperated glance. Her brows and eyes were exceptionally beautiful, with the corners of her eyes slightly upturned, exuding an enchanting allure that was utterly captivating. Qin Feng was momentarily entranced by her fox-like gaze, seeing no objection from her. A foolish grin crept onto his face. Shifuya's cheeks flushed crimson, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Don T lead Yi astray." Yi glanced back and forth between Qin Feng and her mother, sensing something amiss, and shouted, "Uncle is lying. There is no tiger at all. Uncle just doesn't want to sleep with Yi." At that moment, Qin Feng genuinely wished he could kick Yi out. "Stop making a fuss. Tomorrow, Uncle will buy you a big toy car for you to play with. How does that sound?" "No, how about roller skates?" "Humph. Then what do you want?" "I want Uncle to tell me a story and help me fall asleep." Qin Feng found himself ensnared by the little imp, feeling utterly helpless and exasperated. Shifuya stifled a laugh beside him. Qin Feng had initially planned to sneak away and return after the little one was sent off, but upon seeing her on the verge of tears, he sighed in resignation, his heart softening. "Let us endure tonight. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. There is no rush." Unexpectedly, The little one cheered and added, "Mommy should sleep with us too." Qin Feng was taken aback, realizing that this little girl was becoming increasingly demanding. With her present, Shifuya would certainly not agree, only making his predicament more torturous. Just as he was about to refuse, he heard Shifuya say, "If he can eat her meals obediently, Mommy will sleep with you." "Yay, Mommy, make the noodles like Uncle does. I want a big bite." Watching the exuberant Qin Feng swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of apprehension about the night ahead. The clock struck 9 in the evening. After taking a shower and donning a fresh set of men's pajamas, Qin Feng engaged in childish Ultraman games with After helping Qin Feng wash his clothes, Shifuya stepped out to the balcony to answer a call from the bar, remotely managing the affairs of the establishment. While playing, he suddenly leaped into Qin Feng's arms, yawning and resting her head on his shoulder, gradually falling silent. She had napped at noon and had played all day, and now she was genuinely tired. The surprise was overwhelming, and Qin Feng felt a surge of joy as he gently carried into the room, laying her on the bed and absent-mindedly soothing her for a moment. Once he confirmed she was fast asleep, he restrained his excitement and quietly exited the room, that he found himself on the balcony of another room. Were those the individuals we had thrown out last time? Just a few of them? Were they merely distributing flyers at the door? Had they opened a small bar? He decided to call Zhang San to handle it, instructing him to go easy on them. Just as Shifuya was discussing matters, she was suddenly startled as a man embraced her from behind, causing her to let out a surprised gasp. Quickly regaining her composure, she suppressed her instinctive reaction and continued speaking on the phone. "No. Nothing. Come to the show tonight. And if anything happens, just text me." Qin Feng leaned his head against Shifuya's neck, gently planting a kiss like a strawberry, his hands wandering restlessly over her silky nightgown. Hearing a panicked voice on the other end of the line, "Sister Xiaoya, are you all right? Are you sick? Where are you? I'll take you to the hospital." "I'm fine, just like this." Shifuya nervously hung up, feeling the man's heavy breaths and the heat radiating from his body, yet she forced herself to appear calm, pressing his hands down and softly inquiring, "Is he asleep?" Qin Feng replied in a low, throaty voice, reminiscent of a lion's excited growl before an attack. Shifuya's heart raced as she felt the man's fingers gently caressing her waist, each touch causing her body to shiver. "Did I end the room?" The control for the lighting had options. A single press illuminated the bright, self-illuminating light color, while 2 presses transformed it into a warm orange hue. After a 3rd press, Shifuya surrendered to Qin Feng, allowing the alluring warm tones to envelop her, as the atmosphere thickened with an intoxicating tension that threatened to suffocate them. Chapter 89. Qin Feng contemplates purchasing toys online. After concluding their playful competition, Qin Feng reclined on the bed, smoking, while the woman beside him showed no disapproval of his habit. Unlike the enthusiastic shouting, Shifuya was incredibly indulgent, allowing him to act recklessly without any boundaries. Watching her tenderly wipe away his sweat, Qin Feng found himself devoid of irritation. "Sister, if you pamper me like this, I might turn bad. I never expected you to be that good anyway." The following morning at 7:30, Qin Feng awoke to discover Shifuya absent from his side. Rising and checking next door, he found her sleeping with in her arms. Not wanting to disturb them, he quickly freshened up and headed downstairs. He intended to grab breakfast while also bringing back a loving meal for them. The early autumn morning was just right, with fresh air that invigorated the senses. The sun rose early, casting a warm glow. Stepping out of the community, the streets were bustling with people hurrying to work, grandparents taking their children to school, and elderly folks out for a stroll or shopping for groceries. Qin Feng stood at the entrance of the community, admiring this tranquil scene. Suddenly, a beautiful woman dashed past him, leaving a trail of fragrant air in her wake. She wore a form-fitting pink yoga outfit on top and athletic shorts below, her long and graceful legs gleaming under the sunlight. A red headband adorned her forehead, inscribed with words of perseverance, while her long, dark hair was casually tied up, bouncing with her every leap. Her profile was stunning, with a delicate and refined outline, a pert nose, and rosy cheeks, resembling a blooming flower in spring. As he watched her retreating pink figure, it seemed to add a vibrant splash of color to this beautiful morning. The more Qin Feng looked, the more captivating she appeared, evoking a sense of déjà vu. It felt as though he had encountered this beauty before. Yet, with only a profile to go by, he couldn't recall where he had seen her. Qin Feng activated his scanning feature and glanced from a distance at name. By seeing age, 22 charm, 91 number of relationships. 8 at the name, didn't he ring a bell, and given her age. She certainly wasn't a classmate or anything of the sort. However, observing her youthful demeanor and extensive romantic history, she seemed like a rather open-minded girl. Qin Feng had no particular thoughts about her as a person, but he found her running form quite appealing. His waist had been a bit sore lately, and after a vigorous night, he felt a slight fondness towards her, fearing his body might not be able to handle it. He suddenly felt a surge of motivation to exercise and decided to jog after her. He began to follow the young lady, mirroring her pace. She would run, and he would run. She would walk, and he would walk, causing her to glance back at him repeatedly. After coming into some money, Qin Feng felt good about himself and flashed a clean smile, nodding at her. His smile seemed to fluster her, as she shyly lowered her head and quickened her pace. Thinking he might have scared her off, he shook his head helplessly and gave up on the chase, but he merely appreciated the beauty of the girl and the pleasure of watching her run. So he followed for a bit. Since she didn't seem interested in interaction, he wouldn't press the matter. He strolled forward, scanning the streets for a breakfast shop. Soon he noticed that the young lady was slowing down, turning back to glance at him, as if inviting him to catch up. Qin Feng smiled. He didn't rush to join her, continuing at his own leisurely pace. By seeing, halted upon realizing the man had stopped pursuing her, and she waited for him to approach, smiling as she asked, "Hey, handsome, you look so familiar. Have we met before?" As Qin Feng stepped closer, he was struck by her enchanting face, akin to a rose freshly bloomed, radiating charm. Particularly captivating were her bright, peach blossom eyes, which seemed to ripple like flowing water, creating a mesmerizing effect. Listening to her sweet voice, Qin Feng suddenly remembered. During his time delivering food, he had brought meals to this young lady several times. Back then, she had worn a skin-toned yoga outfit, seemingly engaged in a live stream at home. The thin fabric clung to her body, showcasing her figure with every movement, leaving a lasting impression, especially with her distinctive dimples and that soft, charming voice. He distinctly recalled the time when she, bold as ever, had inquired if this delivery boy could fix her computer, as it kept lagging during her streams. Had her friend not been robust, he might have gone in to help her fix it. "Perhaps I simply have a common face," Qin Feng chuckled lightly. By seeing, pondered, her chin resting on her hand, but she could not recall who Qin Feng was. Who would remember what a delivery man looked like? She shrugged it off and cheerfully asked, "Are you out for a morning jog too?" "Not really, I'm out looking for food." "Then let me recommend a fantastic breakfast spot. Their signature crab roe buns are incredibly delicious, and the spicy soup is really warming." "Oh, where is it?" Qin Feng's interest peaked at the mention of crab roe buns. "Just turn right at the front, and it's about 300 meters ahead." By seeing, pointed enthusiastically at the intersection ahead, smiling. Qin Feng was touched by her enthusiasm, feeling quite cheerful as he gratefully replied, "I was just looking for a breakfast shop." "Thank you so much. How about I treat you to breakfast? There's no need to be polite. I shall continue my run. Farewell." With a smile, By seeing, waved her hand at Qin Feng before gracefully resuming her long strides towards the lakeside park. She had found him somewhat familiar. His composed demeanor, carefree smile, and the floral shirt he donned exuded an air of extraordinary charm. This prompted her to approach him for a conversation. However, the notion of dining together with a mere acquaintance felt rather peculiar. If she were to readily accept his invitation, it might lead him to mistakenly perceive her as an unreserved young woman. Thus, she politely declined and hurried away, hoping that Qin Feng would pursue her.